Spencer Jones! Couple of clutch threes from Spencer Jones last night. Helped the Nuggets get the overtime win over the Houston Rockets as the Nuggets continue their journey to try to catch the Oklahoma City Thunder. It's going to be a tough road, but the Thunder did lose. Hey, cup check. You guys watching the NBA Cup? We got the finals tonight. Cup finals tonight, baby. Appointment television. Streaming. Not on Peacock. It's on Prime Video. So we don't get to hear John Tesh. Knicks Spurs. NBA Cup finals tonight. T-Mobile Arena, Las Vegas. Shout out to the Spurs winning the group of death.
Tonight.
West Group C.
Tonight.
Look, the Thunder had an easy group. The Spurs were battle-tested coming out of West Group C, featuring the Denver Nuggets. I don't think the Nuggets, could they have beaten the Lakers and the Thunder without Gordon and Brown? Because the Spurs did get Wemby back. That helped them beat OKC. But the Thunder are not invincible. They are capable of losing games, as the Nuggets are the 2 seed currently in the West, 4.5 games back of the 24-2 Oklahoma City Thunder. But hey, cup check. You watching the finals tonight? You better be. Maybe you're watching the Avs.
Cool, Carl.
As well.
The Avs. Now, that's a cup check that I care about. The Stanley Cup check. I'll be watching the Avs tonight. Thank you very much.
Hey, let's not besmirch the NBA Cup, okay? It means everything. All right? Avs Kraken tonight. And also, your keyword for Avs Jets tickets on Friday night is Thompson. Text the keyword Thompson to 303-504-0925, and you are entered to win a pair of tickets to see the Avs and the Jets. Connor Hellebuck is back. You can see the Avs and the Jets on Friday night. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Again, your keyword is Thompson. The Broncos had yet another one-score win over the Packers. 8 points is one score.
My mom thinks we'll win.
Hey, Bo Nix, your mom was right. Never doubt Mrs. Nix. It's the season of Saint Nick and Mrs. Nix and Bo Nix. Bo Nix had his best game as a pro. You know, he had the good fourth quarter against the Giants. He's been solid. He's been very solid the last few weeks, but this was like an elite performance from Bo Nix. And that's a difference maker. And there's young offensive players who are growing and coming into their own. Troy Franklin, 6 catches, 85 yards, and a touchdown. He had a great game. RJ Harvey had a very good game, 19 carries, 65 yards, and a touchdown. Also, keep in mind, they didn't even have Pat Bryant in this game. And Pat Bryant has been progressing in recent weeks, and I'm very high on Pat Bryant. I think he's got the makings of a legitimate outside receiver. A la Cortland Sutton. They don't burn you away with their speed, but they run great routes, and they got reliable hands, and Sutton got loose, and you saw some of the routes he ran, and then Bo Nix, needed to put them where they needed to go in places that only Sutton can make the catch, and that combo was on fire. So, I mean, all around, it was a great offensive performance with Pat Bryant possibly coming back this week. He was out with a hamstring injury. Sean Payton said last week that if it was a playoff game, Pat Bryant would have played. But what's funny is that these are all playoff games right now. Like, you can afford to not play Pat in the Packers game because, hey, if Lil Jordan Humphrey's gonna have the game he had, he made Papa so proud. Lil Jordan made Papa Sean so proud. That's his boy. That's his son. Lil Jordan Humphrey is Sean Payton's son.
He's not so little now.
He was big Jordan Humphrey. Michael Bandy's going to make a play? Okay. You like to see Evan Engram getting going a little more. Saw that a few weeks ago. But there are weapons. None of them are overly elite, but they're A chunk of them are young and developing and growing. Sutton is, I've said Sutton is so underrated. He's so underrated. He's a legitimate, people say, is he a 1? I think he is a 1. You don't have to be Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase. Courtland Sutton is so underrated. And I'm not saying he's those two players or on that level, but he is more than competent. So the weapons are there. Bo Nix is learning. His footwork's better. He took more risks, and they were correct risks. He made the right throws in the right spots. He's hard to sack. He didn't get sacked once. Micah Parsons did play the vast majority of that game. Obviously, he's got the good offensive line in front of him, and they do give a high snap count to your Adam Troutmans, and Nate Atkins was back. And Adam Prentice, they will load up sometimes. Sometimes they also do want to go with a more 4-3 wide look for Bo, and that's where the 5-man offensive line group comes into play. They give Bo protection, and that helps a young quarterback. Don't hold that against him. It's not his fault that they have a good offensive line in front of him. And oh yeah, Ben Powers is going to be back soon. You do lose Brandon Jones. He goes on IR, but PJ Locke is a very capable backup safety. Hey, if they wanted to bring in Justin Simmons, I wouldn't hate it. I don't think they're going to do it. I don't know what's happened with Justin Simmons. Feels like he could still play, but maybe not. It's a tough league. Body gets banged up. And PJ Locke's a good player who's like in the prime of his career. He's not Brandon Jones or Talanoa Hufanga, but he's a good player. It's a good depth safety to have. Well, J.L. Skinner is a decent depth safety. He's great on special teams. And injury luck is a part of it. Broncos have not sustained a lot of injuries compared to some other teams in the league. It's part of the magic elixir that you need. A lot of things have to go right. And by and large, they have for this team. And they're 12-2. They lead the AFC, and I think it's a must-win game against Jacksonville. I said these are all playoff games. You don't want to concede the momentum. Obviously, you're still playing to win the division, and you're playing for seeding. You're playing for the 1 seed in the bye. But you just overall don't want to concede the momentum. Jacksonville's another one of these hot teams. New England had been hot. Denver is hot, winning 11 in a row. The Texans are now hot, winning 6 in a row. I believe their last loss was to Denver. And Davis Mills did play in that game, but Davis Mills also did beat the Bills and the Jags. That was the Jags' last loss. It was to Houston. Jacksonville's hot. They're scoring a lot of points right now. They've scored at least 29 points in, I think it's their last 6 games. Granted, they've had a few cupcakes in there. A lot of these teams have had a few cupcakes in there, Denver included. But you don't want to concede the momentum. You want to assert your dominance. You want to drop one right now going into the playoffs. And it's not even about seeding and winning the division. It's all about the momentum. You want to carry it and remain unbeaten in what would be your last 12. Jacksonville's a capable team. But the Denver defense, I think along with the Houston defense, they're the best units in the league. And if Bo Nix is going to play like that, that goes up against Trevor Lawrence and then some. Trevor Lawrence is a little smoke and mirrors. I know Liam Cohen has been kind of a saving grace for him, and it was a good hire. Liam Cohen is a good offensive coach. You added Jacoby Myers at the trade deadline from the Las Vegas Raiders. Travis Hunter's out. You forget that Travis Hunter's out because Jacksonville has been playing well. That hurts. Denver's the better team. I know Jacksonville's hot, but you cannot let them come here and win this game. And with the division on the line and seeding on the line, and this team is focused as hell. The Broncos are focused on hell. I really can't. I mean, I guess I could give you a world where Jacksonville wins this game, but in reality, it should be extremely difficult for them. I had Denver beating the Packers. Didn't quite expect that offensive performance. Knew it was in them. I knew it was in him. I was kind of expecting to maybe see that earlier in the season because I saw the progression of Bo Nix over the course of last season. Got to remember, it's still his second year in the league. And the timeline is still pretty good. The trajectory of progression is still pretty good. Back half of year 2, and you have that performance against that defense. I don't care if Micah Parsons leaves in the second half. He was playing well even when Parsons was out there. That he took that step. Bo Nix and the offense as a whole took that step. And you don't see the momentum. You got to go beat Jacksonville. And then, Christmas night in Kansas City with a chance to clinch the division. I actually think you can clinch the division if the Chargers lose in Dallas and the Broncos beat the Jaguars. That would give them a 3-game lead with 2 to play. So that would do it. A Broncos win and a Chargers loss clinches the division. But look, you saw 9 on Sunday Night Football going to Dallas and beat those Cowboys. 9. Freaking 9 did it. Now, 9's actually played well the last couple weeks. I know that 9 has gotten dragged this season, that meme just took the internet over. Of course, I'm talking about J.J. McCarthy. If you don't know, he's 9. The wheels are going to fall off in Dallas. I know the Chargers are without their 2 tackles, but that's a damn good team even without their 2 tackles. And yes, Herbert can take a beating because of that. My expectation would be the Chargers win that game. I think the Broncos beat the Jags, which would mean you could go clinch the division Christmas night in Arrowhead against Gardner Minshew. And last night was Yokmas. This has the potential to be a Christmas night massacre. The Broncos are winning all these one-score games. That might be the case again hosting Jacksonville. I think Denver wins, but Jacksonville's competent. That could be another close one-score game. Again, 8 points is a one-score game, okay? The streak and trend could easily end in Arrowhead. Remember the end of the season game last year where the Broncos absolutely destroyed the Chiefs? Chiefs played nobody. Chiefs are essentially going to be playing nobody again. Why play anybody now that Mahomes is out and they're eliminated? Broncos might destroy. And I'm not trying to get cocky with this. This is just reality. This is just what it appears to be. Broncos might destroy the Chiefs en route to clinching the division. Once again, your keyword is Thompson. You got 3 more minutes to text in the word Thompson to 303-504-0925 for your chance to win tickets to see the Avs and the Jets play Friday night at Ball Arena. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Your keyword is Thompson. All right, when we come back, we'll talk about those Avs. They host the Kraken, or they don't host. They are in Seattle to play the Kraken tonight. I've been addicted to Kraken in my life, the Seattle Kraken. They're actually kind of mid right now. We'll talk about that game coming up next. Welcome back to 6 in the morning. I'm Mark Springer filling in for Brett Kane alongside Steve Nelson. Hey, after a huge win over Houston last night, Nuggets head coach David Adelman will join Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac today at 12:30. Don't miss it. Sure, they'll ask him about Peyton Watson, what his injury status is. He left early in last night's game, and then maybe he'll talk about Ime Udoka getting big mad at the refs. Was David Adelman mad at the refs because the Nuggets had some calls go against them too last night? React to Jokic's big night, another triple-double, 39-point triple-double for Jokic. And Jamal Murray's great game. Jamal Murray was excellent, 14 of 15 from the line. Ultimately, missed one free throw late that did hurt for a moment, but great night for Jamal Murray. Over 50% from the field, over 50% from three. So David Adelman, 12:30 p.m. today with PhD. And then tonight on Altitude Sports Radio, it'll be the Avs and the Kraken. Avs are in Seattle. Coverage on 92.5 starts at 7:30 with the pregame show powered by Ramos Law. Mark Bertinoli will have that for you. Berto and I will take you up to that pregame show on the Blitz tonight. From 6 to 7:30. So you want more of me, you tune in at 6 p.m. tonight. Berto and I will talk about everything Denver sports and certainly Avs Kraken, and I'll talk about it right now by myself. The Avs.
Tonight.
Gosh, I love Westwood One Voice guy.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
Yeah, we love football. We love it all. We really love it all. Certainly football. Broncos, Nuggs, Avs, all are so good. It's insane. It's actually insane. The Avs have 53 points, 23-2-7. Best team in the NHL. Dallas did get a win last night over the LA Kings. This game was tied at 1 in the third period, but then Dallas went on to win fairly easily. Interesting stuff happened in that game, particularly Mikko Rantanen ran over Connor Hellebuck. Or no, Connor Hellebuck. Talking Avs Tickets Tuesday where we're giving away Avs Jets tickets on Friday. And Hellebuck's back. I got that on the brain. Keywords on the 20s all day, folks. If you want to win Avs Jets tickets, we're giving them away all day. Every show has a pair. No, Darcy Kemper, the LA Kings goalie, former teammate of Mikko Rantanen. They won a cup together. And Mikko ran him over in the crease. Now, Mikko was being kind of ridden by it's like there's some similar excuses you could make to the Scott Mayfield hit that started all of this tomfoolery with Mikko Rantanen, and then he did board a Calgary Flames player. And that one, there was no excuse. Like, he straight up boarded that dude. Like a completely irresponsible play from Mikko. Even the Romanov hit in the Islanders game, that was mostly irresponsible for Mikko. He did get nudged by Scott Mayfield behind him. And it was, he's making an aggressive forecheck. Stars are trying to tie that game up in the final minute, and there's a sense of urgency. I get it. But now we have a third incident with Mikko Rantanen. And again, like, Kemper is high in the crease. Mikko's cutting net front on a shot from the point that did go in. Well, they deemed goaltender interference because Mikko, regardless of maybe being ridden, he wasn't necessarily pushed. Mikko did kind of, it appeared Mikko just, because look, Darcy Kemper is his boy, right? I don't think Mikko hates Darcy Kemper, but he got his forearm right into the head of Kemper and concussed him or something like that.
Well, Darcy Kemper won a Stanley Cup with one functioning eyeball. So if there's anyone who can bounce back from this baby, it's the Kemperer.
There is that. But yet another poor look from Mikko Rantanen, whose penalty minutes is off the chart this year. I know he was at one point a couple weeks ago leading the NHL in penalty minutes. I don't know if he still is. 67 penalty minutes for Mikko this season. The next closest on the Stars is Alexander Petrovic with 45. Most players on Dallas, are in the teens, mid-teens at most. Mikko's been in the box for 67 minutes. Mikko, our moose, 67 penalty minutes? What happened? And yeah, I don't think it was intentional what he did last night, but know where you are. You're in control of your own body, and now it's the third incident. And one of them was for sure dirty as hell, and the first one was borderline, maybe mostly dirty, and this one, now it's a third time. You got a reputation, bud. But Dallas does get the win. So they are 4 points back at Colorado, who is in Seattle, and they're mid. They're 12, 12, and 6. I mean, that's 500. That's as mid it can mid. And the Kraken have lost 8 of their last 9. They had lost 6 straight in that stretch. And they're coming off of a loss at home to Buffalo. Now, Buffalo's playing better of late, but you're losing at home to Buffalo. I expect it'll be Mackenzie Blackwood in net for Colorado tonight. Wedgwood got the start against Nashville. Wedgwood firmly back from the back injury, and they're doing this alternating thing, which they should, because both goaltenders have been excellent. So I expect Blackwood tonight in Seattle. Could be Philip Grubauer in net. All these former Avs goaltenders popping up in this segment. Darcy Kemper, could be Grubauer tonight, could be Joey Decord, who started against the Sabres, so it might be Grubauer here tonight. Thanks to everybody for tuning in. I am Mark Springer in for Brett Kane, alongside Steve Nelson. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane is next.
Top of the key is Jokic. Jokic has it at the point for three. Good! Oh, man, is that large. 112 to 109 Denver. Left side of the midcourt circle is Murray. Brings it back out over to the right side. He's guarded by Shepherd. Has his back to the rim. Gets a high pick from Jokic. Moves off of that through the window to Joker. Kick out three. Jones. Yeah! Spencer Jones puts the Nuggets up by 7 in overtime. Long rebound out over Bruce Brown. 2 seconds left. One, and there's the horn. The 4-game home losing streak is over. Jokic and Valanciunas foul out of the game. Denver wins it against Houston in overtime, 128 to 125.
Jokic, the 7-foot Serbian, had a very high IQ. And if you ever saw him...
Oh, God, let's not start the morning like this.
It's true.
Good morning, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for being here. All right. Happy Yokmas, and what a happy Yokmas it was. Good morning, Vic and Moj. How we doing, boys?
He hates that, by the way. Ooh, does he hate it?
Yeah, we'll get to that here coming up a little bit later. Fun exchanges with him in the media last night post-game. Good morning, Moj. How's the Pacific Northwest?
It's great. It's only, 40 degrees outside with about a 90-mile-an-hour wind. Is
that right?
Pretty awesome, yeah.
It's howling today? Oh, boy.
It was fun flying in yesterday, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, boy. Well, Moj is up there because the Avs are back in action tonight. They take on the Kraken. That's what, an 8 p.m. local puck drop?
It will be, it's 7:22.
Oh, it's 7:22?
7:22.
Oh,
yeah,
well, then we've got a typo
so
here from Kevin Schock.
Well, that's what it is for us.
8:22 Denver time.
Yeah, 8:22 Denver time, 7:22 in the Pacific.
Okay,
Northwest.
so it is. So it's after. So it's 8:22. Okay, perfect. All
Well,
right. So
define local time. I mean,
fair enough.
Who's local time?
Well, local
who's
to the
time you
local
talking
to the
about?
region that we're doing a show in.
Oh, okay. Well, then the pregame will start probably at 7:30. The puck will drop at 8:22.
Last night, 128-125. Nuggets win an OT thriller over the Rockets, Vic. That's 2 now they've won over Houston this year. Denver has won 5 of their last 5. And finally, they snapped the home losing streak. The 4-game home losing streak. It's over. We don't have to talk about it anymore.
Sometimes you have to get a little lucky. And last night I thought the end of regulation, what happened there, as much as it benefited the Nuggets, obviously, I'm not into those forensic fouls. And it was a foul. His leg scraped Tim Hardaway's leg, which caused him to fall. But, is there anything about that makes you go, wow, this is great basketball, when you have to go back to the videotape 3 or 4 times to determine the outcome of a game? I mean, do you guys like that? I don't know.
I liked it last night because it helped the Nuggets
last
win.
night it helped the Nuggets.
Yeah.
It helped the Nuggets. But if the roles were reversed, you know how you'd feel. You'd feel dirty about that. There's nothing fun about it. There were too many whistles in that game. There were too many fouls. I don't know if you guys heard, the Houston coach went absolutely ballistic after the game.
I heard that, yep.
Yeah, I've got it right here. Here is Houston's head coach, Ime Udoka, post-game on officiating. And by the way, it was quite the night for Udoka. Very animated all night, very upset, consistently just berating the officiating.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, just in general, I think it's poorly officiated game I've seen in a long time. 2 have no business being out there, and the crew chief is acting starstruck. So you're seeing all kind of inconsistent calls, and I'm sure we should have got a few more texts.
What do you say to your team when a game is being called the way that it was tonight?
Keep being who we are. We're not going to adjust to poor officials. So we're going to do what we do, and hopefully they can adjust and call it the right way.
But, Vic, I thought Jamal in the postgame said it right. It's like they miss calls for them, they miss calls for us. It's kind of like another night in the NBA, so why are we bitching about it, quite frankly?
Well, I mean, I guess the only reason is because the coach who just said that is going to get fined heavily for what he said. I mean, that's going to be, $75,000 easily? I mean, he not only went off on the referees, he went off on the lead official last night, called him a fanboy. That's what he called him.
Did he really? That's what he said about Zach Zarba?
He essentially said, he was in awe of Joker. And
wow.
He didn't like the way fouls were called against his big man. He didn't like the way Joker was allowed to do certain things. Now, at the end of the night, Joker fouled out. So did Valanciunas. I mean, almost all big men fouled out last night. Hell, Şengün played with 5 fouls throughout the entire overtime. It was that kind of game. It was physical.
Vic, the call that sent Joker to the bench was as bad a call as they made on Houston all night long. I mean, I thought it was a silly call. He barely grazed in hair or something like that. Jamal clearly fouled even before that, so that should have been the one that they actually used in terms of calling a foul at that point. It was a poorly officiated game. That last play, Matt, the forensics, it's been done against the Nuggets on so many dang occasions that I didn't even want to go back and replay all those games and rehash all that crap. But I guess over time things have a tendency to even out. That's the way I look at it. Over time.
Yeah, I agree with you, Moj. It's just, again, it's another night in the NBA. There's 82 of these things in the regular season, and sometimes the calls will be good, sometimes it's not. Sometimes they call it tighter. But Vic, I'll say this: it was probably the most physical game this year the Nuggets had to play.
And that's where I give the Nuggets a ton of credit. They're without, last night Peyton Watson leaves early, so now you're without 3 of your top defensive players, your slashers, your dunkers, guys who give you athleticism to guard. You're without 3 guys, AG, CB, and Peyton Watson, and you find a way to scrape and win that game. Yeah, they deserve all the credit for doing that because it could have been ugly. It could have gone the other way. It could have been a 5th straight L at home, but the Nuggets found a way, man. They dug. I thought both teams, and you saw it at the end, they were playing hard. Yeah. Jamal Murray especially did not want to lose that game. He went all out.
Jamal was fantastic last night. 35, 3 and 5, 14 of 15 from the free throw line. Jokic, he did foul out in overtime. It was 126 to 121 with about a minute and 23 left when he had to leave the game. So the Nuggets had a 5-point lead, and you're just kind of sitting there going, well, Valanciunas already fouled out early in the 4th. Can they just hold this thing at bay? And it was a little bit testy down the stretch, but they were able to do it. However, Jokic, 39, 15, 10, his 12th triple-double in 25 games this year. He's also got 3 Sombor doubles on the year. This guy is something else, man. Just every single night, he's averaging a career high in assists. It's a career high points per game. It's his best he's ever shot percentage-wise from 3. He just keeps evolving.
Yeah,
Imagine, but Vic, imagine being at the line. Damn morning. Imagine being at the free throw line. I tried to put myself in Jamal Murray's shoes at the end of that game, and you've got to make that to send it and then you got the inbound as well. I mean, it's hard enough to just for the average human being out there to make a free throw. I mean, period, end of story. But with everything on the line, then I thought the Joker got a pretty damn good look to win in regulation.
He did.
And he missed that. But, man, I'm thinking to myself, the average human being watching, standing at that free throw line, you think it's easy. It is not easy. It's not an easy shot to make. For Jamal Murray, it should be, but not for the average human being.
Yeah, ironically enough, if the Nuggets make their free throws in the 4th quarter, that game's over because they missed 4 key ones. Joker missed one, Jamal missed one, Spencer Jones missed one, Cam missed one. And, you add it all up, and that's why the game goes to overtime the way it was. Listen, you can nitpick all you want. The Denver Nuggets finally snap a losing streak, and with that win, they are still off to their best start in franchise history. They're 19-6, boys. If Oklahoma City didn't exist, they're putting up preposterous numbers, right? If Oklahoma City wasn't around, you'd look at this Nugget season and go, my goodness. And they're doing this without CB and AG for a month? They've been out a month, guys.
It's impressive. That's now the 2nd win over Houston that they've had without pretty much either of those guys because AG got banged up in the 1st quarter of the last game. And to your point, like you mentioned earlier, they were without their top 3 perimeter defenders last night. And Spencer Jones, man, I'm texting the group chat during the game. I'm just blown away by him. Like, get this kid a contract. Enough is enough. I don't know who they're going to have to move out and what they're going to have to do, but I guarantee you he will be a part of this roster, in short order. Don't you think so?
We had him on the postgame show last night, and he was fantastic. We talked about his shot, and coach is always trying to change his shot because it looks a little unique, to say the least. And he made a funny. He goes, yeah, I always make it look like I'm working on it, but I haven't changed it. It works. I mean, the ball goes in, and it goes in quickly. It's a quick release. It's just awkward looking. But last night, he made mention of that. Listen, being on a 2-way contract, he doesn't expect to get one. I think deep down, he's earned it, obviously. But they've got another, I think, 26, 27 games to make that decision. And they've got to make some room, because right now they don't have room to fit him in under the second apron. So, Moser, make some room, please.
It's exactly what I said, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, make room. And you're like, well, how are they going to make the room? I don't care how you make the room.
I don't know how you make
I don't care. Vic, I don't care. I'm not paid to make the room. You got two gentlemen who are paid to make the room. Let both those brains go to work, figure out how to make the room. I don't care what you do. I saw some room last night that played 9 minutes and had 2 points. That's some room. No offense to that room. Okay. I mean, make it happen. You have to. I don't think there's a choice at this point. You may have 26 games?
It's 29.
To figure it out? Okay, fine. Dude, that's going to be upon us before we know it. We're going to be in the new year, and you're going to be going, we got to make some room. Well, make some room.
So I'm looking at this, just so you know. The Nuggets and Altitude Sports, we employ a special camera in the arena. And this camera is up in the rafters, and it catches an angle that otherwise normal people wouldn't have. I'm not even sure I don't know if those who watched it on NBC, if he had this angle, but it was that angle that showed Amen Thompson at the end of the game brush Tim Hardaway's foot. And without that angle, they probably overturned that call. Isn't it amazing how technology and television has changed sports entirely?
Sure is, Grandpa. Sure is. 11 points, 3 rebounds, 2 steals, 3 blocks for Spencer Jones. 2 big threes down the stretch, 1 at the end of the fourth quarter, 1 in overtime. And look, I thought he did a fantastic job defensively on Kevin Durant outside of the final 2 possessions. Like, he kind of got in a bad spot in the switch there in Şengün as he comes down and, makes that bucket to make it 117-116. And then before that, he kind of gets hung up on the Şengün screen when KD drills that 3. But outside of that, I mean, this is a guy who, like we said, you're missing your top 3 perimeter defenders. How lucky are they that they can bring a two-way guy off the bench who can give you 41 minutes and compete in a game like this against a legitimate contender? It's a luxury, Vic. It really is.
Well, it's a luxury, and I think going forward, some of these dudes got to start getting healthy because this schedule doesn't get much easier. Orlando comes to town Thursday night, then you get Houston again. It's going to be a fist fight. This Houston series, it feels like a playoff series now. And you know what? You'll probably end up playing that team in the second round of the NBA playoffs. That's the team you're going to face.
Hey, Vic, what officially is Peyton Watson's injury?
It is a right trunk contusion, lower right trunk contusion. He got bopped right in the butt.
The trunk is your butt?
Well, right above it, in the lower back.
That's the trunk.
Because this part is trunk. That's like your trunk right there, right? But that part is not trunk.
Will you pull your pants up, Moj? Yeah. I mean, seriously.
Show us your trunk. Yeah.
Pull your pants up. Jeez. I mean, it's first segment on a Tuesday. We're crying out loud.
In all seriousness, I saw trunk contusion. I'm like, okay, he's got a bruised back, bruised tummy. What is it?
According to Coach Adelman, it's basically like a stinger that he suffered last night, and he just couldn't get it warmed up to return to the game, but does not expect it to be a long-term problem. So that's great news.
Good news. Very good news. Yeah.
By the way, just Jamal Murray in general, consistently every single night, this is the best regular season basketball we've ever watched him play in his career. In overtime, he starts off right away, 4 quick points, and it just felt like if he had the ball in his hands, he was going to make the play last night. And that's the guy we've come to expect in the playoffs. For him to show up in December, in November, that's a big deal for this team right now, especially because they're shorthanded.
Yeah, I mean, shorthanded it's tough enough to get by. I remember when the Nuggets lost Aaron Gordon and they lost Christian Brown. I looked at the schedule, and I'm talking to Dempsey and Hanzik. We're like, well, what do they do? Just stay afloat, right? Just stay above 500. That was the expectation at that point. Stay above 500. You know what they've done since then? You know what they've done? I think it's like 10 out of 12, 10 out of 13 since those injuries. That's really good, guys. That is staying above water despite key players being out. It's almost as if the Nuggets, man, they can drop everybody except those two guys, and you know the two.
By the way, Valanciunas, are we calling him Bigger Val?
Bigger Val and Nichushkin gets Big Val, so
exactly.
he gets Bigger Val.
So he gets Bigger Val. Moj, what do you think? Yay or nay on the
cool
Bigger Val?
Yeah, I'm cool with that. That's no problem. I mean, one guy's it's his first name, one guy it's his last name.
Right.
But I'm cool with that. I mean,
we've already got a Big Val.
That would be better.
We've already got a Big Val, so it's Big and Bigger Val. That's how I always, rationalize it.
How about Biggest Val? He's
Biggest Val.
So in overtime, you lose your two centers, right? Joker's out,
right.
Big Val is out.
Right.
Spencer Jones is essentially playing center. I mean, that dude played every position last night. At one point, he's guarding Reed Shepherd. Then he moves on to Kevin Durant. Then he's locked up to Alperen Şengün. I mean, you talk about Swiss Army knife. He did it all.
By the way, I couldn't help but think, Vic, yesterday you were talking about Şengün in that first matchup between the two teams. And I know how good this guy is. I really do. He came to play last night, did Şengün. This guy was everywhere, and I know he likes to model his game after Joker. He's a dang good basketball player, man. He's a scary dude. He really is.
Yeah, because he didn't play well in the first matchup, and last night he was aggressive. The one thing he doesn't have that Joker does, because the comparisons are everywhere, Joker hit 5 3-pointers last night.
Right.
Şengün
he does not have
can't
the
really
range.
shoot the three. Yeah.
That's
doesn't
exactly
have that
right.
same range at all.
Correct.
You listen to Spencer Jones talk in the postgame presser, too, and you're quickly reminded, oh, yeah, this guy went to Stanford. Right. I mean, it's not only that he's a good basketball player, high IQ on and off the court. And I remember listening to Tad when the Buffs used to play Stanford when Spencer was in school. He just raved about him. Defensively shooting, it's cool to see Spencer Jones step into a role, and I imagine soon a part of the main roster. We'll see what happens moving forward. We'll get back to the Nuggets here coming up in just a little bit, and after that huge win over Houston last night, Nuggets coach David Adelman will join PhD this afternoon, Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac at 12:30. You don't want to miss that. Chime in on the Shop Mazda text line throughout the course of the morning. One price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. On the other side, Sean Payton spoke to the media again yesterday, the morning after the massive win over the Packers. We'll take a listen to what Coach had to say. Stick with us on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
How are you feeling out there, dudes? Are your productive workouts getting even more productive? Are you sleeping okay? You feeling very fresh in the head? Well, maybe you're doing pretty good then with your testosterone. But if your energy is lower and you aren't sleeping well, you feel foggy all the time, maybe even your sex drive is off, you might be experiencing some or all of the symptoms of low testosterone. It happened to me years ago. And my doc said, hey, I'm just getting up there. I said, well, I'm going to do something about it. And I called the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You should do the same kind of thing because their treatments absolutely work. Successfully treated many men for low T. And the guys like me have seen the amazing difference that those treatments can make in your life. Guys, in your early to mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every single year. You don't realize it at first, and then all of a sudden it kind of adds up on you. Well, give them a call today if it feels like you could be helped. 720-440-7900. 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. That number again, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for being here. By the way, it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Here comes another keyword. This is your chance to win tickets to see the Avs host division rival Winnipeg this Friday night. Your 720 keyword is Winkler. Text Winkler with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered to win. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. Your keyword this hour, Winkler. That's Winkler. Good luck to you.
Hey, Smith.
Yes, sir.
I had one of those moments this morning.
Oh, no, did you?
Where my phone, I listen to the green noise on my phone when I sleep.
The what?
Well, my phone.
Hold on. Back up. Sorry. Green noise? Green noise?
I listen to green noise when I sleep.
And
how's green noise?
How is that different than white noise? Explain.
White noises. Green noises.
How about just
It's a
sleeping?
difference.
Well, I need
Okay.
some background noise too, but I didn't know there was a differentiation. That's fascinating. Okay, continue.
Yeah.
What did
there's
our
also
forefathers do without this noise? What did everybody else do?
They had the forest and the trees.
Yeah, Vic, they weren't in a Yeah, there you go. They weren't in a corner room at a Seattle hotel with fire trucks driving by at 2 a.m. screaming, right? Okay,
Yeah.
that George
What about
Washington was
magenta
out there with
noise?
crickets.
Anybody use magenta noise?
I don't know.
I'm a
Green noise is
fuchsia
the
guy
thing, though.
myself.
Okay, good. That's great. But my phone somehow became unplugged and it drained.
Oh no.
And I woke up to silence and the wind blowing and the addicts down on the street. I woke up I woke up to a freak out at 4:03 in the morning, thinking it was like 8 o'clock, and that you guys couldn't call me because my phone was dead to wake me up and all this kind of thing. I had one of those panic moments until I realized it was 4:03 in the morning. And then I'm like, oh, my God, I get it. I can go back to bed and get another hour's sleep or whatever it is.
That's a fun
but I
little
had one of those
Chinese fire drill wake-up call. I mean, geez.
And then, and the way these hotel, Vic, that they have the tiniest little switches to turn the lights on. I couldn't find the switch on the light. And so I'm bumping around into the bed and falling down. And it was, it's one of those 4 a.m. panic moments because you think that, crap, I'm late for skate or I'm missing the entire show, that kind of thing. But here I am. I made it. How about that? Isn't that a story?
We're thrilled, Moj, by the way. I mean,
Thanks for that minute.
Round of applause. Well done. I completely relate. That is the worst feeling in the world.
We were just talking about that, though,
I know.
weren't we? Weren't we just talking about that?
Yeah, last week. Yeah, it's just the
Let me
absolute
take
worst.
some time now to talk about my night's sleep.
Please,
if you don't mind.
Please. Are you a melatonin user?
Yeah, I went to bed. I had some chips last night, so my stomach wasn't feeling great because I'm guilty pleasure. A few chips.
Bad to eat late.
Got into bed. TV stayed on for a while. I don't know what the hell happened. I think
What were
I
you
woke
watching?
up twice in the middle of the night. Had to pee. No noise, but an alarm clock hit, and I wondered if I should hit snooze. But when I hit snooze, it's always a danger zone, right? You don't want to hit snooze too many times.
It's a tricky business.
So rolled out and got ready for the show. How's that, Moshe?
I'm glad you shared, Vic.
I think you suck.
All right, let's transition here to Broncos. Still plenty to get to from that massive win over the Packers. The first of the 12-win club, boys. That's a big deal. Clinched the playoffs on the same day Kansas City was eliminated. That's another big deal. And the Broncos just keep rolling with 11 in a row. Sean Payton had his weekly Zoom yesterday. And interesting mood for Sean Payton, I'd say. Not a ton, but some interesting takeaways. He was talking about the offense, and this is something that we spoke about as we were getting ready for Broncos and Packers, that when you go up against a defense like this, you've got to do a good job winning first and second down to stay out of those third and longs. And I think their average yards to go was under 5 on third down, which is, that's money right there. That means it's a job well done.
Well, a couple things. I think we've reduced some of the pre-snap penalties, although we had another false start yesterday. We had a holding. But I think when you look at our first and second down efficiency, we rarely were in third and long, and we often converted a first down after first or second down.
That had a lot to do with the fact that Bo was really efficient. and they were taking what the defense was giving them. The last couple of weeks, guys, they've been playing under center a lot and getting Bo out in that little boot rollout action.
Notice that early in the game, and I think it just helps the running game get going too, right? It gives them a little more rhythm for the offensive linemen, where to go, how to go. The running backs get going. So, again, it's fun to watch the offense evolve. What you see in September is not what we're seeing in December. Different play calls, different expectations. You put a game plan in during the week, this guy can execute. You remember, Bo never went under center in college. Just wasn't part of his deal. He's doing it pretty well now.
I think he is. It's been impressive to watch, especially because, to your point, it's an evolution of the offense. It's a refinement of what they're doing. It's figuring out what each other is comfortable with. And we heard Sean and Bo talk about each other and the competitive nature. And I was listening to PhD the other day, and they've been kind of harping on the fact that they think there was a little rift between Sean and Bo during the middle of the year. And then the last 4 games after Bo was called out by a lot of the national media, he has really elevated his game. What he's done over these last 4 have been incredibly impressive. They really have.
Yeah. They've been super impressive. And I heard the guys talking about it yesterday. I heard Coach Sanford talking about it. But specifically, I think it was Tyler that said, look, man, the way this guy's playing right now is a top 5 guy in the National Football League. And what the throws I saw on Sunday, I can't deny that, and I wouldn't deny that. I mean, he played a great game. You know, I don't care if there was a rift between the coach and the quarterback. Here's the bottom line. This is Sean Payton's handpicked guy. And Sean Payton handpicks a guy because he thinks he knows what he sees in him, and that this guy can adapt and this guy can grow. And that's what we're seeing in this offense. You talk about being under center. I talked yesterday about the pliability of this offense and the ability to go through the entire playbook and then start to pull more and more out. Well, we're seeing that right now. You got to give these defenses a different look. You just have to, because if you don't, they're going to key on you and they're going to destroy you. Defensive coordinators and defensive players, they're too smart and they're too good to keep running the same crap all the time and thinking it's going to work like it did, like you said, Vic, in September. So I commend them, and I commend Bo Nix for growing and being a much better player overall and being able to adapt. It's a really cool thing to see.
Let me give you some context behind that claim that he's playing better the last 4 games. His completion rate is up nearly 15% from his first 10 over his last 4. He's averaging about 70 more passing yards per game. His interceptions are down. Passer rating is up about 21 points, better than his first 10. So I think a little bit of that probably has to do with the fact that they're not running as much as they were with J.K. Dobbins. But you still have to deal with that problem anyway. It's not like that bridge is going to cross itself. You're going to have to find ways to adapt and adjust for the playoffs. And if Bo can take a little bit more on his shoulders and operate more efficiently and more accurately, like there's a couple of deep balls in that game that he hits to Cortland that he was just missing at the beginning of the year, Vic.
He's just in more control. Guys, when your quarterback arrives, there are different revelations that occur during the season and different times when people go, okay, he's the guy. How many times have we said he's the guy, or, oh, he's not the guy just yet? Oh, he's the guy, or no, not yet. Bottom line is this. When you need a play to be made, can your quarterback make that play? When it's 4th down and 2, a long 2, and you go for it, and he delivers a sideline pass that's perfect, right where only Cortland Sutton can catch it, can he make that play? And he's proven, at least in the last game, he's arrived. That's what he did. It's fun to watch. It really is. The evolution of a quarterback and the evolution of a franchise quarterback, when you can start being relied upon, and there are the key words, can you rely on him to give you a chance? Well, he gave you all kinds of chances on Sunday.
The other thing that I think Sean is doing is I think he's preaching that home field advantage, to embrace what Denver presents. You're playing at altitude. When the crowd is into it at Mile High, it's as good of a home field advantage outside of maybe Seattle as there is in the league. And I think Bo and Sean are really starting to embrace that because, let's be honest, if you're going to win a Super Bowl and you're going to get the number 1 seed, you're going to be at home. And you got to play to the advantages that are naturally presented to you.
One of those last 4th downs, I just remember thinking, wow, it's pretty electric in here. It feels like a playoff environment. That's why playing at home in the playoffs is so important. That's why playing at home in itself is important, man. You get the crowd behind you. You get, a good road environment for a team that comes in here and plays. It's not easy and or fun at times. So the crowd is pretty much like an extra player out there for us, and that's a big part of the game. And I know it hasn't been, necessarily the last several years, but this organization's tradition of being tough to play at, being at Mile High, it's like no other. So, I'm really excited to see more and more of that, and the hostility just get better and better.
Listen, totally agree with him. Totally agree with the crowd played a big factor, but I don't think this is, home field advantage in December. This isn't December yet. I know it is in the month, but the weather isn't December yet. It isn't what we've come to expect in Denver. It's not cold yet. It's not winter yet. How do they respond in the winter? I mean, what's the winterest game that the Broncos have played? What's the winterest of wintry?
That stupid playoff game against the Ravens, dude.
You mean this year?
No, I'm
Vic?
talking about this version.
Oh, this season.
Yes, this version of the Broncos.
I heard they're pumping in that
Bo's
AC.
era.
I heard they're pumping in that AC at the RCA Dome in Indy. So maybe that one?
Yeah, maybe that one, right.
You guys know what I mean by that, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
of course.
It's Lucas
they're
Oil,
at
by the way.
luxury
RCA
of
Dome.
playing perfect conditions. I mean, it was perfect. When the wind was blowing, what game was it when the wind was blowing and you couldn't even tell? Was it that Thursday nighter against the Raiders where the wind was blowing on the field? Those are horrible conditions. And those are games you're going to have to win in December and January. You're going to have a game where it's like, oh my God, you can barely hold the ball, let alone throw it.
And that is a good point, because when those games roll around, Mose, you're going to need your ground game. And right now it sounds like maybe R.J. Harvey might miss some time. The Broncos yesterday, they claimed a running back off of Houston's practice squad, or Houston waived him and they claimed him off waivers. Cody Schrader, he played at Mizzou. He's had one career carry for 3 yards, 5'9", like 210 plus. I don't know if he'll ever play, but it's a little bit more depth at running back, I guess, just in case.
Dude, if Cody Schrader knocked me down on the street, I would not know who he is.
Right.
And that's no offense. That's no offense to Cody Schrader. I just don't follow other teams' practice squads.
What about Ricky Schroeder?
I do know Ricky Schroeder. He was in Silver Spoons, and then he was in, I think, Lonesome Dove, and then he was a cop, and he did a bunch of stuff, I guess. But the fact of the matter is you're losing Brandon Jones for a while now, and I don't know exactly how long that's going to be. So
the rest of the regular season for sure, because IR puts him through the regular season.
But I'm talking about postseason here, Vic, and that's where my main concern is. Where is he going to land when the playoffs roll around? And then, what is Harvey's situation and how bad is it? Because if we're talking about a rib, or what are we talking about? Rib type of stuff, chest stuff?
They didn't get too specific. It could be a rib, it could be rib cartilage. Anything in that area hurts.
Yeah, anything in the general, when you breathe and you're like, You ever had a rib injury, dude? It is miserable. And for a running back who gets popped in the ribs on every dang play, I can't even imagine how miserable it would be. But, this is starting to be a little bit of a concern. It really is. Because I guess, Key is going to play, and I thought he played pretty well on Sunday. He made some, no pun intended, some key plays, some big tackles. But hey, man, you're starting to feel it a little bit.
You mean PJ Locke?
Is it PJ? Well, I thought it was maybe Devon Key's going to get in there.
Well, yeah,
I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm not sure, but PJ's going to start. I mean, as of right now.
You think so?
Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
Okay, well then put PJ in there, because I thought that Key's going to have to get more playing time.
Well, all it does is, at some point it affects your special teams unit, because you're taking guys that devote themselves to those units and now giving them more time on the field with the defense or the offense, and it's a trickle-down effect. I thought the Broncos in that game, the injuries to Stranad, special teamer, now that P.J. Locke's got to move up, special teamer, this stuff's going to start catching up, right? It's going to start catching up. Because special teams has been pretty good the last few weeks. Pretty good. Would you guys agree?
Yeah.
No
I mean,
glaring
Marvin Mims,
mistakes like we saw early in the season.
Yeah, the punt return for touchdown against the Raiders. I mean, you'll take it all day, every day. And Crawshaw, I mean, he's going to be a Pro Bowler. I mean, that's a hell of a draft pick right now. This is Sean Payton, by the way. Little spicy, Sean, but he was talking about how that the goals are unchanged and that their goal is to, well, let me not screw it up. Here's Sean.
We're not preparing for the playoffs right now. And it was written yesterday, and I said it yesterday. I thought I was pretty clear. We have 3 goals. Win the division. All right? The first goal is not make the playoffs, and I'm talking to Zach. All right? What I said yesterday, first goal, win the division. Goal 2, best seed. Goal 3, Super Bowl. None of those goals have been accomplished. We're focused on Jacksonville.
Yeah, got it, Zach? Goal 1, division. Goal 2, seed. Goal 3, Super Bowl. Can I make it any more clear?
Well, you can't get any of those goals without making the playoffs first, so that's got to be a goal.
I think his
Your own
point
little internet shows are driving me crazy.
I think his point was that their standard is higher than that, and they're shooting higher than that, right?
Sure. Okay. That's fair, but it's an unspoken goal. You got to get to the playoffs first. I mean, it's wonderful where the Broncos stand right now, but and I think it's even better that the work isn't done. I think it's great that that last game against the Chargers can mean something. It can mean a lot for both teams. Nothing wrong with that.
Hopefully it doesn't. I mean, hopefully the Broncos take care of business the next 2 weeks and it doesn't. That's what I'm hoping for. But yeah, I mean, either way, I understand what you're saying, Vic. Like there's a possibility for sure. There's no doubt about it. Tons more to get to throughout the course of the morning. Make sure you're locked in. Again, that keyword for 720 is Winkler. Text Winkler with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered to win tickets for Avs and Jets on Friday night. On the other side, interesting news yesterday and a fascinating game last night. We'll discuss next. Remember now, whether you are at home or on the go, we're always available streaming live on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. What time did you guys get into Seattle yesterday, Moj?
God, I want to say I got to the hotel like at 4 something like that. Not bad at all. You know what I mean? It's just really windy here and it's rainy and all that kind of thing, like you would expect Seattle to be. So that's what you're dealing with. No big deal. We'll come home tonight right after the game, and I'll see you guys tomorrow morning at some point. A couple things, Matt, as we continue on here. The key word is not wiggler, okay, like wiggle your butt wiggler. It's Winkler, like Henry Winkler.
Henry, the
okay?
Fonz.
Well, yeah, that was
like
the
the
720 keyword, so keep waiting. 8:20, we'll have another chance for you to win tickets to Avs and Jets coming up on Friday night. So I imagine you guys got a chance to watch that Monday Night Football game a little bit then, huh, Moj?
Did a little bit. I thought Pittsburgh was okay. You know, I mean, I thought they're pretty decent. I don't know that they'll. See, when I watch the Pittsburgh Steelers play the game of football, I don't think to myself, "Oh no," you know. I don't freak out. They don't really scare me. For some reason, Aaron was. I mean, I know he was really efficient last night, but he doesn't scare me at this point.
Are you guys watching these games now and considering possible postseason opponents?
Absolutely.
1,000% I am. Yes, 1,000.
I wouldn't mind playing Pittsburgh. Nothing about Pittsburgh scares me.
Agreed. Other than, you know, it could be one of these DK Metcalf gets off type of games. I don't know. The running game doesn't really scare me that much. Aaron is aged, but he did play pretty well last night. I'm going to give him some credit. But yeah, I'm looking at possible opponents, Vic, and trying to size them up the best I can. And the ones that really scare me, honestly, that Buffalo New England game. We didn't talk a whole lot about it yesterday. Yeah. But I think both those teams are incredibly capable.
Buffalo still scares you because of that witch they have a quarterback, and he's capable of coming back on you, and he's done it. So, yeah, that's a team that scares you, rightfully so.
Totally.
The Dolphins have now lost 14 straight in under 40-degree weather. It's the longest streak for any team since 2000. McDaniel now 1-14 straight up in road neutral games against teams above 500. That's brutal. 1-14 straight up in road or neutral games against teams above 500.
And playing in that division, and when they have to go play some of those northern teams, you ain't going to fix that easily. That's a tough one, man. That's tough.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
That is true, Coach. That is true, Coach. I wonder if he keeps that job. I'm not exactly sure yet. I don't know what happens there. I mean, it would be tough, it feels like.
I was thinking about that, Matt. You asked me that question last week, and I was thinking about Mike, and look, the players haven't quit on him, which is good. But at the same time, you know, if you're a GM or an owner, it's not just that the players play hard for you, but are you doing the right things with the players that you got?
Sure.
And do they have enough players? Tua is not Tua anymore. He's not the same Tua. And I don't know how you would be the same Tua when you've gone through that many head situations. And I thought he played pretty well last night. I really do, but he's not as consistent as he should be or needs to be for Miami to win games. He's just not.
By the way, how about this Christmas Day slate in the NFL that we have coming up? At the beginning of the year, it looked interesting. It did. But now it looks like 3 straight stinkers. And you'll remember Netflix paid millions and millions of dollars. And then Prime paid a gajillion dollars themselves to get Broncos and Chiefs on Christmas night. And all 3 of those games, for the most part, outside of Denver hopefully wrapping up the number 1 seed in the AFC in the process and beating Kansas City, they're all meaningless.
Those are the chances you take for those late December games. They could be meaningless. Teams may wrap things up. People will still watch. Let's not fool ourselves here, right? If you're a Broncos fan, it doesn't matter. You're watching the Broncos and Chiefs, even if it means nothing to Kansas City. It's still a meaningful game. So I don't buy too much into that. They're still going to carry a large audience. The NFL is still going to dominate the ratings, no matter what they say.
Well, I think you're right, but it's still just, it's incredibly underwhelming. It's definitely not going to be viewership numbers like it would have been otherwise, though.
Yeah, but this
it will take
process,
some hit.
Yeah, we get this every time. Oh, well, the NFL's better off when the Chiefs are in the picture. Well, that wasn't always the case. The Chiefs had to earn their legacy. They had to earn it. When they first started playing, nobody said that. Now they do. You got to build your team to get to that level, right? You got to build, you got to play, you got to win. And now the Chiefs' reign, it feels like it's over to me. I don't know if it does to you guys. It feels like it's over for them.
Vic, I don't know what Andy Reid's going to do. They've got to remake part of that roster, no doubt about it. And who knows what Travis Kelce's going to do. But that being said, man, Patrick Mahomes is still a relatively young man. And
yeah, but they'll
think
be
there's
good,
gonna
but
be
not
a
dominant good. I don't think that. I think the years of dominance are over.
But as long as he is healthy, and obviously he's not right now, and I don't know what his time frame is going to be, 9 months, 10 months, a year, who knows. But I'm sure he's going to come back with a renewed sense of purpose. When you've played that much important football, regardless of the injury, you're going to come back and you're going to want it again.
Great.
I don't know how long it's going to take, but
the rest of the division is caught up, though.
to be able to do it. Yeah,
but the difference is the Broncos are a much better team than they were during the early part of his reign. The Chargers are here. The division is caught up. The Chiefs, as far as we know, they're never going to be the same again. They're just not.
Well, I will say, I was thinking about this yesterday. It was 9 years between Super Bowls for Tom Brady, from I think 28 to 36 or something like that.
Yeah. But his division never got better, guys. The difference is, look at the division in which the Patriots played. They never had a team come up the ranks like the Broncos are currently doing.
Fair enough. That is a good point. Absolutely.
Well,
and the Chargers
also,
you could lump in there too.
Yeah. I was going to say there's also, Matt, those guys in Los Angeles. I mean, do we want to just I guess we think the Chargers are always going to Charger. But, Harbaugh's doing a pretty good job, and they've got a bit of a witch at quarterback, too. I don't think they're going to go anywhere. If they can just not lose all their tackles and DBs and safeties and a wideout and this kind of thing from year to year, Chargers are going to be right there, dude. It's a pretty damn good team.
By the way, guys, we had Eniu Azarike, Broncos defensive lineman, on our pregame show last night, and I put up a photo of Sean Payton, and we had him just describe what Sean Payton has done for this organization, and he could not stop raving about how he is in the locker room, not publicly but privately. And we always cast Sean Payton as sort of this curmudgeon, like abrasive coach, but to the players, he truly is a player's coach. They really respond to him behind closed doors. I don't know if they fear him as much as, I don't know what it is, but they really respond to him. And Wazarike could not stop gushing about that. It's a big reason why the Broncos are what they are. I mean, you always say a coach needs to be feared. Well, in this day and age, that's not always the case. You have to respect a coach for how they treat you and the other players. And I think he treats the players well.
I think he does too. I think most guys like him. I mean, you could ask Russell Wilson. I'm not sure he'd have that same opinion, but the point is valid that I think there's a very real level of buy-in here, that the culture has been established now, and that's what you're seeing. And a guy like Uwazurike, I mean, he was given a second chance at life by the Broncos, right?
By Sean Payton. He was banned an entire season for a mistake he made when it came to gambling. And Sean Payton, if Sean Payton doesn't sign off on that, he doesn't play for the Broncos again. And there he was in that game, helping make the most decisive play of the game. On the Patrick Surtain pick, it was Uwazurike who got in Jordan Love's face to force him to throw the ball early.
On the text line, Moj was telling us that he falls asleep to green noise, not white noise. And
noise.
And a texter says, Vic's white noise is falling asleep to Jay Leno at full volume, which I don't even know how you do anymore.
Or Matlock.
Yeah, Matlock or
although
Mash.
I will say this about Jay. He's a big car guy, right?
Yeah.
You ever watch the videos about his car collection, and he starts up like a steam car and that kind of thing?
Of course.
He's got the jet-powered motorcycle. I think it's pretty interesting, man. I think he's a pretty interesting dude.
Vic just is trying to fall asleep, and he's got in the background. You guys seen this? You guys seen this one lately? You guys seen this story? This Matt Damon guy?
I do like to have the television on when I fall asleep. You guys have to have it perfectly dark and silent. I could fall asleep with a marching band in my room.
I'm a guy who needs a rerun of a sitcom I've watched a million times, very low volume.
You could have Steve Nelson's band right next to my bed, and I'd fall asleep pretty easily.
I was going to say, you could book us, Vic, for your sleep routine if you need us.
I'm serious. We ought to try that one night. Just play a set and see if I can go to sleep.
By the way, I was thinking
or better yet, the best way to sleep is have Moser just give you a story about something. I'm out.
I could absolutely do that. There was a time, boys, when I didn't have anything to go to sleep, and I just went to sleep. But then I started for years. I would always listen to Pink Floyd's "Dark Side of the Moon" and fall asleep to that.
Yeah,
How's
brother. That sounds awesome, man.
That would put me out, no doubt about it. Hey, as we roll on here,
No, that's good stuff, man. It's 100% pure stuff.
I think we're parked, man. There's a guy who's becoming a new public enemy number one in the world.
Oh,
if you know what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's. Do I need to jot that down to hit
last
later?
Night.
Okay.
Did it again last night, and this guy is starting to draw some serious ire.
Well, I appreciate the tease. We'll wait for that on the other side. It's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith.
If you or a friend or a loved one's involved in a bad accident or serious case, call Dan Kaplis Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Dan Kaplis Law wins just like those teams continue to win every night, it seems. Dan Kaplis Law wins in record-setting ways because it's a serious firm for serious cases. And obviously you think your case is serious, otherwise you wouldn't call. The phone number, 303-770-5551. Dan's accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. Don't hesitate. If you think you've got one, give him a call, 303-770-5551, or scan the internet, look him up, dankapleslaw.com.
we were trying very hard to get the matchup that we could get when you're playing that small. We did a great job when Yoke was still in of finding the matchup, playing the pick and roll, and just finding the right play. Found the pocket. Our spacing was much better towards the end, the flat spacing. That led to Spencer's 3. We got really good looks once we really opened the court up for our 2 guys. So there was a ton of positives and then a ton of film to watch so we can work on in the case that Valanciunas and Jokic foul out of a game. In that game, it's something we'll have to talk about, though, because it could happen. You know what I mean? So it was a really great effort by our guys out there, man. They just made enough plays to win the game against a really, really good team.
128-125 in overtime. Nuggets take down Houston for the second time this season. Denver finally snapped their 4-game home losing streak. They've won 5 in a row now. And on the holiday, the oh-so-highest of holidays, Yokmas, they're now 4-1 all time. How about them apples?
Yeah. Vic, you say he hates that?
Oh,
does he?
Cannot stand it. And it's no surprise to me. Think about it. Do you think Nikola Jokic, who is not a fan of talking about himself, praising himself, nothing about self, do you think he would entertain some made-up holiday that's about him? I knew the minute that this became a big thing and everybody discussed it and we made a big deal out of it, I knew deep down he hated it. And you know the superpower that DMac possesses? Yeah. DMac is the best at this. Our boy DMac, he is so good at asking questions that will generate some sort of, he knows the conflict that's coming. Put it that way. He understands good questioning. And he asked a good one at the end of the press conference last night.
The call of today's Yokmas, does that mean anything to you?
I cannot stand, oh my God. Who was it? Whose idea was that?
His album. You guys are killing me.
Is it?
Sorry.
Yeah.
We'll let you go on that.
Thank you, guys.
They all pointed at Brendan Vogt of DNVR. I guess he was the one who came up with Yokmas, which, by the way, Yokmas is celebrating the first time Nikola Jokic was inserted into the starting lineup so many years ago.
He was inserted into the starting lineup before that game against Portland. It's just he was inserted for
permanently.
Good.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that. So last night, specifically from Jokic, 39, 15, and 10. However, it wasn't like he was his normal self. He wasn't a model of efficiency. He was 13 of 27. Now, he was efficient from 3, 5 of 9. But the shot wasn't falling in the paint, Vic, but it didn't stop him. His persistence kind of made up for the fact that he wasn't hitting.
He knew that he had to, power up against a big team. Man, those guys attack the boards. And Joker, again, what makes Joker the best player on the planet is he can beat you in so many ways. Last night, 5 3-pointers. He made more threes than anybody on the court. And that's your starting center, your interplanetary center. He made threes. He made runners. I thought the biggest shot he made a fall away, the Sambor shuffle.
That was nice.
That was really sweet.
Sambor shuffle, baby!
And necessary. I mean, he's just a shot maker, boys. And when he fouled out, and he rightfully fouled out, I keep reading, why would they foul Joker out? Because he fouled. How do you guys want – listen, I'm not going to be the double standard here. I'm not going to be the hypocrite on this. If you foul, you foul. I don't care who you are. I don't care how some players are treated. I get it. But you fouled. That was an obvious foul, and he fouled out of the game.
I thought it should have been called on Murray. I thought Adelman had a point there.
Fine. He was trying to get to there's an earlier foul before the big foul.
Right.
But he still fouled. Correct?
I guess. I mean, it's as soft as Sharman, but yeah, I guess. I mean, he touched him. I think he touched him. I don't know if I'd say he fouled him, but he definitely touched him. Either way, he fouled out. It was 126-121 with 1:23 left in overtime, and the Nuggets had to just get that thing into the clubhouse from there. Spencer Jones played a big role in that. Jamal Murray was really good. Tim Hardaway Jr. bit off offensively last night.
Yeah.
Wasn't finding his shot, but I thought he did some good things. And obviously, at the end of regulation, he got fouled, which before it was inbounded, so he got a free throw and the Nuggets got the ball back.
If you're wondering, by the way, the final seconds for Houston on their inbound, right? They had to have a 3 to tie it. The Nuggets, according to Coach Adelman, they were trying to foul. They were going to foul, which is why that shot looked so awkward. Because I didn't think Şengün, he thought he was going to get fouled, and it was who was guarding him at the time?
Well, I think it was Cam, but it was Cam and it was Tim Hardaway, if memory serves. And
Bruce Brown switched onto him.
That's what it was.
Bruce Brown switched onto him, and Bruce said he was going to foul him until he went up into his shooting motion and then let him go. But that's what's crazy about those final seconds. What do you do when you're up by 3? Do you foul? What do you guys think?
Well, that's 6 one way, half dozen the other. I mean, if it's Shaq, I'm fouling. Right, if it's Shaquille O'Neal, but if it's a guy who's 90% from the line, then the answer is no. I probably don't. But that whole overtime made me nervous. Before you knew it, the Nuggets had jumped out to a 7-point lead. If I'm not mistaken, it was 124-117, and I'm like, okay, everything's good. And then it was just gut wrenching the rest of the way. It was like, oh man, and if they make this 3, then we're doomed or going to double OT. But they pulled out the dub. That's all that matters. They pulled out the dub. And Vic, I don't know what you do. Do you foul or do you just let him take it? If it's Şengün, I let him take it because he doesn't have that kind of range.
Well, the play is for Kevin Durant, and 2 guys kind of switched off, and everybody did a great job denying KD the entry pass. So Şengün kind of comes open, and he gets the ball right away. It's a turn and face, and to your point, Vic, he's expecting them to foul, so he just lets it go to try and get the shot off, and it's an air ball. I mean, in that moment, without Nikola Jokic on the floor, I'm not typically a proponent of fouling up 3, but in that moment, manufacturing a win against the team that's right behind you in the Western Conference standings, you can foul all day there, and I'm fine with that, as long as you don't foul a 3-point shooter.
It just extends the game, right? It makes it a half an hour to finish a game. That's all it does. Right?
I think it's just smart, even if it isn't aesthetically pleasing, I thought in that moment. So I credit David Adelman for that. Here is David Adelman post-game on Yokmis, which, by the way, he had the best quote of them all when it came to Yokmis.
In Denver, locally, we call it Yokmis. On December 15th, he became the full-time starter in 2016. That's cool. I was curious if you ever heard of that, if it means anything to you, if there's any way I can coax you into a quote about Yokmis at all.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like every day is that. Like, he's our best, he's our best player, and he's won a lot of awards and stuff. So we're lucky to have him on this day and tomorrow, and however many days he decides to stay here in Denver, Colorado.
Yokmis, Christmas, New Year's, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, doesn't matter. Every day is special with Nikola Jokic, Moj.
Oh, every single day. I mean, he's just such an important player. You simply can't put it into words anymore. I mean, I don't know how you could. He's just phenomenal in everything that he does, and he had 11 defensive rebounds last night. Again, you're talking about another triple-double before he fouled out. It's just, he's a special dude. I'm curious, though, Vic, what other teams around the West, maybe OKC isn't too worried about it, but if I'm Houston walking out of there going, God, man, you got to go into a series against these guys in the postseason and wonder, really, can we win? You know what I mean? There's got to be doubt there because that guy exists.
Well, they've played the Nuggets twice, the Rockets have, and both times they've lost by 3. And they've both been winnable games for Houston. This is an even series, bro. That's an even matchup. However, remember, the Nuggets have been short-staffed in both of those games.
Exactly.
The Nuggets have not had all their fireworks. Their power is they're not playing with the same roster right now. And the fact that they've been able to beat Houston twice without those guys and without Peyton Watson last night, and if you're just tuning in, the Peyton Watson injury, it's a lower trunk contusion. According to David Adelman, he got like a stinger. It's not a long-term injury, and he expects him to be back at some point soon.
By the way, this texter makes your point perfectly. Yeah, sure, the Rockets and Nuggets, a great matchup when Denver doesn't have AG and CB.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been impressive to beat that team shorthanded because you might see them in the playoffs.
You know what? That could be the team you're going to have to beat in the second round.
That's exactly right. Here is David Adelman, by the way, talking about that right trunk contusion, which, again, what is a trunk? Explain that to me. What's a trunk?
Well, trunk is where a lot of my brethren in the mafia keep their bodies.
Okay. And Watson bruised that.
Yes.
Okay.
A lot of discomfort. It was bone on bone. It's one of those things where I think it could be totally fine tomorrow. But it hurt him. I mean, it was one of those like stingers that he just couldn't get himself, warmed up again. Tate's a tough kid, so when he called for the sub and fouled, you knew it wasn't good. But nothing long term, as far as I understand. It's just probably a bone bruise.
And this
Who
is
was it?
Sorry, Moj, go ahead.
No. Who was it? Feel your hips, guys. Just feel your hips real quick. Reach down on the sides and feel your hips. Okay, right there, the top of your hip. Who was it that suffered a broken bone there? They broke the wing of their hip. Who did that?
I don't know. Let's all go ahead and stand up and do this exercise. Feel your hamstrings, everybody. Get down and touch. Feel your hammer. You got that?
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I'm there. Yeah.
Let's get to your navel. Feel your navel.
Tummy. Yeah, tummy.
Get your navel.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Copy. Yeah.
Got that.
Okay.
Do we have to pat
elbow.
our heads while we do this?
Yeah, get your elbow in there.
It's a trunk, dude. It's a trunk. So if we're talking about like right there,
Yeah, get in
right
in
at the
there.
top of the hip, that's what we're talking about.
Get in that trunk.
Like right there?
Right in there.
Deep,
right in that
get
trunk.
deep in there.
Yeah. Deep in that trunk.
Anything else?
Somebody suffered a broken hip wing. Like that would be.
Is that the
that would be
technical term?
painful. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I
The
don't know how
medical
else to
term?
describe it. Yeah. I mean, the grandma broke her coccyx.
One of our
I don't know what you call it.
One of our Twitchers reminds us that Jason Elam once cracked his transverse process, whatever that is.
Right. And that's right next to your inverse process.
Oh.
That's what I was told, at least. By the way, a couple other notes. Thank you. By the way, a couple other notes from last night. Vic mentioned the Watson injury. So maybe he misses some time. You've got Orlando on Thursday. Houston, by the way, comes back. They got to do this again on Saturday.
Weird schedule because of the NBA Cup. The Saturday game was already on the schedule. Last night's game was added to the schedule by result of the NBA Cup. So twice in 1 week, you're hosting the Rockets. Hopefully by Saturday, Peyton Watson's ready to go. You're not going to have Christian Brown. You're not going to have Aaron Gordon. People keep asking about those two. Christian Brown is out of his boot, but he's not going to play this week or next week. He's not. He's not going to be available. And Aaron Gordon's not going to be available till the new year.
Someone else says on the text line, put some respect on Spencer Jones' name. You have to. I mean, the guy plays 41 minutes last night. He's in there playing the 5 after Jokic fouls out. Great defense on Kevin Durant. Durant has 25 last night, but I thought largely in the fourth quarter he was held pretty quiet because of Spencer Jones.
Spencer Jones!
So good to see from the two-way guy. 29 games left to figure out what you want to do with him. Obviously, they're going to sign him to a deal, right? And the question becomes, how do you create space? And I know you talked about some space Moj that played last night, but I got 3 names on the end of that bench that are doing nothing other than warming those chairs.
Okay, that's easier said than done. What do you do?
Fair enough. I'm not saying that I have your answer right now.
Yeah.
And clearly you don't have many assets to attach to try and get somebody to just take some roster space from you.
You're asking people to take money off your
I understand.
Off your books.
Nobody wants to help you for free. Okay, nobody's out there just being a good other team in the league out of the goodness of their heart. You're gonna have to incentivize it somehow.
So what do you do, Vic? I don't know. That's what I've been racking my brain. I mean, I got 3 names in Pickett, Tyson, and Najee that, I mean, they're as good to you as Christmas decorations
The only
right
thing
now.
you can do is attach a player that has value, and there are some players on this team that may not be fundamental to your success, role players that you can attach to a package. That's the only thing you can do.
What can you do? I can't even believe I'm saying this. And I'm only saying it because I realize
Deron Holmes has value. Do you want to part with Deron Holmes?
That's where I'm going, because you got to have Spencer Jones. And if it comes at the price of a Deron Holmes, then it comes at the price of a Deron Holmes. Yeah,
well, that's easier.
I don't want to do it.
Deron Holmes is tearing up the G League. And I know it's just the G League, but how many players already, including Spencer Jones, have gone through that, where you play really well down there, and then all of a sudden, hey, you're playing pretty well up here?
I think you need help now. So can Deron Holmes help you this year?
Yeah, I don't disagree. That's a great way to look at it, Louis. Everybody keeps talking about, do you want to betray the future of a player who can help you down the line? In my estimation, there is no down the line.
No, it's the here and now.
The down the line look at the Nuggets. This isn't Oklahoma City. You're accruing picks and you're keeping all these stockpiled picks. That doesn't exist. Your line is Nikola Jokic. That's your line. That's it.
Dude, he's averaging 21, 8, and 4.
Somebody reminds us they have a roster spot open. We know the Nuggets have a roster spot open. That's not the issue. The issue is if you sign him, now you go into that second apron because of the number that he needs to be signed to. If you enter the second apron, you get hit with certain restrictions. They did everything they could to get out of that apron. It's not my money.
21.
If it were my money, man, I'd give me every apron.
21.
I'm just telling you.
21-8-4. Who are you talking about, Moj?
What's Deron Holmes' stats in the G League?
Oh God. Yeah,
21-8-4. I mean,
him.
that's what it is.
Wonderful.
I mean, am I wrong about that?
Wonderful.
I just looked it up.
If he can help right now, I think that's fantastic. I do. But if he can't, then I think other conversations need to be had.
Agreed. But
the window's open right now.
Yeah, agreed. But this is where GMing becomes a bit of an issue too, because you want to try to plan for the future the best you possibly can, and that guy might end up being a hell of a player.
Moser, you teased us on something before the break. What was it?
Oh wait,
well, it's too late to get to now.
No, it's not, because I wanted to get to it in the next segment. Moj said there's a new public enemy number one. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
Well, he'll tell you next.
Although some people, you ought to see the defenders come out of the woodwork. It's fine.
Oh, I can't wait. So they'll come at you right now on the text line. We'll do it on the other side.
I hope that they do. Okay.
Happy Avs Ticket Tuesday. The best team in the NHL is hosting the Winnipeg Jets on Friday night, and you could be there. Text this hour's keyword, Steinbach. That's STEINBACH to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered to win. By the way, if you'd like to purchase tickets and get the one-of-a-kind Avs Nuggets shooting shirt for City Connection Night, visit ColoradoAvalanche.com/Nuggets. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Your 8 a.m. keyword is Steinbach. Good luck spelling it, and we'll announce our winner at 9:55.
What are we doing here?
Are we doing Grapes of Wrath? No, that's Steinbeck.
Right. Yes. Good correction from the literary in the room.
Like Terry Steinbach, the former catcher, is that what we're doing? I mean, what are we doing here?
What is the piano manufacturer?
Steinway.
Steinway. Gotcha.
That can't be it. All right, Moj, we've waited long enough. Who's new public enemy number one?
Did you guys see what happened in the National Hockey League last night?
I saw Mikko make a sweet pass to Duchesne on the doorstep.
He did. That was a really awesome pass. Did you see Mikko run his former teammate Darcy Kemper and knock him out of the game?
I didn't see that, but is he now that guy?
You didn't see that.
Is he that guy?
I don't know. I sent you the video. Did you get it?
Oh yeah, no, I saw it. I watched the game last night.
I sent you the video. Did you see it?
Did you send
Nick,
it to me?
I sent you the video.
You did?
I sent you the video. So
well,
if you'd like to,
I blocked most of your videos. So
well, it's a good call after that last
Here
one.
Here it is.
That last one was not safe for work.
Yeah.
Rantanen had himself a pretty damn good night. He had a goal and an assist last night. Wyatt Johnson had an empty netter and an assist on the Duchesne goal as well. I mean, pretty good night for the Dallas Stars. They lost that one game 4-0. They came back and they beat the Kings. They scored 3 in that third period of play, but they knocked out Darcy Kemper. So you tell me what you see.
Mose, you're being dramatic.
Am I?
Yeah. Are you claiming that Mikko purposely tried to injure a former teammate of his? And
no.
That it was
no.
So what's the claim here? He ran into the goalie.
Yeah, he ran into the goalie. Yeah.
What do you see that makes you think, oh my God, look at this? He's a cannibal.
Well, they're saying that Dumoulin buried him into his own goalie and whatnot. I'm telling you that Rantanen's getting to a place where he plays right.
This is a stretch. That seriously, I got to stop you before you get out of hand. They ran into each other. Kemper got hurt.
I will say it's a string of very interesting incidents for Mikko because I'll give him this. When he was here, he really wasn't like that. I mean, we were begging him to throw his body around more when he was here. But something has awakened in him, and I mean, he's got 44 points now. He had a great goal last night too. They are buzzing in Dallas, and I mean, they're right on the Avs' heels. You can't blink with the Stars there.
And they're doing it again. Tyler Seguin's gone for the year. He's got a blowed up knee, so he's completely done. And Jamie Benn had the collapsed lung and so on. I'm just saying that Mikko Rantanen right now is absolutely carrying that team. He is playing unbelievably good hockey right now. For $12 million a year, he should be.
Did you think that was bad last night when he knocked into Darcy?
I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm saying if you start to get a reputation. Look, was Darcy Kemper in his crease or was he not in his crease?
He was right on the edge of his crease.
You can see it over my shoulder there.
Vic, I will tell you, if you talk to former players, they will. I don't care what the fans say. If you talk to former players, they know how to avoid. They know how to do this. They know how to do that. Because he felt the pressure, then he's like, it all happens bang, bang. He knows that he can get away with something. And a forearm shiver to the head, whether you think it was a bad one or a baby one or whatever, that I'm telling you former players that I talked to last night would say to you. In fact, I'll tell you what, let's get one of them on. I'll give him a text and say,
I don't care who you get on. I'm going to ask you a question that's going to pretty much ruin your argument. If Mikko does that in an Avalanche sweater, are you this vociferous? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what we're doing here.
What? No, I'm trying to send a text.
Yeah, send a text. I'll talk
to
anybody.
We can walk and talk at the same time. I'm with you, Vic. He wouldn't be. Somebody on the text line says Mikko is suffering from the Jamie Benn adjacency effect. Yeah, Turns anybody into a goon.
You sent that to me thinking, oh, my God. Now, the run he made last week or 2 weeks ago on that guy, that was bad.
That was bad.
That was bad. This is nothing.
I thought
the
so.
one that he
This is
the,
nothing.
the
Now
one
you're
that he
making crap up.
The one that he did the week before that when he ran Romanoff head first into the inboards.
Yeah,
that was brutal.
That was
Or
bad.
was that all Scott? Okay, or was that all Scott Mayfield? Oh, he got pushed.
That
I'm
was
just
bad.
saying that
This is nothing.
I'm just okay. It's nothing. Okay.
All right. You sound like a jilted lover. Again, I'm sorry, Moj. I love you. You are my brother. But you guys got to just step away. Calm down. He's just playing his hockey. Are you guys going to DNA test him after every play he makes?
I mean, they will if they have to. That's just how it goes. By the way, Kevin Weeks, ESPN just reports, and I don't know if you saw this the other day, but Connor Bedard, the Blackhawks young star who was on track to push for the Olympic roster for Team Canada, got injured at the last play of the game against the Blues. Braden Shen kind of lifted his shoulder up. You know, we all know former buddy of ours, Braden Shen, the captain of the Blues. Apparently, separated shoulder. He's going to be out for a little while. That sucks.
Yeah,
for them.
that's tough because Bedard is having a wonderful season.
Yeah.
You know, and what also stinks is that it could affect his selection for Team Canada. Now, I don't know that he was going to make the team. I think he should. If you're a guy who's even whispered in the Hart Trophy discussion, you're a top 5 scorer in this league. You should be on damn Team Canada. I don't care how young you are. But that's a toughie. He's going to be out at least through December, and then I guess we'll see beyond that. Again, I'm no body expert like Vic is.
Mm-hmm.
He claims to be a doctor. Broken hip wing thing.
I was going to say you were throwing around those technical terms earlier. I don't know.
That's as good as it gets for me. That's as big as it gets for me. I don't know separated shoulders how long it takes to come back from.
Yeah, I just think a lot of you are being very selective with what is dirty and what is just hockey. And I'm going to call you on it, whether you think it's popular opinion or not. Because, again, Mikko, we all wanted him when he played for the Avs to use his body more, be more aggressive, be more of a hammer. We all wanted that.
He started to use his big butt, Vic.
Yes.
He started to use his big butt.
And when he didn't, people got mad. And now that he's starting to use his body, oh, Vic, you don't watch the games. Oh, he's dirty. Oh, he's like all the Dallas Stars. Okay, well, let me tell you something. When Naz Kadri played here, he played with an edge, did he not? Okay. He did some things that were borderline dirty, did he not? Yes or no? Yes or no, Avs fans, did he not? Don't be hypocritical, man.
I just looked up, and Vic has his camera zoomed all the way in on his face.
Yeah, I know he does.
Yeah, it was a little
weird.
jarring.
He's weird that way.
I could do it with this.
By the way, a texter
stupid.
points out a good point here. Mikko leads the league in penalty minutes right now. I did not realize that. He's the leader in PIMS right now.
Yeah, but I mean, he's good. He leads the league in PIMS, overall total penalty minutes. But
for whatever it's worth,
I'm not even, dude. You're talking to an objective person here. I have no affiliation with Mikko Rantanen, and I don't care. I'm not a member of his fan club. I'm not singing his song. I'm just looking at this as objectively as I possibly can. Big deal. He ran into Darcy Kemper, and you're making it sound like he shot the guy.
All right, let's
wait, time out. Who's making it sound like who shot who? I'm just saying that he's getting this reputation around the league. Whether it's warranted or not, I'm telling you that's what is happening to him. And I will also say this. There was a time in this league where even the hit on Romanoff, you think, listen, I know it's his player. Patrick Waugh was really adamant about it being dirty because players know. Fans can think what they want to think, but players deep down inside, they know when a guy is crossing the line and not crossing the line. And so I'm telling you, what used to happen, Matt, back in the day is that somebody was going to go out there and they were going to thump him hard. Somebody was going to punch his mouth.
Answer this question for me.
But that doesn't happen anymore.
Oh my God, he's still going. He's still going.
Yeah, it just doesn't happen.
Exactly.
Just answer this question for me.
Okay,
because a lot of you are upset over my take on this, and I'm going to answer Alex on the text line. Moser isn't saying he's dirty. He was asking you if he's developing an edgy reputation. The answer is yes. Is he playing with more of an edge? Yes. It's obvious. I mean, look at what he's been in the news for the last 3 weeks for his physical approach to the game. That's true. But let me ask you a question. Did you want him to play with a little more edginess when he played for the Avalanche? Yes or no? Yes or no? Did you want him to use his body more when he played for the Avalanche? Yes or no? Is anybody going to answer that question?
What? You have this really bad habit of asking rhetorical questions to the ether world, and you expect us to respond. I didn't think you were talking to us. You said you were talking to somebody in the text line. Everybody
No,
disagrees with me.
He was talking to you.
I was talking to you.
Oh.
What was the notion that Mikko did not utilize his frame properly when he was an Avalanche player? Was that ever brought up?
I think in the early days it was. I thought he used his frame properly as time went on. He started to develop the reverse butt hit, which was awesome. You know, he the reverse hit with his big old butt. When he first got to the league, he was kind of a baby deer. He got knocked down a lot. He was still gangly and skinny and so on and so forth. But once that butt got to the proper proportion, that things started to change for him. But look, I'm just telling you that around the league, this guy is starting. I mean, because my phone lit up. As soon as it happened, my phone lit up, and I wasn't watching the game. And then I had to go look and see what happened. I'm like, that's interesting. I think it's 6 one way, half dozen the other. But former players are like, dude did it, didn't he? They're like, he's sly about it, but he's getting away with it. Now, again, they said the reason there was no penalty, period, wasn't because of a push by Dumoulin. They said it was that Kemper was out of his crease, which he clearly was not out of his crease. But that's why the call stood as no penalty. The goal was taken away. But there was no penalty because he was, quote, out of his crease, but he was in his crease. So look, it's 6 one way, half dozen the other. I'm just telling you what the league, what the people around the league are looking at.
Here on the text line, Mikko was starting to take dumb penalties with the Avs. Yeah, a lot of stupid stick infractions for sure. Somebody else, I like how he's playing. Yes, Vic, more edge for the Moose. It's interesting. Split opinion here on the Shot Mazda text line. We will address that a little bit more later. There's a couple of things I wanted to get to here. I'm not exactly sure that we're going to have the perfect amount of time for it, but let's at least start. I want to look at the NFL now that Week 15 is wrapped up and we are moving forward. Let's play a little game of Contender or Pretender. Vic, Moj?
What is this music that Nelly comes up with now? That's not necessarily game show music. It's more like
is this the green noise you listen to when you go to bed?
No,
this actually
it's like
this was a Matt
choice.
Yeah.
This was a Matt choice. By the way,
hell is this?
It's the Deal or No Deal music.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I've never
watch
seen
that
the show. I have no idea.
Yeah,
what
I don't
it
watch
is.
that show, so I don't.
It's not on the air anymore, so don't worry about it. It's off the air a long time ago.
You sit home and watch the game show channel.
Who hasn't seen Deal or No Deal? You guys are alone.
I mean,
in
I've
that.
seen it, but I've seen it, but it's not. It was never a part of my repertoire.
Text line, will you bury these guys for me? I mean, that's just absurd. Deal or No Deal, it's a part of American culture.
Who was so it was Regis and then a lady, right?
Regis.
It was Howie Mandel, man.
Regis.
Oh. Well, what am I?
I don't know.
Who wants to be a millionaire? Who was that? I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah, that was
Regis.
Is that your final
my
answer?
bad. I get them all.
Regis.
Get them all confused.
That was Regis. All right, let's start in the NFC here. All you have to do is tell me Contender or Pretender and you get one dark horse, all right? If the playoffs were to start today, the 7th seed, Packers. Vic, Contender or Pretender?
Well, now that they lost Micah Parsons, they're not the same team. But I still think offensively that team can go off. So I'm going to say Contender.
I'm going to say Pretender because the loss of Micah Parsons and Christian Watson is too huge for them to overcome. Now, if both those guys were intact and they still lost to the Broncos, I would say Contender. But it's those two key injuries, one on each side of the football, of two of their best players. I don't think they can overcome that, no.
San Francisco.
Gosh, every time you keep doubting them and doubting them and they keep winning. I think they're a contender no matter who they put out there.
And it's only because the amount of sucking it up that the San Francisco 49ers have done this year. I'm telling you, Kyle Shanahan should be coach of the year because they have dudes, in the infirmary all over the place, including Ayuk. Did you see that video of him? Not the video, but the post where he's got a new car and he's calling out the Niners. Anyway, Contender.
Hold on, before we move on from this text line, 0778. Classic boomer morons living under a rock. Who the hell doesn't know Deal or No Deal music? All right.
That's what I was trying to say.
All right, tough guy.
That's what I was trying to say.
Get out and maybe play dunk hoops once in a while. Get out of your house.
Go play dunk hoops.
That's right.
Go play dunk hoops.
Quit watching cartoons and the Game Show Network all day. Get off your video gaming console.
What is dunk hoops? All right, Seahawks, contender or pretender?
Wait,
Vic?
did you? Oh, what you? He just asked what dunk hoops is.
I have no idea what that is.
Now I have to die. I'm sorry. Now I'm dead. I'm bye. I'm dead.
Vic, Seahawks.
Oh, they're a contender all the way. Yeah, I mean, they're allowed to have bad games. They had a bad game last week, and they still won. Yeah, that's a contender.
Moj, explain that to me next. Explain that to me on the other side.
Okay, I will. They're a definite contender. I like this. I want to keep this.
You want to keep going here? All right, so we've got both of you.
I want to do it more on the other side. That sounds good to me.
Let's do it.
And
then.
I want to explain to you what dunk hoops is because, man, are we? Oh God! Sometimes your age just comes through.
Okay, Boomer.
I have no clue. I'm looking forward to finding out.
I have never
what that
been
is.
called. Hold on a second. I've been called boomer for a lot of things. What world do we live in where I'm referred to as a boomer because I don't know game show music? I mean, think about that for a second. Listen to these geeks.
No, it was because you said you didn't know Deal or No Deal. It wasn't just the music; it was the show in general.
I've never watched the show in my life, and I don't care to.
Well, good. It's not on anymore. You can't. Let's continue contender or pretender on the other side. Yes.
Also, Smith.
Yeah.
I'm really mad this morning because it's still dark outside here in Seattle. It's 7:38 in the morning, bro. This is not what humans should do. Humans should be darkened at flipping.
Oh boy. Oof.
I don't do this dark at 7:38 in the morning stuff, man. I'm out.
By the way, your keyword for the 8:20 hour, Steinbach. Good luck spelling it. First and last name.
Half of you need to get outside every once in a while.
303-504-0925. We'll continue on the other side. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks so much for being here on this Tuesday. By the way, Avs Ticket Tuesday. Stay tuned for your next keyword, 9:20. Before the break, we were playing a little game of Contender or Pretender. But before we resume action on that, Moj needs to inform me about some old people stuff. So, Moj, without further ado, you were telling me about dunk hoops. Is that correct?
Well, yeah. I need to find out from Vic. Vic, what is the age cutoff for dunk hoops?
I stopped playing at 52. Was my last game.
That's what, but I mean, no, yeah. What's the age where all of a sudden people don't know what dunk hoops is anymore?
Oh, I don't know. You stop playing when you can't jump anymore.
On the text line, I'm 52 and I have no idea what dunk hoops is.
You're missing out. It's better than pickleball.
Well, that I believe. Go ahead.
You
well,
dunk.
It's adjustable basketball hoop that you can dunk on.
You shorten the rim up a little bit.
You shorten the
and you dunk.
Bring it down. You can dunk on it.
You mean just playing basketball
like
on
us.
8-foot rims?
Not necessarily 8 feet. I mean, at this
8
point,
foot?
I probably would have trouble with 7 feet. But
okay.
Depends on your jump ability. You can go 9 feet. You can go 9.5 feet. You can go 8.5 feet.
And it was
you can go 3 feet.
It was called dunk hoops?
It was called. You make it sound like it's a prehistoric game. It's still
I
played
think it
today.
was. I think it was.
What are we doing here?
The term was prehistoric, but the game
what is everybody
still played.
doing? What do you do all day?
Please, it's fun to lower the rims down to 8 and, pretend that we can all jump and we're athletes.
That's all we did as kids.
Of course, I understand.
It's awesome.
I understand. No, it is awesome. That is fun. I just didn't realize you called it that.
Do you know this, Mo? You're not here today. It's already windy's all get out outside. If you walk outside in the Golden area, it's windy. Do you know that XL has already warned everybody in the Metro Denver area that the wind is going to be so extreme tomorrow they're going to shut it down? I mean, when I say shut it down, like power, they're going to shut it down across the Front Range.
So does that mean we don't have to come in?
I'm very curious how this is going to work because they've warned us, and maybe somebody with the power company can explain. So if you're going to shut it down, which is, that's fine. I'm not arguing the point. You don't want fires. Like we had, the Marshall fire was awful. I totally understand why. I'm not arguing that point. But if you're going to shut it down, how do we work? What happens? What does everybody do at noon tomorrow?
No, shut them off. Shut me off.
Noon is the time tomorrow. What happens?
Our buddy Chris Bianchi, strong winds and high fire danger tomorrow with 60 to 80 mile an hour gusts in the foothills and 40 to 60 mile an hour gusts in Denver. So definitely interesting if you do work for the electric company.
No, but listen to me.
Yes,
what do you do if everything is shut down?
You don't do anything. That's what you do.
Does anybody have an answer?
You wait it out.
And you play dunk hoops. That's what you do.
You just wait it out. I mean, it's just wind.
Oh, this is bad. I got this one tree on the side of my house, this aspen. I got to cut it back because every time it gets really, really windy, it bends just enough to tap the side of the roof. Tish, tish, tish. And the whole house reverberates. Oh, man, that stinks.
See, I don't think you guys are really giving this enough of you guys are smiling like it's not a big deal. I live in an area, we've had our power out for 2-3 days at a time. It's a big deal.
What is your biggest concern here?
Well, the refrigerator is a concern. Because that's happened
The food.
Yeah.
We've gotten to the bottom of it.
You want to know the truth? Here's
Go to
my
Home
biggest
Depot,
concern.
get a generator, plug the fridge into a generator.
Here's my biggest concern. Every time this happens, and this happens a lot on the west side of town, my wife says, can you go buy a generator like our neighbors so that when this happens, we can... And every time I say, I ain't buying a generator. I'm not doing that. I'm not Mr. Generator guy. I'm not going to go out and get one. And so I always convince her, nah, it's cool. We're good. It's not going to happen again.
Hey, man, if you want to get like a real generator...
I'm not doing that.
You're going to pay 15 G's to have that
What?
thing installed,
No,
man.
just go get a little gas generator, run a extension cord outside your house, and run the generator if you're that worried about it.
Got cords everywhere.
I mean, this is just not that complicated.
Just not doing it.
All right, let's move on.
So is the wind tomorrow going to be a pretender or a contender?
Thank you, Nelly. Hit
Thank
the
God.
music.
Thank you, God, Steve.
Thank you. Oh, my goodness.
Seattle Contender.
Thank you. we were going through the NFC and the AFC. Vic and
Seattle
Moser are telling
contender.
us who their contenders and pretenders are, and if they get a chance to use one dark horse per conference, by the way. So far, the only pretender we have, Moser says Green Bay is a pretender. Vic says Green Bay's a contender, and they both think San Francisco and Seattle are legitimate contenders as well.
Okay.
So let's continue on. Buccaneers in fourth place, leading the NFC South.
They're schizophrenic. Pretender.
They're not.
Ain't no chance.
I've lost a lot of faith in them. I mean, that last loss was horrid. Horrid.
Eagles,
That's
the 3
silly.
seed.
Yeah, because they've been there, done that. Yeah, you get them in, they can beat you. Ain't no doubt about it.
If they can find their ground game, if they can find it consistently, they're going to be contender. If is a big if.
Contender or pretender?
I'll say contender.
Oh, boy. The second-seeded Chicago Bears.
Not a chance in hell.
Like the wind blows. That's what they are.
Ye of
Sorry
little
about that,
faith.
Louis.
Ye of little
Sorry,
faith.
Louis.
I'm not an authority on Chicago Bears football. I haven't seen enough of them. I've seen more games of every other team in the NFC except the Bears, it seems. I just don't watch them enough.
They ain't ready. They ain't ready for that. They ain't ready for the goodness of the good. No.
Rams.
Mm-hmm. Contender. Yeah. You cannot put a bigger C next to the Los Angeles Rams of Inglewood. That's an awesome football team, boys. I don't care what anybody thinks. I know what I know, and that's a damn good team.
One dark horse for the NFC.
The one dark horse for the NFC, golly, I would say, and I know I believe that they can do it. I think San Francisco, I think that you're talking about a team that's already in or somebody that could get in.
Already in.
If the Lions,
Already in.
Because if the Lions get in, I think they can make a run. But I'm looking at San Fran. I think that Kyle Shanahan's doing a wonderful job there.
Vic?
Do you know that Carolina could still win its division?
That's true.
Yeah. I think Carolina is your dark horse moving into the playoff mode here. I think Carolina at 7-7, tied with Tampa, but second place because of tiebreakers, can be that dark horse.
Dark horse for what?
Just to make the playoffs.
Oh, I was talking about Super Bowl.
Oh, Super Bowl? No chance there. I mean, now you're limiting yourself to 2 or 3 teams.
Niners, though, are...
Moj understood the assignment.
Okay, I'll take Seattle.
Healthy Christian McCaffrey is dangerous.
Give me Seattle.
All right, moving to the AFC then. We start with the 7th-seeded Texans.
I think they're a contender. I think they found their stride. They're beating good teams, and they're doing it consistently.
You're getting a twofer here, Lewis. They're both a contender and my dark horse because I don't think anybody's going to think a 9-5 Houston Texans team can go all the way, but that defense is legit. And the Broncos are playing awesome on both sides of the football now, but I'm telling you, if you get C.J. Stroud cooking a little bit, and DeMeco Ryans, I think, is a brilliant football coach, I think that team can go.
All right, we got to move quickly here through the rest of the AFC. So let's start with 6th-seeded Buffalo.
Contender.
I really believe that at the end of the day, if they don't fix their defense, they're going to be pretenders. Somebody will chop them up in the playoffs. So I will go against the grain.
Ooh, I like it.
I will go against the grain. Even though they've been impressive, they were impressive last week, I will refer to them as a pretender.
The Chargers, the 5-seed.
Pretender. You can't win the Super Bowl with both your tackles gone.
You can't win it with a one-handed quarterback either. Pretender.
Yeah. Well, can't do it.
Steelers at 4.
Not a
Pretender.
chance in hell.
Ooh.
Not a chance in hell.
Emphatically.
Move on.
Yeah.
Jaguars at 3.
Contender. That's my dark horse.
Ooh, I like that one.
Okay, I'm going to go against the grain here. I think pretender. I guess maybe my opinion could change after Sunday.
We're going to find out Sunday.
Yeah, I don't think they're just like the Bears. They're not ready for prime time yet, but they will be someday.
The 2nd-seeded Patriots.
Contender.
Yeah. Albeit they did not end well last week, but I still think they have enough in the tank to contend.
And then, of course, we get to The number 1 seed in the NFL, your Denver Broncos.
Hell yes. Contender. Hell yes.
Contender or pretender, Vic?
They have everything it takes upstairs. They believe, and if they believe, why can't I? I think they're a contender.
Okay. I like that. So our contenders in the NFC for Vic: Green Bay, San Francisco, Seattle, Philadelphia, and the Rams. For Moj, San Francisco, Seattle, Philly, and the Rams. So in line in the NFC. It's not until the AFC where we start to deviate a little bit. Contenders, both agree Houston. Only Moj thinks Buffalo's a contender. Vic is not so sure. They're split again on Jacksonville, where Vic believes in Trevor Lawrence and Liam Cohen, but Moj does not yet. And then both gentlemen are aligned with the Patriots and the Broncos having a chance to win the Super Bowl. Now, I think it's fascinating to listen to your dark horses. Dark horse for the Super Bowl in the NFC, Moj says San Francisco and Vic says Seattle. Be fascinating to see. We all realize that if the Seahawks beat the Rams on Thursday, San Francisco more or less controls their own destiny in the NFC West. So don't count them out yet. And then in the AFC, Moj says Houston and Vic says Trevor Lawrence. Fascinating little list there. It's pretty wide open. There's a lot to be decided throughout the rest of the season.
Has it ever been this wide open with 3 weeks to play?
This is the first time since, 98? We're not going to have a playoffs with Brady, Manning, or Mahomes?
That is crazy to think of it. We mentioned, we just went through, 6, 7, 8 teams, and there's 3 weeks left in the regular season. Not one of those teams would surprise me.
At all, right? Anybody you like above the rest right now?
No.
I don't. Not really.
No.
I mean, yeah. Let me take that back. I think the Rams are the class of the NFC. Other than that, no.
But they're beatable. Like any team's beatable.
They are. Absolutely they are. 100%.
Maybe one last time before Kaner comes back, we'll do that again and see if anything's changed over the last couple of weeks.
By the way, that music makes you focus. It's sort of like focus music.
Good pick, Matt. Good. Sorry. I was just too busy patting myself on the back there. On the other side,
Hey, we should play this the entire 3 hours. Get me focused.
On the other side, Sean Payton spoke to the media in his weekly Zoom presser. We'll tell you what he said next.
So you want to find or you want to sell that perfect mountain house, right? Something you've been dreaming about for some time. Well, write down this number, 970-968-7646. That is Anastasia Bell, a broker associate of Breckenridge Associates in Breckenridge. And she is amazing at finding the perfect place for you and your family, whether it's a second home, whether it's a rental, maybe it's an investment property, maybe even it's your dream home, but she knows the mountains like nobody else. Ski in, ski out, no sweat, incredible getaway properties, no problem. She's got it all taken care of. And you need to make sure that you can trust somebody in that type of situation and appreciate the level of professionalism required for just such places. So if you've been thinking about it, again, write down that telephone number, 970-968-7646. Give her a call right now. She will answer that phone. If you're finally ready to enjoy that mountain lifestyle, now is the time to get in. Remember that name. When you're thinking about an awesome mountain property, it's Anastasia Bell.
we're not preparing for the playoffs right now. And it was written yesterday, and I said it yesterday. I thought I was pretty clear. We have 3 goals. Win the division. All right. The first goal is not make the playoffs. And I'm talking to Zach. All right. What I said yesterday, first goal, win the division. Goal 2, best seed. Goal 3, Super Bowl. None of those goals have been accomplished. We're focused on Jacksonville.
Got it? Goal 1, division. Goal 2, best seed. Goal 3, world championship.
You guys, and he's referring to Zach Stevens, right? For DNVR?
Yeah, he was shoving him into a locker.
No, that's
Yeah.
great. See, I'm going to ask you something. Do you get offended when a coach speaks to you that way? Because if I'm Zach, that's a badge of honor. He referenced my work. He's reading my stuff. He understands what I'm doing here. That's not let's battle. That's thanks, coach. You know who I am and what I'm doing.
Yeah, a little context here. So after the game, Sean essentially said the same thing the other night. Division, seed, Super Bowl. And Bo came out and screwed it up. And he said, yeah, playoffs was our first goal. And I think Zach went with that. And Sean apparently saw it and definitely corrected him, because after the game, it was consistent too. This was Sean after the game.
It's nice to clinch a playoff berth. Goal 1 is try to go win your division. Goal 2 is try to get the best seed. And then goal 3 is, try to win a world championship. And so we still haven't really accomplished 1, 2, or 3.
So there you go. That was the confusion there, and Sean made sure that Zach understood. No, it's not playoffs. And I think the reason he was so on the nose with it, and we brought it up a little bit earlier, is because I think Sean is trying to illustrate that the goals are just higher around here, and playoffs are the expectation. I mean, that's the price of admission if you want to get done what they're trying to get done. I think that was his point.
Well, sure. I mean, but I think it's pliable as you go along. I think that you can move the needle here. I mean, yeah, playoffs, okay, fine. It's okay. I agree with Sean Payton. It's okay to start talking about, well, hang on a second. Super Bowl is a definite thing, and I guarantee you that everybody inside that locker room is thinking about the same damn thing. Okay, he can say, well, we want to win our division. I think that you're going to be making moves now that you're in that are going to solidify you and shore you up, like claiming some running back that nobody's ever heard of off somebody else's practice squad, that kind of thing. You're starting to make moves not for now, but for down the road. That's the way I look at it.
Sean was talking about the defense yesterday, and he was also perturbed. I think perturbed is the correct word, with the halftime interview he did with the broadcast that did not focus on the fact that, okay, offense, we may be trailing at half, but do you realize that we held them to field goals in the first half?
2 things, our third down numbers stood out, our red zone numbers, even at halftime. I get the question that I got to answer from the production crew, and it's all about the yards. And I'm saying, well, are we paying attention to the field goals? We thought that would be important. They're a real good red zone team. I felt like in the second half, our front began to, on both sides of the ball, control the line of scrimmage.
I got to answer this question that I'm going to get from the production crew about how many yards were given up, but it's like, are you even watching the game? That's what he wanted to tell her when she interviewed him at halftime.
Are you guys a little worried about the Broncos defense coming down the stretch?
Why is that?
I mean, they haven't looked the same, right? They're giving up more yards or giving up bigger plays. I mean, they're still making plays, but it's not the same.
Okay, and with the loss of Jones, that is concerning to me. But I'll say this: if the Broncos, it's a, what was it? It was a 23-14 game, and if the Packers even kick a field goal on that drive, maybe I do. But the fact that Pat Surtain made the interception, it swung everything. They still have that ability, even if they're not playing their best on defense,
grab hold of it,
make that one big play and to turn it around, because it galvanized everything.
Sure.
I mean, everything. And Sean can say, well, we got a little bit, our offensive and defensive lines were starting to control things in the second half, blah, blah. Fine, but at the same time, man, hey, if that pass is completed, the game might even be over as far as I'm concerned. But Pat Surtain makes the interception. Watson gets hurt, and everything changed. everything changed in that second possession of the third possession total of the third quarter. Everything.
So here's where I'm at with that is I understand why you asked the question. They definitely have given up a lot of yards. Even Washington was pretty effective offensively against this Denver defense. However, when it comes to the playoffs, you're not going to completely shut somebody's water off unless you're some sort of all-time unit. Now, I think the Broncos are really good. I don't know if they're all-time good. Maybe they push for the all-time Bears sack record, and that conversation changes. They're definitely one of the best defenses the Broncos have had, undoubtedly. Now, that being said, again, you're not going to shut someone's water off, so you've got to limit and bend but don't break, which is what they did. They did enough by holding Green Bay to just one touchdown on 4 red zone trips to allow their offense to score some points and win the game.
You know, it's interesting. The model that was used in 2015 when the Broncos used a very, very generational defense to win Super Bowl 50. Here's how they did it. The offense got them a lead where their pass rushers could tee off on opposing quarterbacks and get a hold of the football. But they had those leads, right? They had those leads. That 2015 team, guys, go back and look. They weren't known for these crazy comebacks. That wasn't a comeback team. At some point, they would have the lead, and that's when the pass rushers would tee off. This team's different. It's built different. Most of their dramatic wins have come from behind. They've had to work to get back in the game. And to do that, you have to lean on your offense as much as your defense. And so part of me is excited to see that because they can win both ways.
And I think –
go ahead,
yeah,
Moshe.
but real quick, Matt, what I think I'm looking at here is that in these, quote, comebacks, the defense has been pretty damn good. Even though maybe the Broncos are trailing, they're not trailing 30-10. You know what I mean? And you have to –
it's doable.
The Giants game obviously was a massive, insane comeback. That's a once-in-a-lifetime type of deal. But for the most part, the defense has given up just a little bit, and the offense has done crap nothing. And then finally they put it together to do just enough to win some of these games. That's the way I look at it. Now, this past weekend notwithstanding, that's been the pattern for the most part.
By the way, guys, this weekend against Jacksonville, Denver can clinch the AFC West title and the number 1 seed with the only first-round bye and home field advantage if they beat the Jags. Mm-hmm. If the Chargers lose and the Chargers are in Dallas,
okay.
If New England loses and they host the Ravens on Sunday Night Football, and then if Buffalo loses and Buffalo is in Cleveland, if Shedeur beats the Bills,
all right.
If Lamar beats
a lot.
Drake May, and if Dak beats Justin Herbert, that all can come true. But the reality here is that all you need to do to clinch the AFC West division title is just win and hope Dak beats Justin Herbert.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. To quote the old Wayne's World, if a monkey flies out of my tail, then the Broncos can clinch the number 1 seed. All that stuff is not happening, by the way. In fact, I would bet all that stuff will not happen. So you're gonna have to win your way to a number 1 seed, and you'll be able to do that on Christmas night at Kansas City against a Chiefs team that is going nowhere. So there you go.
I want to get back to the Broncos a little bit tomorrow, specifically their defense and some of those things that you were talking about, Vic. But before we get out of here, I want to transition to Avs, okay? Because Moser's in Seattle. The Avs are playing the Kraken tonight. First matchup of the season with Seattle, Moshe?
That is correct.
Okay, first matchup of the season.
Avs assistant coach is the former Kraken head coach that beat the Avs in the first round.
That is also correct. Dave Haxtell, that is correct.
It's a very good point. Do you think we see Gavin Brindley on that top line again?
Riker and I were talking about that on the way. The kid certainly has played his way into deserving ice time. I don't know what we're going to see. I don't think in the postseason we'd see that, but I think that they're giving him a shot to see how much can you play with McKinnon and Lehkonen. What kind of impact can you make? And I thought there were a couple times he had a couple bad turnovers the other night, and I thought he made a couple of really good plays. So he acquitted himself, I think, quite well. It's the consistency thing. It's the can you handle 20-plus minutes a night, and I guess we'll find out. I think they're giving him a little bit of a test right now just to find out exactly what the kid is made of.
The other thing they did on Saturday against Nashville, Moj, was they mixed up the power play. Now, they didn't score on it, but I thought they really did get some good looks on it. And maybe that doesn't – maybe we're past moral victories here on this power play, but they moved Natchez away from McKinnon, if memory serves, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they did. And they've tried – listen, people are like, well, Dave Haxtell has not fixed the power play. They've tried a lot of different things. Jared Bednar in this very program has explained what they've been trying to do with the power play and how they've been working on it. And by the way, they spent more time yesterday extensively after, quote, practice, working on the power play. They know they're not dumb. I mean, but they're trying and trying and trying, and they're going to find the combo here that's going to hit in a big-time way. There's too much talent.
Well, I don't think anybody's accusing them of being dumb. I was actually going to give them credit because I think spacing has been an issue. And, you watched that pass that Mikko made last night.
No, what I'm saying, I guess, Matt, let me qualify that. Wait, by dumb, I mean they know what's up. They're not being stubborn. They're not just doing the same thing over and over. They're trying different things.
I just wanted to highlight the fact that I think they may have found something that could work. I'd be curious to see if they stick with it because the truth is the spacing, I think, at times because McKinnon and Nakash. Is it Nakash or Natchez, Moj?
It's Natchez.
Well, why does Bedsy say Nakash?
He just has his own version of names.
Why did Bedsy call him Zadorov instead of Zadorov?
Instead of Devin Tays?
Why did he call Pavel Francouz Francouz?
I just want to make sure.
Moser nerd. We have different names for different people.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just wanted to make sure. I think the spacing between those two guys at times has been an issue. And, Natchez just kind of flies around everywhere, and he's trying to make plays everywhere. And sometimes you got to give McKinnon a little bit of space. And I thought they were able to generate some good looks the other night.
I don't know how to put it any more simply than this. They need to fire the puck more. The Avs they've got great players, and teams they try to bunch in, take away shooting lanes, fine. But you got to fire that puck, create some chaos. You got so much skill out there, and I've talked to other guys around the league about this. They got so much skill out there. They sometimes look for the perfect play, the perfect shot, the top shelf, this kind of thing. If they just fire that puck and let Landy and Lehkonen get down there and get filthy, they're going to come up with more success.
Somebody had it on social media, Moshe. Somebody had on social media that Landy kept the power play unit after practice and worked and worked and worked.
He did. Yeah, he did.
Everybody except for Makar.
Yeah.
And so what do you think? I mean, Landy just took it on his own accord to say, we're going to fix this. We're tired of it.
Well, he's a prideful captain. I don't blame him because they're going to need to rely on it. It's the worst in the league on the road. And tonight you're on the road against a Kraken team. When do we want to do the keys? You tell me when you want to do the keys. But you're against a Kraken team that averages in their last 10 games almost 9 PIMs per game. So they are going to go to the box, and they're going to give you an opportunity. You must take advantage of it.
By the way, do you hear that sound outside, Moshe? I mean, that's coming from you, right? Isn't that coming from you?
Dirty, filthy rats. You know what they do? I'm sure they fly between here and Vancouver, seeing who they can harass and pick off and so on. I mean, they're just filthy flying beasts is what they are.
Set them up.
Didn't you bring your umbrella this time?
I don't think it's legal to take like a broomstick and
beat a bunch of
seagull. Yeah, taunt the seagull with a McMuffin, then bash his head. I don't think it's exactly legal. And by the way, the guy who ripped me off, I'm sure he's probably dead by now anyway. But nonetheless, he was in Vancouver.
Oh, okay. Well, with the Avs in Seattle tonight,
filthy beast.
It's time for our keys to the game.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza Keys to the Game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
All right,
Birds freak me out. Just more the seagull. The birds in general freak me out. The way they stare at you. They look like they're always nervous, like they're plotting something.
I'm not a bird guy either, to be honest with you. I'm not going to go bird watching.
I'll tell you what's interesting is my nephew has a parakeet. The thing has lived a lot longer than it should. It's been around for a long time. He got it when he was little. This thing, but when they go out of town, we watch the bird, and the bird hangs out at the house. Yeah, it's kind of trippy.
Moj, my niece has 4 birds. No.
Yeah. Nope. Yeah, I ain't doing birds.
Poop everywhere.
Not a game I play.
Nasty.
Now, if I had one of those birds that could talk and say foul language and whatnot, that might be kind of interesting. You like one of those gray parrots or whatever.
Just teach him to yell at Vic.
Yeah.
What are your keys to the game, Moj?
Say foul things. Here's the thing. You are better than the Kraken at everything. Seattle comes in NHL 500 at 12-12-6, and actually they're 7-6-3 at home, so they play better inside this building. But, I mean, overall, they're under 500 because they have 6 losses beyond regulation, so really 12-18 overall. But the last 10 games, they have 2 wins. They're averaging just maybe a couple of goals a game in that span. You do everything better than the Seattle Kraken except your power play. Skate. And, by the way, they're dealing with a ton of injuries, too, to some key players. But I was looking at their forward grouping yesterday. You don't have any line that can stack up against the Avs line matching up. Not at all, period, end of story. So just come on out, man. Skate hard. Put the pucks on net early, and you're going to skate away with an easy 2 points, I think.
The keys to the game powered by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. Tune in for the Avs tonight, live from Seattle as they take on the Kraken. Coverage on 92.5 starts at 7:30 with the pregame show powered by Ramos Law. On the other side, more of your reaction on the text line, and we'll chop it up. All righty. Get your phone out. Get that phone out, because it's time for your 920 keyword on our Avs Ticket Tuesday. Text Brandon with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered to win tickets for Avs and Jets Friday night. Don't forget, by the way, to celebrate the new year at Ball Arena. Join us for a champagne toast and stay for an on-ice post-game fireworks show after your Avs face the Blues. Tickets at coavs.com/NYE. Tickets at coloradoavalanche.com/NYE. The 920 keyword is Brandon. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. We will announce our winner coming up in the next segment. Good luck to you.
I don't know how to put this together today with what we're doing. I don't know.
What's that?
I typically have a pretty good handle on these keywords and why they are what they are, but today I'm at a loss. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I never even try and figure it out. I think it's nice that you do.
I try. I try to figure it out, but the boss got me on this one, or whoever came up with him got me on this one.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get to the Nuggets here coming up in just a little bit. Huge win over the Rockets, 128-125 in overtime last night. But before we do that, gentlemen, it is time to chop it up. All right. Starting off, Patrick Mahomes underwent his ACL surgery yesterday. Turns out he also tore his LCL, by the way. 84 games in the last 4 years for the Chiefs. They've played a lot of football. Andy Reid said he's doing all right.
I've had a good visit with him a couple different times, so he's in a good place. He always feels like he let people down, but then he comes back and he's ready for the challenge ahead, which is what's real right now. He's just got to get through surgery, wherever it might be, and then move on from there.
What do we think about Mahomes? Sounds like he kind of avoided complete disaster by not tearing up the entire knee. Maybe 9-10 months should put him kind of right at the start of next season, maybe a month into it. What are we thinking?
I'm thinking that I don't put him down and out. I think this is the kind of guy that is going to be a comebacker type of dude. I think his mentality is too good. And because of that, I think that the Chiefs are going to be back to being a good football team again. So, however long it takes him to rehab, it's going to be one of the biggest stories of the offseason. Hey, next year going into the summertime and going especially into training camp, where's Mahomes? How far along is he? Blah, 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 blah. But I think this guy, when you win so much, maybe you need some motivation. This is as big as it gets as far as I'm concerned.
Vic, Brady went 9 years without winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
As it stands right now, do you have more rings on the schedule for Mahomes?
No, because he plays in a tougher division, and the division got better. That's the other thing that we're not taking into account. This division is suddenly much better. And to think that he's going to come back and wrest control again from the Broncos and the Chargers, well, let's see if he can do that. I don't think so.
Sticking with the Chiefs, Rich Eisen on his show yesterday said, you may be glad they're gone now, but in a month or so, you're going to miss them. Really?
With the Kansas City Chiefs not making the playoffs, first time in the Mahomes era, you're going to miss them. You're going to miss the Kansas City Chiefs when the AFC playoffs are hitting. You're going to miss the buzz. You're going to miss the pizzazz. You're going to miss Mahomes versus fill in the blank. You're going to miss Mahomes versus fill in the blank with no time left. You're going to miss something. The AFC playoffs will have less juice to it without the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. And one day, all you Chiefs fatiguers out there.
Rich. All right, Rich.
Exactly.
No. Enough, Rich. I can't take it. Are you going to miss the Chiefs, guys?
I heard him say that. I heard that.
Get the hell out
and
of here.
I think. Hold on. I think for the average football fan who doesn't have a dog in the fight or whatever, yeah, probably so, because they've gotten so much hype and he's been so damn good for so long. But for us around these parts, later.
This notion that people are less inclined to be interested in football because so-and-so is not playing. Don't you understand that if you lose a limb, the NFL just grows another one? Have you watched this game long enough? I mean, Rich, you work for the NFL Network. Have you not learned anything? So one guy goes out, one team phases out. Oh, do they just die? Right. I mean, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
It's not like your hair.
I get where he's coming from, as Moj said, if you had no dog in the fight. Wow, that was tough. That was
I got mad.
Shot across the bow.
I apologize. I take that back.
Bang,
Wow.
boom, boom.
Well, show Matt your thumbs. If you want to get real down and dirty, show him your thumbs. Look at that sticking out thing. Look at that.
Oh yeah, what's wrong with your thumb?
It's just gross.
I'm the product of incest.
Well,
No! God, please, no!
last night in the NBA, we saw something we've never seen before.
Got a deflection here, but Coop's got it now. And here's Coop on the drive. And one kiss is all it takes now to turn things around.
The first time an 18-year-old has ever dropped a 40-piece in the NBA happened last night. 42 points for Cooper Flagg, the number 1 overall pick. 13 of 27 from the field, 15 of 20 from the free throw line, 7 boards, 6 assists, 2 blocks. Wow.
I'm going to raise my hand right now because not enough people do this in the media. I'm one of them. After the first month of NBA basketball.
Raise your mutant hand.
Yeah.
After the first month of NBA basketball, I said, what's the big deal about Cooper Flagg? Why'd everybody make such a big deal about him? Oh, jeez. He's going to be so good.
Yeah,
he's
not a great start to his career in the early portion. He's only 18.
He's going to be
He's
so
had
good.
some big games. He really
you know
is.
what it is about him is that he's 6'10", and growing, and he's got that ability to score in the air when it looks like the play's over already. He just makes scoring look easy. Dude, that guy, I'm telling you, he's going to rewrite some history books.
Flagg has passed Tracy McGrady for the 3rd most points in NBA history before turning 19 years old. LeBron had 625, Kobe 539, Cooper Flagg 461. Flagg's 19th birthday, by the way, 6 days away. Pretty impressive stuff there from Dallas's rookie, which, you look back on that trade that Nico made right now, and, I mean, he looks so bad trading Luka away, but I don't know, man. Cooper Flagg's going to be pretty good. He's going to be pretty good.
Well, they don't get the number 1 pick without trading Luka away. That whole thing was just weird, man.
Bizarre.
That whole from the trade all the way to the Mavs somehow winning the lottery is weird.
Books will be written.
It's just weird.
Movies will be made. Netflix series will be produced.
I reckon they will. I reckon.
A little bit earlier this week, or maybe it was last week, Moj, you told me not to French it up. Unfortunately, will you allow me? I just got to French it for a second so we can French it down.
I think Jokic is the best offensive player. I don't think he's the best player. It's hard to say. I think it was between Giannis and Shea. When I would come back on the court, I think it would be me.
Nobody could understand you, Frenchie. What'd you say?
I think Jokic is the best offensive player. I don't think he's the best player.
Okay. That was Victor Wembanyama, who says Jokic isn't the best player in the league. That's between Giannis and Shea. Do we like that Wemby's starting to talk a little smack?
Good. Bring it. You know what? I enjoy it. I enjoy watching the Spurs beat OKC the other night. I enjoy watching Joker go up against Wemby. Wemby's going to be a force to be reckoned with for a long time. But put your money where your mouth is, and let's see the next time the Nuggets play the Spurs. I want to see that matchup. I can't wait for that matchup.
Speaking of Frenchies, did you guys? You probably don't follow soccer at all.
What?
The big team in France is Paris Saint-Germain, PSG, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
A court just ruled that PSG, Kylian Mbappe went to Real Madrid in 2024, but apparently they still owe him like $70 million, man.
That has
the court
nothing
says,
to do with Wembanyama talking trash.
I know, but we were on
nothing.
we were on the French thing. See, it's where you got me with the French. That's what happened, Matt.
I see. I Frenched it up. So you had to French it down. But I will tell you, I did enjoy Wemby talking a little smack to OKC, saying, well, at least we here in San Antonio play ethical basketball, unlike some other teams in the league. And then
Wemby, there's nothing ethical about being 7'19". You're genetically gifted. Somebody up there said, let's make this guy go gadget. So there's nothing ethical about your game. You're a freak.
By the way, the Spurs and the Knicks play in the NBA Cup final tonight. I know everybody's just waiting on bated breath for that. But Tim Bontemps of ESPN says things could look different for the NBA Cup next year.
whether the tournament's championship game will be here in Las Vegas going forward. They've already announced before this season started that the semifinal games that were played Saturday night will be in home markets next year, just like the quarterfinals. But the expectation originally was that the Cup championship game would once again be here in Las Vegas. Sources have told me, though, that might not be the case, and leagues exploring the possibility of moving the championship game elsewhere next season. So we'll see what happens with that. But I think largely otherwise, in terms of where it is in the schedule and everything else, should be largely the same.
Would you have more interest in these games if the bigger rounds were at home?
No. I
Vic?
couldn't care less.
Or are they going to move the championship game to Columbus?
That's what I thought.
I mean, listen, man. Put it on Mars, and I don't give a rat's rip. Playing no gravity, I don't care.
Agreed.
The NBA Cup to me is an absolute. It's a non-starter. Couldn't care.
You know
less.
what's crazy about this? So the Cup championship game doesn't even count in the standings. That at the end of the day, think about that for a second. It doesn't even count in the standings. It has no impact on the season. None.
I just can't buy into this. I just can't buy into this tournament. I think the basketball is better in these games, but as far as like the meaning of the tournament, it still just means
couldn't care less
to me. By the way, last NBA note: Clippers, they've lost 18 of their last 21 games, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they owe OKC their first round pick this year protected 1 through 4. So if they don't finish one of the worst 4 teams in the league, Oklahoma City is most likely getting another top 10 pick.
That's just ridiculous.
And by the way, they already have 2 others this year, which is just they've got 3 first-rounders in 26.
But here's the problem, too, with first-rounders, Matt. That is guaranteed money. All first-round contracts in the NBA are guaranteed money. So there's going to come a time for OKC when they can't pay everybody. They're going to have to win now because they're going to be shedding some salary and some dudes in the future.
Moser, I got some bad news for you.
I don't want to.
They're going to have to shed salary, but they have enough talent behind that salary.
I know they do.
I mean, it doesn't end. You understand that for every Caruso and Lou Dort and every player that they're paying a lot of money to, they got dudes waiting in the wings with just as much talent.
They got 2 Jalen Williams on the roster. They got like 2 more just waiting to get to the roster.
Let's check in on how things are going in Ann Arbor, shall we?
It has been a tumultuous time. And a lot of, anger, and then, first disbelief, then anger, then really what we're in right now is the phase of the kids, quite frankly, feel very betrayed, and we're trying to work through that.
Really?
Is that Biff? That
Biff,
is
interim head coach Biff. Is it Poggi or Poggi? I think it's Poggi. Is it Poggi?
Poggi.
Is it Poggi? Yeah, so
know,
that's him talking about how Michigan's football team's feeling betrayed now that head coach Sharon Moore is out of the picture.
That Poggi's got an interesting story. He's like a hedge fund. He started a hedge fund, made millions upon millions of dollars, went into coaching after all of that. The guy's got a very interesting story. Michigan's in trouble. That entire athletic department, they're investigating themselves over all of this crap that's gone on the last 10 years.
It's brutal.
Listen, I know I have a lot of friends that are Michigan men. Boy, you're going to be in trouble once they uncover some of this stuff.
Sticking in college football, the transfer portal opens up coming up January 2nd, but we're starting to hear names of players that will be moving to new schools. Dylan Raiola will be leaving Nebraska, their quarterback. Oh, so sad.
Somebody says he's going to Texas Tech.
We'll see.
That's funny.
Texas Tech
That's
said they have they said they have no interest in him whatsoever.
I know. I'm just it's
no, it
because
is funny.
Does
it
everything
is funny.
that Mahomes does.
There's no question.
Now listen, if you're a Nebraska quarterback and the guy has some ability, I mean, somebody's going to snatch him up. Ain't no doubt about it.
6th school in 7 years, I think, for Raiola. So
yeah, you know what though? It's becoming more common practice. I mean. The Cincinnati quarterback's going to go make some money. You guys heard about that, right?
Well, Brevin Sorsby.
Yeah. Everybody's. I mean, it's money making time. It's money making season, guys. The portal's open.
How about this one? There were 20 quarterbacks invited to the Elite 11 in the summer of 2023. By the way, Elite 11 is for some of the best quarterbacks in the country to go display their skills. 20 of them in 2023, including Raiola. Including Raiola and Lagway. By the way, DJ Lagway going to transfer away from Florida now. 13 of the 20 that were at Elite 11 in 2023 are either heading into the portal or have already transferred. 13 of the 20
It
best
doesn't
quarterbacks.
surprise me, Matt. If you're a school that's losing a quarterback or in need of a quarterback, you're going to look at the portal. If you're a quarterback that's not happy with the situation or just wants to move on to better things, you're going to enter the portal. It is what it is. This is the time we live in.
Sorsby is happy at Cincinnati. Played great ball there.
Somebody's offering more money, Moj.
Yeah, they can't pay him $4 million at Cincinnati.
I mean,
so
if
he's
somebody
gone.
wins at a school and they've been winning and suddenly they leave, the answer is pretty obvious, right?
It's brutal. I mean, being a fan base watching 3 years of a guy develop, all to be ready for him to come back senior year and to have a real shot and then to just have the rug pulled out from under you.
Matt, you're just holding your breath.
I feel bad.
You're holding your breath on any great player.
I feel bad for them, man.
And the reason I'm kind of even closer to this is, number one, the lay it down on Cincy, the vast majority of the season has gotten you good. It's been good for you. The second part is, of course, my kid goes there, and, I get the updates from her and all this kind of thing. The guy's a player. They just can't pay him. Just can't do it.
By the way, the keyword for this hour for an Avs Ticket Tuesday to win tickets to see Avs and Jets on Friday is Brandon. First and last name, 303-504-0925. You know the drill. By the way, after a huge win over the Rockets last night, David Adelman, head coach of the Nuggets, will join Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac at 12:30. You are not going to want to miss that. Live from the Backus and Shanker studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. We'll dive back into the Nuggets, who had a monster win last night over Houston, next.
That was kind of catchy. Hey, you know what is also catchy is getting your testosterone fixed. That's probably a bad transition, but the fact of the matter is low testosterone is not going to kill you or anything like that, but it's not going to make you feel like you used to feel. Decreased energy, brain fog, unproductive workouts, bad sleep patterns, maybe even low sex drive. A lot of guys are like, oh, man, I'm just getting older. It kind of stinks. Well, there are treatments that can give you back that vibrancy, that vigor that you had when you were younger in the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Well, they're experts at treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. Successfully treated tens of thousands of dudes for low T, including yours truly, and you're going to feel that energy return in a couple of weeks. Brain fog is going to go away. Sleep will improve. You're going to get better workouts, all that kind of thing. So don't wait, because most guys wait a year or longer. Get it done today. They've got 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. Call them, 720-440-7900. Do not wait. The initial appointment, only $99. Includes a ton of stuff, and your results will be there within 30 minutes. Again, that number, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Make sure that you are following along on the Safeway Twitch stream. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started now at Safeway.com or on the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Nuggets last night, 128-125 in overtime over the Rockets. A hell of a game at Ball Arena. I think one of the best NBA games of the year so far. This was Alpi Şengün last night after the game, and we know Şengün looks up to Jokic, guys. Jokic is his idol. And last night, the Rockets were all in their feelings, clearly. I mean, it's a competitive environment, but they were upset. They were upset with the officiating all night long. This was Şengün after the game. This one I found funny.
You feel like you get the same calls Jokic gets?
No, I don't know. I mean, he got 2-time MVP. No, I'm sure he wasn't getting the calls when he wasn't my age too. So eventually, I'll get there. I mean, he did work all the way to come to here to get those calls, but still, it's putting the other player get down because you can do anything. He's already making the hard shots, and in the same time when you can basically not touch him, it's hard to guard him.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding, Şengün? What was your reaction to that, Vic?
Listen, I pride myself on not being hypocritical. Okay. Right? It's one of the reasons I attack Moser on a lot of things Avalanche related. Sorry, Moser. But Nikola Jokic does get a beneficial whistle at times. There's no denying it. There were calls last night where I'm like, okay. But relatively speaking, when you compare him to some of the other superstars of this league, it's not nearly the whistle Shea gets. Not even close. That's like a different interplanetary system. But to say that Joker doesn't get a better whistle than, say, Alpi Şengün, of course he does. He does. That's a fair statement.
Moj?
Well, listen, I don't think there's any doubt about it. I think in the NBA, there's a process involved with guys becoming the greatest players in the game. And while Şengün is well on his way to becoming one of those, and I think he's an outstanding player. Vic, you were so right on the money when you talked about that first game, or the first, couple weeks ago, or whatever it was, between the two in Houston, and he did not play well. You knew he was going to suck it up.
He was going to respond.
Yeah, he was going to suck it up last night, but that's part of the growth process. I mean, he's only 23 years old. Joker didn't start getting a good whistle until he was like 26.
Moj, but you see it, right, Matt? You don't see it? You don't. I mean, come on. There are calls during the game where you're like, okay, that's an MVP whistle.
I there's no doubt I see it, absolutely. But I'm just saying that it comes with time. It comes with experience. It comes with the respect. All that has to play into it. He'll get his. He will. He's right. But he won't, not till his mid-20s, late 20s.
Louis, you don't see that?
I guess I definitely disagree. I feel like more often than not, I'm coming out of games going, they don't give Jokic anything.
No. Relatively, to compared to other players of his ilk, by far he gets abused because he's a big man, and big mans get abused, right?
He's got scratches all over his body.
Oh, there's no doubt. However, when you compare him to other players of that size, playing that position, right? He hasn't gone full Joel Embiid, but Alpi Şengün last night had some plays in the key where he wanted a whistle too and didn't get one. And that's what he's referring to.
By the way, are you at all curious, average free throws attempted this year for both of these gentlemen? Jokic, 7.4 per game. Şengün, 6.8. It's damn near the same.
Yeah. So not that.
I think he was just talking about last night. Dude, all you have to do is, when you wonder, is Joker treated the same? Cue up the OKC Nuggets playoff series last year and how they guarded Nikola Jokic, basically assaulting him with like 3 or 4 players. Just imagine if you could put your hands on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander the way Caruso put his hands on Joker. Think about that for a second.
Yeah.
Oh, it would be a totally different ballgame.
It would be, and you're not allowed to do that. It's pretty crazy. I lost my train of thought in regards to the Şengün and Joker thing. Oh, there was a time around these parts, Matt, that I would describe Nikola Jokic in his arms, and I'm not allowed to say it anymore.
No.
Okay.
You've reached the point of you
I'm
said
not-
it so many times.
Okay, but somebody please text in so that Matt can see.
Yeah, please text in.
Please text in what I used to say about Nikola Jokic and the color of his arms and what I compared it to. I'm not allowed to say it anymore. Now, that being said, he's getting a better whistle than he did at those times. Also, guys, before we're out of here today, did you guys read at all about Josh Allen and what his game day routine is?
Throwing up?
Yeah, I did. I heard him the other night, too.
If they don't catch it every game, I don't know. Like it basically happens every game.
Yeah.
You know, if I don't get enough out pregame, you know, it usually happens at halftime. If I don't get enough at halftime, it usually happens in the third or fourth quarter. And that's just, I don't know why I do it. It just happens, and do it in nothing else but other than just like a weird feeling. Just got to get it out.
Guy barfs every game. He
Yeah,
barfs.
I need to ask you guys
every
a question.
single game.
Yeah, because he seems to do it willingly with a smile on his face. Every time, barfing hurts.
I don't like barfing.
It hurts. It's like turning your body inside out. That hurts.
I mean, throwing
Yeah,
up
I don't
throwing
like-
up is not fun. Vomiting is not fun. But how many times in your life have you pulled your own trigger? That's the question.
But I rarely do. Has that ever happened? There's been times when I just got to try. But Matt, there was a time.
I just
this
gotta
was
try.
12.
I saw you
or
eat a lamb
13
chop and
years
barf
ago.
once.
Yeah, that got stuck though. That got stuck right about there. But there was a time in
Well,
Anaheim.
you ate the lamb chop with
when
the bone.
I had a cracked wrist. Okay, so I've got this thing on my wrist, and it's throbbing like hell. And so I can't take pain medication. I can't take any narcotics. So they gave me this other stuff that I took, and I'm like, okay, it's going to help me a little bit. But it started to make me kind of nauseous, and so I took an anti-nausea pill about 2 hours later.
Sure.
And then I started to barf.
Mm-hmm.
And I panicked, and I called my doc, and she goes, oh, boy. And I said, what? I go, I think I'm going to die. She goes, you're not going to die, but you are going to throw up probably for the next 12 hours.
What?
What is wrong with you?
Because those two drugs apparently don't go together. Okay, you're not going to die. You're not going to OD. You're not going to. But those two don't go together. And I had to miss. The only time I've ever missed a game in my entire National Hockey League career, I threw up for about 11 hours straight. It was probably 11:30 at night. I could finally get some Gatorade in.
Please stop. Yes, please stop.
Yeah, I threw up so much, and I had built a little nest on the floor of the hotel room that I burst the blood vessels in my eyes.
Yikes!
And it looked like they were permanently. It's the worst feeling ever.
I'm glad
so
you shared.
if Alan's doing it on purpose, then God bless him. I can't do that.
That's neat. Tell him about the time you ate a package of suppositories.
Sorry?
That
You
never
did
happened.
what?
He's
did what?
Being an idiot. He's being an idiot.
No,
but it was. I mean, if anybody's ever
Did your
done
mouth
that,
get real tight?
If anybody's ever done that, man, mixed a couple things they shouldn't like that. It is such a horrible feeling, and it won't go away until it's out of your system. It's just awful.
Yeah, but normally for us, it's just different types of alcohol. You know what I mean? It's just like beer before liquor, that type of stuff.
The guy is drunk.
Yeah. But thanks for sharing. I appreciate that. So why did Josh Allen vomiting come into your mind there?
Oh, I read the story that I didn't realize that he barfed every game. He's a barfer. That's what he is.
That is weird. Did you guys ever throw up before sports events, like in high school or anything like
Never
that?
in my life. If I had done that, I probably wouldn't be able to play. I don't understand that.
Never.
My high school basketball coach used to rub, this is true, used to rub his gums so much until they bled. So, like, you'd go into the bathroom, swear to God, that was his nervous tick. You would go into the bathroom before a game, and you just see him, like, in front of the mirror, literally, like, taking his finger and, like, scrubbing it across his teeth. I was like, what the hell is wrong with this guy? This guy's a lunatic. I'd never seen anything like it before in my life. On his gums. Literally just, like, rubbing his finger. It was the weirdest thing you've ever seen. That was his nervous tick. I never got that way because I'm built for the moment. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm built for it. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you either have it or you don't, and I just do. So it's just like...
Every time I see those players mid-football game just let it go and then get back to it like nothing happened, I'm astonished by that. That's crazy
City.
stuff.
Yarf City. Nelly, might be a little bit early, but hit me with that fact checker.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
All right. Winnipeg is in Manitoba. That's the province in Canada. And if you were to Google the most populated cities in Manitoba, the biggest city is Winnipeg, followed by Brandon, Steinbach, and Winkler, which is where our boss got your Avs keywords because you're going to win Jets tickets. And we'll announce that winner shortly. But before that, Avs are playing a different opponent tonight. They're playing the Kraken. Big game up there in Seattle. What are our keys to the game?
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
All right,
Birds
Moj.
freak me out. Just more of the seagull. The birds in general freak me out. The way they stare at you. They look like they're always nervous, like they're plotting something.
I'm not a bird guy either, to be honest with you. I'm not going to go bird watching.
You guys talked for a full minute about birds before mentioning the Colorado Avalanche once. So good job, guys.
That's how we do it here. I feel like
This thing.
what's going
Still
on?
going.
What's good? Still going? Are we
I
still
got more
talking about
birds.
birds?
We're still
All
going
right,
birds.
bring it back up on the birds.
It's kind of trippy.
Moj, my niece has 4 birds.
Yeah. Nope. Yeah, I ain't doing birds.
Poop everywhere. Oh,
Not a game I play.
nasty.
Now, if I had one of those birds that could talk and say foul language and whatnot, that might be kind of interesting. You like one of those gray parrots or whatever.
Just teach him to yell at Vic.
Yeah.
What are your keys to the game, Moj?
Say foul things. Here's the thing.
That was good. That was good. That was very educational as far as it relates to the Avs and Kraken tonight. Nice job, Nelly. By the way, the winner for our Avs Ticket Tuesday, Roderick Rose.
Rod Rose?
Rod Rose. Roddy
Rod
Rose.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, he could be a porn star, right? Roddy Rose, country
I reckon.
singer?
Rod Rose, I reckon.
Rod Rose probably plays bass for one of Moser's favorite bands.
Hey, by the way, last thing of the show for today, Jamal Murray was actually asked the question last night.
Spread a message to the all-star voters who may be watching right now or were watching the game.
You should be there.
What would you say to them?
Nothing, man. I'm just going to keep playing my game and let everybody else vote.
Keep your head down, Jamal. Jamal,
He's not
Star,
campaigning, man. He's not. He really doesn't matter to him.
he don't need to, Vic. The play speaks for itself. That's at least how I see it this year. All right, Moj, early flight for you, I guess. Late flight, early flight, and we'll maybe see you tomorrow?
Yeah, you'll see me tomorrow at some point. From where, I don't know. I'll try to sleep the whole way home, guys. I won't
What
walk in the
time
door
will you
probably
be in?
till-
What time will you be under the covers?
It's a late start here tonight. It's a later puck drop. I probably won't walk in the door until at least 3:15, 3:30 a.m.
Okay,
probably.
listen. I vow to be very. I'm not going to attack you tomorrow. I'm going to be very easy on you tomorrow.
No, you always do. You always do.
Lie detector determined that was a lie.
We'll find out tomorrow. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith.
Top of the key is Jokic. Jokic has it at the point for three. Good! Oh, man, is that large. Murray driving a dish to Jokic. Kick out three. Spencer. Good! Spencer Jones coming up large. Denver leads it by 3, 115 to 112. Jokic back behind him over to Murray. Gets a pick from Jokic, moves off of that. Murray goes to the left hand, gets down the lane, layup. Good! 4-point lead for Denver. Left side of the midcourt circle is Murray. Brings it back out over to the right side. He's guarded by Shepherd. Has his back to the rim, gets a high pick from Jokic, moves off of that through the window to Joker. Kick out three. Jones. Yeah! Spencer Jones puts the Nuggets up by 7 in overtime. So it'll be Rockets basketball across the way. Three-pointer sends it into double overtime. Jabari throws it into Şengün for three. Missed it. Long rebound out over Bruce Brown. 2 seconds left. One, and there's the horn. The 4-game home losing streak is over. Jokic and Valanciunas foul out of the game. Denver wins it against Houston in overtime, 128 to 125.
A 4-game home losing streak is no more. The 5-game winning streak overall continues to roll. The Nuggets 128-125. Their 19th victory on the season over the Houston Rockets. They get a triple-double, the 12th of the year from Nikola Jokic, 39, 15, and 10 to go alongside Jamal Murray's 35. He goes 14 and 15 from the free throw line, and they outduel Alperen Şengün's triple-double with 33 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists. That game was worthy of the 2 and the 3 seed in the Western Conference. It was fun. It was fast. It was hard defended. Yes, the Nuggets are still injured without Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon, but holy smokes, man. I don't want to see Houston in the playoffs.
Yeah, I just still think that Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon as a combination, you can't put a value on how significant they are to just the overall grit of this basketball team. And so what I do like is seeing players like a Spencer, like a Jonas, get into places where they're starting to exhibit some of that grit. And now you have the depth of grit, the depth of tenacity to get a little nasty. And frankly, the Nuggets needed to get nasty. When it was all said and done, you needed to find a way to end a weird trend, a strange trend on a season that otherwise has been pretty dang fantastic, minus the injuries. But the home losing streak hasn't quite added up. It's been against a lot worse teams than Houston. I still think that a healthy Denver Nuggets basketball team, there's only one team that you really are concerned with.
I think you should be concerned about Houston. Kevin Durant still got it. Şengün is, I was thinking about this last night, and I'll get into why I demand that the Houston Rockets are the 4 seed in the Western Conference. Because I think that if they get Oklahoma City in round 2, and you go up against the Lakers or the Spurs or the Timberwolves, I still think Denver is good enough to get through any one of those 3 teams. Sure, does the specter of Minnesota and what they've done over the past couple of postseasons against you, does that loom large? Yes, it does. Like, Connolly built the Timberwolves to build what he created here in Denver. I get that. You'd be fine against the Lakers. Wemby, whether or not he can be healthy is the big question with a young San Antonio team and a really good, as KJ was pointing out to me before our show, really good young backcourt for San Antonio. You'd be fine with those 3 teams. I need them to be the 4 seed because if it gets to a second round matchup with OKC, I think that thing's guaranteed to go 6 or 7. I want to see OKC coming off of a long, arduous series.
The Western Conference is so dang top-heavy, man. It's insane. When you look at the top 6 teams right now in the standings, all 6 teams, when healthy, all 6 teams with a hot hand, yeah, I think the Denver Nuggets wouldn't just make quick work of anybody. I don't know that the Oklahoma City Thunder would make quick work of everybody in the top 6. The LA Lakers fully healthy. Luka Doncic goes ham. He's healthy.
Anything past the first round in the West.
Correct.
So rounds 2, 3, and then obviously the NBA final. The first round, if you get the 2 seed, you're going to be fine. It'll be a 4 or 5 game series. Yeah. I think it's very similar to the NHL right now.
It is.
Everything past round 1, if you're the 1 or the 2 seed, in that sport is a guaranteed 6 or 7 heavyweight battle.
Would you prefer the apron model, which is a extremely soft salary cap, or say the NFL, which is a hard cap?
I'm a hard cap guy.
Because here's the case. Basketball teams this season, such as the New Orleans Pelicans at 5-22, the Clippers at 6-20, the Kings at 6-20, and then basically everybody from number 7 down is either 500 or sub 500. You've created 6 really good Western Conference teams, and everybody else is just there to just take L's. Like, is that a great product, night in, night out?
As compared to what we're seeing in the NFL? I don't think so. I think you get elite top-tier competition. But in terms of parity, not so much.
The NFL's version of maybe this extremely soft cap is idiot owners making really bad coaching and quarterback decisions.
It's the Cleveland Browns and the Cincinnati Bengals.
It is.
Oh, you want to pay your quarterback and 2 wide receivers well north of $100 million combined? Sure.
Go get
Be
him.
my guest.
You turn into the New Orleans freaking Pelicans.
Let's see how that does.
You turn into the Washington Wizards.
Yeah, I like what Houston has to offer. I love Eamon Thompson. I think KD, again, while he is obviously aging in his 18th year in the league, still has it. He showed you with that big-time 3 down the stretch that when he gets a little bit of space, like he's listed at 6'11". There's guys who lie about height, and as a vertically challenged person myself, I did that for many, many years, trying to give myself, the extra inch, as if I'm reading a Blue Chew commercial.
That's my guy right there, the hidden inch Raj, man.
Kevin Durant is a height liar as well. 6'11" is nonsense. Şengün at 6'11" is a little bit more believable, but those are 2 7-footers. At the end of that game yesterday, your tallest player on the court, after both Valanciunas fouls out with 9 minutes to go in the fourth, and Jokic with, what was it, minute 30, minute 20, something like that in overtime, gets his 5th foul, that little ticky-tack foul on the forearm that should have been called on Jamal Murray anyways down the lane. For a minute and a half with a 5-point lead, the tallest dude you had on the court was Cam Johnson. Against a team with 6'8".
6'8".
Against a team with 2 7-footers on the court. And Şengün was doing whatever he wanted. Like Spencer Jones, great game, corner 3 in overtime is dope. He basically tackles Şengün on the way to the rim in overtime. It's the only thing he can do.
I love Alperen Şengün.
He is such a fun player to watch, and the reason why is this. He is not the Timu version of Nikola Jokic. He's not even the Kroger version of Nikola Jokic. You know what he is?
Costco?
He's the Kirkland version.
Yeah. Good.
He is the Costco version. It's a good brand. You know what I equate it to?
The logo might be slightly embarrassing, but the product is good.
Right.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. Kirkland makes a golf ball. Their Performance Plus golf ball, and they've made it for like 4 generations now. The first one was really good, and it was a good bargain ball. The second and third versions were absolute travesties.
That's wild that we were on the same wavelength about Costco/Kirkland.
Because Timu's a slap in the face to Şengün.
It is.
Kroger, honestly, and don't get me wrong, like I'm a Kroger family. Yeah. Like that generic brand, instead of getting the Kraft mac and cheese, would go Kroger. It's the same thing. Kirkland's a little bit of a step up.
It is.
And I think that is exactly who Alperen Şengün is. He models his game in the same way. He's got the same thickness. He can play from the outside. He's dominant in the post. He's going to put up triple doubles every now and again. He's fun to watch, but he's the Kirkland version. Now, with those golf balls, you can get some duds, some crappy versions. And you're never going to get a crappy version of Nikola Jokic, who in this analogy is the Titleist Pro V1. There is nothing close to it. There never will be anything close to it. It is the golden standard.
Raj, in this new economy, I haven't golfed in a while. I've been pretty busy.
Yeah.
How much is if you just went in, didn't get any kind of deal whatsoever, how much does just a sleeve of 3 Pro V1s cost you? Pro V1X, is that the most expensive one, or is it just Pro V1?
It's just a different version of the ball. They're all the same price. They come in like $54.99 a dozen.
Okay. So just what if you went to say you go to play at Arrowhead? Arrowhead, I believe, is public, right?
Yeah.
Great course, beautiful, expensive.
It would cost you, with tax, it'd cost you $15 for 3 of those balls. For a lot of people out there, that's $5 a ball. for a swing.
For
me, a swing.
Yeah, for me, a sleeve would make it through the second hole.
Right. Maybe you get 6 swings on it.
Maybe.
Yeah, dude, Joker's the Pro V1. He's the Kirkland version where you feel a little bit, you bring it out of the bag and you might feel a little bit embarrassed, but if you're confident about it, you go, it's a great golf ball, man.
Craziest thing for me.
I'm not paying $15 for a sleeve of these things.
And I'm going to have 98 more swings.
Exactly.
Not even including, hey, breakfast ball. Yeah, I haven't played in a while, guys.
But when you put it up against a Pro V1, you go, oh, it's not the same. These two things are not the same. They're similar, but they're not the same. Yeah. Şengün is the Kirkland version of Nikola Jokic. And he's fun to watch, but he ain't Joker. I thought they were screwed. Up 5, dude, with Joker out, with Valanciunas out. Are you going to put Zeke Naji in to end the game? No, you play with a small ball lineup, and you try and hold on for dear life. He misses the step-back 3 at the end. If that thing goes to double overtime, you're toast. But the main reason why you win that thing, it's not because of the triple-double for Joker. It's not because, Spencer Jones hits a big shot in overtime. It's because the dude in OT, who was the most calm, cool, collected, was the guy who was bringing the ball up the entire time. And that was Jamal Murray.
My opinion on the Houston Rockets, if the Nuggets were ever to see them in a really significant postseason series, the player combined with Alperen Şengün and now the new iteration is Kevin Durant, that always had me terrified as a very intelligent basketball player was Fred VanVleet. And him not being available, I think, was it an ACL or he's out for the year, if I'm not mistaken.
Freddie VanVleet ACL, yes.
Yeah, so he tears his ACL September 22nd, really before you even get the season off the ground. That is going to be highly, highly consequential for the Rockets to have any real shot. Because if you look after Alperen Şengün and Kevin Durant, Eamon Thompson, good player. They don't have the quality that
Jabari Smith, solid dude.
Good players. But you look after Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray. I mean, you can rattle off some names, brother.
Not last night. You couldn't. You got 2 injuries.
I'm talking about when you're healthy. We're talking about. I mean, you're dealing with this is not an ACL injury for Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown like Fred VanVleet has.
Right,
they're
coming
a hamstring
back.
And an ankle. Like they're going to be full speed, full strength. Like these are not like debilitating injuries for the rest of their season. So yes, while I do respect the Rockets game, like the iteration without Kevin Durant, I went to a couple of Nuggets Rockets games. Actually had a chance to sit courtside with a buddy of mine. And I was like, these guys scare me. Like even Dylan Brooks is the ultimate antagonist. And then Fred VanVleet, just a really good reader of defenses and really good ball distributor.
The version last year.
It was pretty good, man. Now, KD, I think there's going to be some high highs, but I also don't know that KD himself is always going to be built for the long run in this later stage of his career.
Well, yeah, he's 18 years in, man. Like eventually the cliff comes for everybody. Like the cliff is coming for LeBron right now. It's coming for KD. But ball in his hand with under 10 seconds to go, down by 2, still scares me. It's one of the greatest, if not the best scorer of his generation. He played in the same league as LeBron James did for his entire career, and he is the best scorer of the basketball of his generation. He still scares me, and that's the reason why I am begging for the Houston Rockets to be the 4th seed in the West. I think they can. I don't know if they can knock off OKC, but they've got a great chance of when you reach a Western Conference final this year as the Nuggets, that OKC's coming off of a 7-game series rather than skating through 10 games in rounds 1 and 2. You want to be a Rockets fan somewhat this year. Not too much. Be the 4 seed. Take a quick timeout, 303-504-0925. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Your first keyword is coming up on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Hey, people, we're giving you another chance to see the best team in the NHL play at Ball Arena this coming Friday night against their Central Division rival, the Winnipeg Jets. And all you have to do is text the keyword Moose, M-O-O-S-E, Moose, to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. Friday is also a City Connection night. Make sure you guys get your ticket package that includes Avs and Nuggets shooting shirts at coloradoavalanche.com/nuggets. One more time, your keyword for this hour to win tickets is Moose, M-O-O-S-E. That's Moose. Good luck. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry.
Your favorite Moose of all time?
Bullwinkle.
Definitely.
Or chocolate.
You remember when I was wearing my Moose Griswold hockey jersey?
Good jersey.
Yeah. It was
solid jersey.
It was a Moose. I love Meese.
Bullwinkle is a solid moose.
Are you a Meese guy, or do you just call them like Mooseses?
No,
the
plural is Meese.
It's Moose.
Isn't it? It's Moose?
Yeah.
That sucks.
I know. It's not right.
That's dumb.
Yeah, I mean, mouse goes to mice, and moose doesn't go to meese.
The plural of deer is deer, right?
Yeah.
It's not deers. So they're in the same general family. It should be moose. It should elk. Elk is elk.
What's up with the English language? It kind of makes sense in this vein.
I don't get it, man.
For the first time ever.
Okay.
Caribous? Caribou.
Is it caribou?
I think it's
multiple caribous is caribou.
If you're into venison, of a variety of venison and game.
If I were a hunter, I think I would know this, but I am not. I've never indulged in that sport.
You never just killed something for the fun of it?
I think hunting would be enjoyable.
I've never done it either.
I've shot guns at
love
BB
shooting guns. I've shot
cans.
Yeah, shot semi-automatic weapons at like a range shooting.
Never gone hunting before.
Never gone hunting.
It's a vernacular that I would pick up had I been in a blind.
Ever shot trap or skeet?
Yes,
kind of fun,
enjoyable,
very fun.
I'm terrible at it.
Yeah, it's not as easy as you think.
Yeah, moose. My favorite moose is Bullwinkle, followed shortly by chocolate.
Who's chocolate?
Chocolate mousse.
Oh,
like a chocolate mousse cake.
That's good.
Yeah.
But the key word is actually of the Bullwinkle variety.
So
it's M-O-O-S-E. So make sure you text that in.
Variety.
Moose.
I see some of you guys trying to text an emoji in. I don't think that's going to get you an entry.
Sorry, Big Nate.
I love your creativity. I need the actual word. I need you to spell it out like you're in the B. The Scripps National Spelling Bee. Moose would be a very easy word for you there. 303-504-0925. Avs take on the Seattle Kraken mega late tonight. It's going to be like an 8:22 mountain puck drop. So strap in on 92.5. It'll be a late night with Connor McGahey, but you should beat Seattle. Seattle's a 500 team. They're not very good. They've got 30 points. You should handle them very easily. I expect this to be a Mackenzie Blackwood start. I expect you to get another win, and unfortunately you have to keep winning because, the Dallas Stars don't lose, Coach.
No, they don't.
They won again last night. And Mikko Rantanen, another version of a Moose, had 1 goal and 1 assist last night for the Stars in their 4-1 victory over L.A.
He's my least favorite Moose currently.
You know what else he did? He ran over his Stanley Cup winning goalie back here in Colorado, Darcy Kemper. He ran right over him. Injured the guy. Moose villain, Mikko Rantanen.
Bag or goon? The new version of the Moose.
See, bag has a really positive connotation with me. Bags win cups.
Is bag, is the first word of bag start with a D and end with an oosh?
Kind of.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to be baggy to win something as we watch Rantanen plow over our old buddy Darcy Kemper.
In reality, Mikko Rantanen's a bag right now.
Yeah, he's a bag.
Because he's also kind of a dude.
Well, yeah, he's a top 5 scorer in the league right now. You know what? He gets bag
he's a bag
connotation. I hate it because he's a star.
We don't have to love every bag out there.
Yeah.
But in terms of what would be a worse version of a bag in stick and puck? Is it a goon? The goon's different because that's like the guy that's deep down on your fourth line or your third D pairing that just goes in and just eliminates people physically.
A rat?
Rat. That's the word I was looking for.
A rat.
Yeah.
Now you can have very
Jamie
good
Ben.
rats.
Jamie Ben. Rat.
No, he's more goony.
Goon.
He's more goony.
Yeah. Give me a rat right now.
Brad Marchand. But Brad Marchand is very good.
I love.
He's
Brad
a
Marchand.
bag because he wins cups. And what he does is he gets under your skin and he draws penalties, and he also his production is getting lighter and lighter as he gets older, but he produces.
What's Bernsey? None of the above.
He's a beauty.
Just a beauty.
He's just a beauty.
Yeah.
Bernsey's the man. I love that player so much, man.
Is there anybody? Manson.
No, just a big piece of meat.
I love hockey terms.
A pigeon. A pigeon's a good one, but a pigeon is someone who just talks and doesn't back it up. A pigeon in hockey. They're just chirping at you the whole time, and you don't worry about that. It's a pigeon. It's like you're up on you're a New York air rat. We don't have to worry about you. Like, at least in order to be a bag or a rat, you have to follow it up with some sort of physicality.
What's the Kachuk brother that looks like he's a couple like chromosomes off of being a caveman? What's his name? Because there's one that's like a good-looking dude, and the other one looks
Matthew
like...
Tkachuk is the better-looking of the two. He's the assistant captain in Florida who's injured right now. Brady is the captain in Ottawa who looks like he is he could be in a Shane Gillis skit.
It barely missed me.
It nicked me.
It got a piece.
We'll get into a little bit, obviously, of the trade in the Central Division. Quinn Hughes going from Vancouver to Minnesota. We'll get into that a little bit later here on the program.
How long ago did that
today.
happen? Did that happen
It
over the weekend?
on Friday evening when you and I were having one beers in Baltimore.
And one crabs.
In Baltimore.
A mound of crab cake.
We have power rankings, Coach, going into Week 16 for the Broncos. The Athletic has moved from 4 to 2.
Ooh.
ESPN moves the Broncos from 4 to 3. USA Today had them at 5. They move up to number 3.
It's a fluke. These guys are so fluky.
All of these rankings have both the Seattle Seahawks and the LA Rams in that order ahead of Denver. Now we get to the publications who love Denver.
Give me the one that I sent you on the text thread this morning.
CBS Sports moves them up from 2 to 1. Fox Sports moves them up from 3 to 1. NBC Sports, Pro Football Talk, moves them up from 2 to 1 as well. Yahoo.
Give me some Pro Football Talk. I like that ranking. That one to me hit my brain.
Why?
Because it's awesome everywhere. It's a great power ranking.
NBC Sports, Pro Football Talk moves them from spot 2 to spot 1. Yahoo, despite a big-time win at home against an NFC contender in Green Bay, no movement whatsoever for the Broncos. They start at 3 and they stay at 3. Your highest ranking is 1. Your low is number 3. Your average is number 2. It is the conversation between, is Denver better than the two best teams in the NFC right now, the LA Rams and the Seattle Seahawks?
The best power ranking that I was talking about, and I'll give you, get that applause button ready, whatever that applause button might be. So Pro Football Talk, powered by NBC, who also employs Chris Collinsworth, who also enjoys glazing every single bit of Patrick Mahomes. Unfortunately, he won't be able to do that for quite some time.
Oh, both an ACL and now an LCL tear as well.
That one's not good.
I tore my LCL once upon a time. It's not fun.
Do you want to know where the Pro Football Talk power rankings has the Kansas City Cheeks? Remember I called them the Cheeks
Why
for a long
do I care about that?
Because
they're out of the playoffs.
Because it's fun.
What are they, 15?
Keep going, buddy.
18.
Keep going, buddy.
They're in the 20s?
21, baby.
That's
Give
awesome,
it to me.
man.
Give me the soundtrack. Yes.
Yeah.
Your Kansas City Cheeks in 2025 in the great month of December are the 21st best team in the National Football League. The Denver Broncos and Bo Nix and Sean Payton, well, they're largely responsible for that. Because I feel like that game against the Chiefs felt like Custer's last stand for Kansas City. And all of a sudden, Kansas City Chiefs are not only in potentially a rebuild, but it feels like it might be a teardown for a while.
These publications that aren't moving Denver at all, again, like Yahoo going 3 to 3, or Denver just going from 5 to 3 or 4 to 3 and being behind both the Rams and, more importantly, the Seahawks. What else do they have to do? Like, that was the one question about Denver, is can they beat a true contender, and can the offense be the reason why? And for the first time all season, in the biggest moment of the year, The offense is the reason why they won that game. Sure, you have the insane athletic, acrobatic interception from Pat Surtain. You get a couple of sacks at the end of the game that end up putting them in the coffin. You're not winning this game without Bo Nix responding and responding and responding and responding in the half where he, quite frankly, has sucked all year long.
I would tell you that the one knock on the Denver Broncos would be that they've lost to contenders on the road. They lost 2 games to contenders on the road. So you could say, like, oh, they can't beat a legitimate team away from the altitude of 5,280 feet. But they beat the defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles on the road. They beat the upstart and now sizzling hot Houston Texans on the road.
We'll take a quick pause from Broncos conversation. Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline, where we are joined by Denver Nuggets Spencer Jones, coming off a big overtime victory over the Houston Rockets. Spencer, what's up, man?
What's good? What's good? Thanks for having me on.
Of course. Walk me through the corner 3 in overtime last night. You hit a big shot when the team needed it most.
Yeah, I mean, look, you play with Jokic, he's going to gravitate a bunch of attention. So, he's trying to find his angle in the post and everything like that, and then KD goes over to help, and that leaves me kind of wide open in the corner. Jokic's gonna make the right play, find the open guy, and so I always know if I'm open, he'll find me, and so just be ready to shoot it.
Spencer, how has this year been for you from coming from a place of going through G League and utilizing that as an opportunity to springboard into the National Basketball Association and being very productive on one of the best teams in the NBA? How appreciative are you of these opportunities you've been given this year?
Oh, I'm 100% appreciative. I mean, it's night and day from last year where I was bouncing up and back between the Rapids and the Nuggets. And I only got a handful of opportunities last year too. I've been with the team pretty much the whole time this year, and get some stability there, and plenty of opportunity, and opportunity where I'm playing enough minutes where I can trust that if I make a mistake, I won't be pulled out right away, and so that gives you a little bit of confidence to to play how you need to play, and it's been great kind of learning to how to get involved with the crazy chemistry that all these guys have and have built with this team that makes us so good.
Spencer Jones, our guest on the Ramos Law Hotline, 41 minutes, 11 points, 4 of 8 from the field last night. But most importantly, with under a minute and a half to go last night, your 2 bigs have already fouled out of the game. Jonas goes out with like 10 minutes to go in the fourth. Joker off of another triple-double leaves you guys with just under 90 seconds to go in overtime. And you're tasked with going against 2 7-footers, namely another dude with a triple-double and Alperen Şengün last night. You get switched onto him. Walk me through how many times you guys as a unit have gone that small in practice against guys that large. Like, is that something that has ever been practiced up until this point this season?
I wouldn't say us going out there without a 7-footer has been practiced, just because we have 2 of them. So, we always feel like we're going to have that option. But in terms of me guarding the 5 men, it's been something that I've done in games in the past, and even in that game earlier. We call it cross matching, where like I'll be on the 5 and then Yoke will take whatever wingman I'm supposed to guard, and so I have some experience in that position, but still I'm giving up a couple pounds and a couple inches of height, so it's still a tall task, but it's something we try to utilize. Maybe not so much at the end of the games, but definitely throughout the game to try to throw off the offense. How
much defending Nikola Jokic in practice do you do, and does that transfer over to a guy who I called him the Kirkland version, the Costco version of Nikola Jokic and Şengün? How much does that help you?
It definitely helps a little bit. You learn kind of how these guys get their angles, what their kind of tendencies are. A lot of it comes from film as well. But yeah, I mean. I don't guard Yoke too much in practice. We like to keep the guy feeling great before games and everything like that.
So you're gonna knock him down a peg? That's what you're saying if you're going against him in practice?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I'm not trying to touch him, because if I do injure him, they might fire me. So I'm kidding. But yeah, no, I mean, definitely learning how Yoke plays and everything like that with Şengün, who plays a similar style, it definitely helps.
Spencer, a recent trend for players in the Nuggets, Aaron Gordon just last season going into the 24-25 season, and now you in this 25-26 season, the 3-point percentage, you now lead the Denver Nuggets with qualifying at 45.7% from behind the arc. How important has that been to your game to be able to contribute to a team that does things maybe a little bit differently than a Warriors did back in the heyday?
Yeah. I mean, it's huge, because, defense was the number one thing that got me onto the court and everything like that. And then, once you get on the court, it's the NBA, and teams aren't, they're gonna force you to prove that you're a shooter and everything like that. And so having to be able to stretch out the defense even more so they can't focus on Yoke and do what they try to do at the end of games and double and stuff like that and give him more room to operate. This is going to make our offense even better, and then, do what I can to provide it on the defensive end.
Denver Nuggets Spencer Jones is our guest on the Ramos Law Hotline. I'm going to steal something from Connor McGahey, who's the play-by-play voice of the Colorado Avalanche, your roommates there at Ball Arena. Who was your favorite player last night?
Who was my favorite player last night for what? Sorry.
Who was your favorite player for your team last night and why?
Oh, gosh. You could go plenty of places. Jamal just making timely shots, really helping me out with, kind of how to work on the defensive end and everything like that. He's been a great mentor for me all year and everything like that. And so, just the chemistry I'm building with him and everything like that. He's always kind of my favorite player to be around.
Spencer, I spent 5 years coaching football at your alma mater, Sanford, the fine institution there in Palo Alto, California. That's an interesting program. I just want to get a quick. You have such an interesting take on so many different things. Your quick take on the state of college athletics at a place like Stanford that has such high academic standards and is entering into this world of NIL and transfer portal. Can schools like that compete at this level anymore?
Yeah, look, Stanford can compete if they want to. The access you have with Silicon Valley and the endowments we get. They can, but it is different. A school like Stanford, we're so great at so many things. To invest so much into one area is not kind of what they do. But they still there's a certain type of athlete they look for, anyways, and they don't want the guy who's just coming just solely for the money. They want somebody who realizes that institution is a 40-year decision. And I got a great relationship with Andrew Luck and talking to him and everything like that. We're definitely headed the right direction. Definitely got a lot of money coming in and a lot of talent and everything like that. And so it's going to be a slow building process just because they had to figure it out. And I got full faith that they're heading in the right direction.
That is Spencer Jones of your Denver Nuggets. Again, big-time corner three in overtime helps his Nuggets with a 3-point victory against the Houston Rockets. We'll see you in just a couple of days of rest before the Orlando Magic come to town on Thursday. Spencer, thank you so much for your time, man.
Yep, appreciate you. Thank you.
Spencer Jones, former Stanford Cardinal. Big-time three, big-time on defense. Again, we were talking about the one-on-one matchup that he has against Şengün in overtime. He's laughing. He goes, yeah, I'm giving up like 30 pounds and 4 inches on this dude. What else do you want me to do? He shows up big. And with these 2 injuries to Aaron Gordon and Christian Braun, you're seeing the Nuggets lean more and more on a two-way player. They are comfortable with him in the lineup.
3-and-D. We heard it right there. And that's the cool thing. Spencer Jones, in his career at Stanford, a 5-season career that he had, he never had the 3-point shooting percentage that he is currently having in the National Basketball Association, leads the Nuggets with 45.7%. He's set out in this offseason to go make sure that he can not just be a great defender, not just be a smart basketball player, but can light it up behind the arc when he starts seeing the double teams on Jamal and Yoke.
Make sure you guys text the word Moose, Moose. That is Moose with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You have 5 more minutes to get that keyword in. You'll have your next one coming up at 11:20. One more time, Moose to 303-504-0925 on an Avs Ticket Tuesday.
Hey, Colorado, it may be winter, and for some of you don't love it. I do, but the sports action here in Denver has never been hotter. This is Sports City, USA, and right now there's no better place to bet on football, basketball, and hockey than Circus Sports Colorado, featuring high app limits, player-friendly pricing, and exceptional customer service that treats you like the VIP that you are. Circus Sports was made by sports bettors for sports bettors themselves. It doesn't matter if you're looking for Looking to bet on football futures, points in the court, or puck line on the ice? Bet where the pros bet with Circa Sports. So check out wherever you download your apps. Download the Circa Sports Colorado app or visit circasports.com today. And as a reminder, you got to be 21 years or older. If you got a gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Special thanks to Spencer Jones, who joined us last segment for a few minutes to talk about their 3-point victory over Houston. Love you guys in the text line. They go, you have a Stanford grad on, and you ask him the question, who is your favorite player, like he's a 6-year-old.
You should have asked him, hey, can you give me 63 digits of pi?
How deep can you get into pi? 3.1415, and that's probably it.
3.1415.
7?
I think it's a 6. It's a 6 or a 7. Next.
They always did contests about that in like middle school of who could go the farthest in terms of memorizing the digits of pi. I never.
It's 3.141592.
9. It was a 9.
It's a 92653.
All right. That's it.
You mean that doesn't make great radio?
It sure doesn't.
It's not great sports talk radio.
If you guys missed any of Spencer Jones, just search The Morning Sprint wherever you guys get your podcast. KG will have that up momentarily. I'm sure we'll have it on Twitter as well throughout the day. Spencer Jones showing up big time for the Nuggets. Again, that big corner 3 in overtime, and him having more and more and more minutes without Christian Brown, without Aaron Gordon in the lineup. Before we got to Spencer, we were talking about the power rankings and the nonsense around all these publications about how the Broncos and their big-time wins, well, it doesn't really mean anything. Everyone was begging for the Broncos to beat a big-time team and have the offense be the reason why they did it. Now, there's a few of them that bump them up to number 1, but we're still seeing the Broncos ranked behind the Seahawks. The Seahawks beat a 44-year-old on a last-second field goal, and you're ranking them behind Denver?
Are we talking about power rankings, or are we talking about bag of milk ratings between me and Phillip Rivers? Who looks more like a bag of milk? I'm going to say Rivers.
Rivers is having a fine time.
But he looks like a bag of milk, doesn't he?
Well, he's 44.
I mean, I'm 43, brother. Why are you looking at me like that?
Who has to go on 75 hard to start the year?
That's a personal choice. Phillip Rivers isn't going on any kind of hard. He's been on soft for 3 years.
5 years. He hasn't played in the league in 5 seasons.
I told Andy Lindahl and Kreckman yesterday that I was going on, like I was going to do something at the New Year's 75 hard. And they're like, why? You look great. I'm like, no, I don't. Terrible. Stop being like, you're the tall, skinny guy that thinks he's out of. I'm like, dude, guys, I'm going to get jacked. I'm going to be Polumbus 2.0.
Oh, don't do that. Don't walk in here with your lats or these lats? No. With your traps up to your.
Traps and lats, man.
Traps up to your ears.
Right
don't
now,
do that to
Right
me.
now, I'm ILS, the imaginary lat syndrome.
I'm going to like you less if you do that to me. I like you a lot right now. I'm going to like you less.
You know what? I care more about my wife liking me more than you, because she does things that you don't do for me.
Whoa. Good on you. 3 kids. Good on you.
Well, I don't have 10 like Phillip Rivers.
I think he has 17. I actually think it's 17.
No, it's 10. He's got 10. He's got grandkid.
It's 10? I thought it was more than 10.
Dude, nobody has 17, man.
How many kids does Phillip Rivers have? I thought it was 17.
10.
It's 10? Where did I hear 17? It's just an exaggeration.
There was somebody else out there in the football world that's more obscure than Phillip Rivers that it came out that that this football player and his wife did have 17 children. And it was like, wait, is that real?
Well, 10 is still insanity. There's a screw loose upstairs with a few people there. That's nuts.
Antonio Cromartie has 17 children.
Okay, there you go. All right. I knew there was a 17 out there floating around.
And then Sean Alexander recently.
That's the one I was thinking of.
That's the one.
Sean Alexander's the one.
Yep, there you go.
Yep, Sean Alexander.
He's still pumping them out? Sean Alexander was a hell of a back man for a couple of years.
Dude, does Antonio Cromartie count? Because he's got 14 children with 8 different mothers. It's a very different statistic.
Well, Philly 10 on 1 is consistency.
10 on 1. My word, what are we doing here? Gosh, dang it. And I think Sean Alexander's in the same vein. Sean Alexander, I mean, you want to talk about that, like, that is crazy. Here it is. This is
God.
Sean Alexander and his wife, Valerie, have 13 children with the 14th on the way due in February of 2026.
Good on you guys.
Dude, 10
love
girls.
Is love.
10 girls, 3 boys. Can you imagine the amount of, like, just the wedding costs? Like, Sean Alexander's like, I didn't play in the correct era of the National Football League to be able to afford 10 mega weddings.
It's a good point.
Because when you're named Sean Alexander, you're not doing the you guys can just elope, or hey, let's do like a 6 people,
No,
small,
there's a
intimate
standard
wedding.
that has to be met.
By times 10. And he's got a 22-year-old, a 20-year-old, an 18, 16, 14, 13, 12, 10, 7, 5, 3, and 2. One more on the way.
It sounds like you're Kevin Harlan Kevin Harlan going after a touchdown run there.
The Broncos!
She's at the 18, the 7, the 5, the 2. Before we get too far off.
That was an early ejection right there.
Before we get too far off track here. Do you think the
Well
national
played, KJ.
Do you think the
played.
national hatred, coach, toward Denver and the people who are reticent to go, that's the best team in the league? Is it because they look at the AFC as somewhat of a joke as compared to years past?
No, I think the
apprehension
apprehension has been because of Bo and statistics. And it was the nerd picking stats, right? Completion percentage over expected. Most percentage of throws behind the line of scrimmage or at the line of scrimmage. Fewest percentage of throws down the field past the sticks. Well, Bo Nix answered all those questions against the Green Bay Packers, a defense that was considered playing at a top 3 level in the NFL. He sprayed the football all over the field. And you know what? I had a little bit of an epiphany. It's not groundbreaking by any stretch. Do you remember how we talked about Sean Payton this year offensively as the years progressed? He hasn't necessarily been obsessed with the wow offensive performance. He's been obsessed with the right offensive plan to beat the team that he's facing. Like some of those Raiders games, just don't screw it up. They're eventually going to fall apart.
Get a win, move on.
Get a win, move on. Well, this game right here showed to me that not only was Sean Payton in a headspace of we need to game plan and I need to call the game, both as a game manager, meaning 4th down decision making, and also the play calls offensively. We got to be aggressive because the Green Bay Packers are going to score points.
I mean, you can make the argument, though, that the couple of 4th down decisions were reckless, especially the one at the end.
And I would say that's because Sean Payton knew Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers, if they had stayed healthy in this contest, were more than capable of scoring 35 to 42 points. More than capable, even against the best defense in pro football.
Even at the end of the game, when Parsons was already out, when Watson was already out and not coming back in that game, the final time they go for on 4th down, 4th and 3, right? Don't they run like a halfback gut or something off the left guard, if I remember correctly?
Are you talking about the Broncos?
Yes.
Yeah, it was the fullback dive to Prentice because R.J. Harvey was not available at that time. So who you hand it off to Tyler Bidet? You gonna hand it off to Jaleel McLaughlin?
I can't sit here and question the Prentice call because, well, we loved it last week.
We did. But
I don't want to be the guy that goes, well, when it works, I love it. When it doesn't, you're an idiot. I feel like that's disingenuous.
If you were a football, like if you were watching the film, you'd probably say versus that particular line, like the alignment of the defensive front, that might not have been the right check from the quarterback. Sometimes that's the case. It has to do with not just a play call, hey, let's run fullback dive. Sean Payton called a play call that said something along the lines of, hey, let's go green right nasty, 64 belly, kill, fullback right, 96 power king, alert, 97 wham. Something like that. And Bo Nix probably got to the line of scrimmage and just went with 64 belly, which is the fullback dive. So it's not just Sean Payton saying, I'm going to call the belly play, the handoff to the fullback. It was probably paired up 3 different ways with 2 other potential options, and sometimes it ends up on the quarterback.
And going for it on back-to-back 4th and 3s late in the game, they obviously have the incompletion to Marvin Mims on 4th and 3, and then the stuffed Prentice run. Both of those decisions are, I can visibly see Jordan Love getting rattled. I can visibly see Green Bay having to force deep throws, and Surtain and Moser are playing great right now. I can feel the pass rush getting after Green Bay at this point. ESPN had an article that came out earlier today. They have a 3.3% explosive run rate against. It's the best number in 15 years in the league, the Broncos defense. So if you're going to have an explosive play, what do you have to do? You have to throw the ball. You have to get in shotgun, and that opens up Allen and Cooper and Benito, and then the best corner in football. It's a position of strength that nobody else in the NFL has. And you're going to tell me that Seattle's better than that? Shut the hell up. It's a 2K Tuesday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, as well as an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. And coming up in about 15 minutes from right now, you'll have your second keyword to get inside the building Friday evening as the Avs take on Central Division rival Winnipeg. Your next keyword is coming up at 11:20 today. You can tune in for the Avs tonight. Late game live from Seattle as they take on the Kraken. Coverage on 92.5 starts at 7:30 p.m. with the pregame show powered by Ramos Law. You can expect puck drops sometime shortly after 8:15, probably closer to 8:20. Considering they're the TNT game and they're on the West Coast, it's going to be a late one, Coach. A late one.
I like late ones.
Why? Because you don't have to be up late doing the post-game show like I do. That's why.
Oh, so it's all about you.
Oh, it is. Have you not learned that doing this show with me for nearly a year and a half?
I don't know, man. I'll say this, Raj.
First guy?
You and I went to Baltimore, Maryland for Army-Navy. Anne Marie and I, after you went your way, I thought I was going to take you home, and you were even you were very low maintenance. I said to Anne Marie, I was like, Raj was fun. Almost like I was surprised by it. She's like, he was great.
I don't know whether that's a compliment. I kind of feel offended. You're trying to give me a compliment, and I feel offended right now. I find myself to be a very enjoyable individual sometimes.
You're a better dude than I would have thought a year and a half ago. Like a way better dude.
You thought I was an acquired taste.
I thought you were a bag. A bag or a
the
rat.
Wrong type of bag.
You're a bag, a rat, or a pigeon.
A puke. That's another one. A puke. A little guy who doesn't do much. A puke. Broncos playoff scenarios this weekend. Obviously, they're already into the playoff picture. And as we talked about yesterday, the last three teams to be the first team to clinch a playoff berth, correct?
Last three teams.
To be the first team to clinch a playoff berth. So the last 3 years, the first team to clinch a playoff berth, whether it's in the AFC or the NFC, has made the Super Bowl. They just haven't won.
They've all lost.
So your question was, do I take the AFC Championship win to guarantee a Super Bowl loss? My answer yesterday was yes. Here's how they can not only get in, but be the one seed. And I think at this point, man, if they're the one seed in the AFC, there's nothing stopping them from getting to another Super Bowl. Here's how they can do it this weekend. If you win combined with a Chargers loss.
That's it, right?
No.
Sorry.
That's to
Chargers,
get the AFC West.
Okay, AFC West locked up with a Chargers loss.
And a Broncos win.
Broncos win.
Broncos win. Chargers lose. You get the AFC West.
And then if you add a Bills.
No,
not Bills.
Both a Bills and a Patriots loss added into that, you would be the one seed.
What do the Bills have to do?
This is according to the NFL. Denver win with LA loss and New England loss.
What's the Bills' record?
And Bills, they're 9-4. They can catch them. They can get there. So you need all of those teams to lose.
That would be that you're going to lose to freaking the Cheeks in a game that you need.
Oh, that's a guaranteed win. Thursday night against Gardner Minshew?
Oh, the mustache, man. He's going to be serving him up, man. Riley Moss is going to be feasting.
Travis probably has the PJ fired up trying to get back to wherever Taylor
Bills
is that
are 10-4.
evening. They're 10-4 now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, that math works. 14 weeks.
Gosh, man. They were just kind of lying in the weeds there, weren't they, about midseason?
Well, it's funny. You forget about the Bills because they've been so up and down. It's like yesterday when I forgot about the Chargers. When we were only talking about New England.
And
right?
Chargers' record now is what? Is it also 10-4?
The Chargers right now are sitting behind you in the standings at 10-4. There are 3 10-4 teams in the league right now.
That's pretty
good. Buffalo, Jacksonville, and LA.
Now,
in the AFC.
Here in Denver, we would say both of those teams, until proven otherwise by the Broncos in head-to-head games, I'd say that you haven't proven that you can beat the Jim Harbaugh-led San Diego Superchargers of Los Angeles. And you got obliterated in year one of the Buffalo experience, being in Buffalo in playoff round one.
Different team.
I agreed.
Also a vastly different Buffalo defense.
Mm-hmm. Styles make fights, though, Raj. And those two teams are stylistically teams that have always just been a little uncomfortable in recent years with the Broncos. I'd say in the last 2 seasons. And of course, The sample size against Buffalo is not big, although you beat him in 23 with Russ. Remember that game? But last year was it left a really bad taste in my mouth about Josh Allen versus Bo Nix. About Josh Allen in the run game, the James Cook-led run game.
James Cook's legit, dude.
Versus the Broncos defense.
Another 100-yard game, multiple scores against New England.
He's legit. Man, the Broncos got to win the next 2. And it's game, set, match.
You're guaranteed to beat the Chiefs. There is no way you can lose that football game.
Control your own destiny, as the Broncos have all year long. Sean Payton yesterday snapped at DMac. Did you hear him? Like, DMac asked the question, how does this being in sole possession of first place in wild card, having clinched a playoff berth, how does it shift your attention to the playoffs? And he's like, it doesn't. And he's right. Like, he's a football coach. We don't do that.
Well, I did like the position of power that Sean spoke from, and he was very concise in his Zoom presser yesterday when I listened to it. Very concise.
Almost bordering on kind of being an a-hole.
Yeah, but that's Sean. We're used to that.
Yeah, it's good. He's the adult in the room, and we're all the children.
I loved how
DMac
he goes,
was the child.
I loved how he goes.
Just kidding. Love you, DMac.
Making the playoffs is not a goal.
Nope.
That's an expectation. Your first goal,
AFC West,
is to win the division. That's it. There is, when you have the whiteboard up at the beginning of the year and you are vision boarding this thing out, making the playoffs doesn't even get on there. That's the expectation. And I love that from Sean. So if you want to be a bit of a, bag about it, be my guest. Again, you are a 12-win football team. I don't care what you say to people. Now, is it unsavory sometimes? Sure. But you're winning football games, therefore do whatever you want. Like Russell Wilson, if you had won 12 football games, you could have done whatever you want, been as cheesy as you wanted the whole year, but it was diminishing returns. You knew you couldn't win with that guy. I don't care. I don't care how Sean sounds to DMac. I don't. You're winning.
I could care less too. Sean's going to do things Sean's way. And
you know who doesn't care? DMac probably.
He doesn't care.
You're winning.
No, he likes it. He really likes it because it gets him more sound bites across the country. Like, it's awesome. He's like, let's freaking go. Sean Payton, with his at times gruff nature with the media, at times after wins seeming to be miserable. The one thing that Sean Payton's done with this football team is he has led the players well. Sean Payton is a completely different type of air quotes players coach. I mentioned this yesterday on KNL. Sean Payton has done something that is remarkable, Raj, at any level of football. Nearly every player on this roster, and the most recent proof of concept of player development, rising all boats, Michael Bandy, Lil Jordan Humphrey, Dondre Tillman, Jonah Ellis. Like, these are not your top 10, top 15 roster players, let alone even top 40. Some of them aren't even your top 53.
Sure.
And they're doing it against the Green Bay Packers, who were leading in the NFC North and had a chance for the 1 seed. They're not going to anymore. We know that. Going into this contest, Sean Payton is a player's coach that's not nice. He's not joyful. He's not, the guy that has pickup basketball going on during a team meeting.
Yeah, we're not having field day out there in training camp like we did 3 seasons ago.
There's nothing happening up standard, and guess what the players get to reap the benefits of? Number 1, playoff checks. Number 2, contract extensions and bigger paydays. Number 3, potential opportunities outside of the Broncos organization at season's end, if indeed the Broncos can't afford to keep all of these players on the roster, which unfortunately is part of a championship tax. And you're going to win a championship this year. In some way, shape, or form, you are going to win a championship.
Okay, so whether it's an AFC West,
which is a championship.
Okay,
yeah,
sure.
I look at that as a championship. Like,
they put up banners or placards for that around stadiums. I can give you that.
I don't know if it's a title, a championship, whatever.
It's a title, an AFC whatever. West title. I think a championship has to be you win
champs.
the AFC.
Okay, AFC
if you win
champs.
the AFC, I will give that that is a level of championship.
You're going to achieve that, and it's not because I'm jinxing it or anything. Like, you're better. You're coached better. You're constructed better. You're playing better. You're playing at home in 2 of the remaining 3. This Bronco team, man, it is built right. It is built correctly. And anybody that doesn't have this Bronco team as number 1 or number 2 in their power rankings isn't watching them. They're not watching their form currently.
So you're impressed in terms of his ability to get the most out of the Michael Bandys, the Uwazurikes, the Ellises.
No doubt. Uwazurike is a great one.
Does it concern
Malcolm frickin' Roach, man? That was just he's
plugging a hole.
He's a scrap heap interior defensive lineman that, by the way, has turned into a really good pass rushing D lineman. I mean, that's Vance Joseph. It's Sean Payton. It's, heck, even our guy that we were so hard on for 8 weeks, Darren Rizzi. You're starting to see some big-time special teams production.
Does it concern you when you look at a player like Evan Ingram, where you go, you're getting the most out of these, I don't want to say it because it's a slap in the face, but these no-name-ish guys, you're getting the most out of them, but then you look at Evan Ingram and you go, where's my value? That is 1 touchdown this season so far with a total of 359 yards receiving.
Let's have the conversation
And
then.
he's been healthy.
What's the difference between both Trey Greenlaw and Evan Ingram versus Michael Bandy, Lil Jordan Humphrey, Levi Uwazurike, DeAndre Tillman?
Ioma Uwazurike.
Oh, it's Ioma. I always say Levi. I coached a Levi Uwazurike at Sanford. What's the difference between all of those players and Ingram and Greenlaw? The difference is that those players are essentially homegrown, home-developed cultural products of what Sean Payton and George Payton under the Penner-Walton ownership group have been producing.
You're my Play-Doh. You're my Play-Doh. I chose that toy. I was not gifted that toy.
And I went out and developed that toy. I didn't, like, this reminds me, this is probably why I have such an affinity to this football team. This reminds me of a college football program like the one that I came from and played at Boise State, where you don't want to go out and get a bunch of portal guys because your best players in the last 25 years are guys that you recruited that were undersized, underdeveloped, underutilized, and didn't have the star rankings. Ashton frickin' Genty. And what do? You develop them. And as a cultural product of what you're building inside of your own franchise and or university, you keep putting out really, really good football players.
Look no further than the 6th quarterback taken in his own draft.
Proof of concept. Look no further than starting center Luke Wattenberg. Was that a guy that was just heralded as a superstar? Quinn Miners.
Coming from a no-name college.
I mean, it's all over this roster.
It is.
You could argue that maybe some of the more questionable like players at times on this roster are guys that were big name, big money guys that were acquired elsewhere. I mean, I love Mike McGlinchey. I was a part of coaching him at Notre Dame. I'm a huge fan of him. He's been great this year. Been great last year, but there were some tough times with Mike McFlinchy, as people called him. With the false starts. And
it's a tough name to have a guy who's going to get called for a false start.
You know what really, I can say it now.
Garrett Bowles with the Garrett Holds.
Yeah, you know what
misnomer.
So I think it was Tyler Polumbus that coined the moniker locally here of Mike McFlinchy.
Pretty good.
That was his nickname when I was coaching at Notre Dame.
Oh no.
I hated to say it. Yeah. I was like, because he was a white knuckle offensive lineman that was just high care factor, high energy, high strung. And it's like, I knew it. I was coaching the quarterbacks. I'm like, anything weird that you do with your cadence, big number 68 at the time, he's now 69, big number 68, he's going to do his namesake. He's going to flinch.
It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Your next keyword is coming up on the other side of the break.
Do not
go
miss it.
anywhere.
Don't miss it.
Don't miss it. Keywords. Avs Tickets. Next. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday, coincides with the 2K Tuesday on the morning sprint. Coach Sanford, Alex, Ryan, Emmy along with you guys until noon, and this is your chance to win tickets to see the Avs take on the Jets on Friday night. Your 11:20 keyword is Bombers. 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 Text that with your first and last name to 303-504.
Is that another hockey term?
0925.
In a little hockey culture?
And
Something walks by and you go, Bombers.
Those are bombers. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. You can find them in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. Once again, your keyword this hour is bombers.
My favorite Rajism, which is really a hockeyism. And I'm not going to tell the whole story, but when Raj mentions somebody who's an attractive human, he doesn't call him like a hottie or a baddie. He calls him a rocket.
Yeah, it's not mine. That's just the sport. Stone Cold Rocket.
Stone Cold Rocket.
Congratulations, Fernando Mendoza, on winning the Heisman.
Yes. What an amazing story of a family that came from Cuba, a mother overcoming multiple sclerosis. I can't say it. What a beautiful family.
Again, 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today.
Baby.
Text the keyword
it's bombers.
Bombers. Yes, bombers. Bombers with your first and last name. We're going to give away those tickets coming up in about 20 minutes from right now. It's 11:20 on a Tuesday. It means it's time for NFL notes and the NFL Week 15 Rewind. The week that was in the NFL started on Thursday with 3 touchdowns, 30 of 44, 373 yards for a guy. Well, he couldn't play in prime time. He just had to get benched and get older. Kirk Cousins, 3 touchdowns, 373 through the air. And the Buccaneers fall to 7-7. They still retain first place in the NFC South right now, but they are currently tied with the Carolina Panthers. Atlanta eliminated from postseason contention despite the win, sitting at 5-9. The Buccaneers. Coach, who's going to win that division? Is it the Bucs? Is Bryce Young doing enough right now?
Carolina.
You think?
Yeah, just vibes. I just feel like that the Dave Canales energy is a little bit more contagious of the positive ilk than Todd Bowles' post-game F-bomb rants that seem forced. Would you agree?
Probably, but I love me some Baker Mayfield.
I love Baker, but Baker's Baker is he's a roller coaster. He can be his career's been a roller coaster. There's games that are a roller coaster, and it all depends on the timing of when the roller coaster is doing the right things, not the bad things.
Bears get a 31-3 win over the Browns. They absolutely handle them. DeAndre Swift, nearly 100 yards, 2 scores on the ground. DJ Moore, 2 touchdown receptions, and one of them was absolutely bonkers. Solid game from Caleb Williams, 242 yards. Both of those passes obviously coming to Moore through the air. 10-4 are the Bears right now, sitting in the 2 seed behind LA, just 1 game out of that bye situation against the Rams. The Rams take on the Seattle Seahawks coming up here.
That's a big one.
That is the biggest game of the weekend.
I was talking to one of my assistant football coaches, Seattle sports personality, Brock Heward, and he's headed to that football contest. That's going to be a big one.
Ravens get a 24-0 win over the Bengals. Ravens still on the outside looking into the playoff picture. I want everything to go against the Ravens. I don't want to see them with any breadth of life getting into the postseason. Maybe you'd have to face them in a round 2 there. I want the Steelers in. They currently have a 1-game lead at 8-6 over Baltimore. They handle Cincinnati 24-0. But Joe Burrow says, I'm going to play football for the rest of the season.
Is he going to play after the season ever again?
I don't know. That'll be a fun off-season topic of conversation.
Andrew Luck feels, aren't there? Andrew Luck's was a little bit less dark and less, more transparent.
He was less pouty.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow feels pouty. And I like Burrow. Like, he's one of my favorite players to watch in the league. Andrew Luck, he wasn't pouty. He was broken. He was heartbroken that he had to do that. And I guess Burrow feels a little broken. It's just how it's conveyed.
All right, I got something for you real quick. You ready for this? Since Joe Burrow lost to Mahomes in the AFC title game.
Devastating.
He has a particular record. 17-15. Since that exact time, Tua Tagovailoa is 23-18. Yet,
records aren't everything.
No, but I'm telling you, there's this built-in glazing currently of Joe Burrow.
He's amazing.
He hasn't been amazing, nor has his team been amazing.
And again, part of it is because he signed the big contract, and they also allocated money to 2 wide receivers for no reason. There's no defense there. There's no offensive line. I think if you were to put him in a situation that maybe they pay 1 wide receiver, or they don't even pay a wide out, and they invest in the offensive line and some sort of defense, he is a vastly different player than he is right. Tell me how many quarterbacks are more talented than him in the league? Maybe 0. It's probably 1, and it's Josh Allen, and that's it.
You got to trust what your eyes are telling you right now with Joe Burrow, and that's we talked about the power ratings yesterday. He's not a top 15 quarterback in the National Football League this year
because the team he hasn't played, and I think we're riding that player's talent off too much.
I don't know. He's going to be that talent's
the situation.
I don't know if that talent's even going to be on a football field coming 2026. Like the entirety of 2026.
It's more the situation than it is the players. Chargers get a 16-13 win over the Chiefs, and this felt so good.
And Pacheco remains the back, and Minshew to the air. And deep, and intercepted. It's picked off. Derwin James gets it.
Gardner Minshew intercepted. Chargers win. You have to worry about them winning the AFC West and even pushing for the 1 seed in the AFC playoffs. But the Chiefs are dead. It goes from bad to worse. Patrick Mahomes tears both his ACL and his LCL. Is this the end of the Chiefs dynasty, or are we just hitting pause on the game, Coach?
I think we're seeing the end of the current iteration of the dynasty.
Greater chance of this being over and Kansas City not winning another Super Bowl ever, or it being the exact same thing that played out in New England with Tom Brady and the better part of his career happening post ACL.
I don't see. Gosh, the witch is not going to be dead. Unfortunately, the Wicked Witch does not die in the 2020s. But it's kind of fun to see at least the Chiefs' reign of terror just take at least a year, 2, maybe even 3-year hiatus.
Bills get a big-time win, 35-31 here. James Cook he's a problem.
2nd and 1. Love being called a second. On a give, Cook slices through, and he takes it in for the touchdown. A silencer from Cook. 5 straight drives with touchdowns for the Bills. And they go back in front here in the 4th.
Not to be outdone by 2 50-yard-plus touchdowns by Travion Henderson on the other side of this ball game. 2 touchdowns, 113 yards from James Cook. 10-4 are the Bills despite this crazy roller coaster up and down season.
The Bills are trending at the right time. I don't fully trust the Patriots and Drake May in big spots and big moments in the fourth quarter. When you looked at the body language of Drake May in that fourth quarter, when Josh Allen, the monster that is, started to come alive, he was shrinking. You felt it. It was palpable. And guess who hasn't shrunk in those moments in the last 2 years? It's Bo Nix.
The Commanders get a 29-21 win in a toilet bowl matchup against the Giants. They have also shut down Jaden Daniels for the remainder of the season. We talked about that 3 weeks ago. I went, why is he playing? There is no reason for you to risk a guy who is already injury prone going back to his college days. The Commanders shut down their quarterback, looking for draft compensation on the other side in terms of where they'll actually select in the upcoming entry draft. The Eagles shut out the hapless Raiders 31-0. Hurts 175 yards, but Saquon Barkley 78 yards and a touchdown on the ground. The Raiders suck. The Eagles are going to be a playoff team and dangerous in the NFC. 5 touchdowns from Trevor Lawrence in a 28-point victory over the Jets. The Jets fire the defensive coordinator as well. Travis Etienne, 3 receptions, 73 yards, and 3 scores through the air for the former Clemson running back. Big time win there. The Jags 10-4, leading the AFC South. The Texans stay alive in that race with a 40-20 win over the Cardinals, who fall to 3-11. CJ Stroud, 22 of 29, 260 yards and 3 touchdowns. Is CJ Stroud back?
CJ Stroud and the Houston Texans are peaking at the right moment to do what they continually do, which is make a playoff game, maybe win one against the bad team that turns the ball over 4 to 5 times, and then fizzle out because CJ Stroud just isn't that guy.
Is the defense good enough to make sure that Stroud not being that guy doesn't matter? The defense is pretty good.
They're really good, but I don't think down the stretch. Like AFC Championship, I don't see a world that exists right now where the Houston Texans are going to be in the AFC Championship.
All right. Broncos get a big-time victory, 34-26 over the Packers. Micah Parsons tears his ACL. You want to listen to the recent ACL and Achilles injuries in the league. Parsons, ACL. Mahomes, ACL, LCL. Nick Bosa, Malik Neighbors, Tyreek Hill, Tucker Kraft, Zach Ertz, Marshawn Lattimore, Najee Harris, Daniel Jones, all players going down with ligament injuries in their knees or in their Achilles this season.
Don't love it. Don't love it whatsoever, especially for the Green Bay Packers. That's a team I wanted the Broncos to end up facing off in the Super Bowl. It would have been a great rematch. There's a 0% chance that happens. That was a massive loss. You paid money and you moved capital to get arguably the most ferocious, terrifying defensive player in the National Football League, and he's gone. He's done. Just like that.
A lot of people, rather, when you talk about those injuries, these ligament injuries, ACLs, LCLs, meniscus, Achilles for the lower body, they go, oh, it's turf. It's the turf that's ruining the league. Out of all of those injuries that I just listed this year, grass shows up on 6 of them. If you add in hybrid grass, it's 7. Just 3 of those injuries, Malik Neighbors, Zach Ertz, and Najee Harris, came on turf fields.
Grass. It's grass.
It's grass. I don't know what the answer. Like, you can't legislate that out of the game. Guys are getting too big, too fast, too strong.
God, it's always been turf.
It's genetics.
Turf has always just freaked me out. Because grass typically has a little bit more give.
And you can bite into it a little bit. It's weird, man. It's just players are getting too big and too fast and too strong too quickly. You're just going to see this thing happen. Vic has it's genetics, dude. It's Vic's point. They're out of control. Rams get a 41-31 win over the Lions. They improved to 11-3. Matt Stafford continues to roll, 2 touchdowns, 368 yards. But will Devontae Adams play this coming weekend? That is the big question.
He's a good one, man. And he is scorching hot. Yeah, I think he plays. I think the Rams are they're just better than Seattle.
They're better, and you want the 1 seed.
Yeah.
You want the 1 seed. You want the bye. I think he plays this weekend. The Saints get a 20-17 win over the Panthers. Tyler Shuck, 272 yards and a touchdown. They rally late. They sweep the Panthers.
Kellen Moore building something?
Who are your pick to win the NFC South?
I know the cultural build of the New Orleans Saints under Kellen Moore, playing good offensive football with a quarterback that nobody respected at any point earlier in the season or in the offseason. All right, Kellen, I see you, fellow Boise State Bronco.
The Titans continue to hurtle toward the number 1 pick in the NFL draft with a 13-point loss on the road. Brock Purdy's 3 touchdowns have the Niners at 10-4 in the NFC. The Seahawks 18-16. They escape Old Man Rivers.
3rd down and 4. Rivers, and he's got a man. Touchdown! That's Josh Downs, and that's Phillip Rivers with a touchdown pass. The 422nd touchdown pass of his career.
5 seasons removed. He is not the oldest player to throw a touchdown in NFL history. That mark belongs to George Blanda, who threw one for Oakland at 47 years old.
Jeez, oh, Pete.
Now, different league in 1974. You could argue, like, it's amazing that he played until that old.
I mean, we heard the stats on Antonio Cromartie. There's probably a grandchild mixed in there somewhere, right? When he was playing, would he have 13 children with 8 different mothers?
Blanda didn't. Sorry, a grandchild with Cromartie or Blanda?
Cromartie, because we were talking about NFL starters that obviously we're talking about the quarterback position, but NFL starters with grandkids.
I only looked at quarterbacks. So Rivers is the oldest one. He is the newest one since Favre back in 2010.
There's 3 ever, right? 3 starting quarterbacks that had a grandchild.
I thought it was just 2. I thought it was just Rivers and Favre.
I thought Blanda was. I think Blanda was a grandfather.
Okay, he was 48 years old in his final season. Like,
right.
That's a definite possibility. I don't know what Blanda's kids were doing. Who knows? It's a
personal thing.
It is a personal thing.
It's a Blanda family conversation.
Seahawks 18-16. They get a last-second field goal to win that one. The Vikings 34-26 over the Cowboys. Cowboys are pretty much dead in the water now. Vikings improving to 6-8. J.J. McCarthy irking a lot of people because he does the gritty on the way into the end zone. Do you love it or do you hate it?
Love it. You?
Hate it. You can't be the guy that gritties on the way into the end zone as you have been a laughing stock of NFL social media over the last 4 or 5 weeks with the fake tough guy meme that's going around. You can't be that guy.
I still believe in the player.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
I am going to put it out there into the universe that I still believe that J.J. McCarthy, under the tutelage of Kevin O'Connell, also Josh McCown, quarterback coach, the talent is there. The competitive fire is there. J.J. McCarthy finishing the 2025 season out on a positive streak. It makes the NFC North the most terrifying division in football next year.
The Pittsburgh Steelers push their way into the number 1 spot in the AFC North, 8-6. They get a 13-point win over Miami in this one. Miami knocked out of playoff contention at 6-8 now. That'll do it for your NFL Rewind on KJ's NFL Notes. They're brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Make sure you guys text the keyword BOMBERS, BOMBERS. That is BOMBERS with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You guys can win tickets to see the Avs take on the Winnipeg Jets this coming Friday at home. 303-504-0925. Your keyword is bombers.
Not bobbers, not boobers, not boomers. It's bombers.
Bombers to 303-504-0925. You have 5 minutes remaining on that keyword. We'll give away a winner on the other side. We will give away our winners for Avs tickets to see the Avs and Jets in a Central Division collision on Friday evening. Coming up in about 7 minutes from right now, we'll give away that winner. Overtime win for the Nuggets last night. We had a great chat with Spencer Jones earlier on in the program. If you missed any of that, just search The Morning Sprint wherever you guys get your podcasts. You can listen to Spencer Jones and what he had to say right after we get off.
Fascinating conversation.
We will flip the script, turn the page to the Jags starting tomorrow.
Just a guy.
Just a guy. Just
Jag.
a bunch of guys.
Just a
Jags.
Jag. Just some young Jag.
They don't play well in Denver. They don't play well in Denver in cold weather, although I don't think it's going to be cold this weekend because it's like 70 today in the middle of December.
Raj, we've had a couple conversations about hockey vernacular.
Yeah.
Is the word Jag ever used in the hockey culture at all? No. Sometimes it's followed by, it's.
It's not.
Okay. It's a big football
term. I first heard
term.
Jag in football.
Huge football term. It's just the acronym.
It's a good term. Just a guy.
Just a guy. And a franchise is built around that acronym. It's wild.
Jags coming up this weekend. Broncos looking to secure not only the AFC West crown with a paired Chargers loss, but they can find a way with a Bills loss, Chargers loss, and Patriots loss with a Broncos win into the 1 seed and the bye as early as this weekend. Avs will take on Seattle late this evening. The Kraken, bad team. Crazy thing that happened over the weekend was a trade that rivals, if not supersedes, what happened with Mikko Rantanen last year. Quinn Hughes is the second best defenseman in the world. And you're seeing a lot of Vancouver Canucks fans coming out of the woodworks and go, well, at least I don't have to fake that Quinn Hughes is not the best D-man in the world behind Cale Makar. So they're finally coming to their
It wasn't
senses.
even particularly close.
No, I was having this conversation on the post-game
Super
show
talented,
over the weekend.
but not a lot to show for it, right?
No, I mean he's got a Norris Trophy. Quinn Hughes is a freak. He's not Cale Makar.
Right.
At all. And
similar play style.
yeah, similar play style. Hughes is a little bit smaller.
They're offensive D-men in a sense. I mean,
Makar
they're good dispossessors, but they're not big-time hitters.
Well, no, they're not
They're
hitters.
They're great skaters.
But to call Cale a poor defender is a gross oversimplification of his game. Data-driven hockey is a big nerd stat. You know, what's your favorite nose picker stat in the NFL?
Give me some CPOE, man.
CPOE,
Completion percentage over expected.
So data-driven hockey has this thing called, they do the Lidstrom Trophy, which is the best defensive defenseman in the NHL, which actually isn't a trophy, but they should probably create one. It's fun. And they do something called defensive goals above average.
Okay.
And essentially it's a catch-all statistic that tells you how
the
good...
old DGAA?
DGOA. Defensive goals over average.
Okay, you said it above.
I know. Same thing.
Put it in an acronym.
Way she goes.
Thank you.
It basically tells you what a defender does when they're on the ice and the opponent has the puck. At 5-on-5, at 4-on-5. It's a catch-all, not perfect, but it's a statistic to tell you, the data tells you these are the best defenders in the world. Cale, by that metric, is third. And he is so much better than everyone else when he has the puck on his stick.
Who is 1 and 2?
JJ Moser of the Tampa Bay Lightning, solid D-man.
No relation whatsoever to our very own Mark.
No, at all. I think he's Swiss. Okay. Shea Theodore of Vegas, solid defenseman. Really love that guy. Other guys who are in there are Matthew Schaefer, big Nico Mikkola with Florida. Like, Cale is, by the numbers, a very good defending defenseman.
Yes.
Quinn ain't anywhere near that. Not even in the top 10. He does make Minnesota really dangerous on the back end. You get to pair him right now with Brock Faber, who is one of my favorite young D-men in the league. You get to put him alongside Jared Spurgeon, and when he's healthy, a big, rangy defenseman in Jacob Middleton, who's currently on the IR right now. It makes them really good on the back end, Minnesota, and I do believe this is a keeping up with the Joneses trade for them. We're going to go out. We're going to get him from Vancouver, who very clearly realized they're not going to be able to keep him in a year and a half when his contract is up. Quinn probably wants to go play with his brothers in New Jersey, but Minnesota's a solid place for him. They also have the ability to sign him to an 8-year contract extension, which goes away after this offseason. That's the reason why it's so important to make sure that you get the Kale deal done this offseason. It goes away with the new CBA. Minnesota doesn't scare me anywhere else. Kirill Kaprizov is a winger, damn good player. Matt Boldy, damn good player, but they're both wingers. They have no centerman. And this league is won and lost in the middle of the ice. I still think Minnesota is a distant third in the Central Division behind Colorado and Dallas, who are fingernails removed from each other. Both of those teams are so damn good, man. It makes Minnesota better. I don't think it makes them a true threat to get Colorado. What I do think it does, makes it a harder route for Dallas in the playoffs.
Yes, it does. Although Dallas is...
They don't lose.
They don't lose.
They don't lose. Neither does Colorado.
They don't lose.
And what's crazy is those three teams right now, I believe those three teams are the best in the league in terms of points. It might be 3 of the 4 between Colorado, Dallas, and Minnesota. Yeah, 3 of the 4. They're 1 point behind Carolina for the 3 spot.
Yep.
If the playoffs started today, it is guaranteed that 2 of the 3 of those teams will not be in the Western Conference Final. 2 of the 3 of those teams are gone after the second round because of how the playoffs are.
It's the dumbest thing
It's
ever.
so stupid. The players hate it.
Come on, Gary.
The GMs hate it. The coaches hate it. The fans hate it.
But Gary loves it.
Gary loves it.
He loves his divisional playoff matchups, doesn't he? Building rivalries in a sport that really doesn't have a whole lot of them. What are the top 2 best true, not manufactured rivalries currently in the NHL?
Toronto, Montreal.
It's just like a geographical.
You could also go Toronto, Montreal, Toronto, Boston, or Boston, Montreal.
And
could be your top 3.
And
Dallas, Colorado is.
And how many titles? How many Stanley Cup finals have been won in the last 20 years by Montreal and Toronto?
None.
Yeah.
Montreal has the last cup won by a Canadian team is 1993.
By whom?
Montreal and our old friend Patrick Waugh.
Mm-hmm. It's 32 years ago, Rush.
That's a long time, brother. Dallas and Colorado is right up there. Those 2 teams hate each other. And you know what even more? The fan bases hate each other. It's a shame that the Detroit and Colorado rivalry is non-existent now. Nobody cares about it because that was so much fun. That was New York Yankees, Boston Red Sox level of hatred.
Yeah.
And now it's gone because they're in the Eastern Conference.
Yes, it is.
And you'll never see them in a West or in a Cup final. They just don't have it going on. It's not going to happen this year. Dallas and Colorado is a great rivalry. So I guess you can look at Gary Bettman and go, well, you did it. Congratulations.
Does anybody have fun watching that game?
Dallas and Colorado?
I don't know, man. It's been so painful for us on this side of it. So I guess Dallas has had a lot of fun in postseason watching that matchup.
Yeah, but then they lose the next round.
I know, which makes it almost weird. It's like a dark rivalry. It's like everybody's ultimately losing.
It's a rivalry that over the last 3 years means kind of nothing. But at least Colorado still gets to go. They go, hey, look at the ring. We have this within the last few seasons.
But didn't go through Dallas.
No, you didn't have to.
Didn't, sir.
And that's the reason why, man. Everyone goes, oh, Raj, your takes on the easiest path forward is such a soft take. No, it's not. Do you want to win a championship or do you not?
Or do you just want to be Tommy Tough Guy? You want to be Tommy Tough Guy?
Oh, you gotta beat the best to be the best. No, you don't. You don't have to do any of that. You just have to beat the team in front of you. And you know what I'm going to take? The worst team. The more injured team. Because if I'm the last one standing, all I get to do is take off my ring and shine the bling in front of your face.
Hold a second while I drink a cold beer out of this cup here. Enjoy that from Dallas.
Congratulations, Susan Boykin. You are going to see the Avs take on the Winnipeg Jets on Friday. Susan Boykin is our winner after a huge win over Houston last night in overtime. Make sure you guys stay tuned. Coming up in just 30 minutes from right now, we talked with Spencer Jones, but Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac will have head coach David Adelman joining at 12:30. You won't want to miss it. If you didn't win tickets with us or with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane in the morning, you can win tickets to see the Avs take on the Jets on the 20s for the rest of your shows. 12 to 3 with PhD. Kreckman and Lindahl, 3 to 6 tonight. Avs start at 7:30 with your pregame show on 92.5. For Coach, for KJ, I'm Raj. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Oh, man, what another crazy day, man. A little windy today. High fire warning I saw because, well, Tyler, you and Chris Bianchi would have already hashed that out, I'm sure.
Yeah.
At some point.
Yeah, we got that covered. That's the one downside of never having snow the rest of the winter.
The state catching on fire at some point later in the spring.
Yeah.
It's one of them.
But, you know, enjoy global warming while you got it. I'm a big fan.
Big fan of global warming. Pro global warming.
I am pro 60-degree days, 70-degree days.
We were right about something, by the way, sports-wise. We can get into the Nuggets here.
I'm always right.
But we had a vibe about something. We had a vibe that the Broncos would. You remember we were joking about like Leonard Fournette or I don't know, some sort of Phillip Rivers like running back. They did add a running back.
No Sean Moreno.
That would have been funny. You know what? I think No Sean would have given it a go. I think No Sean would have been up for the challenge. They claimed Cody Schrader, who in 2 years has 1 carry for 3 yards, and he was added to the 53. It's not like a practice squad thing. Like they just threw him on there. And
do we have any particulars with him? Is he like 5'9", 174 guy again?
What do you think? I mean,
or is he another fullback?
He's not a fullback. No, he's definitely a running back. Right, hold on.
I'm going to go with 24 years old.
Okay,
24 years old, born between December and February, and roughly 5'8".
Okay, well, why would we sign guy? You got me right there. I don't
Keep
care
going.
the 24. I don't care. Once you got the 5'8", why are we signing him?
Keep going though. You're close.
5'8" and
190.
No, a little bigger than that. 200.
He is 5'8", 202.
According
to Wikipedia.
So that
26.
Hold on,
26.
how did I do on the birthday?
26. He's a little bit older.
All right, what were the months? Or what was the month?
September 8th.
Dang.
Sorry. So you're a little bit off there.
Which means 5'8", 202 means 5'7", 190.
Could. Sure. So he's a little water bug sort of dude.
Yeah. Do we need a water bug?
No, we got 2 of those.
For a guy who just hasn't played, there were a couple of teams that were interested in him. He's bounced around quite a bit. So he's been with
Who else claimed him?
Well, there was interest in him. I don't know. He was signed off the Rams practice squad early this year by Jacksonville, then waived 9 days ago, claimed by the Texans. And now they let go of him. So no claims on him, but he has had interest in 4 other teams just this year as he lands on the Broncos.
So he's been cut by 4 teams this year?
Yeah, he's been with the Rams, Jags, Texans, and now the Broncos, 4 teams. Yeah.
Okay.
How about that?
Well,
so
they say the 4th time's the charm.
We got him on the 53, though. So this is a guy that, we were kind of right. We were sort of right about, are they looking at somebody?
Kind of like Elizabeth Taylor, just keep trying.
Keep trying. Don't give up. It'll work out at some point, Liz.
Yeah, somewhere, somehow.
Yeah. So anyways, there's that, and Brandon Jones does go on IR. And no word on Justin Simmons. I think it's Tuesday, like anything could happen, I suppose. But my guess is if something was going to crack with Justin Simmons, we probably would have heard about it.
I think that's a Sean doesn't like thing.
There's something there, man.
Sean doesn't like you.
Yeah, there's something. Because it doesn't make sense why they wouldn't bring him in at this point. I mean, you get him on low money just for 4 games or whatever, even just to take a look at him. I mean, what else could it be? And I have no idea why Sean doesn't like him, but that's what it reeks of, that Sean just doesn't like the dude. So, that's that. What a game last night by the Nuggets, man. Man, there's so many different ways to go here with the Nuggets game. So maybe I'll just throw it out there and see where it goes. But what are your thoughts off the top?
Played out a little bit like I thought. They'd lost the 4 previous home games by 2 teams that weren't as good as Houston. It was probably the most physical game they played in, and 2 of your more physical players still not playing yet. And yet they found a way to win. I don't know if you would have wanted that to go to a second overtime.
No.
With Valanciunas and Joker on the bench.
It was weird, man, like just to see that lineup And it was funny hearing from Bruce Brown because he was like, I don't think I was going back in.
Yeah.
It was like, you want me? You don't want Zeke?
Yeah.
By the way, that tells you a little bit what they think about Zeke. Holy cow, Tyler, Scott. You're down your two big guys, and you don't go to Zeke. You go with Bruce Brown, who's a great defender and all, and we love Bruce.
But it also shows you what to think of Spencer Jones.
Dude, Spencer Jones.
Well,
have you just fallen in love with that dude?
Yeah, first of all, he's a good guy. And he was a good guy last year when he didn't play.
Did you hear what Jamal said about Spencer Jones?
No.
Jamal was asked, like, how long did it take for you to think that something could be something good with Spencer Jones? He goes, about a week after I met him. And he goes, have you ever talked to him? Have you ever heard him? Like, this is what Jamal's saying. And he's right. And you did the on the court stuff with Spencer and, to think that this guy is on a two-way contract and he's guarding Durant, he's guarding Şengün, he's out there in the most critical moments. He's in the starting
40-plus minutes.
40-plus minutes. He's in the starting lineup. He's throwing down not a lot of points, but two huge threes where Jokic is feeding him the ball. This guy's on a two-way contract? What exactly does it take to pass the audition?
You know what it says also, though, about pro sports? And you can throw baseball in there. You can throw basketball. You can throw football, probably hockey, too. How many players that are just phenomenal, really, really good players just never get that opportunity?
Yeah.
I mean, he might be an injury away from never getting the opportunity. If Aaron Gordon doesn't go down this year, do we know Spencer Jones?
No.
So
he would never be on the court in that situation ever with AG. Yeah, no, it'd always be AG.
So, but you go, you probably play with guys who go, God, that guy's unbelievably talented. Mm-hmm. And then 2 years later, goes, where is he? Oh, he's, going back to school to get his whatever.
Never got the opportunity. Yeah. Never got the luck. Almost every young player requires a certain amount of skill, ambition, and luck. It happened for me. I don't know if it happened for you, Scott, but I got the luck part my rookie year. Eric Paris was the swing tackle. I was just fighting to make the team. Eric Paris misses half training camp. He's got a back injury. All of a sudden, luck and opportunity.
But you still got to make it work.
Right.
Like,
you guys still perform.
If you go out there and lay an egg, like that really should have been Zeke Naji out there. I mean, by what he's paid, his size, his ability, like what he should be doing. That should be the replacement for AG, period.
But it also shows you, too, there's a place – and I guarantee you football too, there's a place for the guy that always seems to have his motor running and is physical. If you got guys that are physical and their motor always seems to be on go, don't you find those guys coach? And it might just be special teams.
Yeah.
I mean, how many guys have made careers being a special team guy because they were super physical and their motor always went?
Plenty.
Right? And you make a great living that way. Play 10, 12. What was the one guy from Dallas that played all them years? Bates or something like that? Was it Bates that played with the Cowboys all those years? And basically was just
Patrick Bates?
Was it that who? It was just a special teams guy that basically was.
Yeah.
I mean, he was like the wedge buster, the tackle. He just did everything on special teams.
Here in Denver, Justin Strnad did that for 5 years, and now he's a part of the defense. But for 5 years, that dude didn't play
not much at all. Yeah.
We're going to get to the Yokmis stuff here in about 10 minutes. It was everything with Yokmis, like full circle, was so great. So I want to give it its due time.
I wish they would have filmed me when I was talking to him about it in the locker room.
Let's put a pin, 10 minutes.
Oh, look at you.
Holiday music, Yokmis all the time because it's so good, like everything about it.
To quote Dan from yesterday, did you tell him what to play?
We'll be fine with your 9,000 Christmas suggestions.
Well, that's why I did it, because he said that yesterday.
We get it. Let's talk about the refereeing, though. And Imi Udoka.
Woo! Hold me back. Hold me back.
I didn't hear his postgame. Was he going off?
You didn't?
No.
You saw him, though, right? When he had half the coaching staff. Hold me back. Hold me back.
Okay. Just like, let's play a game real quick. How much this dude getting fined? Starring the coach of the Rockets about the referees.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, just in general, I think it's poorly officiated game I've seen in a long time. Two have no business being out there, and the crew chief is acting starstruck. So you're seeing all kind of inconsistent calls. and I'm sure we should have got a few more texts.
What do you say to your team when a game is being called the way that it was tonight?
Keep being who we are. We're not going to adjust to poor officials. So we're going to do what we do, and hopefully they can adjust and call it the right way.
If you missed it, 2 of the 3 referees, 2 had no business being out there at all.
Agree.
Okay. The crew chief was starstruck. Okay.
Well,
let me just start here. Does he got a point?
Well, I thought he gave Durant 2 or 3 really kind of nice calls, so I'd say, yeah, he was pretty starstruck.
Okay.
Joker didn't shoot a free throw till the 4th quarter.
Okay.
So was he starstruck with Joker? And then he shot 6, I think. So was he starstruck with Joker? Is that what he's talking about?
I think the whole thing I think the whole thing started when Joker was D'ing up Sengun, or however you say it. Sengun. He was D'ing him up, and he was real physical, and he kind of had a little forearm in his back, but they're right down under the bucket, and there was no call. And then it was after that Ime just lost his absolute mind, and he's like had half the coaching staff holding him back.
Well, it was that he was upset about that, but I'm gonna guess when Amen Thompson used his shin to trip Tim Hardaway Jr., like, I could not believe that happened. But you know what? By the letter of the law in the NBA, by the letter of the law, it doesn't matter if it's intentional or not. If you do that, if you create contact, it's a foul. Now, it's a quirky foul that I bet a lot of people didn't know. And I don't think everybody on the court for the Nuggets knew what the rule was except for Joker. You knew what it was?
I knew what it was.
It's a tricky rule. It is a tricky rule. If you foul, I guess you got to be in the penalty, but if you foul before the ball goes in bounds.
You don't have to be in the penalty.
You don't even have to be in the penalty.
Don't even have to be in the penalty.
Okay, fine. So if you foul before the ball goes in bounds.
Yeah, before it leaves the passer's hands. Like if it's in the air, okay.
Different.
Yeah.
But before so it's just it's a technical foul.
Yeah, you get to shoot technical foul.
And you can put anybody you want at the free throw line. And there was a moment, if you really watch carefully, Tim Hardaway Jr. was going to the line, and Jokic was like, no.
Yeah,
Jamal, come here.
Let's get 91 up there. Let's get 91% up there.
And did you guys catch that on I don't know if they caught that on the TV broadcast or not, but like I was down low at that point because I'm always trying to cheat it just to,
beat the crowd.
Yeah. And I'm sitting there and I'm watching Jokic because I'm confused by the whole thing. Like I'm totally confused by everything that's going on. But it was Jokic who was waving Murray. Now, we'll have David Adelman on here at 12:30, and I'm sure David knows the rules, too. I'm positive about it. So they would have got Jamal to the line one way or the other. But it was Jokic that did recognize what it was at first.
Yeah. Well, like all technical fouls, anybody's allowed to shoot it. And so it's not considered a personal foul. It should be.
But Hardaway was going to the line. He thought it was his shot to take.
Yeah.
Now, Jamal, who was 14 of 15 from the line, but his one miss was critical. He was so good.
Would he give him a 4-point lead instead of a 3?
No. It gave them a 1-point lead, my fine feathered friend. The score was tied.
Oh, was that what it was?
And Sengun came down, and they triple-teamed Durant, and Sengun got that little baby hook, and that put them up by 1. No, he missed the first, then he hit the second one to put them up by 1. There was
instead of 2.
There was 18 seconds. Sengun gets the little baby hook. Now they got the lead. I'm like, holy Jiminy Christmas, we're about to lose this game.
By the way, if you have no dogs in a hunt, fabulous game.
I thought so.
Yeah.
I thought it was an incredible game. I mean, it went the Nuggets' way, obviously.
Yeah. There is a rule, and I told, what's our guy from the Denver Post?
Bennett.
Bennett.
Benny?
Yeah, Ben.
Okay. Quick, what'd you say? I want to get to Jokic. What'd you tell
He goes,
him?
what happened? The bad call. I go, no one. He goes, you can't make a call. I go, why? I said the rule book says a trip, intentional or not, is an automatic foul.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
And
now the ball wasn't in bounds yet, so now you got it's called a dead ball foul.
Yeah.
Why the technical and you get a free throw and anybody could shoot.
Yeah.
I said, listen, I lost an NCAA game to go to the Final Four because a guy reached in, tripped with the foot, tripped our guy. The guy recovered the ball, and the official called traveling. It's in a tie game. It should have been a trip. We shoot 2 free throws. We go to the Final Four.
Is it a technical foul? No dumb question here right off the bat. If a defender puts a piece of his body out of bounds.
That should have been technical too.
And Jokic, did you catch that? Jokic threw it off that dude's arm on purpose.
Yeah.
And then was screaming. That should have been a technical as well.
But see, that's when Starstruck said,
yeah.
No, he was straight out. No, he wasn't. We showed the replay.
You did.
His arm was all inside the thing.
All right. A fascinating game.
But first of all, Joker played chess. Does Joker play chess?
3D.
It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. We'll get to our keyword of the day, plus the whole yoke miss thing, which is a riot, start to finish. Plus, David Adelman will join us at 12:30. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of low testosterone, you may not even realize that it's happening. But with the holiday season here full of hustle and bustle, if you just feel yourself dragging, you're not rushing, you're dragging. You're dragging. And you just don't feel that your energy is where it needs to be. Perhaps the sex drive is low. The sleeping is terrible. All right, listen, there's an answer. These all could be signs of low testosterone. And if that's what's going on, this is the season to take action and get treated. With the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where guys in their mid to early 30s start losing 2 to 3% of their T production every year. And it happens. Are you okay?
Should I sing?
No.
I thought you wanted me to do Christmas songs during your spots with this.
Well, if you got something for low T.
Grandma got run over by a reindeer.
Exactly. That reindeer did not have low testosterone.
Absolutely.
But Grandpa probably did. It's why he didn't shove Grandma out of the way.
Plus, she was on the street.
Well, it's been dropping a lot for Grandpa. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. They'll draw your blood. They'll figure it out. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. 720-440-7900. All right, we're giving you another chance to see the best NHL team. That is the Avs. They're playing the Jets coming up on Friday. Text the keyword Tomcat to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. Friday is also City Connection Night. Get your ticket package that includes an Avs Nuggets shooting shirt at coloradoavalanche.com/nuggets. One more time, the keyword Tomcat. Good luck. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Thank you, Scott Matthew. Dan's coming back with a slow one here, Scott, for you. This is Mariah Carey?
No, this is the girl that won one of them voice shows.
Kelly Clarkson?
Kelly Clarkson.
How did I actually understand you just from that?
2 years.
Dude.
She can sing. She can sing now.
Oh, ain't no doubt about it. Sorry, Fiddler's opening up for Maroon 5. It was like, okay.
Well.
Damn. Humble brag. I saw Maroon 5 in concert at Fiddler's. Why don't you?
I saw Maroon 5 at
okay, already
Red
people
Rocks.
don't care. Why?
Did he have a shirt off?
What is the deal with Jokic? You want to just recap what this thing is?
Well, I guess it was your boys at DNVR who created it.
Okay, so it is their creation.
I that's what Katie Wingy says, and she's never wrong.
Okay. Well, good for them, by the way, because it's fun.
But
you guys at Altitude TV.
I was trying to give Katie credit. I thought Katie created it.
Oh, so it wasn't Katie, it was the DNVR
And she said
boys.
DNVR.
Well, that makes much more sense based on what happened later last
Because you
night.
didn't think Katie could do that?
No, because Joker, you'll see. You'll see here in a
DNVR
second.
might have invented it. I try to feel like I took it to another level.
So
Hey,
DNVR created
Scott,
it.
It's not who does it first. It's who
does
does it
it
best.
Thank you
So
very much.
yesterday, how would you describe your outfit?
Just a black jacket, and but I had a very Christmassy, festive vest.
Dude, you
and
looked
festive bow tie.
You looked like the narrator Snowman from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
You know what? That's a good call.
You look just like him.
Yeah.
Have you
Burl
seen
Ives?
You looked like Burl Ives.
Yeah. That's not a bad take.
Have you seen the side-by-sides that people put out of you?
No.
Of looking like Burl Ives. Well, I'll find it for you here in a second. Give me.
Do they call me round and fat or just old and gray?
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
So look at the side-by-side.
It's funny.
It's shockingly.
I saw that on my Twitter.
Similar.
I'm hoping it happens before, but I did just order a green vest. So wait till that comes out.
All right,
now
so
I got to find a pocket.
You weren't trying to be Burl Ives, but you look just like
I have
him.
no problem being Burl Ives.
Gotcha.
Musical legend.
So you're dressed up like Burl Ives. Let's just
okay. Narrator Burl Ives.
Okay, we got like 4 minutes before Adam, so we do.
Okay. Well, he saw what I wore, I think.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Oh, so
Yes.
the Yokemas, December 15th. For those who don't know, we talked about it on the show yesterday. This is the 10th season, so 10th anniversary of Joker's starting. 10th.
2016.
But see, that's again, you're in human talk. You ready?
NBA talk.
16, 17,
All right,
17, 18.
I'm with you. 10 year
It's the
anniversary.
10th season.
10th
I didn't
season.
say 10th year, 10th season.
Thank you.
It's his 11th year in the league. It was his second year in the league when this happened. He'd started a few other games with Nurk. Remember that? They finally inserted him as a full-time starter. Nurk whines and cries. He's out of here. Joker goes on to 3 times MVP. Probably should be more. But it was December 15th. So I started, we ought to celebrate it, started playing. So I just played the crowd. So what should they give out for Happy Yokemas?
Here is Scott on TV.
You've been talking about it all game. Katie, can you stand up? You need to be watching this right here. December 15th, Merry Yokemas. I got the crowd right here. They understand what today is. Ready? I wish you a Merry Yokemas. I wish you a Merry Yokemas. All right. And what's the best present to give people on Yokemas? Dimes. Because he passes out dimes. So Merry Yokemas to everybody. Thank you for playing. Hey, should I give the Houston guy? Hey, he's going to be dropping dimes on you guys all night tonight anyway. So
No.
Merry Yokemas. Spread them around. Pass them around to everybody. Merry Yokemas, everybody. That was pregame hit.
Pretty funny. So then Adelman's asked about it post-game by Brendan Vogt from DNVR.
Who I think is one of the guys helped create it.
Yes, and he's wearing a tie, and he's the only guy from DNVR there. So whether he created it or not, congratulations. This is your night. And Brendan asks Adelman.
In Denver, locally, we call it Yokmas. On December 15th, he became a full-time starter in 2016. That's cool. I was curious if you ever heard of that, if it means anything to you, if there's any way I can coax you into a quote about Yokmas at all.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like every day is that. Like he's our best, he's our best player, and he's won a lot of awards and stuff. So we're lucky to have him on this day and tomorrow, and however many days he decides to stay here in Denver, Colorado.
So I'm watching this, and so Adelman's having okay fun with it.
Yeah.
You're passing out dimes earlier.
I passed out dimes.
Brendan Vogt's wearing a tie out of nowhere.
In between that,
yeah,
I'm in the locker room, so I'm interviewing Bruce Brown. So I actually say that, Mary Yokmas, give him a dime.
Yeah.
Give Cam a dime. Joker standing by me just smiling, laughing, looking at it. What? I said, Yokmas, 10 years. And so I gave him a dime. So I actually gave the actual Joker.
So there's no doubt Jokic was familiar with this whole thing.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
So I'm there with the Muggles, and it takes forever for Joker to come out, but whatever, it's Joker.
Because he's icing,
and
working out and
I'm
everything.
sitting there, and I'm like, well, they'll certainly ask him about this. Like, look how many people are talking about this today, and Brendan's wearing a tie. And nobody's asking him about it, Scott. We're sitting there
That's
like
dumbfounding.
and I'm sitting there looking around like, really? Nobody here is going to say anything. And then we got...
And by the way, he had 10 dimes in that game.
Then we get any other questions. And I'm like, all right.
The call of today is Yokmas. Does that mean anything to you?
I cannot stand. Oh my god.
I can't hear what he understands.
Who is that?
You guys are killing me.
Is it?
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's a little hard to hear, but he goes, I'll play the beginning of it. I can't stand this. You got to listen.
The call of today is Yokmas. Does that mean anything to you?
I cannot stand. Oh my god. Who was it? Who was it?
When he goes, who was it?
Everybody pointed.
Everybody points at Brendan. And then Brendan goes, I'm sorry.
My bad. Whoops.
The video is a little bit better than the audio, and it's on our YouTube page if you want to see it. Actually, it's on my Twitter as well. So it was just a really fun moment. We bring David Adelman to the show. We were just talking about the Yokmas stuff and having some fun. And, Coach, it was funny to hear Joker just be like, I hate it. I think it's stupid. Whose fault is this? Welcome to the show, Coach. You rolled with the punches on it pretty good, but Joker just thought it was stupid.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna. He can decide what he thinks about it. Like I said, last night, we're pretty lucky to have the guy every day. But obviously, if fans like it and you guys like it, let's roll with it.
That's right.
Hey, you know what?
If we're gonna be stupid, let's be stupid together.
Ebenezer Scrooge decided to keep Christmas every day, right? Christmas. So maybe we should just keep Yokmas every day for about the next 10 years.
That would be nice. 10 years would be a good number, maybe more, 11 or 12.
Well, listen, what a game last night, and what a unique situation. It was funny hearing you say, I guess we should prepare for our two bigs to be out more. But we're all laughing about that, Coach, because, like when exactly is that situation ever going to happen again? But I suppose under you got to be prepared for everything, that was unique.
Yeah, it was unique, and it was it almost turned into, the center for us offensively was whatever the matchup was best for Jamal. So we were just trying to find a way to get him. And he had a really good look, the turnaround jumper that he was a little short on. But, it was one of those moments where I kind of looked around and realized, we've gone through a lot of things and we've gone through a lot of preparation. And that was definitely one that we had not gone through. So it's but the guy's credit, when you get in those situations, you lock in defensively, do the best you can, and you hope you score points at the end to win the game. So it was a really rare game, but both teams are really high level teams. So it was had everything, man. That game was insane. Rewatching that game was a lot for me. I could not sleep last night.
Well, I was going to say and we just talked about a while ago. If you had no dog in the hunt, and just like basketball, you had to love the game. It was physical. It was well played. The star players all showed up. That being said, can you take Coach Hat away and go, wow, that was a pretty good game?
Definitely. After the game, you feel almost exhausted, and you kind of forget some of the twists and turns of what it was. And then rewatching it last night, I kind of, took a second, put the computer down, and turned on, Peacock to just watch the fourth quarter and overtime. And you talk about like shot making, and like you said, the star players showing out, and then role players making huge shots.
Yeah.
I mean, what Reed Shepard, the shot Shepard made going left was, we can be better at contesting it, but that's a tough shot.
Yep.
And obviously on our end, some of the shots that, Nicola, and then obviously Spencer's shot, we found the pocket and found him in the corner. So, yeah, it was a high-level game. Felt like a playoff game. I don't know if you guys agree, but to me, it felt like that.
Absolutely.
You know,
it was a big-time game.
We were talking about Spencer Jones earlier, and it blows my mind. A two-way player like that, the amount of talent, it shows you how much talent is in the G League, I guess. But you got him playing 40-plus minutes. Can you just talk a little bit about what he's been doing for you guys? Because I'm blown away.
Yeah, I kind of said it. I don't know if I said it correctly last night, but Spence has been an example of someone that is totally doing everything that he is, and he's the reason why he's even, in the G League or on our team at a high level, which is play defense, space the court correctly, do all those core value kind of things. But then there's this extra level to him, which really is, man, it's a lot of guys can shoot in practice, and a lot of guys can shoot, when they're working out. But when you have to make a three in that situation, that's a different level of where your mindset is and how confident you are. So I just give Spence so much credit. He's earned his way in by doing things that are hard, and now he's doing things that, that you would expect Tim Hardaway to do as far as like making shots in big moments. So it was and talk about the ultimate trust, man. Finding the pocket, Jamal to Nicola. Nicola could shoot a floater and decides, no, I trust this person. He kicks it to Spencer. That says a lot about our team and obviously Spencer.
Yeah, that's great. I was talking about a while ago, David, that you look at all the pro leagues and how many really, really good players, football, basketball, baseball, hockey, it doesn't matter, who don't get that one opportunity. And it seems like in most of sports, and in this case basketball, if it's not for an injury, we may not know or have the confidence that we've built into Spencer right now, but an injury, now it's up to him. He stepped up and played and earned your guys' trust. But just you've seen it all the years you were assistant coach around the league, just how many guys are really good players that just never got that one shot, or they didn't take advantage of that one shot.
Yeah, I'd say that second part is so it always comes in weird ways when you're not, a Cooper Flag or whoever. It has to come with circumstances that you can't control. But then that next step of that whole process, like you said, is, okay, now what? And that guy is just basically everything he's supposed to do for us. And not like he doesn't make mistakes and all those things, but it's just been really fun to watch somebody. You see their preparation every day, but it's different. When you get your chance, you have to show out because you're one of so many. And it's really cool to see somebody do that. I agree with you. It's one of the coolest parts of sports when you see somebody get a chance and they take advantage of it. It's a little Disney-like, but it's you saw it, man. You got a 3-time MVP that decides to kick you the ball instead of go shoot a floater. He makes 80% of the time, and the guy knocks it down. So it was really cool.
What happened with all the fracas at midcourt after the Şengün Jokic stuff and Udoka gets the tee? What was going on there?
You know what? I don't know. I just know the reaction to the technical after was it felt like we couldn't touch anybody. So I think Ime is a hell of a coach. I think he understands the game really well. It seemed like there was a reaction to his emotion. So I don't know if was it on purpose, was it not, whatever. It worked out. So it's just, it's one of those things. It's an emotional game. I think they know, like we know, we're the 2-3 in the West. OKC's all the way up there. So that game had a lot of emotion. I think he was trying to pump up his team, and it worked. They really responded, especially to start the third quarter. I'll stay away from that as best I can.
Okay. You did hear his comments after the game about the refs, right?
Yeah, I heard it. I was confused by him because at one point they were plus 12 or minus 12 in personal fouls. Both my centers fouled out. So yeah, it was a crazy game. I think a hard game to officiate also, which just had the physicality of the game. So yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Way to try to get him in trouble.
I like my money.
Yeah, weird week, and yet I got to believe you guys kind of relish it after the crazy start and out for 3, in for 1, out for 2, in for 1, out for 1, back for 1, out for 3 type of scenarios that you guys were going through. You got 4 in a row again, and the funny thing is you got a really good Orlando team coming in, and then guess what? You get to play Houston again on Saturday
afternoon
on a 3:00 game. Yeah,
of all things.
Yeah, no, it's a really tough week. I hope fans understand that, I know the Houston game is easy to go because you know who's on that team, but if you haven't watched Orlando's really good.
Yeah.
And they're playing much faster than last year, and they added Desmond Bain. They're a high-level team. So we know what that is. They're super physical. They're super deep, even with Wagner out. So it's another really good challenge for us. And I think when you can play teams like that maybe are out of, you haven't seen them play a ton. It'll be good for our guys to play a different style, just for us getting better and trying to make that tournament at the end of the year. But also just from a fan standpoint, the Magic are really fun to watch. And so that's going to be a high-level game.
Incidental tripping is the same as tripping, isn't it, Coach? Right? Doesn't make a difference.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. Right.
And how many guys knew the rule, by the way? Do you think knew the rule? Like,
I don't know. That's a good question. I feel like some of these games like that, they're so crazy and so many things happen. You feel like even being around the NBA my whole life, you learn something new when you get to that point. So yeah, it's that was a wild situation.
You know who knew the rule? It was
Joker.
Joker knew the rule.
Hey Tim,
yeah, for sure.
Hey Tim, no disrespect, you're a good free throw shooter, but Jamal's at 90 plus.
All right, Coach. What time did you go to bed last night? If you were up all night watching the game, what time did you actually lay it down?
I don't know, but watching the game, then watching the finale of Welcome to Derry was not a good idea. So it was a long night for sure. But watching that game was enjoyable because we won it, but also enjoyable just to think of experiencing it as a fan. Like that game was so high level. And by the way, Kevin Durant's still really, really good.
Really good.
yeah, he is. It's fun. It was fun for the fans. All right, Coach, we appreciate it. We'll see you on Thursday. Thanks, Coach.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Okay.
See you, Coach.
What do you say? Welcome to Derry?
Welcome to Derry. I was just looking it up.
What's Welcome to Derry?
It looks like it's a horror. It's it's a show on HBO Max. It's it's a horror.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that Derry, Maine? Is it?
Is it ERR? Is it it? Is that like the Stephen King thing?
It is
like
Derry,
a Stephen
Derry,
King
Maine.
thing. Yeah.
Okay, so
it's a Stephen King thing.
Oh, okay. So we see what the coach is into a little bit.
Ooh.
Following unexplained child disappearances and a town struggle with buried evil.
Yeah.
Dude, isn't that the exact same plot as Stranger Things?
I don't think it has to do with supernatural, though.
No, but they took a kid in Stranger Things and kind of goes from there in a small town. All right. Anyways, we see what the coach is into.
Well, but I think this was a short story way before Stranger Things.
You know what it is? It's impossible just to go to bed after something like that.
I stayed up.
To what time?
Last night.
What time did you find yourself?
Probably 12:30 or so. I was. What's the guy? The actor Tim Toolman.
Tim
the
Allen.
Toolman Taylor.
Tim Allen.
He's got a new series out.
Yeah.
Where he fixes cars.
Yeah. It's basically the same show.
It's kind of the same show.
Sitcom?
Yeah, it's like a little sitcom.
Yeah.
So it was on like whatever it was on.
You're watching that.
End up watching that.
Do you feel stupid like when you just can't?
Well, I liked him, but I mean,
no, I know it's 12:30. It's like the game's over.
Yeah, I finally said that because then I'm also doing my phone and I'm doing this. I'm like,
what am I doing?
What am I doing?
What am I doing?
Yeah.
All right, listen. In terms of what is he doing, we got Tyler breaking down the tape. So we go to Tyler's tale of the tape as we go to a finer look from the Broncos win over the Packers. That's next. All right, looking at the All-22, Tyler, what did you see? Broncos and the Packers. Let's break it down.
Obviously, a lot of great stuff, man. I mean, this is a game that it raises the standard, right? So the bar has been raised. The only question now is Bo Nix a top 5 type of quarterback, and that's what he's going to be from here on out, or are we going to be chasing this type of performance? Because it was phenomenal. You know, the game started out a little bit slow offensively. You have 2 possessions, nothing happens. First possession, you fumble the ball. Second possession, you got to punt the ball away. And you're like, all right, well, I guess we're going to do the slow start thing. But, boy, it picked up quick. It picked up really, really quick. And I just loved the aggressiveness and the play calling. I loved Bo Nix's vision. I loved the timing, the tempo, the way the ball was coming out at the top of the drops, not wasting too much time. And the running game, although, again, not statistically impressive, there were enough good runs here and there that you're like, okay, I can see this thing with R.J. Harvey. So it's a bummer that R.J. Harvey's banged up right now because you really have seen over the last couple of games a pretty good progression. But you know what? It starts in the first half, and I thought it was really fun to see Michael Bandy go out there, get a touchdown, and to see the celebration after the fact. Here's the call of it.
3rd and 3. There's the legs go. Going to throw it instead. He's going to make the connection with Bandy in the end zone for the touchdown. Just brought off the practice squad. Mike Bandy with a 20-yard touchdown reception, catch and run.
I don't know if you guys caught it. I did not catch it in real time until I was watching the film yesterday. But if you see Bo Nix, the second he throws that ball and he sees Bandy makes that cut up the field, he knows he's got a chance. Bo is
He's
sprinting.
taking off, yeah.
He is sprinting after Michael Bandy. Cortland Sutton is sprinting after Michael Bandy. And then I saw Chase Daniel breaking it down also of, you know, Bandy gets excited and he throws that ball down. Bo Nix is initially trying to go down there to celebrate with Michael.
Gotta get the
then
ball.
all of a sudden that ball goes down. Cortland and Bo, like on a dime, just stop, and they're both sprinting to go get that football so they make sure Michael Bandy can put that on a mantle and hang it for the rest of his life. So it was cool to see the camaraderie that was going on. You saw the camaraderie there. You saw the camaraderie on the Troy Franklin touchdown that was a little bit later. But before the Troy Franklin touchdown, the game all turned around on the Pat Surtain interception.
We'll watch the play first because they're going deep. They're going deep. And stepping in front is Surtain with the pick, and Watson was hurt.
That was the moment, man, that the game turned around. You were already doing a lot of good things offensively, but you were struggling, and you're down by 2 scores, and it just couldn't quite get control of the football game. The second that interception happened, well, we got aggressive on offense on the sudden change. Sudden change is when you capitalize on momentum, and good coaches take shots down the field. They get aggressive. We had to go for it in a couple situations on this drive, and he followed up with, to me, the throw of the game. The throw of the game was the touchdown throw to Troy Franklin.
On a 2nd and 15. Nix to the end zone. Franklin has it. Touchdown, Broncos. Nix with 4 touchdown passes ties a career high.
Just an electric throw, man. Talk about a dime that couldn't have been placed in a better spot. There were other throws throughout it. That throw where Bo Nix is rolling out to his right. He's all the way to the sideline. He's got a defender in his left. He throws it behind the defender's left-hand shoulder, makes a connection. It was only for like 6 or 8 yards or something. But the throw, the challenge of it, Bo was not afraid of the moment. And you could see he was getting itchy. He had one deep throw, and he's like, ooh, that feels kind of good. Let me try that again. Let me push the ball down the field again. Oh, we got a third down situation. We're taking play action shot down the field. We don't connect on it. Hell, let's do it again on 4th down. Let's take another shot down the field on it. So you can just see the confidence rolling, man. Best game of Bo Nix's career by far. Could have been 2 or 3, maybe 4 interceptions. There were not. It doesn't matter. Even if he would have thrown an interception or 2 in that football game, if you combined the interceptions with the throws that he had, it still would have been the best game of his life.
What were the degree of difficulty of some of those throws? Like, what level of elite passing was Bo Nix dancing with?
Well, like I said, it was a top 5 quarterback. That's what it looked like. I mean, that's that performance. You are playing with the elite of the elite in the NFL. Now, are we chasing that from here on out, or is that the new standard? That's the question.
He's mile 4 of a 13.3 half marathon. I mean, what does that tell you?
That means you're not so sure.
I mean, it tells you there's room to grow, which is a little scary if he's already at that kind of level.
Or you get tired.
Listen, I thought he played freer in that game than I've seen him all year. He just played. He just played. Even the little bandy throw. Don't sleep on that throw either.
I think he had Ingram open on that one too. I think he had choices on that particular throw.
But he kind of avoids a little pressure up the middle, rolls out to his left and throws it to his right. Perfect strike.
Makes it
bandy
easy.
in stride.
Yeah,
made it look easy, and just start running full speed with your adrenaline going because some dude's trying to knock your block off and cross your body with a pass that's just perfect. But I'm not sure he makes that throw a year ago.
How was the offensive line?
Palczewski
Better after Parsons went down.
Palczewski had a couple moments. I thought the offensive line as a whole played pretty well. Garrett Bowles got called on a little bit of a ticky-tack holding penalty. I mean, if you want to rank that in the tiers of Garrett Bowles holds, that's going to be at the bottom of the list. I guess technically they could have called it, but to me it was pretty ticky-tack. Overall, offensive line has been a strong point on this football team.
Did the 4th and 1, 3 fullbacks, whatever that lineup was, did that play have a chance?
Yeah, it did. If now you're handing the ball to a fullback. When you hand the ball to a fullback, they're going A gap. That's what they're going to do. If you would have bounced that ball one gap further outside, and I think it was Troutman on his left. I forget. It was Troutman, it was Prentice, and one other big boy, whoever it was. Those were the 3 backs that were in the backfield. If you would have followed the dude that was on his left, there was a big hole there for sure.
Okay. What kind of grade would you give it?
Offensively, A+.
A+ game.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, pretty special. Defensively, observations defensively?
Well, defensively, it was a more human football game. They gave up for this defense. That was a lot of points, right? So they did give up a lot of points. But what I'll give them credit to, number one, you had the turning point of the game. So defense made the play that changed the whole game.
Yep.
And then number two, when it really mattered, when you were really coming down to it, what'd you do? You held them to 3 points.
It was field goals, they were 1 for 4. The Packers in the red zone. It was field goals, not touchdowns. And Riley Moss, DPI, BS.
Oh, garbage, hot garbage.
Okay. There you go. Tyler's tail on the tape. Broncos win over the Packers. We'll go over the Jags by the numbers starting tomorrow here on PHC on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor, pick up the phone, call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine, by the way. And you deserve to be the next one. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, absolutely fantastic at what they do. And how about this, guys? They're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Pick up the phone, call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Well, it doesn't feel like Christmas time. It's like 65 degrees. You know, we set a record high yesterday at 68 degrees out there at the airport. I know you know that because you're talking to Bianchi about it constantly, but like weird winds today, but another just kind of a scorcher, December 16th. But
well, if you remember, I don't know if it was last year or 2 years ago, we had a big snowstorm about right now, and then it was in 50s around Christmas, and everything was melting. It was so I'll take a little warm weather now,
and
then start getting freezy, uppy, snowy in the next week or so.
Is that a technical term you guys use, you and Bianchi? Freezy, uppy, snowy?
We mostly just say big fans of global warming.
All right, we'll get to the Nuggets and the refereeing. By the way, David Adelman, kind of, without getting fined, there's no way he's going to get fined on that. Kind of saw where he was going with a couple of things. Yeah. So we'll get to that. We'll get to that in a second. Some leftover stuff. Remember when Colin Cowherd was advocating that Sean Payton should consider drafting a quarterback if things kept going the way they were going?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is Colin Cowherd now.
Sean Payton has been texting me for 2 years. I got myself a star. Bo Nix, in the last 2 years, is the only quarterback Green Bay's defense has faced that's thrown 4 touchdown passes to 4 different wide receivers. So too many people, I said this last week, have just sort of made up their mind on Bo Nix. I think he reminds me of a right-handed Steve Young. He is way.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. You can tell he does a show, no one puts him on call for anything, right?
What happened to Sean Payton should considering drafting a quarterback a month ago?
Well, listen, he was also a guy that was right there with Sean Wonding, Tyler, at the beginning of the year. They go, he thinks he's got a Super Bowl quarterback. And we said Sean's been talking to him. And then all of a sudden he hates him. And now he loves him.
You know, can you give any credit to Sean Payton if he was playing the game? Did he challenge his quarterback in a public forum? Did it wake him up? Did it give him a little bit of a little slap on the rear end?
You think it worked?
A little hello, you better wake this thing up?
You think there was some 3D chess going on there?
I'm just asking the question.
It's a good question to ask. I like it.
But with that question asked, you do admit Sean Payton's in the ear of Cowherd and telling him all the stuff he says.
Well, Colin just told us he's been texting him all year.
2 years.
2 years.
I don't know if I can give Sean that much credit as like that was the game plan, but it might have been the result.
I want to get that one lady that was Miss Kitty, or what's her name?
Miss Kitty?
Well, the football blogger lady.
The football
Sean also.
Well, there's two. There's
he's talking about Kay
Adams. You're talking not Diana Rossini. You're talking about Kay Adams.
Miss Kitty. Okay. Miss Kitty. I've got Gunsmoke on the mind. Okay.
Okay.
So Kay Adams.
Let's just call her Miss Kitty.
Yeah, Miss Kitty.
Yeah.
The best thing in the world. She come out in her podcast today and goes, "Listen, I've been texting with Sean for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
And this is what he thinks. She's got to figure some way to top Cowherd."
Boy, his life comes shining when she rolls in here to town with her voodoo donuts and her sassy appeal, and Sean is just wrapped around the finger on that one.
The same thing.
But it was Diana Rossini who he called, according to Diana Rossini, at 3:00 in the morning about "I love my Q." That's that story with Chase Daniel.
So there you go.
All right, I got another one for you guys.
So all that stuff, because everybody was on him, talking about Bo Nix at the beginning of the year. Everybody got off of him about 5 games in, or 4 games in, and now everybody's back on him.
Yep.
And it's all Sean. Puppet master.
Holy cow, that is giving him a lot of damn credit for something.
Do you disagree?
It worked out that way, but to think that this was like the master plan is kind of hard to wrap your head around.
Well, I don't know if it's a master plan, but he's pulling the strings. I mean, he's
all
this information these people have been spewing since the beginning of training camp.
Yeah,
is per Sean Payton, the one coach that wants no leaks in his building.
Yeah,
is the biggest hole in the dike they have.
I see where you're going. Do you guys think? I'll throw it out there. Do you guys think Sean, although committed to Bo to a degree, has waffled?
Yes,
at times this year.
In terms of commitment, Is that what your question
Maybe
is?
belief. His belief has wavered a little bit.
Well, sure. I think there were times he was frustrated. If that's the same thing, I mean, yeah, there are absolutely times that he was frustrated with Bo's performance. As was I. As were a lot of people. And I don't think that that's like a bad thing. Like as a coach, hey, when you're playing good ball, I'm going to pat you on the back just like I did. And when I was giving my film review and I said that's a top 5 performance, when you're not playing good ball, it's not a definitive statement that you can't turn it around, but it's calling a spade a spade.
Yeah, I just think he gets emotional, especially at 3:00 in the morning, and it's whether the taken in or the is taken in or
we
whatever.
don't know anything about that.
You know, whatever. I mean,
I
what
think-
you doing up
all
at
right,
3:00 in the morning?
Well, we just have David Adelman on. What did he tell us after a win?
He was watching a horror film.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was watching a horror film.
Yeah, and
but I will say this: I agree. There are coaches live a different life that people don't understand. I understand, and it drives him crazy. I think it drove Malone a little bit crazy. I don't think he'll want to admit it because I think he's still hurt because of the firing.
Sure,
but I think he a year and a half away probably going to be good for him to kind of recharge and go. Listen, David Wohl was my assistant coach in Miami, and he ended up staying in the league another 20 years after that. In fact, I think he just retired. Was scouting for the Clippers or somebody. He's one of the best assistant coaches I ever had. He started this, I can't what do you call it, big man, BOA or something, Big Man's Association. And we'd meet for dinner once or twice during the season on the road and stuff, and just all the big guys. And I was talking to him. I said, Dave, why aren't you coaching? Why don't you because he head coach in New Jersey for 2 years, something. So why don't you go back and be a head coach? He goes, I never want to do that. I go, why? He goes, something about becoming the head coach, it turns into an a-hole, turns you into somebody that you have no idea who you were. He says, I was fining guys $50 at practice because somebody farted. He said,
I wish I could fine you $50 every time you fart.
Well, I put it in the kitty.
Yeah. Excuse me?
Kitty.
Really, with the kitty again?
That's what they call the jar over there.
Oh. I was
That
confused.
was the kitty.
No,
now I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, it confused me too.
Yeah. But I think things like that does to head coaches. And so what did Dick Vermeil when he left Philadelphia? Remember he said he was sleeping at the facility on a couch in his office.
They're all sleeping in the facility.
Oh, no, they ain't.
Hell yes, they are.
Oh, heck no, they ain't.
Scott, you are wrong on that. I don't know about basketball, but I'm telling you, in the NFL, they are all sleeping in the facility.
Maybe after a visit to Elway's.
Okay.
maybe after a couple,
I never had a coach that didn't have an airbed in that office.
Well, I don't disagree with that, but after a little basal Hayden, maybe down at Elway's,
Let me give you something other. We call this, are you an idiot or do you know what you're talking about?
Oh, is it another one of your interview questions?
No, it's got nothing to do with me. It's Ryan Clark.
Oh.
Ryan Clark has I don't know what medical school he went to, but you got to hear this. Now, maybe he's on to something, or maybe he's just a complete
I
idiot.
think this was here's my take before you play it. One of the greatest compliments he thought he could give Bo Nix.
Okay. Here's Dr. Ryan Clark, and where the blame is for Micah Parsons' ACL tear.
Micah Parsons was not only a game changer for the Packers, but an organizational changer for the Packers. He had this team thinking about the superiority of this defense along with what Jeff Hafley could do from a defensive coordinator standpoint. But Micah Parsons is hurt because of Bo Nix. And I'm not saying it's one of those things that's Bo Nix's fault, but the violence in which Micah Parsons had to chase Bo Nix the entire second half was extremely evident, whether it was the touchdown to Bandy, the throw to Troy Franklin, getting outside the pocket and finding Lil Jordan Humphrey. You could see that Micah Parsons was the one person in pursuit of Bo Nix the entire day. And on the injury and on the play he was hurt, Bo Nix attempted to get outside. He found Mims, and you could see Micah redirect in order to keep him in the pocket. That was part of what he'd seen the entire night and the way Bo Nix was able to attack that defense. Bo Nix was amazing last night, and it's sad you lose a great player like Micah Parsons, but it was because of the effort he needed to give in order to get to Denver's quarterback.
So Bo Nix is so unique that the wear and tear eventually ripped apart Micah Parsons' ACL.
I heard somebody break down Bo Nix today.
Just imagine Micah Parsons had to chase Lamar Jackson.
I heard somebody break down Bo Nix today on something I was watching, and I think it was a player. I said, I think people have slept on how athletic he is, that he's a lot more athletic than I think people gave him credit for.
Well, we've been talking about that for a couple of years, but to say that the ACL tear is that Bo Nix is that – listen, I'm
the
wearing
violence that he had to chase him with.
I'm wearing my Bo Leave hat right now, and I'm pro Bo, ain't no doubt about it. But give me a break, Tyler.
I mean, listen, it was a dumb take, but Scott's right. What he was really trying to say is Bo Nix was great, and Bo Nix is athletic, and because Bo is athletic, Micah Parsons had to turn at a weird angle.
Yeah. Because Bo was able to move the way he was moving, how dangerous he was out of the pocket. It forced Mike into maybe a move he couldn't make, and boom, 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 blows out a knee.
Okay.
I think he was trying.
Right.
And listen,
it's definitely a compliment.
Ryan Clark said some dumb-ass things over the last 6 months.
Oh, my God.
But I think he was trying – I think he was trying to really give him a compliment.
Okay. All right, I got one last one for you. And we're going to go through the rest of the weekend games here in a second, get back into the Nuggets as well as your keyword coming up at 1:20. The Steelers. They're going to make the playoffs again, guys.
You're the only one in this room surprised by that.
I'm frustrated by it but how dangerous they are. You know I don't like Aaron Rodgers.
Did you see that touchdown catch by DK Metcalf last night?
Yeah.
It was like mini beast mode. He shakes off one defender. He throws another one off. He stiff arms one, sneaks in for a touchdown.
So Pittsburgh played last night? I'm assuming they won?
Yeah, they beat the Dolphins.
Oh, that's a good win.
Yeah, our guy, Mike McDaniel, Tyler, I don't know. Maybe he survives. He couldn't even talk after the game last night.
You say that every week. He's the same dude. I mean,
right.
He's the same dude that just won 4 in a row.
Yeah, he's the same dude that won 4 in a row that all of a sudden was back on it. You know, I mean, that's how he speaks.
You got to hear this from Aaron Rodgers, though. So he's trying to be nice to his teammates, but he doesn't want to be lumped in with them. So here he is talking about, and a really good question by a Muggle here.
So it's kind of what I said after the game. There's some cast-offs if you look at our roster, which makes it really special. You know, Kenny Gainwell signed a next-to-nothing contract. You know, Connor Hayward, an afterthought, had a touchdown run. You know, Marquez been on a couple teams. Adam Thielen got cut. Samuel was on the street for a long time. So it says a lot about the character of the guys we brought in.
Do you consider yourself one of those cast-offs too?
No, I'm not a cast-off.
All these guys are so amazing. They're all cast-offs. This guy, that guy, cast-offs. Great question, by the way. Are you a cast-off too? No, I'm not like those losers.
Or he's just trying not to give him credit for being amazing.
I just find it funny that he's trying to say it's a redeeming quality. Look at how these guys are. And here's Aaron Rodgers is bumping around after basically getting cut by the Jets. Of course he's a high-paid cast-off. There ain't no doubt about it. But
he's a Hall of Fame cast-off.
He is a Hall of Fame cast-off.
He should have said,
can you be a cast-off as a Hall of Famer?
Yes, you can when nobody else wants you.
Can you be a cast-off and drive a Lamborghini?
Yes, you can. Sure you can. What, guys, hold on. Is he a cast-off or not?
Is Phillip Rivers a cast-off?
Yes! I don't know what Phillip Rivers is. He's cast-off. He's like cast away. He's like Wilson.
Well, listen, the Raiders back in the Al Davis days when they started coming to prominence and winning championships, that's what he hung his hat on, is that he took all the wayward sons and turned them into Raiders.
Scott, Tyler, Aaron Rodgers was thrown away by the Jets. The Jets threw him away.
Yeah. I'm sure they're happy about that right now.
Who knows with the Jets? They're an idiot organization. They can't get their act together.
Well,
but it's comical to hear that this guy is going to say, that guy cast off, that guy adorable. Are you a cast off? No.
Well, but it should have been funny if he'd seen a laugh and smile afterwards.
So you're frustrated they're going to make the playoffs because you hate Aaron?
I cannot stand Aaron Rodgers. He just everything about him. And you know what? There is a excellent chance the Broncos will run into the Steelers.
Cool.
Excellent chance.
That'll be great.
It makes me nervous as hell.
Why? Because he is that. Even though you hate him, he is that good.
Exactly.
That's a great matchup for the Broncos. I'd love that matchup.
Yeah, I'd take that matchup.
Well, we can dig into the possibilities of all
Aaron
that.
Rodgers may not walk away from that matchup.
Okay. Well, I'll take that. We'll come back with your keyword in our NFL Weekend Recap next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, the holidays are meant to be joyful and uplifting, but if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, the season of love and joy can be rough. If ED is putting a strain on your relationship, I'm laughing at Scott. This is the year to turn things around. Show your partner you care by giving the, you know what, I can't do it. It's funny, but.
Good tidings to you.
If ED is a problem, call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Give your partner the best gift this season, renewed and restored relationship.
Chestnuts roasting by an open fire.
That's the line. 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Make sure your chestnuts are doing
stockings hung by the chimney with care.
720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Christmas. It's your chance to win tickets to see the Avs and the Jets on Friday night. Your 120 keyword is Viper. V-I-P-E-R.
That should be a good game.
Text Viper. I don't know how Winnipeg's doing these days, actually.
Can we call those games? They're games, right?
Games? Yeah, they're games.
It just seems like hockey and soccer, they should be called something besides...
Like a match?
Like they call soccer a match.
Yeah. They don't call it a hockey match. You know what's funny?
It almost feels like they should.
In golf, they call it like a game, which is kind of interesting.
I thought they played a match.
No, they call it games. Like it's
what?
I don't know.
Are you sure about that one?
No, I instantly regret saying that.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right.
Tennis, they call it a match.
Winnipeg. Hold on. Let me see how Winnipeg's doing. Let me see. Let me find them. I don't even know where they are. Winnipeg is okay. They're an okay team.
So it should be a
Do you
good
have a
game.
game of ping pong?
They are 15-15-2.
Match of ping pong.
They're dead even at home. They're dead even on the road.
What about bowling?
They are stunningly, with the same amount of games played as the Avs, 21 points behind the Avalanche.
Probably a match.
So that's the matchup happening for you to win
head-on.
tickets. Viper, first and last name, 303-504-0925. It's powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center.
Yeah.
That's MatthewsFineWatches.com. Your keyword this hour is Viper. Good luck and pound sand. I got through that entire liner. Let's go with the NFL recap. I did it. I got through it.
That was good.
Yeah, you're testing me. But I did it. I got through it. It's like 9 minutes long, but I read it.
Is our mics on?
No.
Well, but just saying that we did help make it more entertaining.
Chargers and the Chiefs ending Patrick Mahomes for the year and keeping the Chiefs' hopes alive.
Watching it again, hit by hand.
Watch as he goes to the ground. It looks like that. Oh, the left knee.
Yep, you saw it.
You saw like it almost like it popped, it almost hyperextends, like it straightens out as it hits into the ground.
Ooh.
Watch this next step, the left knee right here.
No thanks.
It's not just an ACL, it's also an LCL. We had a doctor. In fact, I got this guy over here. We have a little doctor explanation of the injury.
The lateral collateral ligament and the ACL confirms it was a multi-ligament knee injury, and that's why repair was done early, the day after the tear itself. The comp here is Carson Wentz in 2017. Initially reported as ACL, then later confirmed as LCL as well. He underwent surgery a couple days after his December injury when he was with the Eagles. I'm not suggesting it will derail Mahomes' career like it in some ways derailed Carson Wentz's career, but Wentz even says it was an 18 to 24 month recovery.
Ew.
18 to 24 months,
Yikes.
according to Carson Wentz, who had the similar type of injury.
Which means you get out there about a year and you regret it because you needed about 6 more months in reality.
Yeah, go ask Williams on the running back.
Javonte Williams.
A good example.
And listen, we have a prime example here of Jamal Murray. We have a prime example. Could Jamal have come back? Sure. I'm sure he could have. But was it the right thing to do? Actually, it wasn't. And he got good advice. And thank God as we watch Jamal these days. But what do you think will happen?
I think it's pretty simple for Mahomes with the recovery timeline. Look, say it's a year, okay? So you're looking at mid-December next season. If the Chiefs are in a position that they're chasing the playoffs, it's going to be nearly impossible to not rush himself back. Of course he'll try to rush himself back. If they're not in a position, then you take the full offseason again and you make it about 18 months until you get back for the next season.
Either way, do you think the Chiefs more or less are toast next year?
This is the Tom Brady year. He's going to miss all next year too, and that gives them the great opportunity to reset everything, start worrying about draft picks, start molding the teams. You're going to be able to replace a tight end and help your offensive line maybe get better and do all this stuff. It's a reset year for next year, and then he'll be back in 2 seasons.
So not the worst thing in the world for the Chiefs.
No, other than it sucks.
I mean, it sucks, but sometimes when something like that happens, it does give you an opportunity to
reset,
just reformulate the game plan.
We move on to the Eagles pounding the Raiders 31-0.
Hurts delivers. Brown touchdown. 27 yards. Frozen rope from Jalen Hurts to A.J. Brown.
Good news for Raiders fans is that Pete Carroll is proud of the way his team is fighting.
Are the Raiders the worst team in the league? Are they worse than Tennessee?
Yeah.
Worse than Tennessee and the Jets.
Are they worse than the Jets?
Oh, for Burger, that's pretty bad, bud.
I mean,
pretty bad.
The Jets actually have 3 wins. The Raiders have 2. So I 31-0, which is what the Broncos should have done to him too. And I wouldn't be paying Adam Schefter all that coffee, but fine. What does?
Did you pay that off, by the way?
I'm waiting till tomorrow.
You still have not paid it off.
No, but you understand. I haven't paid it off. I'm going to.
Okay.
I have to wait for the fraud hold to be lifted on my account.
How long is the fraud hold?
It's been shockingly a long time and a little bit frustrating, to be quite honest with you.
Why don't you just go into a store, buy $20?
I am right there, but I do not have
Why don't you just
Adam's.
use the wife's card?
Let's talk about where the Raiders are going as we move on to the Jags throttling the Jets.
Well, they're going to throw it again. Etienne inside the 40, high-stepping inside the 35, makes a man miss at the 33, along the sidelines, into the end zone.
How much should we even look at this game when we look at the Jags in terms of what they could do this week against the Broncos? Do you even consider it because it's the Jets?
Yeah.
Or do you have to dig back a little bit?
No. You don't ignore 48 points. I don't care what team you're playing against. I mean, Raiders only gave up 31. 48, that's a whole lot of burgers.
That's a whole lot of points.
They have been on a roll, fellas. They have won 5 games in a row, 6 of their last 7. How dangerous are the Jaguars? And we'll dig into it more specifically tomorrow, but in general, how dangerous do you think they are?
Well, Denver got to play kind of a playoff game last week. This will be Jacksonville's first playoff-type game, wouldn't you think?
Well, they've had a really easy month of football. Their last month of football, it couldn't get any easier than that. They had the Jets, they had the Colts, they had the Titans, they had the Cards.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so they went on a run there. They did smoke the Chargers,
They
though.
smoked the Chargers.
They smoked them boys.
35-6. Their last loss was to Houston, 1-score game, 36-29. But to go to your point, Tyler, they even before Houston was the Raiders, but before that, when they played a good team, like the last really good team they played, aside from, I suppose, the Chargers, they got destroyed by the Rams 35-7. So who is this team? Who are the Jacksonville Jaguars?
They scored 29 on Houston, though.
Yep.
You don't sleep on that.
Well, that's a good point because that's considered the best defense in the NFL.
That don't sleep on that.
Meanwhile, we have the Bills coming from a 21-0 deficit to beat the Patriots.
2nd and 1. Love being called a signal. On a give, Cook slices through, and he takes it in for the touchdown.
The Bills are doing kind of the same thing the Broncos are. It's a little even Steven, or they're even behind. And then it gets into the fourth quarter, Tyler, and they take over.
Well, I don't want to face the Bills in the playoffs. That's a dangerous quarterback, and it's a dangerous team. I still don't really know how to feel about the Bills. I'm not, intimidated by them. I just don't want to face Josh Allen.
Yeah, if we're going to face him here. Drake May's a front runner. When things are going good and everything's easy, he's pretty good. He's over on the sideline cutting it up.
That's a little aggressive. I mean, that was his first bad game of the season.
But he was pretty good through a half. I just thought, and I've seen shots of him on the sideline. He's yucking it up and da-da-da. And I can go back to times when Tom Brady's on there, even after lead, he's getting on those guys, keep your head in the game and blah, blah, blah. And I said, dude, you're front running. And I thought his coach got a little bit, I thought Vrabel got a little bit too happy when it was 21-0, and then reality caught into him too. So, and I heard somebody say this too about that team. He said, you know what? They probably need a little comeuppance. And I was thinking, well, that's what I was saying about the Broncos. Maybe they needed that. Don't need it to be this week. You need it to be last week. But
do you need to lose for a reality check before going into the playoffs?
I like it, but with what's on your schedule now, you can't.
No, you don't need to lose.
You can't now.
There could be an acceptable loss for the Broncos, by the way. There could be.
Yeah, it was last week. But you got three AFC teams, and 2 of them you're fighting positioning for.
Do you know
that the Broncos can lock up the number 1 seed this weekend?
I was just looking it up.
I've got
you got to go for it.
Yeah, so if the Broncos beat the Jags, start with that one. Cowboys got to beat the Chargers.
Not going to happen.
Browns got to beat the Bills.
Oh, that is a stretch. Where's that game? Is that in Cleveland or in Buffalo?
Don't know.
Okay.
Ravens got to beat the Patriots. So if those 4 things happen, Broncos are the number 1 seed. Dudzo.
I think the Ravens can beat them.
I think the only scenario that is impossible to happen there is the Browns beating the Bills. That
Cowboys can beat the Chargers.
The Cowboys can definitely beat the Chargers.
It's got to be a shootout.
Whatever. That can definitely happen, and the Ravens can win too. I have no clue. I mean, how would the Browns possibly beat the Bills?
It's in Cleveland, by the way.
It's in Cleveland.
Shedeur gets the right wristband?
How about that? Could you believe that?
Come on now.
Could you freaking believe that? Dude, how does that happen?
It wasn't the wrong wristband. That was a fun story.
What's going on?
It was a fun story. The wristband got messed up. It got torn. There was mud on it, something. It wasn't the actual wrong. They didn't have the wrong calls on it.
They did.
The wristband got messed up.
Oh, I thought they had the wrong, like it was like last week's plays.
No.
Like something like that.
No.
Okay. Where'd you hear that from? Because I hadn't heard that.
Stefanski.
Okay. I don't know if I believe him or not. All right, we move on to the Texans taking care of the Cards.
He's coming out a little skeezy.
I feel a little bad for him.
Right.
I do feel a little bad for him. Like, I think the criticism of him on the 2-point play was a little unfair because the play was there. I don't think he had much of a choice when it came to the draft in terms of, like, who he wanted and what he was doing. I kind of feel bad for him there. I don't know about this play called card thing. I give Stefanski credit. I do not think he's been throwing people under the bus, and he could easily been doing that, and he has not been. So if he's saying it was ripped up or whatever, okay, I'll roll with you. It feels like he might be covering for somebody else, and it probably isn't his fault. But I think he's a loyal guy. He's just in a terrible situation there.
What was the thing Harry Truman said?
The buck stops here? Boy, I got that one. Texas over the Cardinals.
It almost taxed you.
Stroud well protected, and there's Nico Collins. And Nico Collins will glide into the end zone. An opening drive, Texan touchdown.
Texans are kind of playing good at the right time, aren't they, Tyler?
Oh, they're a good team. The very similar DNA to the Denver Broncos. Phenomenal defense with marginal offense. Usually put up 40 points in this game, though.
Stroud was 22 of 29 for 260, 3 touchdowns, no picks, only sacked once for 4 yards. That's a damn good game. And the Cardinals, I get it. They're kind of a hot mess, too, right now. They're 3-11.
Talk about a bad franchise.
Yeah.
They seem destined to fail.
Cleveland, New York. Okay, you had to take one of these 3 franchises, and you think you could fix it. And it's the Jets, Cleveland, or the Cardinals. Which one you taking? Or you can put a 4th in there and put the Raiders.
I think the Raiders would be the easiest team to fix. I think they would be simple to fix.
How?
Well,
no coach has been able to figure that one out.
You know, I know, but they refuse to draft a quarterback too and commit to it. So they haven't done the fundamental things. The Jets repeatedly have done the right thing theoretically and have messed it up. So that seems, and they've gone the longest.
So what's that do for your magical little theory?
My magical theory doesn't work if you have incompetent ownership management coach, and they do. They haven't made the playoffs, Tyler, for 16 straight years.
Yeah.
Like that is
I got it.
That is unbelievable. So to me, the Jets, for whatever reason, are the worst organization in football.
I don't want any of them jobs. I thought you were going to throw the Giants in there for a quick second.
I don't know. I don't know if I look. The Giants got too much of a history, and their ownership has too much of a pride to establish.
I mean, they've figured it out multiple times.
I wouldn't. I just think the Giants are in a cold spot, and we'll see with this young quarterback if he comes back next year.
The Cardinals, to me, seem to be like a team that should be able to figure it out.
Well, every year, everybody goes, "Oh, this is their year this year. This year, this." And they always start off winning a couple games early.
Including this year, by the way, a lot of people had them as their underdogs.
I think it's about time for Kyler Murray to dust off his baseball glove and see if he can figure out that
That was a rumor
career.
early in the middle of the year.
Well,
right?
it makes a lot of sense to me. He's still got time he could play. Rams, last one, Rams over the Lions.
Reception, 2nd and yards, and he's going off. They're going to run it here. Corum to the outside, and it's a touchdown.
Are the Rams the best team in the NFL?
Duh. Yeah, by far. I mean, and it starts with what Matthew Stafford's doing this year. The stats are just stupid. Stats are out of this world, stupid good. They've got a phenomenal coach. They got the best quarterback in the league right now. They're the most powerful offense and a good enough defense.
Is there anything that should stop them making the Super Bowl? Or are we talking any given Sunday sort of territory with them before they get to Santa Clara?
I don't think they're like light years ahead of all the other NFC teams. I do think they're the best team, but this year doesn't, even in the Rams as good as they are, they're not light years ahead of anybody.
Is Seattle and San Francisco both in the wild card?
Yes.
So they're going to have to beat one of those teams again.
Yeah, somebody that knows you very, very well.
Yeah. And that's always been a battle.
I would make the argument the Seahawks and Niners, who are 5 and 6 in the wild card, are better than all of the other 3 division leaders, the Bears, Eagles, and Bucks. So I think you have a situation in that particular division that it's just so much better than everybody else. So at the end of the day, I think their hardest competition, the Rams, is going to be somebody from their own division. However, if you're the number 1 seed, you may not have to face anybody in your own division. You may not have to get there. I mean, if we just go if we just go by chalk, theoretically, somebody, the Seahawks or Niners, well, right now it'd have to be the Seahawks going to the Bucks. Well, Phillip Rivers almost beat you, Seattle. How's Seattle going to do in Tampa? It wouldn't surprise me if Tampa won. So now you're playing Los Angeles if you're Tampa, theoretically, and is San Fran going to beat the Bears? They could, I guess.
I think they easily could.
Is San Fran going to beat the Eagles?
They could.
They could.
So,
for sure they could.
So to me, the most likely scenario for the Rams would be the Niners. Tell me why the Niners could beat the Rams. Could they beat the Rams?
It's just intimate knowledge, man. I mean, would you play the same team over and over? And by the way, when it's Kyle and it's Sean,
yeah.
Like, I'm not saying the one has a particular advantage over the other, but these guys know each other. They know how to game plan.
Well, I would guess, just looking at the way things are sorting out, that is what it'll come down to.
If that's a playoff game, you ain't going to miss that playoff
Rams
game.
did smoke the 49ers last time they played.
I will say the Rams, though, and Seahawks have the same record, and the Niners are just 1 game back. I mean, there's a lot of ball left to play here. And the fall off, like the Packers went from the 2 seed to the 7 seed with that loss.
That'll definitely love to find you $50.
I know.
All right, when we come back.
That one's worth maybe 75.
75, put that up as a hundo, crystal ball maybe. I mean, good Lord.
We got no dumb questions coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
No dumb question. Is DMac a cast-off? Probably.
I think we're all here in this room.
Yeah, I think that's a shared
I'm
experience.
not a cast-off.
You're not. Oh, you're not the cast-off. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is a trip.
Wait, what arena were you talking about?
This.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not a cast-off.
You were a deck chair they didn't want anymore.
I don't know.
My contract expired. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I went in to sign a new one because mine was expiring.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
Yeah, and they said, "Oh no, we're not going to." But
It's out in Utah. They got it out in Utah.
I already agreed to it.
No dumb question. You guys got something? Text line? You guys?
No
anything
dumb
on your
question.
minds? How's your back doing, by the way? Just no dumb question. You already ruined one chair. Are you going to take care of that one too?
I don't know.
Boy, what kind of chair would you like? What
a zero gravity.
Is that a real thing?
That's why I lean back.
That's a real thing.
Yeah, it's a real thing. It takes pressure off your lower back.
So there is a chair like you could sit.
That's
at
why I
this-
sit back so much because
No,
it
I
takes
get it.
pressure off the lower back.
It's obviously a back thing. So we should just get you. How much do those chairs go for?
$15 million.
That's a little steep.
The problem is you're not going to find an elevated zero gravity like we need.
Oh, you're not? Oh, you need one too? Is it the same reason for you too?
Dude, yeah, I've had 3 back surgeries, need a back fusion, pal.
All right, so you both need zero gravity elevated chairs, and you're telling me they don't exist.
I don't think so.
Not elevated like this. These are like bar stools.
So you guys.
Now, if we were sitting in the pod room, we could do it.
Yeah, we could.
Oh, you could?
Yeah, if
So
the
if it
mics
just-
are down low, then you just get a regular.
Why don't we just move the show over there?
Well,
Somebody would use it.
It's probably not a impossibility.
But then we have this big back screen that we would never use.
Well, I mean, we could probably. I feel bad for you guys. Are you in pain right now?
That's why when I get in a position, don't move.
Yeah.
And Tyler's probably the same way. When you find a position where you're not hurting, you try not to move from that position at all.
Yeah.
That's why I'm doing the mic and not trying to move my back because it feels okay right now.
My daughter got her friends some Christmas gifts.
Mm-hmm.
They arrived last night. I just said, buy them. Like, we're okay. Here's the budget, right? But wasn't quite aware of what was getting bought. They arrived last night.
What are they?
Well, one of them was a Radiohead CD, the band Radiohead.
Wow, a little old school.
Good band,
A
yeah.
CD Radiohead. And I'm talking about 7th grade girls that she's buying this for.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out in what world one of her friends owns a CD player.
Yeah.
Or they know the band Radiohead.
That's
like how did this happen for a 7th grade middle school girl?
That's a girl who's greatly influenced by her parents, who probably have a music playing machine.
A music playing
guess.
machine. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Do CD players?
Do you guys have a CD player in your house?
Oh,
Not that works.
I could find one, but
Yeah, it's not.
I got one.
I don't have one in my house.
I have
No,
an
I
old.
guess
I
I
have
don't.
an old Bose, one of those speakers and the CD player on top.
Yeah, I got one of them too, but I don't think it works.
Well, mine does still.
Yeah, mine doesn't.
In
So
fact,
to answer Tyler's question, no, I don't.
You can send it back to Bose and they'll replace it for you.
Hey, how cool was it to have the 6-inch thick binder of CDs that you take around in your car, and you knew where they all were at. And, if you were really organized, you had them organized. And I mean, how cool did you feel with that binder?
That was good.
That I had to play into my portable CD player that I used a cassette tape to transfer it into the car radio.
Remember when the cars, they invented CD players of cars that you could actually just load 6 CDs
Oh, yeah.
right into it.
Yeah.
But when they first started, they were like a little cube that comes out and you put it in there and you had to put the whole cube in for a while.
That'd be a fun little fact to find out. No dumb question. What was the last year that cars manufactured cars with CD players in it?
That's a great question.
Oh.
No dumb question. What was the last CD you bought?
Oh, God, I have no idea.
What was the first CD you bought?
I know the first CD I bought.
Me too.
Everybody knows that, right? DMac, you know that?
I don't know my first CD. I know my first record. I go back further. Like the CD, I'm a little bit lost on.
Really?
Yeah.
First record I ever bought with my money was What's the dude? The dad killed him, killed the son.
The
Let's
dad killed
get
his
it.
son, Marvin Gaye.
Marvin Gaye. My first album I ever bought was a Marvin Gaye album.
I know my first 6 but my albums were the Eagles' Greatest Hits, Dark Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd, The Cars, their first album. I got these all at the same time. And the best hits of the 80s, which had like pop music on it and stuff like that. You know, I got them all at the same time for whatever reason.
Now you tell me if you know my first CD after this. I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl who looked good. I would call her. I wish I had a rabbit and a hat and a bat and a 6'4" Impala.
Def Leppard.
Not true.
I don't know the guy, but I know the song.
Come on, nobody did?
No idea.
It's like the only song they had that was any good.
That's true.
Snow.
That's true. Not a terrible guess. Not a terrible guess. One more. Come on.
Well, usually you're like a Blink 182 guy, but I know
this
that's not
is
that.
definitely not Blink 182. This is a rapper.
I know. So
the first CD I ever bought.
Who?
Skilo.
Oh, I would not have got that. I would have not got that. I know the song though. I know the song, but I didn't know Skilo.
That's like the only hit there. It's kind of like when I bought the album, Nazareth's album, Hair of the Dog.
Yeah.
You know, and Love Hurts.
Yeah, Nazareth.
You know.
They got like 2 songs.
It was like 2 good songs on that whole album.
Yeah, I'm going to guess Skilo had 1 song.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
But you have the whole CD.
Yeah, buddy.
You got those 9 other Skilo tracks just itching
I
to
can
be
still
played.
picture the album cover. He's sitting there on the basketball court outside. He's got a little gray like jersey on. Yeah, I can picture the whole thing.
25-year-old here. I get CDs for everyone for Christmas every year.
Just for fun.
And I was rocking the 6-inch CD binder up until 2019.
Good on you.
But by the way, the text line is loaded with people in their vehicles and their CD players.
Still have them?
Look at the text line. It's like one after another.
Are you sure you don't have one in yours?
Positive. Yeah.
I got one because it's an old
Mine's
CRV.
a 2019, and I'm not so sure that I don't have a CD. I've never played a CD in it.
Yeah. I have no idea. I mean, I actually do have CDs because my kid was did a lot of singing stuff back in high school. So there is stuff that I would like to play from a CD every now and then. But aside from that, when it comes to real music, when the hell? I had a CD tree. So when we moved, I had 400 CDs.
Oh, yeah.
400 CDs on a tree.
Yeah.
How about
we just gave them all? We just gave them all away.
You get them bumped and the whole things would fall apart.
We had the whole thing.
Cat would hit it.
It was like a piece of furniture.
Yeah.
It's like
10,000. Put it in the
10,000.
corner in your room.
That's what we did for 20 years.
It could twist and turn.
Yeah. And when we moved, we had to make a decision. And my wife was like, "Why are you keeping any of these?" And she was right. And we just donated. We gave away like 400 CDs in the CD tree because there was just no need for it.
My buddy who passed away, so I guess there's no legal problem. Would found illegal sites where you could download and burn them to CDs. And then he took his CDs and put them on.
It's called Napster.
But then, he was going to Japan.
LimeWire.
He was telling me, he goes, there's a place in Japan, and they clean it up. That's best digital remixes of all these. Blah, blah. Long story short, so he put them on those boxes that put memory, but they're like big boxes like this. I don't even know what they're called.
It's called a hard drive.
He put them on these hard drives. He had like 17 hard drives filled with. I said, how many albums he got? He goes, probably close to 70,000 albums.
That's awesome.
Now it's totally worthless.
Yeah, and you know what I hear? I have an iPhone, and guess what I have? Every song ever.
Yeah.
So,
by the way,
I can play through my car, the speakers in my house, in my headset. I can play every song ever.
Every song.
Anywhere I go, always.
Just in case you were wondering if this was a deal breaker when you're buying a new car, if you would like to buy a car with a CD player still in it in 2025, a 2025 model, Subaru Outbacks are still putting CD players in them.
Thank God for Colorado housewives. We'll come back with the Nuggets' big win over the Rockets. Let's football go. Another keyword for Avs Ticket Tuesday.
Housewives.
We're instantly going to get in trouble for that. You know that, right?
We
you
can
know
play
that.
No.
Okay. It's
Play
PHC
less
here
than 8 seconds.
on 92.5.
It won't stop. Well, all right, gang. Y'all want to say hello to Spencer Jones? A couple big threes late. Say hello. How tough was that game?
It was physical. I mean, obviously went into overtime. I mean, we got two of our guys who fouled out, and it was, every time you got in the paint, you were getting hit. And so, we just showed resilience and really pulled it out.
The best offensive rebounding team in the league, and you guys got to play a little undersized. You've guarded guards in this game, and now you're having to block out Şengün late.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll do whatever the team needs me to do. And, it was a big emphasis in practice the whole day. We were hitting each other. We knew it was the offensive glass. That was the big thing to keep key to winning the game, and that's what we did.
Talk about you and your emergence and where you've come from say, last year to now. 2 giant threes in that fourth quarter to even send it to overtime.
Yeah, no, I mean, just credit Yoke. I mean, trusting me to hit him when I'm open. And, especially at the end of the game, everybody's going to collapse on him, so you got to be ready to hit it. And like I said, everybody believes in me to do so, and so that's where I get my confidence from.
You guys lost 4 in a row. How big was it getting the win here tonight?
This was huge. I mean, yeah, we got our road win streak, but we got to do it for the fans here, and give them something.
All right. So what do you think of these fans sticking around this late?
What was that?
So what do you think of these fans sticking around this late?
I love them. On a Monday night. It's great.
Appreciate Spencer Jones, everybody.
There you go. Scott with Spencer Jones after the game. What a win, 128-125 in overtime.
You made a good point. So we're doing that for TV, but we're also in-house.
Yes.
So I always try to play to the crowd a little bit.
Sure. For those that are sticking around, they deserve it.
Yeah, because a lot of people just stand in their seats and listen to it.
Yes, they do. They do. You know what? I got to tell you, man, you are a little bit lucky with basketball in general. Your interviews post-game are better than the hockey guys with the 3 stars. I feel bad for Rachel Toss sometimes with those hockey dudes. Like, they don't want to talk, at all or acknowledge the crowd or whatever. I always think it's like, you're talking to, 15,000 people, man. You just won the game. We're not talking to you if something bad happened. Have a smile. Say something that's, whatever.
Well, let me tell you my belief.
What?
You've got to set the tone on your first question by juicing them up, getting them going. That's why I said that if you heard it right there, I said, hey, everybody meet Spencer Jones.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden you give an awareness to this guy.
Yeah.
Oh, it ain't just us 2 here. It's not just us 2 in the camera. It's everybody's sticking around to hear that.
Yeah, that's a good philosophy.
My philosophy is always that first question or so, try to juice the guy up and the crowd up a little bit to bring a little energy to the interview.
Let me play, let me get his name right. Imi Udoka?
Yeah.
Very unique name. Okay. Head coach of the Rockets on the refereeing.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, just in general, I think it's poorly officiated game I've seen in a long time. 2 have no business being out there, and the crew chief is acting starstruck. So you're seeing all kind of inconsistent calls.
Okay, wow. 2 don't belong to be there. The crew chief is starstruck. Now, we had David Adelman on, and we may replay a little bit of that coming up here in about a half hour or so. He didn't go into it, but did you guys get the impression that he also had issues with the refereeing, while at the same time, without calling Udoka out personally by name, was like, hey, man, the bad calls went both ways last night?
Adelman, yeah, I mean, Adelman's, if he had beef, if that's the right word, if he had an issue with the referee, and it was that after he did his deal, after he threw a temper tantrum, after he had 5 assistant coaches hold him back like he was going to go punch him or something, David's saying, well, yeah, they did change the way they were calling the game the rest of the game, and we couldn't touch them.
Do you think that actually happened?
I think a lot of coaches have used a moment in a game to get a technical to change the atmosphere of the play and the calling on the floor. Yeah, they've done that since I've been in college.
So was Adelman more or less saying, hey, man, I get it. You had a beef. The refereeing wasn't great. But like Tyler just said, you threw your hissy fit, things changed to your favor.
Yeah.
But
I had both my centers fell out, is what David said.
That's what he did say. However, before Jokic fouled out, you did get a tripping call. That was unbelievable.
They're showing it right
I mean, the Nuggets are toast. They lose. This would take a miracle. You're down by 1. There's 2.8 seconds, something like that.
But you should get a good shot, though.
Jokic is screening for Hardaway. but it's going to be Hardaway off the screen. He's going to have to just jack it up.
Actually, they ran the same play. What it was fake the Hardaway screen. Hardaway's going to stop.
And Jokic was going to pop out.
That's how Joker got open to win it.
Oh, okay. So they're going to run. So that was the same play.
Yeah.
So Hardaway was going to cut, stop.
Come back and screen down.
Gotcha. So that play was actually in the beginning stages.
Yeah.
So Jokic was about to get that ball. Because that play really worked. Jokic had a great look at that three.
Straight shot, just shot a little firm.
Well, I bet he hits that shot 7 out of 10 times if, put in that same situation. And he just barely back rimmed it. It could have easily gone in. All right, so Hardaway was never the focus then. He was going to come back screen for Jokic.
If they were running the exact same play they ran, which looked like it.
Okay, why was that the right call? Why was that trip the right call?
Well, because it's been in the rules forever. Any trip, inadvertent or not, is a foul. He was tripped. Replay showed it. The guy's shin wasn't intentional. Caught the back heel, which slid the foot over, which made him catch his leg. He tripped. It was caused by the guy's leg hitting him. If they don't call it, are we not crying right now? If they don't call it and we really don't get any kind of good look at all and we lose the game by 1, are we not talking about that non-call?
We would be once we knew the rules. I got to be honest. I'm a little unclear on sometimes what the rules are with things. Like, I didn't realize, like in the NFL, for example, it is not pass interference if your legs get tangled. If your legs just get tangled and there's no intent, Tyler, correct me if I'm wrong, that is not a foul.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's incidental if it's incidental.
Okay.
If they rule it incidental.
Right.
Okay. Well, that last night was clearly incidental. There's no way that Thompson was intentionally trying to clip Hardaway.
But unlike the NFL, we have a rule: if you trip the guy, whether you meant to or not, it's a foul.
Correct.
But I feel like in the NFL, it's really just called on who tripped who. If the receiver trips over the defensive back, like he's the one that initiates the contact, well, then it's not going to get called. If the defensive back trips into the wide receiver, then it does get called.
All right, well, to answer your question, yes, I think we'd be furious if that wasn't called last night.
Right.
Boy, there's no way to review that, is there, if it doesn't get called? Or is there?
No. If it's not called at all, there's no review on it.
If there's not called, you got 5 seconds to get the ball in.
And that's the whole thing. They challenged it, and they reviewed it, and you could see the guy's leg hits the foot.
Yeah, from the opposite camera angle. That was weird because on the main camera angle, you couldn't see it at all. It looked like because Jokic was sort of in the way, you couldn't really see it. But they had some sort of reverse camera angle and was like, oh, well, he definitely got it.
The angle I saw on the side, if you pay close attention, you see it.
And then the rule.
If a foul is committed for the ball is inbounded, and it's a free throw and the ball out. So that free throw allowed them to tie it, which now Joker shots.
Which anybody can shoot.
Which anybody shoot.
It's a technical foul.
Like a dead ball foul, I guess.
And you get the ball. Then you had a shot to win it. Didn't get it, but you reeled off 7 straight in overtime, and then it was kind of then Jokic fouled out. What did you think of that on the TV broadcast? Katie and Chris were having a tricky time with it because they were like, well, on a review, you can actually reverse. Like if 2 people foul somebody on the review, you can call the foul on somebody else.
Yeah.
And Jamal got, was it Reed?
Yeah, Jamal pushed Reed, and then Joker slapped the arm.
Right. So
Joker hit the arm.
They could have, though, according to the broadcast, correct me if I'm wrong on this, said, yeah, there was a foul, but the first person that fouled was actually Murray, not Jokic.
What you could have said is that there are actually 2 fouls on the play. However, the first foul was a push in the back by Jamal. But then again, as Udoka said, the lead official, stargazing, didn't want to get Jamal Murray another foul, so he gave it to Joker.
So he'd rather foul out Jokic than give Jamal? Yeah. That doesn't make any sense.
Because that play could have easily been reversed to a foul on. Either way, Reed's shooting. The only difference is Joker stays in the game.
All right. Well, it resulted in one of the wackiest things you'd ever see. There's no big men out there. Why didn't they put Zeke Naji out there? Bruce Brown was surprised that he was going in the game. He thought Zeke was going to go out there. Why didn't they? Why'd they go with such a small lineup?
Well, it was funny because I talked to Bruce in the locker room. He said, I was surprised they put me in there. And then I get the rebound, and I fumbled out of bounds. He goes, and that would have been my 10th rebound. I didn't even realize that. But probably because he thought Bruce had better hands.
Bruce did get the final rebound. I mean, it was overshot by a single, but. Did you guys see what's going on with Sacramento?
No.
Fire sale.
Well, let me just tell you what. Sacramento is a dumpster fire. I've talked to a couple scouts that were at the game scouting our game there.
Mm-hmm.
I've talked to other people. That organization's in trouble. They got a bad owner, bad ownership, and it's the first time I've been to a game in Sacramento when I would say it was about a quarter of the crowd didn't show up.
The story out of Sacramento.
So you're saying we can get Russ?
Yes.
Well, you can probably get him.
You can get anybody according to this story. Sabonis, Levine, DeRozan, Westbrook. Who do you want?
They had an article that came out like this a couple weeks ago, honestly. They've been talking about this for a while now.
Okay. I didn't know, like, Sabonis was going to be on the table. But they're talking.
It's money. I mean, you're taking all the big money guys.
Is there anybody you want to cherry pick? Saric could come back.
I feel like we had this conversation before, and Scott was anti it, but you guys don't like Zach LaVine?
No, not at all.
Yeah, I know. I remember this conversation very vividly, and I remember looking at it like, I don't know, that dude puts up some pretty good numbers.
Yeah, that's all he does. I talked to a guy there that's with Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
He said it was the biggest mistake making that trade. Zach LaVine has killed this team.
Okay.
I would say no. I think Zach LaVine's one of those guys who'll play his career and score 1 million points, and his teams always suck. He doesn't make people better.
Anybody else you want?
I would take Murray. I would take Malik Monk.
But don't you think you can take guys like that sometimes and you put them in the right environment and they're all of a sudden with Nikola Jokic and they learn how to play team ball?
Well, Isaiah Thomas thought that when he was the head coach, general manager, whatever it was, with the New York Knicks when he brought Marbury back in. And the last time I really heard much about him.
Well, but he had a lot of kids to feed.
Marbury was choking Isaiah on an airplane. Leopards don't change their spots.
Anybody you want there, though?
Murray?
You said?
In a heartbeat.
Okay.
Malik Monk.
You want depth guys?
Well, they both play.
Okay.
I mean, look what they're both doing.
Okay.
I would
DeRozan?
He might be an interesting guy. He can always get a shot. I don't know how much. I don't know. We got to remember the style you play.
Sabonis?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Sabonis not better than Valanciunas?
I think Sabonis is young enough in his career, playing 12 minutes a game will not be satisfying.
I got you. Not ideal. It'd be a rental.
Yeah.
Just checking, though. A little heat check. We did see Val and Yoke on the court for a little bit yesterday at the same time. A little bit.
And honestly, if you brought Sabonis in here, you'd probably have Sabonis playing Aaron Gordon's position.
Well.
So.
Well.
There's you're either starting forward or
but
back.
I like Spencer Jones.
Spencer can play 2 and 3.
Would you rather have Sabonis than Aaron Gordon?
You got to remember, though, here's the difference also. Sabonis is a great player, but he's free throw line in.
Okay.
You know, Aaron
could shoot the three.
Whole
No doubt.
Point game, right?
No doubt. I'm just throwing it out there. Listen, they're basically putting it out there. Their season is absolutely, boy, they are chancing sell the team to that owner, Vivek, whatever his name is.
So that's the guy that screwed it up.
Well, he was a hero there at one point. He was the hero of Sacramento.
He brought in
Not
just
anymore.
enough money to keep the franchise in Sacramento, less than the other owners put, but part of his stipulation for bringing his money in, he became the controlling say. So he's got less money in than the other owners, but he has control of how they run it. He gets to run it.
All right, well, you can keep your eyes on it. And there'll be other imploding franchises, by the way, because the season is over for
How about a Dennis Schroeder as a backup?
Yeah, I mean, listen, here we go, right? Like, this is the time that you got to start thinking, like, what would it take for us to be as good as we can?
How about a Nick Clifford from CSU?
That would you? Is he doing good enough? Is he?
I think he's a young enough guy, got some potential.
You like him?
Yeah.
When are they going to convert Spencer
Keon
Jones?
Ellis?
When are you going to convert Spencer Jones to a full-time contract?
When they have to.
Okay. Who would have to? Would you have to cut somebody to do that with
because they kept the roster spot open.
So you could just add him without cutting anybody?
Yep.
Wow, that's pretty cool. So they got time and they got availability and no big deal.
So you played, 25 games?
Something like that.
19 and 6?
The dude's played 40 minutes last night and
you
is a
still
starter.
got 25 more games before you have to make a decision.
I'll tell you this, man. I feel a little bad for Spencer on that. Like, if you haven't passed the audition doing what he's done, like, what in the world do you have to do? And then you look over at Hunter Tyson and Jalen Pickett. Okay, that makes sense. Let's Football Go comes up next. All right, well, your 220 keyword is Raptor. Happy Avs Ticket Tuesday, the best team in the NHL. They're hosting the Jets on Friday night. Text this hour's keyword, Raptor, 303-504-0925. First and last name, and you're entered. If you'd like to purchase tickets and get one-of-a-kind Avs Nuggets shooting shirt for the City Connection night, visit coloradoavalanche.com/nuggets. Avs Ticket Tuesdays, powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Your 2 o'clock keyword is Raptor.
Ow.
We'll announce our winner at, in about
30 minutes.
30 minutes, yeah. By the way, Avs at Seattle tonight. Puck drop. You ready for this one? Locally?
8:30.
8:22. Well, yeah. So pregame here, I believe it's 7:30, but it's one of them epically late starting
they're
games.
starting at 7:30 in Seattle, which is 8:30.
Yeah, so that's what's going on tonight. So we do have action here on 92.5 for those that can keep the toothpicks on the rise and, make it and yada, yada, yada. You ready for some football? Let's football go, Dan Buds Quince-Tanner. I mean, I should explain you called Kay Adams. You know what?
Well, we know what Scott's doing with the jar and kitties and
that's the
Friday
most important
nights
part.
and-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Brad, you guys kill it. You guys kill it. As does Dan Buds Quince-Tanner. Let's football go, bro.
All right, fellas, one more cut here yesterday from Sean Payton's morning Zoom press conference. Why has the offense been able to sustain longer drives in recent weeks,
Mostly by
Sean?
play calling.
Well, a couple things. I think we've reduced some of the pre-snap penalties, although we had another false start yesterday. We had a holding. But I think when you look at our first and second down efficiency, we rarely were in third and long, and we often converted a first down after first or second down. So that was important.
All right, number one, is that more of a key in the playoffs to sustain long drives in order to have success? And if RJ Harvey misses time, do you think the Broncos will still be able to go on these long drives?
So, you know what really helps with taking shots down the field? Like we always talk, we want more throws down the field. Well, you don't get to do that when you're 2nd and 10. You don't get to do that when you're 3rd and 10. You take shots down the field when you pick up 7 yards on first down. When all of a sudden you got 2nd and 3 and you're like, all right, we only got 3 more yards to go. We can take a shot here on 2nd down. Maybe even we're already in 4-down territory. We can take a shot on 3rd down. So if you like the style of play that we got this weekend, you better hope the Broncos keep being successful on first down. What was the question?
With RJ Harvey possibly missing time, do you think they'll still be able to sustain these long drives if they are lacking at depth at running back?
Well, I still think if you get Bo up to the line of scrimmage over 10 seconds instead of under 5, I think you got a better chance of success.
Geez, I don't know, guys. They just signed Cody Schrader. He's played for 2 years for 5 different teams. He has 3 carries for 1 yard or something like that. I think all their problems are answered.
You told us he was highly coveted.
He's played for 4 teams this year. I mean, he started with the Rams, cut, Jags, cut, Houston, cut, Broncos. I mean, how does that even happen?
Well, he's on the Rams practice squad. Jackson picked him up, which means they got to put him on the 53 for at least a month.
He was not on practice squads for any of these teams. He was on the 53 for all these teams.
I thought you said he was on the Rams practice squad, and Jacksonville took him off the practice squad.
Oh, boy.
And then you're stuck with him for 4 weeks.
Yeah, if you sign someone off of another practice squad, you got to keep them on for a little bit. If you sign them off your practice squad, you can
back and forth.
Yeah.
All right, so he was signed by the 49ers in 24. Schrader was claimed off waivers by the Rams, so that would put him on the 53. Then the Jaguars was signed to the Jaguars active roster. Oh, he was on the Rams practice squad. Okay, my bad. So, but he was signed to the Jacksonville's active roster.
He had to be if they took him off the practice.
And then he was cut. Then he was claimed by the Texans. However, he was waived by the team 5 days later and now signed with the Broncos. So there's something intriguing about this guy, I guess, but not intriguing enough to keep around.
There's certain guys that always, you're like, how's this guy keep getting traded? How guy in the NBA? How's he keep moving? Because he's just good enough that someone wants him, but not good enough to stick.
Well, if he's listed at 5'8", he probably goes closer to 5'7", and
if he lists at 200,
he's probably
190.
Yeah, so it's a small dude, and I don't know why this makes sense, Tyler. Why does this make sense for the Broncos?
Well, they needed that depth, so pick a name. That's what
Just
they
whatever.
did. That's what they did. I mean, they went to the list. They saw somebody that got put on waivers. The options were to claim somebody or sign somebody off the street, but you needed depth.
Next story, Dan.
Guys, Dolphins lost to the Steelers last night on Monday Night Football. They fall to 6-8 on the season. Asked today by reporters if he's considering replacing Tua Tagovailoa at quarterback, Mike McDaniel replied, quote, "Everything is on the table." Their other quarterbacks in Miami are Zach Wilson and Quinn Ewers. Would you like to see either of those two guys get a shot for the Dolphins? And do you think it's time for the Dolphins and Tua to part ways?
I don't. What do they owe him? I mean, I don't know his contract. Are they done with him? I just don't know his deal, so I would have to know that before I would say you get rid of him. But yeah, the Dolphins are. I mean, I don't know, man. Once you get eliminated from the playoffs, I would. It's preseason. It's training camp. Why would you keep playing him? See what you got with Zach Wilson or.
Well, and you also got to look too. Does Tua have X number of dollars because of the concussions and they signed him the contract? Does he have X dollar of bonus monies tied to games played? And if you want to be a real butthead organization, you say, hey, all he's got to do is start 2 more games and we owe him another $5 million. Let's make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I don't know.
And don't tell me the league ain't done that before.
Happened to me.
I don't know, man. I mean, who knows what happens when the season is over? I look at it differently. As soon as I see that my team is eliminated from the playoffs, all I start thinking about is the draft, and the more you lose, the better. The season's over. I laugh at like the Lovie Smiths of the world. Remember that? When he blew the number 1 pick for the Texans because they went out and won? But the coaches don't think like this.
Worked out pretty good for him.
Yeah, that number 2 pick was better than number 1.
As it turns out, correct, which is funny and ironic. Although Bryce Young Panthers are kind of killing it these days. I mean, he could be all right. He could be just fine.
I like
there
him,
with the Panthers.
him better than the guy in Indy.
Which guy in Indy? Phillip Rivers?
No, the quarterback they took that got hurt all the time. Richardson.
Next story, Dan.
Well, Bryce Young's still skinny, though.
All right, guys, updated Super Bowl 60 winner odds are out after Week 15 of the NFL season. So the LA Rams are the favorite at plus 310, followed by the Seahawks at plus 650.
Who's a wild card team.
Then the Broncos and Bills are tied for third at plus 800, followed by the Eagles, Texans, Packers, and Patriots. You surprised that the Seahawks are listed above the Broncos and Bills as far as Super Bowl 60 odds go?
Yeah. I mean, I do understand if you were just doing straight power rankings why somebody might rank the Seahawks ahead of the Broncos. I would put the Broncos ahead of them. But I think it's a fair debate in pure power rankings. But when you take into account the actual seedings that's going to happen here and that the Broncos have a very legitimate chance at the number 1 and the Seahawks are a wild card, I don't think it's fair that they would have better odds than the Broncos.
I'm looking at the ESPN power rankings. The Broncos, according to ESPN, are up 1 spot to number 3. The first 2 teams in their power rankings are the Rams and the Seahawks. So, and the Broncos sneak ahead of the Patriots, who lost last week, and are ahead of the Bills. This is ESPN. There's all sorts of power rankings out there.
The Bills, I'll say this about them, have not put anything consistent, for like multiple weeks together. They'll look good for a week or two, and then they just lay an egg, and then they'll look okay, and then they'll lay an egg.
Well, here's what they've been doing recently. They've been laying a lot of eggs like early in the game, and then they've been coming on like thunder and lightning, and not destroying teams because the games are still kind of close, but like they've been overpowering teams like
so
in
like
the fourth
Broncos
quarter.
for the majority of the season.
Very much.
Somebody
With no defense.
Somebody said on a thing, it might have been Adam Schefter, who said, to me, it's like the Bills, they're just trying to get to the postseason. And they're just, just hanging on, doing what you got to do. Let's get to the postseason, and that they'll be ready once that comes.
Well, that's easier said than done.
Yeah, it's a scary thing to do.
But, I mean,
But they've also gone for the best record, and they lost the AFC Championship last year.
In all honesty, how can you take New England serious when they couldn't close a 21-point lead at home?
I don't know. I mean, it's a freak deal, but how do you take them serious? You look at the far majority of the season rather than the anomaly.
Do you agree in the NFL, like in basketball, at least with the Nuggets, that they described like there's steps that you got to climb and you can't skip a step?
Well, what are you asking?
You can't go from not making the playoffs to the Super Bowl.
No, I don't agree
it's
with
too
that.
many steps that you'd have to skip.
No, I don't agree with that. Nope. I think that that's the natural progression that everybody always assumes that football is going to be played in a linear trajectory, but football's not linear. And there's big ups and there's big downs and there's momentum. Like all that plays into it. I do think it's tough to go from a non-playoff team to a Super Bowl winner, but the Broncos more or less last year, like, okay, we made the playoffs. We played a game, kind of, and we got smoked.
Well, at least
all of a sudden we're Super Bowl contenders.
Well, right, but at least the Broncos, theoretically, we're just going off that, they did climb a step. They made the playoffs. I mean, the Patriots were just nothing. Well, and Drake May was injured for a good chunk of time. So, I mean, that does sort of explain that. It just doesn't feel to me like it's the Patriots' time. It doesn't. It could easily be it's a hell of a story if it's Sam Darnold with Seattle. I mean, that is an unbelievable. And maybe he has put in enough steps. Certainly the Rams have. Look what the Rams have. I mean, that they've taken a million different steps. In fact, they were at the top of the mountain, have come down, and they have built their way back up.
So according to the good old AI that's never been wrong, there's been 4 teams ever that have gone from not making the playoffs to winning the Super Bowl the next year. So it's pretty rare.
Pretty rare.
The most recent example, 2001 New England Patriots. They were 5-1 in 2000.
What year was Brady drafted?
I think 2001.
That was his first. Yeah. That's pretty interesting. All right.
Well, the year he got hurt and they went 11-5
with Castle,
didn't make the playoffs. Did they win at Brady's first year back?
Oh, that's a good question. Because Castle went off to Josh wanted him here, right? That whole thing. Where did he go? Did he go to the 49ers? Where did Castle go?
He went to the Chiefs.
He went to the Chiefs. Wow, good memory. That's right. Did they win it? I don't know. What year would that have been?
Wait, are you asking did they win it with Castle?
No.
The year after?
Castle gets them 11-5, but they don't make the playoffs. And then Brady comes back next year.
They made the playoffs with Castle, didn't they?
No, they went 11-5 and didn't make it. It was unbelievable.
Really?
They were one of the only 11-win teams ever to not make the playoffs.
And a 16-game schedule.
It was insane they didn't make it.
And then Brady came back, and I was wondering, did the next year did Brady win it? So that'd be another example of it.
What's the year? I mean, we can look it up.
Well, AI should have put that on my list if that happened.
Because I mean, I'm
going to say no.
So Castle started for the Patriots the 2008 season. So you guys are so slow, my God. 2009 Super Bowl.
The Saints won the Super Bowl in 2009.
Oh, Sean Payton.
Yep.
Against Peyton Manning.
So no, they did not come back and win it the next year. Probably the year after. Who knows? It's a rare year Tom Brady didn't even get there. And Peyton was throwing interceptions to Tracy, what's his face? That was a weird one, man. Do you remember Tracy Porter? Remember when Tracy Porter was on the Broncos? Were you guys teammates? My timelines, I'm sorry. Were you there with Tracy Porter and Peyton?
I don't think so.
You weren't? Okay. It was strange when Tracy Porter was on the Broncos and Peyton Manning was also on them. You'd think it would be kind of like fun, like, oh, this is the guy. Nah, it wasn't at all. Your keyword is Raptor. Dan, do you have something else?
I was just going to mention, not shocking news here, but Texas quarterback Arch Manning will return for the 2026 season despite being eligible for the NFL draft. My question was going to be, if Arch decided to enter the NFL draft in 2026, where do you think he would be taken in this year's draft?
First round.
Okay, as far as the quarterbacks go, would he be the first quarterback taken off the board?
No, he would not.
Probably third.
He might be third.
Top 10.
I don't know. Oh no, man! It's a rough year.
It's not a good quarterback class.
It's a rough year for quarterbacks. The first kid is
Fernando
Mendoza.
Maybe
not baby.
I don't know, man. I saw a mock yesterday, and they had the kid from Oregon. His name's escaping me. I'm sorry.
Really, ahead of Mendoza?
Mm-hmm.
Dante Moore.
Dante Moore, yes, yeah. I don't know. I think more Dante Moore and Mendoza. That'll be the conversation in this draft. To answer your question, Arch Manning would not be ahead of those two guys.
What about the kid from Vanderbilt that was PO'd that he didn't win
Diego Pavia?
He was PO'd. He didn't win it.
He is officially Johnny Manziel, by the way.
Yeah,
that dude
seems
is
like
literally Johnny Manziel.
It looked like they were reenacting a scene from Scarface at the Heisman Trophy ceremony.
It was a hell of a UFC entrance.
Yeah, it was something. Well, there's Mendoza. Where's Moore? So this mock's got Mendoza going to the Raiders and Moore going to the Browns, with the linebacker going
Ty
number 1.
Simpson, the quarterback, would be 6. Would he?
That's
Would he
right.
be in front of Ty Simpson?
He would not.
Really?
I don't believe he would be. But I mean, then you get to I don't know, who knows, right?
Well, then you get, if Arch Manning's still available, and right now New Orleans picks 7, they ain't going to take Arch Manning.
I think they would.
See, I do too.
I think there's so many reasons why that would be cool and would actually make sense. So I think Arch would probably be the 4th quarterback off the board if he were to come out this year. I think he's making the right move, Tyler, by sticking around Texas for another year. I don't think he's quite ready. He's got plenty of money. It's not my money, but he's doing all right NIL-wise. Let's say he's not suffering, however you want to put it. I know there's more money in the NFL, but he's definitely not a number 1 pick.
Well, he's a first rounder. That's still pretty good.
It's still pretty good. Do you think Arch Manning is ready for the NFL?
No, I don't. I think he's making the right decision for himself, for the longevity of his career. The right decision is to go back and marinate a little bit more.
All right, we have getting back to the Nuggets game last night. If you missed it, there was a little debate about the refereeing, and Udoka from the Rockets was all ticked off of the rest. It'll be fascinating, Scott, to see how much he gets fined. But David Adelman didn't necessarily disagree with him theoretically, but, well, stick around. You'll hear it coming up. You can tune in tonight for the Avs live from Seattle as they take on the Kraken. Coverage at 92.
Is this Mel Torme?
No, this is Charlie Brown. This is the classic.
I did get an education on Mel Torme last night from Papa P.
Did he?
Yeah.
Did he play some for you?
No, but I called him up and he was a little bit disappointed in me. Yeah.
I guarantee you've heard him 1,000 times.
Probably.
Coverage on 92.5 starts at 7:30. Pregame show. It's powered by Ramos Law. He's a doctor and an attorney. He does it all.
Yeah.
So, but Puck Drop does not go till 8:22. Yeah, this is Charlie Brown Christmas right here.
This Gino something trio or something like that.
It is, but it's the Charlie Brown.
It's the Charlie Brown Christmas scene.
Yeah.
Have you watched that this year?
I've seen it 10,000 times.
I didn't ask you that.
I have not watched it this year. My viewing of Scott, I don't know how you do it. I've seen it all with the Christmas stuff.
Do you not like to be nostalgic at all?
I mean, it's like when you see something literally like 100 times.
It doesn't matter.
Really?
It's 23 minutes out of your life. Can I give you
get to it.
Keep this up, down. I'm going to give a little Scott advice for DMac.
No, I really don't need your advice on this.
Oh, you did.
Okay, go ahead.
I think you set up the living room on that big 80 inch?
75.
75 incher.
80 was too much.
80's overcompensating.
Whoa.
Dim the lights.
Miss Kitty.
Maybe play some candles.
Play some candles?
Get one of your favorite bottles of red.
I got several to choose from.
Yep. Give Kim a big glass. You fill a little halfway glass.
Uh-huh.
And sit and put this on. Charlie Brown's Christmas.
Yeah.
And just you and her sit back and watch it. Snuggle up on the couch. Little Charlie Brown.
You know, I like almost every single element of that. But does Kim have to be there?
Whoa. Buddy, I don't think there's any coming back from that one. Just call her Kitty Cat. It'll make up for it.
Like, because
come here, little kitty.
She's sitting there just waiting for the Avs game to come on and just.
Well, it's on so late tonight,
dude. And it's like the pregame. What time is the pregame on Altitude?
Well, an hour probably before.
So 7:30. So are they doing technically the puck drop is at 7:22 or 7:22.
8:22 here.
8:22 here. So they'll probably start at 7.
No, they'll start at 7:30.
You think so?
Yeah.
And just do a shorter pregame?
Well, 50 minutes, yeah. And so put it on like it.
She tells me the other day, she goes, before I watch the Avs tonight, I have to catch up on the pregame show from the last game. And I'm like, what? Like, she's going to go back and watch the pregame show for the Predators game on Saturday before she watches the pregame show for tonight.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
Yeah,
who does that?
Kim.
I saw Riker there. I go, my wife, and I just said, my wife is just obsessed with you. And I'm looking at Riker, and he's wearing like a tablecloth. Do you see what these hockey guys wear on TV?
Especially Riker.
Holy cow. I mean, it's purple this and green that and polka dot that, this, the other thing.
Well, I'm just telling you, maybe just get it set up.
Dude.
At about 7, and that way, let's see. And then once she gets into it, she's not going to flip the channel.
Do you think I want to watch the hockey guys do a pregame for the Predators tonight?
I thought it was the Jets tonight. No, that's
no.
That was
you
the
don't,
point.
you don't get it. She's gonna watch the Let's talk about.
So she's a little bit like you in Stranger Things. She hasn't caught up,
dude.
She's got 3 pregames to watch. Now that's a first.
So I'm gonna take the bottle of red. I'm gonna go into the living room away from the TV, sit there with the cats, and just drink till I pass out. Let me know who wins.
Maybe on your phone you can watch Charlie Brown.
Now you got that figured out. Full circle. Let's hear a little bit from David Adelman. Overall, the refereeing was what last night, Scott?
That's 90% of the nights. I think the NBA has an issue. They don't like me saying that, but I think they do.
Okay. Here is a previous. If you missed it, well, the whole thing we're going to post. Will Adelman today on the old YouTube? So we'll have the whole thing up, and it's on our podcast as well, so you can catch up with it. But here's a nice little chunk where we asked Coach Adelman earlier today on the David Adelman Show about it. What happened with all the fracas at midcourt after the Şengün Jokic stuff and Udoka gets the tee. What was going on there?
You know what? I don't know. I just know the reaction to the technical after was it felt like we couldn't touch anybody. So I think Ime is a hell of a coach. I think he understands the game really well. It seemed like there was a reaction to his emotion. So I don't know if was it on purpose, was it not? Whatever. It worked out. So it's just it's one of those things. I mean, it's an emotional game. I think they know, like we know. We're the 2-3 in the West. OKC's all the way up there, so that game had a lot of emotion. I think he was trying to pump up his team, and it worked. They really responded, especially to start the third quarter. I'll stay away from that as best I can.
Okay. You did hear his comments after the game about the refs, right?
Yeah, I heard it. I was confused by him because at one point they were plus 12 or minus 12 in personal fouls. Both my centers fouled out. It was a crazy game. I think a hard game to officiate also, which just had the physicality of the game. I'll just leave it at that.
Way to try to get him in trouble.
I like my buddy.
Yeah, weird week, and yet I got to believe you guys kind of relish it after the crazy start and out for 3, in for 1, out for 2, in for 1, out for 1, back for 1, out for 3 type of scenarios that you guys were going through. You got 4 in a row again. And the funny thing is you got a really good Orlando team coming in. And then guess what? You get to play Houston again on Saturday.
Afternoon.
On a 3:00 game, yeah.
Of all things.
Yeah, no, it's a really tough week. I hope fans understand that, I know the Houston game is easy to go because you know who's on that team. But if you haven't watched Orlando's really good.
Yeah.
And they're playing much faster than last year, and they added Desmond Bane. They're a high-level team. So we know what that is. They're super physical. They're super deep, even with Wagner out. So it's another really good challenge for us. And I think when you can play teams like that maybe are out of, you haven't seen them play a ton, it'll be good for our guys to play a different style. Just for us getting better and trying to make that tournament at the end of the year. But also just from a fan standpoint, the Magic are really fun to watch. And so that's going to be a high-level game.
Incidental tripping is the same as tripping, isn't it, Coach? Right? Doesn't make a difference.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. Right.
And how many guys knew the rule, by the way? Do you think knew the rule? Like,
I don't know. That's a good question. I feel like some of these games like that, they're so crazy and so many things happen. You feel like even being around the NBA my whole life, you learn something new when you get to that point. So yeah, it's that was a wild situation.
You know who knew the rule? It was
Joker.
Joker.
Hey Tim.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey Tim. No disrespect, you're a good free throw shooter, but Jamal's at 90+.
Congrats to Will Leo from Westminster, our Avs ticket winner. What a great game, though, last night. Really, guys, top to bottom. And if you want to hear more from David Adelman, just keep paying attention to the podcast and all the other stuff.
I'm hearing now, I guess, by Udoka's whining online.
What do you get?
No, that the internet has blown up and said, yeah, Houston got screwed.
Wow. So Adelman's point is because Udoka said that.
Well, it had to be. Why not?
Well, Adelman's point was, that turned the tide, and then we took our fair share of rough calls later.
Well, like I said, you're playing the biggest team in the league.
Was the moment just too big for those refs?
And your only 2 big guys are foul out. Well, one's a rookie and one is still fairly young.
You know what's funny about these Peacock Prime games is there is a sense that it's something bigger than a regular game when it's like that for whatever reason. Like there's more people, there's more attention. It's just like, Scott, it just feels different. I don't know if you got that same vibe or not, but that's how I felt about the game.
Well, it feels like anytime you play a game that's not at your regular time, that somebody has decided to put significance to that game.
It did feel like that. It was a bigger game.
And people who watch basketball, listen, I tried to say this early in the game from my position. I said, this is a precursor to the second round of the NBA playoffs. I mean, I don't know if anybody in this room be surprised if all of a sudden in the second round you got Houston and Denver playing each other.
Also, that series will rule. It will be
Yeah,
really
awesome.
fun.
It'd be
It'll
awesome.
massive.
Yeah, that game last night, and Scotty, you did a great job on the sideline reporting, sideline analyst duties there last night. The loose ball battle. Every time the ball went up last night, it was just vicious. It looked. I don't know. Did you guys think? I had flashbacks to the Thunder series from last year of just two gigantic teams, and every time there was a loose ball, I mean, hands swatting at it. It was vicious out there. That thing was a war last night.
It's crazy to see like how big and physical Houston actually is.
Right.
But then they have the little guy from Kentucky.
And they got a little Reed Shepherd out there.
Reed Shepherd.
Boy, did Jamal Murray go hunting Reed Shepherd last night
Well,
or what?
did you see it? I talked to DMac during one of the breaks and said, I don't know if this was Adam, and I meant to ask him this, but if this was Adam's call or if they just figured out on the floor, but they put Reed Shepherd over on Hardaway.
Yeah, and he was on Bruce Brown for a while,
and
too.
Then all of a sudden, whoever he was guarding, they started coming over to screen Jamal because they were switching that.
Yeah, they were doing it with Bruce,
and remember,
too.
Jamal had that one big back down over Reed late that was important.
It was very it was what teams used to do to the Nuggets when Porter was here.
Do you guys know that was – did I get this right? It's the first time in NBA history the two starting centers both had triple-doubles.
Oh, might have been.
I did save that somewhere. Hold on, let me double check. KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. I saw it and I was like, that can't be right. That has got to have happened another time. But at least that's what my stupid notes say. I don't know. Maybe double check my math on that. Was last night that remarkable? Was it really that amazing?
But how many centers get triple doubles before Joker?
Right.
Chamberlain in that one season when he's trying to lead the league in assists, I guess.
Yeah, Şengün is he's very poor man's Jokic. He's good. Yeah. He's really good. Yeah.
Jokic, by the way, afterwards was quick to deflect the comparisons, saying it's unfair to Şengün that he's his own man and deserves his own thing, and basically, hey, he deserves more respect than just compare him to me.
Because Joker had to go through it. First he was Dirk, and then he was Tim Duncan, and now he's that's just Joker.
Yeah.
But Joker didn't
was Sabonis.
And Dirk had to go through Bird.
Right.
That was Bird comparisons when he came in.
But how do you not make the comparisons to Jokic and Şengün?
Exactly. There's so many similarities to what they do. Şengün, and I think you said it last night, Scotty, he's not as good a three-point shooter, but that's kind of
right now.
Right. And Jokic was unconscious last night. Would have been nice of him to end that thing in regulation.
He had a good look.
Yeah, he really did. Let's talk about Jamal Murray for a minute, guys. He scored 35 last night, and he shot 1,000 free throws, and a lot of it was in the bonus. But
he never shoots free throws.
Right, and some of it there were some bad calls that went both ways. I'll give Ime Udoka that. There were bad calls that went both ways, and Jamal Murray was certainly the beneficiary of a couple of those. But the step forward that he's made this year, like the veteran, and I think there's a combination of just veteran Jamal Murray has seen everything now, and healthy Jamal Murray has gotten him playing at a level of no new all-star format or anything like that. He's just an all-star. That's all he is right now.
It'll be an almost, as we stand through 25 games, an upset if he doesn't make it.
Yeah. He's playing lights out.
He was asked about it last night, and I'll tell you this. Jamal is just as dismissive to the national people as he is to the local people.
Good.
So I got to give Jamal credit on that. He's not phony. Like, the way he is, the way he is. And they were kind of, it was Carmelo, by the way, who was on the postgame show. So they're trying to, yuck it up a little bit, but Jamal doesn't go like that. And he was just like, I don't want to talk about it. It's not up to me, blah, 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 blah. I don't know if we'd ever get a really honest answer from Jamal about it.
Well, I think in his mind, what he's doing isn't all that remarkable. Because
he has a lot of confidence like that. That is well said.
He likes himself an awful lot. Like, we know that about Jamal Murray.
He's got a heavy belief in what his capabilities are.
Yes,
he does.
And I would say right now he's playing at a level where the performance is matching that belief.
Well,
he was mad at himself. He went 14 of 15 from the line, and the one free throw he missed almost cost them the game.
It was a big one.
He couldn't afford to even miss it.
Fortunately, Tim Hardaway got air quotes tripped.
Oh, you have a beef with that one?
I thought it was a bad call.
Scott?
Good call.
You thought it was a good call?
Yeah.
See. The reason why I say bad call is because I thought, I think Thompson's leg hit him. I think Hardaway was already falling when the leg hit him.
His foot hit the heel, and the foot slid over, and then the toe caught the back of the leg. I don't think he falls if he doesn't get tripped.
Okay.
I didn't think.
All right. Hey,
listen, I'm the first to be a homer, but his leg did hit his foot.
Okay.
Which, by rule, that is...
Dude, it was crazy being there in person, though, because you could not believe what you were seeing. Because I was just like, I cannot believe they're losing this game because Jamal missed one free throw.
One free throw.
And they're going to lose.
But then they got a free throw.
They triple-teamed Durant.
Yeah.
And then Şengün just, and he didn't have Jokic, he didn't have Jonas, and I was like, oh, my God, they're going to lose their fifth in a row. And all of a sudden, Hardaway Jr. gets tripped. And I'll just be honest, I did not know the rule. I had no idea.
Oh, the one free throw.
I had no idea.
Out of bounds, yeah.
And all of a sudden, I'm looking at Jokic telling Hardaway didn't know the rule either. He was going to the line.
The NBA has the biggest thing that this league has to fix right now, and this is not that rule, but it is the late game fouling up three rule. Did you guys see? I think it was the Thunder Spurs game from the other night. The last 9.8 seconds of the game took 12 minutes in real time to play because the Thunder, it was just foul.
Adelman admitted after the game that they should have been fouling.
Right.
And he said, we got to work on that.
No, strategically, it's a smart thing to do. It makes the viewing experience brutal, though. It sucks the air out of the end of the game, and it's like you're basically... What you're telling teams is you can win a game on an accounting error, basically.
Well, how would you fix it?
I don't know if you can fix it.
It's
my last report.
There's got to be some way to fix it
during game action. I said here because they took a timeout. They're down 3.
Mm-hmm.
I said here's where in the analytics people have done analytics. Some teams automatically get the ball in foul.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a smart thing to do.
But then I said, but now think about this. You got the biggest team in basketball, the best offensive rebounding team in basketball. They only get 2 free throws, so they're probably going to try to miss a second.
Yeah.
And you're going to block out
hard to do.
Şengün with Bruce Brown.
And that's what Adelman said after the game,
Clint
too.
Capella, and they're all giant.
I said, so your option is to probably foul.
Yeah.
Now, Bruce had a great comment about that in the locker room. He said, and I think Adelman talked about it too, Şengün caught it and his back was to the basket. And I could see him running out to the 3, and I said, he ain't got no time.
He flung that
and
thing.
He just turned around and flung and didn't have a chance.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think he was the target. I think it was Durant, and they double-teamed him. Well, yeah,
because Durant last year in Phoenix didn't hit a big 3 in the corner to send it to overtime, and then they end up winning the game.
Dude, how about the sequence yesterday where it was 4 threes in a row, and Durant hit one of them, too? I mean, it was awesome.
Spencer Jones was going head-to-head with Durant.
I know. I think Durant throwing up that 3, I don't know, probably better than 50-50. Şengün is not that guy. Thank God he took that shot.
We're gonna play that whole sequence, by the way, because it went from
awesome.
Şengün Sombor shuffle, which again, a little on the nose guy, and then the 4 threes in a row. It was
cool.
ridiculous.
Now to Joker saying for Şengün, let him be his own man. Part of this is Şengün's fault because when he came to the league, he basically said he had a poster of Joker and it was his favorite player, and he modeled his game after him.
Well, he did a
That's
good
how
job.
it should be.
Yeah.
He did a good job.
I mean, there's going to be some honor.
I can't believe he's only 22.
I know.
Yeah, he's a kid.
Look at this league. He's 22. What's Wemby? 20? 19?
Yeah, I think so.
No, he's 19 when he came
What's
in.
Cooper Flagg? You see what
just
he's doing?
He just turned 19.
Or he just turned 19. You're right about
That dude's going to be a superstar.
Yeah.
Well, again, Adelman said this in the presser, didn't he? The league's in a good place right now.
Oh, it's in an unbelievable place.
Wemby can win an NBA Cup tonight. He could be the youngest dude to ever don an NBA Cup championship T-shirt.
No, see, physicality. Well, although I don't know, is New York as physical now that Mike Brown's coaching compared to when Tibbs was coaching?
It's a little different.
I hate to say it, but I saw an old. This is old of JJ Redick talking about three-point shooters and like, hey, man, with all due respect to Dolph Schayes and Larry Bird, it's just different now. And I know it gets you going on that. But like, and I think Larry Bird would be fine in any generation. But the degree that these guys are good and the depth of guys who can do that, it is kind of ridiculous.
The shot
right
making
now.
in this sport is absolutely absurd. That's and we talk about it all the time. And like Steve Kerr, when he talked about the spacing of the floor, how much ground these guys have to cover to try and defend. Like you're running out on everybody constantly on the floor right now. The next gen tracking or second spectrum tracking they have on these guys, I'm mixing up my sports, of how much distance they're covering during games. It's absolutely insane. Like just getting an NBA stop is so hard to do right now.
But you're actually, without a grin, going to say Larry Bird in this era wouldn't be.
Oh, of course. He'd be unbelievable.
He'd be unbelievable and dangerous.
Right. And they'd all be different players now.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not trying to down talk Larry Bird. I'm just trying to up talk the skill level of these guys in the NBA right now.
The median shot maker. It's not the Larry Bird. It's the Spencer Jones.
Spencer Jones
is an 18% 3-point shooter. In your day, Scotty, because they would have never let him shoot the thing.
Yeah, they don't
right.
let him shoot.
And now it's just like, yeah, Spencer Jones, corner three, that's a good possession now.
My career in college, I was would have been a spread 4.
Yeah.
Because I was a shooter, not a block player.
You were born 20 years too early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Can you imagine the money you would have right now?
Yeah, because Hubie didn't want, if you were over 6'10", you didn't lead the block.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's preposterous.
So that's the only thing I say with them. It's easy to say if you look at numbers and stats, but listen, Larry Bird, I still remember him going into sweatpants and annihilating some of the greatest shooters of the time in his warm-ups.
Yeah.
So don't tell me that guy couldn't play at this time and shoot it.
Speaking
if you
of,
can shoot it, you can shoot.
Real quick, Scotty, I saw this great. I was talking about this with Andy yesterday. It was one of those interviews with Kendall Gill. It was a podcast interview. I don't remember which one it was. But they were asking Kendall Gill like 5 hardest guys to defend in your era. And he was giving, like Vince Carter and Reggie, and he had MJ at number 2 on his list. And at number 1, Grant Hill in there, healthy Grant Hill in there as well. But at number 1, he said Mahmoud was the toughest matchup he ever dealt with in the league. He just said he was too fast. His shot
He had
was
that one little
too quick.
that quick move, and you didn't know if he's going to go left, right, step back.
Yeah.
No, I played with Mahmoud for a couple of years, and there's another guy. You want to put him in today's era?
He's Damian Lillard.
Oh,
today.
he'd be fine.
The way you stop Mahmoud is you beat him up. You hand check him and you push him off.
Oh, he'd have so much more space now.
And
It'd
now
be
you
crazy.
can do that.
Yeah.
He would. Dude, he's doing it at 40 in that 3-on-3 league, right? He's
He'd
killing
be Steph
everybody.
Curry today. Is what he would
was
be.
Steph Curry before they were allowed to have Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'd have all sorts of records.
I'm so pumped that we get to play Houston again on Saturday.
It's going to be so good.
It's really kind of awesome.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to look past Orlando either. By the
Orlando's
way,
good.
Are both Wagner brothers on Orlando, or is it just
No, they're both there, but I think one's hurt. I think Franz is hurt.
Okay.
He's the good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hans
hurt.
and Franz, the Wagners.
Yeah.
Franz,
But they're both on the
Wagner.
team, though, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
They were last year.
All right.
They're a good team.
I'm not trying to look past it. I'm just saying this matchup with Houston is, and guess what? How long does Durant play for? How long does he keep going?
Well, it didn't look like he was slowing down.
No, he looked fabulous.
I will say this about it. I watch his game. He doesn't take it to the basket as much as he used to, but he's still 7 foot. And if he doesn't have a 3, you're not going to contest him very often from the free throw line.
I think he's the single best shot maker I've ever seen in my lifetime.
He's something else, man. He is amazing.
Because he can shoot over everybody. First off, he's just a great shooter, but then there's the part where he can shoot over everybody. Like the truth of Kevin Durant isn't he listed at 6'10 or 6'11, whatever it is?
He's
7'2".
He's over 7.
You know what hit me yesterday watching that is how many great games have we been lucky enough to watch Kevin Durant play here in Denver for a variety of teams?
Long time. Too many.
Because I understand what you're saying, but last night when I was watching him, there was a moment I was like, all right, I'm pretty damn lucky to, I felt that about Kobe, because there did get to a point like, oh my God, it's Kobe Bryant again, like I'm seeing him again. But later on, I was like, man, I'm pretty damn lucky to be able to say that. How many times have I seen Durant? How many times have I seen Steph Curry?
Jordan come in there just once a year. I mean, think about that. I mean, we took that for granted too.
But I mean, Houston is.
Hey, I'll say this too.
Dude.
Listen, I think Houston's really good.
They're giant.
And big, physical.
By the way, last night, the Steven Adams, Jonas Valanciunas wrestling match
was awesome.
I kind of forgot Steven Adams was on the team.
Grizzly Bears.
And he comes off Steven Adams coming off the bench. I'm like, oh, yeah, they got him. I kind of forgot about him.
Yeah.
And he's Steven Adams.
He's a monster. Remember, he was a free agent for about a hot second.
I love
Remember,
his
I
game.
told you, I said, there's a name, Steve Adams. Go get it before they made the Valanciunas move.
The other thing I liked, too, was with the elbow to the neck last night. They both went down, then they both got up and were laughing about it. It was like, do you guys remember back in the day when like Marty McSorley would fight Bob Probert and they'd beat the ever living hell out of each other, and then they'd like hug and laugh as they skated off? Like that's what that reminded me
Go
of.
have a beer and do a line after the game, probably.
Exactly.
Right?
Is there a big guy code? A physical big guy code. Like we can beat each other up to a certain degree.
I think there's a tough guy code.
Yeah.
That tough guys know other tough guys.
I think
there's
those
big guys that aren't tough.
Those are two dudes that's game recognizing game.
Who's a big guy who's not tough?
Well, the guy that's playing with Indy now, Huff, super nice kid.
Oh, Jay Huff?
But he's
but he's like a string bean.
He's 7'1". He's a big guy.
He's a great dunker.
I would go Jackson in Memphis. I don't think he's a tough big guy. He's 6'11".
Okay. How's Getty? What's his name?
He's a small forward.
The young
two
guy.
guard.
Yeah, he's a point guard.
No. I'm not thinking the right guy.
Not Josh Giddey?
No. The oh gosh darn it, guy from UConn, 7'4" guy.
The guy in Portland.
Is it Portland?
Yeah.
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Why am I spacing his name right now?
He's still young.
Ziti.
He's got a chance.
The 7'4" dude out of UConn.
And then the kid that played at Iowa that's in Memphis, he's got a chance.
Okay.
He got a chance to be Steven Adams type of.
God, why am I blanking on that dude's name?
Starts with a M.
Oh, Donovan Klingon?
No, well, him.
Klingon's in Portland.
He went to Purdue. Sorry. The big guy.
Zach Edey?
Zach Edey.
Oh, he's in Memphis.
He's in Memphis. He's got a chance.
Yeah.
Klingon's got a
giant
chance
too.
Edey's a giant.
Well, that's what I'm asking about tough guys like that.
Yeah,
and Klingon he's 7'2", Edey's 7'4". I mean,
the single biggest person I've ever stood next to in my life was Yao Ming. Did you guys ever go see? Like you obviously saw him.
I have.
Yao. The crazy thing about Yao was he was 7'5", but like he wasn't like Minute or Sean Bradley. Like Yao was proportional.
Yeah.
His thighs were bigger
was wide.
around than like I am as a person.
He was a block of a man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
He was really impressive.
I told you, we played Washington once when Minute was playing. And for some reason, he always called me Irish. He liked me.
Okay.
And every time he come in, he goes, "Oh, Irish, how you doing?"
Irish.
I don't know why. Hastings, I don't know. Maybe he thought that was an Irish name.
Because you're a leprechaun next to him?
I don't know. But we're watching the film the day after the game, and I'm standing on the free throw line with him. We're both standing there. Now, I'm a pretty big guy.
Yeah.
My head's at his shoulder.
Right.
Crazy.
I'm 6'10", 6'11" at the time, and my head's at his shoulder. I mean, think about that. That's a big man, too. That means about that big around.
That's got to be so weird for you. Like, if you're ever in the presence of anyone that's taller than you.
It is a little weird.
You probably, like, don't know what to do because you always are, like, you always have to look down to make eye contact with almost 99.9% of humans on the planet.
Is Joker taller than you?
Yeah.
Joker's got you?
Yeah.
So that means Jonas has you, too, then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jonas turned into my pal. We talk.
I thought you guys were going to be best friends.
We've turned into beard bros. We talk about
I can see
conditioner and oil and stuff like that.
I would find it impossible for you and Jonas not to become best friends.
Big hand or little hand?
A big hand?
You have a giant hand.
No, I shake hands with Jonas.
Yeah, nothing, huh?
He swallows my hand.
Yeah.
The biggest hand I've ever shook hands with is Kawhi Leonard. I shook Kawhi's hands numerous times when he was at San Diego State in college. I was interviewing him a lot back then, and it was like his fingers like went up to my elbow. It was scary how big his hands were.
The biggest hand I ever shook. I'm gonna throw some old school name on you. And it was before a playoff game in Boston in the Garden. He was down standing on the floor, and I was a big wrestling fan at the time. So I went up and introduced myself in the layup line. He's over there, so I went out layup line to introduce myself. Big John Stud.
Oh, okay.
He had a good mullet.
I thought you were about to say Andre the Giant.
Right. He shook my hand. I went back and talked to Randy Whitman. I said, dude, his hand just enveloped mine. I mean, it completely enveloped my hand. I went, oh my gosh.
How tall was Big John?
He was
Stud?
every bit, every
foot,
bit
wasn't
my
he?
size.
Yeah.
Every bit, but barrel chested but his hand went and just, and I was a little bit intimidated. I'm about ready to go against Parrish and McKell, these guys, and I'm like, thank God it's not him.
Right.
I mean, oh my goodness.
That's a big boy right there.
That was the biggest hand I ever shook.
All right, guys. We've got
where's voice?
The voice is it's recuperating today. We got Jeff Legwold in. Leggy's going to do the last 2 hours with me today, so we're doing all football talk for the last couple of hours of the show. So Jeff Legwold will be in here, but yes, Andy is recuperating, and hopefully he comes back full-throated tomorrow. It's an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. We got a keyword for you. We'll do that next. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's Tuesday, and we are giving you another chance to see the best team in the NHL play at Ball Arena Friday night against the Winnipeg Jets. Simply text this hour's keyword to 303-504-0925 along with your first and last name, and you are entered to win a pair of tickets for the Avs and Winnipeg on Friday night. Your keyword this hour, Whalers. Whalers. Text Whalers as in the Hartford Whalers. Not Bob Marley and the Whalers. They spelled it differently. Whalers as in the Hartford Whalers.
Not people who wail.
Well, if you're hunting whale.
W-A-I-L.
That being Bob Marley and the Whalers. Whalers. We're going for Whalers like the Hartford Whalers. Friday is also City Connection night. Get your ticket package that includes an Avalanche and Nuggets shooting shirt at coloradoavalanche.com/Nuggets. One more time, the keyword to win is Whalers. Good luck. Avalanche Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry.
Or like the Thornton Whalers.
The Thornton Whalers.
It's one of the most prestigious bowling teams.
Famed bowling squad as invented by the mad scientist himself, Kyle Keefe.
A.K.A. Horace Ramey.
Horace Ramey. He called C.J. Anderson on that one.
Yeah, he wanted to see if C.J. Anderson would join the Thornton Whalers.
The Thornton Whalers. I still own a Thornton Whalers t-shirt.
I think mine's gone.
It's somewhere in the stack. I know it is.
I've seen Kyle wear it,
which
is hilarious when he wears it.
It's a legendary shirt. It's a legendary radio bit. It's an old-timer. That's Altitude Sports Radio Hall of Fame right there.
Yeah.
That's for the OGs,
That's
man.
OG.
OG. That's way back in the day. That was when Keefe and Vic were in the middays before me and Nayland in the afternoons.
And I produced both those shows.
You sure did. Whalers is the keyword this hour. Avalanche Ticket Tuesdays, again, powered by Matthews Fine Watches. Yeah, Jeff Legwald's joining us at 4 o'clock. Chad Brown at 4 as well for Broncos Conversation. Power rankings at 4:20 this afternoon. Big power ranking day.
Is this
Will we have any non-crooked numbers? Again, crooked numbers, they're what you want in baseball. They're not what you want in power rankings. Will we have any straight line numbers today on power rankings? We'll tune in at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock.
This is like a season finale. This is
a big one. This is like
they've been running ads all day. Like, tune in tonight on Fox.
This is Red Wedding episode of Game of Thrones. Just like what is going to go down today on power rankings. You don't want to miss it at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock, because either today is the crowning achievement of me and Andy giving you this every week, of me tracking this and looking this up every single week. How long have we been doing this, Spring? 4 or 5 years now?
Yeah, I mean, gosh, when they were ranked 32nd in the league.
We've done some
in a
32s.
lot of power rankings. Yeah.
So today is the day we find out. Did it completely flip the other way, or are we going to have to wait another week?
What a series it's been.
We don't know.
You know? Wow.
I got to be honest with you. The way it started, most of those shows would have been canceled.
But it found its footing.
This thing was...
like, what are shows that, like, sucked, but you gave it a second season, and it was like, okay.
I was reading today, and oh, my God, just the heartbreak of what happened to Rob Reiner
my gosh.
and his wife. It is just...
It's awful.
Beyond awful. And Rob Reiner, just an absolute comedy legend of our lifetimes. I did not know that Rob Reiner was, he was a part of Castle Rock Entertainment which was one of the producers of Seinfeld initially, and in the early seasons, like they were not doing like
the
ratings
first season of Seinfeld is a little rough.
It's very much so, and it's like you can see like Larry David and Jerry's like comedic brilliance under the surface, but like I don't think audiences necessarily understood it because it was so vastly different than any other sitcom on television, and it also. Well, like the ratings for it were beyond nothing, and NBC was ready to be like, "Yeah, we're out of here." Rob Reiner was one of the people that was just like, "No, give this show some oxygen. It's there. Like Larry David's a genius. Let this happen." And eventually, again, it found its footing and it's found its audience. In seasons 3 and seasons 4, it became, the probably the most successful sitcom ever. But it needed that opportunity, and you know what? Today is the day if we find out if Power Rankings makes it.
Yeah, this is a big one. This is Breaking Bad at its peak today.
It's peak television right here, folks. Okay, so this is that's what the money for episode of Mad Men. It's all staring us in the face today. This is the Rick James episode of Chappelle's show.
Gather around ye old radio.
At 4:20 today.
This is War of the Worlds.
It's big.
This is, what was that, Orson Welles? That's what this is.
That's
what this is today.
This is Marconi
Eat
stuff.
your heart out, 1920s.
Also,
we're back. Radio is back.
I'll tell you this, too. If you don't like suspense, you can look all this up on the internet. It's all been out there since this morning.
No spoilers.
But
the spoilers are out. Like, you're a Bachelor fan, they have the spoilers out there. Or your wife is, and you watch.
I don't want the spoilers.
No. Self-control, people. I haven't looked.
Find out where the Broncos are ranked. It's going to be a fun one. Make sure you're locked in today at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock here on the program. Let's talk more about that Nuggets game last night.
It was a doozy.
Whew. So Ime Udoka called it the worst officiated game he's ever seen last night afterwards. There were I'll say this to defend Ime Udoka. There were bad calls against the Rockets last night.
There were bad calls against the Nuggets last night.
A lot of bad calls against both teams. Both of the Nuggets centers fouled out. They played the last minute and 20 of overtime last night with Spencer Jones at the 5.
Well, the last foul that Jokic picked up was
on Jamal Murray.
It was on Murray, but I feel like because Adelman and the Nuggets challenge it. And it's clear. I mean, it's obvious that Jokic doesn't touch him, but because Murray does, I think they just felt this sense of guilt of like, well, we gotta stay. It's gotta stand since there was a foul on the play.
By the way, I don't fully agree with Scott Hastings. By the way, I think Hardaway was falling down on his own.
I tend to agree with you.
I thought
like when they show live, I thought maybe it was a trip. Then the initial replay, I was like, ooh, Hardaway just kind of stumbles over himself. But then there's this third angle where you do kind of see some ankle contact.
Here's what I'll say. I think he was stumbling, and because of the contact, he couldn't catch himself and keep his feet. I think.
And it could be Hardaway who then kind of creates the ankle contact himself.
Right.
Yeah.
With the stumble.
Hey,
we'll take the free throw. It all worked out for the Nuggets.
When you shoot, I mean, Murray was 12 of 13 in regulation, 14 of 15 overall.
Yeah.
That's a damn good clip. And if the one he missed was the one that did him in, and then he got, the technical free throw on the Thompson alleged trip, it kind of balanced itself out in a way.
No, by the way, you couldn't finish the game with Peyton Watson last night.
No, because look, Spencer Jones was on Şengün when he hit that little hook floater.
Yeah, 2-footer, whatever it was.
They had to play Spencer Jones.
Yeah.
Because it should be Aaron Gordon in that spot.
And Jones was excellent last night. He played really well.
He hit 2 clutch threes late.
Huge.
Spring, he's great on defense.
Do you have that sequence, by the way, Spring?
No, I don't.
Okay.
We'll get to it.
We'll get it before this hour is up. I do want to play the final. Really, that sequence late fourth quarter, that was it was haymaker after haymaker. But I want to watch this series. Sign me up for it. I'll do it. I will do 6 or 7 games of that thing.
The West is a beast, man.
Of these two teams going to war.
The top of the West is a beast.
Well, I mean, obviously we know what the Thunder are. I think the Spurs aren't to be trifled with in the slightest bit. The Lakers, when healthy, are just an absolute beast. That's the funny thing about it is this Nuggets team is better, but so is the rest of the West. It's going to be good, man. This postseason is going to be good. I think largely it's going to just come down to who's healthy.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing about last night is like that's the Rockets. Like Fred VanVleet's out for the year. They were healthy outside of that.
Outside of that, the Nuggets did not have Christian Brown or Aaron Gordon or Julian Strother
or Peyton Watson for the bulk of the game.
So the Nuggets obviously, having Aaron Gordon against the Houston Rockets, having Aaron Gordon against everybody, but especially against the Houston Rockets is absolutely going to help. But yeah, that thing was that was riveting sports television last night. With Chris Marlowe and Katie Wingy and Scott Hastings last night on Altitude. That Nuggets and Rockets game was absolutely awesome. Your keyword right now on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday is Whalers. Text Whalers to 303-504-0925. That's Whalers, as in Hartford. 303-504-0925. Again, text Whalers to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and that enters you to win Avalanche tickets against the Winnipeg Jets on Friday night. Avs, by the way, got the Kraken of Seattle this evening at 8 o'clock in Seattle. Connor's got the call right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, so make sure you lock in. Berto's got your pregame coverage firing up tonight at 7:30. We know the Avalanche are awesome. Coverage starts at 7:30 with the pregame show, which is indeed powered by Ramos Law. Springer, the Steelers, are they real? Are they scary?
No.
Are the Steelers anything to trifle with in the playoffs here?
No, they're not.
Okay.
No TJ Watt last night.
Defensively, I thought they were pretty impressive. Now the Dolphins played with
in the cold.
All of the urgency of
no, the Dolphins are frauds.
Yeah.
Like everything they've done of late. Tyreek Hill's been out.
It was surprising how little they cared about that game last night.
It really was. Well, but they're not that good.
No, they're not.
I don't think it's on Mike McDaniel.
But
I think the team is just okay.
Where is the play hard factor though out of them? Down when you're down in the fourth quarter and you're taking delay of game in the fourth quarter. What are you doing?
Sure,
that's embarrassing.
It's funny terrible. Because when McDaniel takes over in Miami, Tua kind of shows some life. And then they give him the big contract. And he's not now he's back to what he was essentially.
This is the risk that you run.
Yeah.
This is where sample size has to be large, and that's where you look at a Bo Nix performance the other day against Green Bay, and he plays his best game in the NFL. I mean, it's really spring. I dove into some of the underlying numbers on his performance. Like I can give you stuff that will impress you even further than simply what you just saw in that game. I mean, like. This is the thing about it. Green Bay's defense played well, and Bo carved them up. Broncos receivers had an average separation of 2.5 yards by Next Gen tracking. That is the lowest of the season for the Broncos, meaning that was the least open receivers that Bo has seen all year.
No, he put balls in spots where only the receiver could get them.
Best tight window throwing game of the season. Also the third most pressures he has seen all year. Air yards per attempt, highest since the Texans game. Like
that checks out. We've seen it the last few weeks.
That Raiders game was painful with Captain Checkdown, but he flipped around against Green Bay and pushed the ball further down the field. Like again, let's see it in a bigger sample size. But also, there is a world where just like Bo Nix just gets hot, and along with the play of this defense, that's the thing that carries this team to Santa Clara in a Super Bowl.
I mean, obviously I didn't. It's a whole contextual story with Bo Nix, right? He's QB6, didn't love the pick, but then you understand he's under Sean Payton.
Yep.
And you do see signs of progression and positive results and progression in his rookie season. And then it kind of peters out.
He regressed.
But it's still year 2.
Yep.
And you could see it building the last few weeks, even though it wasn't.
Since coming back from the bye, like he's really been a different player.
Yeah, but and then it just took a completely different step on Sunday. That true step.
That performance again, like guess what? You got another live one coming in that Jacksonville defense.
Yeah.
Those dudes are legit.
They're good.
Yeah, really good defense coming in here this week. Like another great opportunity for Bo. Like, okay, you did it at home against Green Bay. Go do it again. Like again, that's what separates the top tier quarterbacks from the middle tier quarterbacks. The middle tier quarterbacks, they can have those kind of games. Absolutely. They're big time NFL quarterbacks. They're well compensated. That's why they're there. But the dudes at the very top, they do it every week.
Yeah.
And this is another opportunity here for Bo Nix. Like keep this streak going. But man, the returns that we saw, the issues that Green Bay gave him, which have plagued him and limited him and stunted his performance in prior weeks this season, he rose above all of that. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Again, your keyword this hour on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. This is to win tickets for Friday night against Winnipeg. The keyword is Whalers. Whalers, Whalers, as in, remember, the old Hartford Whalers. 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. Text in right now with your first and last name. Avalanche Ticket Tuesday is powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Let's dive into these scenarios. Cue the Tribe Called Quest.
Oh, you read my mind.
Broncos can clinch the AFC West with a win over Jacksonville on Sunday and a Chargers loss or tie. The somehow can't be killed Chargers are a, believe it or not, 1.5-point dog on the road at Dallas.
They're dogs?
On Sunday at 11 a.m. A 1.5 dog on the road at Dallas.
Dallas just lost to 9.
Yeah, they're not good.
I mean, they had a little stretch there.
They're giving love to Dak at home. Is essentially
and
what they're
knocking
doing.
the tackle situation for the Chargers.
Which is clearly, like, again, Justin Herbert with the broken hand continues to somehow survive week in and week out. He's elevating that team. The Chargers are the team. Here's what's funny about the Chargers, okay, is I think that, and probably after the Green Bay game, it's dissipated. But I think people were just like, oh, Denver's going to fall flat on their face eventually.
Mm-hmm.
No, the Chargers are the team that, like, they have to. They have to. The quarterback has a broken hand, and they're really, their second and third best player on their team, which is Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater, are not playing for them. And eventually this has to fizzle out. But they just figure out ways to win games. Like Jim Harbaugh is more than comfortable in grimy kind of football games, like they played against the Eagles, like they played against the Chiefs the other day.
I like the Chargers in that game. I do.
I do as well. I liked them last week on the road at Kansas City.
Yeah, I was surprised they were 6-point dogs.
Yeah.
It was kind of that idea, like, that's what it's been all season. Chiefs are going to do it eventually, right?
No, they're not.
Nope.
No, they're not. So, hopefully,
Chargers are going to fall flat on their face eventually, right?
Hopefully, Dallas will beat them or tie them on Sunday.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing, okay? As long as Denver – and look, Jacksonville is a good team. I think Green Bay's better.
Oh, I agree. Yeah,
but Jacksonville's hot. They're feeling themselves right now.
Trevor Lawrence is right now in the streak of his best football of his career. And again, defensively, like Jacksonville is, if not a definitively top 5 defense in the NFL, then like right on the outside knocking on the door. But they're right there in the top in a lot of those metrics. Like this is a good challenge for Denver again this week. That's a good Jaguars team, but I agree with you, Spring. I think Green Bay is better. So the Bills beating New England obviously helped the Broncos the other day. The Broncos, they'll need some help to clinch the 1 seed. They need to beat the Jaguars, obviously, and then they need New England to lose, and they need losses or ties by the Chargers and the Bills.
But here's the beautiful thing, okay?
Just keep winning games and you're fine?
They're very much so in control of their own destiny.
Yeah,
Very much so.
Just keep winning games.
They should. Look, Jacksonville's tough test.
The thing is it's like you do want to clinch as early as you possibly can. By the way, I did see today, do you realize not a single division in the NFL is clinched yet?
Oh, welcome to the parity league.
Seriously, but this is the latest in the year. In many years that we haven't had a single division clinched anywhere in the NFL by week 16, which is crazy.
Look to what you said a few seconds ago, that you want to clinch as soon as possible. Yes, you do, but you want to know what I'm going to bask in, what I'm going to bathe myself in. Is Christmas night.
When they destroy the Chiefs at Arrowhead?
Christmas night massacre.
When the Nuggets destroy the Timberwolves?
Wolves, I've been surprisingly meh.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just been that type of fall and early winter now as we're approaching for our Denver sports teams. Dude, they are going to destroy the Chiefs. Destroy.
I mean, the last time they played him without Mahomes, it went pretty well, right?
Yeah.
Pretty good. Yeah.
We were talking at lunch today, man. This is going to be a Christmas night for Kansas City. Look at the type of season it's been for them. Like, their fans are kind of in disbelief already.
7 consecutive years you played into championship weekend, and now you're not even going to the postseason.
And now the best quarterback since Brady, that's what he is. He's won 3 Super Bowls.
Oh,
he's torn his ACL.
Spring, the run that Mahomes has gone on.
Yeah.
5 Super Bowls, 3 rings, 2 MVP awards. Like, it's possible we may never see anything like that ever again.
I don't think, I know that the Chiefs have become easy to hate, and
Sure.
I get it.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, they want to crown Josh Allen. They want to crown anyone else because they're sick of Mahomes and the Chiefs. But, like, just take a step back, be objective about it.
Yeah, appreciate what they've done.
They've been the best. Mahomes has been the best.
The reason why I started hating them last year, and I
get it.
I didn't really start to hate them until last year, but I started hating them last year because I knew what I was seeing was fraudulent. I knew that team is full of crap.
But that was a team that could bail themselves out based on the Mahomes to Kelsey combo. It's funny, how many one-score games have the Broncos won this year? Granted, it is a little different. It felt like Kansas City was kind of just like it was just magic late. This is an elite defense with an offense that is starting to figure it out and come into form. I do think it's different.
Yeah.
But look, the Chiefs fans, they've been in disbelief because of what they've seen. They're about to be flummoxed. They're going to be sitting there on Christmas night.
Honestly, I mean,
getting their brains bashed in.
If I'm a Chiefs fan, I'm looking at it going, great. Move us up the draft as much as we possibly can.
There's that.
This team
but
needs full retooling.
It's going to be sad in the moment.
Yeah, it doesn't make it any easier for them to accept. New England is at Baltimore. That's on Sunday night this week, so need them to lose. Buffalo is at Cleveland. Believe it or not, I like the Bills in that one.
Well, we just saw Shedeur go up against a very good Bears team. Now, it was on the road in some cold conditions. But Buffalo is an interesting team right now because their defense isn't great, but it is the best quarterback who's going to be in the playoffs. And, I mean, to their defense, they did add a Joey Bosa. There is some threat there.
You know, the other thing the Bills have, and I want to talk about this a lot with Leggy, is that run game is legit. And the Broncos are very good. The Broncos don't really give up explosive runs. I mean, I know Josh Jacobs just had a 40-yard touchdown against them on Sunday, but, like, the explosive run rate against Denver is really low. But, like, James Cook, he's not a home run hitter. He is just I will just slug you in the face with 6- and 7-yard carries over and over and over again. And that we saw it in the postseason a year ago in that playoff game. Don't get me wrong. I think Denver is a much better, much more mature, much more complete team right now than what they were in the playoffs a season ago. But there's obviously the Josh Allen factor because I think he's the best quarterback in football right now. But also, like, that their run game is the part of that matchup that I think makes it really tough on the Broncos.
Sure. And a possible Texans matchup is tricky because
their defense.
Because their defense, and it'll be Stroud this time around, like for a full game, barring another injury or something like that.
You know, Spring, you mentioned Shedeur before, and he had a rough one.
I still like him because I understand he's going to have that.
Of course,
that was going to happen.
Of course. No tutties, 3 picks. One of them was on Jerry Jeudy. Got sacked 5 times. It was a rough one for Shedeur. Issues with his play sheet, etc. This one probably flew under the radar because who cared about it? But did you happen to see what the Raiders' offensive numbers were against the Eagles on Sunday?
I mean, I just scoreboard watched that thing and saw it is an
31-0
disaster.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
Kenny Pickett was 15 of 25 for 64 yards.
Oh, no.
That is a not-so-robust 2.6 yards per attempt. I want everyone to hear 2.6 yards per attempt. That number would suck for a running back on yards per carry, and that's what a quarterback did in 2025. The Raiders had 75 total yards. 75.
That's one of my predictions that was way off. I thought the Raiders were going to be
I was off.
Like threatening for a wild card.
Right. No, that's
wow.
That's an all-time terrible team. 2-12 are the Raiders.
They beat the Patriots week 1.
They did. That goes to show you how nonsense week 1 can be in the NFL, huh?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, the Broncos kind of squeaked by the Titans back in week 1. Those are two teams the Titans had a fourth quarter lead in Denver.
It goes to show just how an 18-week season they struggled against the Jets.
Yeah. A lot of things
Look what
happened.
the Jags just did to the Jets. I bet if the Broncos were to play the Jets right now, it would be a lot. Now, granted, Sauce is gone, Quinnen's gone, but still, it would be much. The Broncos would race them. I do think.
Yes, they're playing much better football right now, and they're playing motivated football, and we will find out how high they climbed in the power rankings coming up at 4:20. Jeff Legwold's going to be with us today as well. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on a Tuesday afternoon on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jeff Legwold is in for Andy Lindahl. Legwold, happy Tuesday, pal.
Happy Tuesday.
Thanks for stopping by here on your air quotes off day during the week. Chad Brown, he never takes a Tuesday off. He is here with us every single week on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Chad Brown, by the way, handling color analysis on national radio for Broncos Packers last week. So, Chad, you were there to break it all down. Let's start with Bo Nix, 302 yards, 4 touchdowns. I will argue it was the best game I have ever seen Bo Nix play in a Broncos uniform. You were high up top, breaking it all down. What was Bo doing in this game that we really haven't seen out of him before?
Well, the trend now continues, started with the last 2 games and now this game, where Bo Nix is playing under center a bit more. I think that's helping the run game. But what it also does for a quarterback, when you're under center, your drops are far more regulated and scripted a bit. And so I can imagine if you have, I don't recall the exact number of breakdown of the snaps from the shotgun versus under center, but let's just say you got 15 shotgun snaps and 15 under center snaps. Because of those under center snaps, because of the scripted nature of those, I think your footwork is probably going to be cleaner when you're in the shotgun, as opposed to having 30 shotgun snaps where your footwork's all over the place and probably begins to degrade as the game goes down. So I'm not sure if this is a artifact of Sean Payton trying to run the ball a bit more, or is this something, some genius 3-dimensional chess thing that Sean was doing by, well, we can help the running game, but this will also help Bo Nix's footwork. But it's been a while since we've talked about that, which was a major issue at a number of points this season. So the accuracy, the timing, the ability to pinpoint the ball just over linebackers, outstretched arms before a safety can break on it, throwing balls in the end zone to little Jordan Humphrey with 3 Packer defenders surrounding him. All that stuff was awesome. And I think your assessment is correct. The best game I've seen Bo Nix have as a Bronco.
Chad Legwold here. I just curious if you thought in that vein, they've had in the last 4 games, they've had 3 of them. Nix has been under center the most this season. That's his highest total, those 3 games. And if you think that has helped his willingness to throw it into a tight window, because Sutton was really the only guy he would go into a tight window with before this recent stretch of games. And you mentioned the touchdown to little Jordan Humphrey.
I think as a quarterback, and we've heard Sean Payton mention sometimes a play call is meant to give a quarterback a bit of a break. And he's talking about the line of scrimmage and all the adjustments and all that stuff. But under center versus shotgun, when the play has a more scripted.
We got Zoom freezage.
He froze
out of Chad Brown. Oh, no. He was frozen like so many Packer defenders
That's
on
right.
play action the other day.
The Packers zone looked like the Zoom freeze.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
There is Chad. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
The Zoom
All right.
freeze has corrected itself. Okay.
Where'd you lose me at?
You were giving us the breakdown of what Bo Nix was able to do working under center. Just start from the top, Chad.
Okay, yeah. So when you're under center, there's a scripted nature. When your back foot hits the ground on the 3rd step or the 5th step or the 7th step, you have a great idea where those receivers are going to be on the field. So it's less feel and more practice repetitions. 1, 2, 3 step throw. And I know where all those guys are going to be. In particular, the little Jordan Humphreys touchdown right there at the south end zone. That's a timing play. If he is a quarter of a second slower with that throw, the defender on the outside has a chance to break it up. If he's too early, those defenders on the inside have a chance to break it up. So that timing aspect, I think, takes some of the guesswork out of it for Bo Nix. All I've got to do is execute this play versus I have to think my way through this play.
So the way that game sort of played itself out, Green Bay was moving up and down the field and scoring pretty regularly in the first half of that game. Now, good job by the Broncos to keep them out of the end zone largely. And then they take the 9-point lead early 3rd quarter. They get the 3 and out, and Jordan Love decides time to take a deep shot and time to test Patrick Surtain, which is a bold choice, my friend. And the play's a complete disaster. Surtain intercepts the football, and Christian Watson gets hurt. What and that's a line of demarcation in that football game, Chad, but as you were watching it from up high and calling that game, like, where did that game change the most, both for Jordan Love and for the Denver defense right there in that moment?
Well, in the first half was the best first half performance of Jordan Love's career. So Vance Joseph's defense certainly did a great job in the red zone, but it was clear the Packers were going to be able to move the ball. And Christian Watson was a big piece of that. And once he got injured on that play, they no longer had a deep threat. In those last couple of drives of the game, they were throwing the ball to Josh Jacobs. They had 2 tight ends, or sometimes at least 1 tight end on the field, because they didn't have enough available receiver bodies. So just as when Micah Parsons went out the game, and that simplified things for Sean Payton from a play calling standpoint, whoever they bring, my offensive line is going to be good. Our normal protection rules apply. It's not Micah Parsons. We don't know where he's going to line up. They don't have anyone else like that. Same thing for Vance Joseph and the Denver defense. Christian Watson goes down. There is not another deep threat on that Packers offense. So suddenly the game planning, the play calling changes considerably, because now you've got your opponent in a spot where they're super predictable, and we know how to handle everything they're going to bring on both sides of the ball. So that play that you mentioned, there was a perfect team play as well. While Pat Surtain gets all the credit for the amazing play, Zach Allen freeing up on the pass rush, putting pressure on Jordan Love where he couldn't quite get that ball across the field as far as he wanted. That's what gave PS2 an opportunity to pick that football.
Chad, when you prep for that game, and as you've looked at the Broncos this year, I've spoken to some offensive coaches around the league, and they say it's not just Vance's ability to pressure with schematic things. It's that the Broncos get the best quick pressure of anyone in the league right now. Is that something you've seen that has impact for them, their ability to change it quickly?
Nick Bonito's ability to get off on the ball he's got to be a top 2-3 guy in this league. And we're talking about Myles Garrett and Micah Parsons now out for the year, but he's got to be in that category. So his ability to get quick pressure. But Zach Allen can win on his first move. Yeah. Jonathan Cooper can win on his first move. So you don't need all those guys winning on their first move every time. But even Alex Singleton can come through and shake a guard or shake a running back in pass protection and win on his first move. So when you got enough guys who can do that, if you think about a third down situation, typically it's going to be 3rd and long. Typically the quarterback's going to want to hold the ball for a bit. If you have just 3 guys on 3rd down over the course of a game win on their first move, that's 3 third downs you're probably going to win and get off the field. So these 3rd down stats that people always talk about, they were 6 of 16 on 3rd down. You add on 3 more wins there because you get off the ball quickly or you win on your first move as a pass rusher. That is a dynamic change in gameplay for both sides of the ball. It changes things considerably, your ability to get that quick pressure.
Well, Chad, and you talk about that of like, okay, 3 guys win, and that's tough enough, but then VJ is so good at then sending the extra rusher. And so this is a quarterback going up against the Broncos and their heavy man coverage is trying to wait for somebody to get open. There's no waiting to be done. Like right now, in terms of mix of scheme and talent, this Broncos defense, you have to marvel at it week in and week out. Like Vance Joseph just has his entire bag open because he's got the guys that can win. And even if they don't win, his scheme is going to win.
Yes. And so that's why they've been as successful as they have been this year. But there's one more factor in that. They do an incredible job of keeping these guys fresh. I mean, we all know how the altitude here and how it can wear down an opposing team. But the Broncos are out there playing too, and it can wear down your team. So to be able to bring in different sets of pass rushers, to see a Jonah Ellis out there. Sorry, shout out to his dad.
There you go. I do that all the time in a locker room, Chad. So you should, and then Jonah will say, "Hey, my dad says hi," which is like, I want to feel old.
Well, we are old. I don't mean to break it to you, Leggy, but you know this. So they roll in fresh guys in the secondary as well. A lot of teams don't do that. So their ability to wear down an opposing defense in this stadium. We've all seen that before. But they can wear down an opposing offense. As the game went along, the Broncos defense was fresher than the Packers offense. And that's one of those reasons why those last couple of drives for the Packers offense, while those guys were trying to get separation and man-to-man coverage down the field, they were gassed, the limited receivers the Packers had. Versus the DBs for the Broncos, a lot of those guys had been rotated in and out during the course of the game. And the pass rushers were fresh versus that offensive line who had 2 replacement players out there. And those guys were exhausted and probably didn't come into this game at week 12 or 13. Actually, where were we at? Week 15, actual game conditioning.
Yeah.
So they were able to take advantage of that. They wore down the Packers offense. So there's a couple prongs to this defense's success. But the quick pressure is certainly one of them. And the ability to substitute and have confidence in the replacements is another factor as well.
By the way, you guys joking about being old guys, something Jeff Legwold told me in the break right before we started this segment.
Chad probably doesn't even remember me as a youth.
1993, Chad Brown's rookie season as a Pittsburgh Steeler. Leggy, what were you doing in 1993?
I was an enterprising Steelers beat writer for the Valley News Dispatch and the North Hills News Record.
So you were covering Chad
covering
Brown.
the Pittsburgh Steelers. Chad Brown was a rookie.
His rookie year in the NFL.
And look at us now, man.
Yeah.
Sharing a radio show with the great Nate. Are you kidding me?
And you guys are doing it via Zoom, which was something that we could have never even had any idea would exist back in 1993. How weird is all of this? Hey, Chad, great job on the call on Sunday, man. Well done. Enjoy the first weekend of the college football playoff. We'll talk to you next week.
One more thing before we go. This is the first preseason since 1998 without Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, or Patrick Mahomes.
That is insane. That's a
Put your
stat
pipe,
for you
put
right
that in
there.
your pipe and smoke it, right?
There
How
you
about
go. All right. Chad Brown, everybody. Can you believe that? Yeah, no Mahomes in the playoffs, obviously no Manning and no Brady. What a weird world that we live in here
and
today.
Lamar on the brink. I mean, this could be a weird postseason.
This is why the door is open for the Denver Broncos.
The other quirky stat
Broncos!
About the Broncos this year, they're the only, and I'm not sure I've seen this in a while, they're the only undefeated team at home in the entire league.
Are they really?
Yes. That's unbelievable to me.
Nobody is clinched, by the way. Spring and I were just talking about this.
Yeah.
Nobody has clinched a division
But
yet.
I find it fascinating that they're the only team in the league.
Wow.
Undefeated at home.
Hey, you know what? Good year to have home field advantage.
Good year to have 9 home games,
Yes.
as the Broncos do.
Throughout the AFC. We have got your next keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday coming up here in just a moment. And then power rankings coming up. Does Denver finally do it? Did the Broncos finally reach the top of the power ranking mountain? Find out next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show with Jeff Legwold filling in for Andy Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Time for your next keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Your chance to win tickets to see the Avs take on Winnipeg on Friday night out there at Ball Arena. Your keyword right now? Thrashers. Thrashers. Text Thrashers with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. Avalanche Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. Again, your keyword is Thrashers, Thrashers. Text Thrashers to our text line 303-504-0925 along with your first and last name, and you are entered for Avalanche tickets for Friday night against the Peg. Avs in action tonight against the Kraken in Seattle. Berto's got your pregame coverage coming up at 7:30. Again, Thrashers, and the text number is 303-504-0925. Our buddy Jeff Legwold is with us here this afternoon. I am Nate Kreckman. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and it is Tuesday afternoon, which means it's power ranking time. We got a big one this week, Spring. Okay, so last week on the power rankings, the Broncos averaged 3.4.
The Broncos!
Their high ranking on the board, they had two deuces last week. CBS and Pro Football Talk.
It's a number 2.
Both rated the Broncos at number 2. So then, all they do on Sunday is, as a home underdog, go out and beat Green Bay by 8. So what does this all mean? Do we live in a world where the Denver Broncos are number 1 in any power rankings? We've never had it before, Leggy. In fact, since Andy and I started doing this, we've had 32s, but we've never had a number 1. Is this the week? Oh, Jeff Legwold, you're in for a treat here today.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
You should be. So let's find out. We have 8 power rankings that we go through every single week here on the show.
Oh, Jesus, my heart is beating so fast.
I know. Is Denver going to finally hit that well-sought-after number 1? We're going to find out today here on Power Rankings. Tell you what, Leggy, we'll start with ESPN.com.
Okay.
Yes. Which, by the way, today, our own Jeff Legwold, we have like a real power ranking celebrity in the house here today. Our own Jeff Legwold, he writes the Broncos blurb every single week
power ranking,
on ESPN.
And I vote. I'm a voter.
You're a voter in the power rankings.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, last week, ESPN.com rated the Broncos at number 4. This week, after a huge home victory over the Green Bay Packers, well, ESPN has moved the Broncos up 1 spot to number 3.
Boo this man!
Number 3? Rams in Seattle 1-2 in ESPN.com's power rankings. Number 3, Leggy.
Get your damn act together.
That's what ESPN says.
I get that a lot.
By the way, ESPN's their theme this week in Power Rankings was candidates to get contract extensions. Jeff, you said Alex Singleton. I want to revisit this conversation.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one.
Well, of the free agents they have left.
Yes, they've signed a lot of them.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. USA Today, that's a newspaper that is available in many Marriotts and airports across the country. USA Today last week had the Broncos low ranking on the board at number 5 a week ago. Well, the Broncos go out and behind a career day from one Beauregard Knicks defeat the Green Bay Packers and all their Cheesehead fans out there at Empower Field a Mile High. And the Broncos propel up 2 spots to number 3, says USA Today. Number
What's this guy's
3. Yeah, number 3. All right, that's another 3 on the board. Yahoo Sports, heard of him? Yahoo! Leggy, our old buddy Frank Schwab does the Yahoo Power Rankings. He does.
Former Bronco beat writer.
Uh-huh. Frank Schwab last week said the Broncos were the 3rd best team in the NFL. This week, well, he's got Rams 1, Seahawks 2, Broncos 3.
What an idiot!
Take that, Frank. So we got 3 threes on the board so far. This is not starting out as promising as we had hoped. But you know what? We soldier on in power rankings today. We go next to NFL.com. Heard of it? That is the league's very own website. Somehow it's still going strong despite numerous media acquisitions. Who even knows who's running this website anymore? But NFL.com last week said the Broncos were the 3rd best team in the NFL. Well, New England lost to the Bills, and the Broncos beat the Packers. So that means, according to NFL.com, the Broncos are number 2.
Oh, what a loser!
Number 2.
It's a number 2.
They have the Rams at number 1, but the Broncos not at the top spot, according to the league's own website.
Brutal.
Yeah, I agree, Sean. The Athletic.
That was my question.
Uh-huh.
That brought the brutal.
Of course it was. I tell you what,
just
Spring,
makes me laugh.
We're doing drop of the year next week here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. That would be what is the percentage of Sean Payton drops that are on the list this year that were prompted by Jeff Legwold questions? I'm going to go with it's probably above 70%.
Man.
Jeff Legwold's annoyance to Sean Payton batting average is Hall of Fame worthy.
Yeah.
I got the brutal, though.
Brutal. The Athletic is a website that is run by a lot of people that are not all that athletic, but they're there to write about sports. Last week, The Athletic told us the Broncos were the 4th best team in the NFL. 4th. I believe they had Green Bay above Denver.
What?
So what does that then do? Well, you go out and you beat the Packers with Jordan Love throwing a critical third-quarter interception to Patrick Surtain.
That only one human being could have intercepted.
Unbelievable play. And the Broncos launch 2 spots to number 2.
Good. More for me and you.
Number 2. We're still waiting, Spring. It's nothing but crooked numbers. Hasn't happened for us yet. TheRinger.com, run by Bill Simmons. Good NFL analysis available to us at The Ringer. They historically have been the most down on the Broncos, has been TheRinger.com. Last week, The Ringer said the Broncos were at number 4. Well, then Bo Nix goes out and throws 4 touchdown passes against the Green Bay Packers. And the Broncos scale the ladder 2 spots to number 2. Six down, 2 to go on our power rankings this week. Pro Football Talk. This is a website where they talk about professional football. Mike Florio's got great lawyerly hair. Last week, they had Denver at number 2. And who did they have at number 1? They had New England. Well, the Patriots just lost to the Bills. Which would make one believe that this week, Pro Football Talk rates the Denver Broncos.
The Broncos!
Number 1. Number 1.
Come on.
It's been done.
Let's go, y'all.
As the kids say, the vibes are immaculate.
Immaculate, Connor. because there is no Super Bowl parade that can match this feeling. The Broncos are number 1 in a real-life NFL power ranking. This isn't just Bill and Steve's orange and blue mile-high report. No, this is Pro Football Talk number 1. Oh, and there's the
Broncos!
One more ranking to hit here. CBS Sports.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Yeah, Dion. Last week, CBS told us the Broncos were the second best team in the NFL.
This show's on CBS.
Yeah, it is.
I just want to point that out.
It's a fair observation. Claims he doesn't talk to him.
Except when his show's on.
Except when he's getting compensated to talk to them. CBS Sports last week had the Broncos at number 2. This week, they did it again. Number 1. Number 1. Yeah. Oh, that's not just one number 1. That is 2 number 1s on the board. Pro Football Talk and CBSSports.com. Congratulations to them. The only NFL media outlets that matter.
Let's go. Let's go.
I'm going back to the car. I'm out.
ESPN.com's okay, too. Guys, we did it. It has been a climb. It has been from 32. It has been from consistent 30s in the Nathaniel Hackett era. This is a team that once gave up 70 points in a single game with Sean Payton as the coach. And they are the number 1 team in the NFL, according to CBS and Pro Football Talk. Congratulations to them. They know what's up. Low ranking on the board, ESPN, USA Today, and Yahoo Sports down at number 3. NFL.
I don't get that.
I know, right? I don't get that one either. By the way, where did you vote Denver this week?
I voted him as the best record in the league.
As the best record in the league.
I don't know what you need. 11 in a row.
What does anybody want?
I mean, I don't know what more you want.
That's what I'm talking about right here.
I don't get the Seattle one because I think they would intercept Darnold 6 times.
For ESPN, USA Today, and Yahoo, beating 44-year-old Phillip Rivers on a 56-yard field goal with 18 seconds left in the game is somehow enough to keep you above Denver.
I will say on some of these, the power rank, and I don't know how everybody does them, but on some of them, everybody's using sort of the same software. Whereas you compare 2 teams over and over again because that's better for the data.
Okay.
So I think sometimes you can get lost in that if you're not careful while you're voting.
I mean, 11-game win streak.
In the best record in the league.
12-2. Yeah. Best record in the league.
They've played some people.
So
this is the classic case, though, of look, I think the Rams might be the most well-rounded. If you're just
most complete team in the NFL.
Cover up the records. Yep. Just check the depth charts and all of that.
I think that Devontae Adams thing is going to be big.
But, I think sometimes defensive teams get shortchanged.
I agree.
In these types of things because people are like, well, the Broncos don't score very many points for my fantasy team, so I'm not going to vote them ahead of whoever.
Yeah.
But
they did last week.
I think defensive teams get shortchanged in all of those things.
There's no single perfect metric to break down an NFL team. I just looked up EPA per
Other
play.
Than winning.
Exactly. I looked up EPA per play on offense and defense. Okay.
That's a pretty good metric just for general.
The Rams are number 1 on offense and number 7 on defense. Seattle is number 12 on offense, number 2 on defense. Denver, number 11 on offense, number 6 on defense by EPA per play.
And I think they play better than 6.
I completely agree.
Some of their
here's what's a little bit goofy about
some
this.
of those cheap yards at the end of games are impacting their EPA,
and they give up field goal drives. That's okay.
Yeah, that's
because
they're the best in the red zone. They're the best on third down.
Best on third down.
Yeah, which is they're
best
the best on
rush.
sacks.
Yep.
The best on quick pressure. the best on regular pressure.
That stuff matters.
Yeah, I mean,
I would say
their metrics are.
Like, for example, Pro Football Talk tracks how many of your drives result in points for the opponent.
Yeah.
By scoring rate, Denver's number 7. Opponents score on 35% of drives.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's, again, that's simply one way to be able to break it down.
And their 3-and-out metric on offense impacts things
Hurts it.
too, because they're at the bottom or have been at the bottom or 31st most of the year.
Yeah. Well, all I know is, according to CBS and
under
Pro Football
W
Talk,
in the standing,
this is the best team in the NFL.
Treat yourself
Or
a
if you
round
just-
of sausage.
I will. I will tonight. will.
If they like a good Illinois person should. But,
Yes.
And if you line up the metric of W's, they're number 1.
They have 12 of them.
Yeah.
Nobody else has more. Nobody else has more than 11. So suck it, LA and Seattle. Going to be a good game on Thursday night.
Got to be killing all these media companies, though, because 3 teams in the Mountain or Pacific time zones are the class of the league.
Yeah, nobody likes that. You know that
You
they're
got a bunch
complaining
of
about
Giants and Jets season ticket holders running networks that are a little grumpy about
Those are the worst 2 franchises in the NFL.
They've played a significant, and the Dallas Cowboys haven't played a significant game in 3 decades.
How's it humanly possible? Your keyword is Thrashers. Text Thrashers, 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 as in the old Atlanta Thrashers.
I've covered a
hockey team.
Thrashers game. How about that?
Jeff
Chad
Langwald
Brown is a rookie in a Thrashers game.
and a Thrashers game. The man has got the most complete resume. Well, the second most complete resume on this radio station today, because Mike Sanford has had more jobs than anybody else. But still, his Wikipedia page is longer than anyone's. Thrashers, text Thrashers to 303-504-0925, and you are entered to win Avalanche and Winnipeg Jets tickets on Friday night. Again, your keyword Thrashers. Text it in right now. Avalanche Ticket Tuesday is powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. The Broncos are number 1. All right, so Leggy, Broncos defense, not bad, right? I think we've settled on this group is pretty good.
They're doing fine.
Gave up 23 points in, roughly the, first 35 minutes of that game, and then after that, gave up 3 points the rest of
Door
the
is
way.
closed.
Yeah.
The window is closed. Move on.
Jordan Love played well in the first half of that game. And again, losing Christian Watson absolutely hurt him, but also the Broncos pass rush started to be able to get home. So I'm looking right now at Nick Benito and a guy that, it's interesting. Like, pressure rate is one thing, but can you turn pressures into sacks? That is an overwhelming challenge that pass rushers deal with. And
his first couple years, highest pressure rate.
You talked about this. Because his second year when his pressure rate was really high.
He was in the top 5.
But he wasn't finishing. He's flipped the script on that. So with Benito on the edge, and I don't just want to make this a Nick Benito love fest, because the moment you start talking about anybody on this Denver defense, you have to start talking about what everyone else is doing. Like the get off that Benito has is the second fastest in the NFL to Myles Garrett this year. But Jonathan Cooper is right there in the top 10 as well. You start to talk about the pressure rate, and then you're like, well, look at Zach Allen and quarterback hits and everything else that he is doing. But Benito, like, his game-changing edge rushing and the willingness of this pass rush to not overcommit, like the pass rush discipline of Benito and Cooper on the edge is so good at being able to force a quarterback up into the pocket, and then Zach Allen and JFM or Malcolm Roach or DJ Jones, these guys are winning. They're winning, and then they're able to finish, and they're able to collapse on the quarterback. And even if they don't get the sack, somebody's hitting him. He somehow has to be able to throw out of a tight pocket. But Benito is a guy, Leggy, I marvel at him week in and week out at just how unblockable a player he is right now.
When I talked to Von Miller earlier this year for a story I did about Benito, the first step, essentially, how important the first step is in the pass rush, Von went out of his way, unprompted, to go on and on and on about the discipline of the group, which is always underrated. And even Von said sometimes, he pushed the envelope in how deep into the backfield he would go to pursue a sack at his own detriment sometimes. People started running underneath him and all that. He said the Broncos don't do that, and it's what makes him unique, and that Benito, as an elite rusher, doesn't do it, almost never, and that really makes him unique.
Yeah, you'll see Cooper. I feel like sometimes Cooper will overrun a rush, but Benito almost never does.
And he's so quick coming back. Like, you look at how many tackles he's made in the run game or on scrambles where he comes back to the inside shoulder of the blocker. It's a real skill. They work on it. It's stuff they talk about, and it's the players they've collected. They put this group together very purposefully, and you can see it. But it's a rare group. I've covered a lot of seasons, and you don't often see a group as unified to rushing the passer the correct way like this one does, and it's led because the most impactful players, Benito, Zach Allen, Jonathan, they're all on board with it. They really, really don't care who gets the sack.
Yeah, it's very, like, again, I feel like it's almost cliched right now to compare this defense to 2015, and yet that is why that group was special, because Wolf and Malik Jackson are in the middle, and Vaughn and DeMarcus Ware are on the edge, and they just worked in concert so well. But this thing right now that we're watching, and again, Vance Joseph's willingness to bring an extra rusher when need be, I've said this to you earlier this year. Like, the Broncos send a lot of 5-man pressures, but because their man coverage is so good on the back end, it's almost like they're not losing the numbers game, even though they're technically sending an extra rusher. And that's where it's just like, okay, now look at what the coverage is doing, and now a quarterback has to wait an extra beat, and by then the rush is home. Either somebody wins a one-on-one or they just win the numbers game.
The one thing, and you're right, and there are snaps this year that I've charted, and I've talked to Vance Joseph about it. He can do something almost no other coordinator in the league can do. They have multiple snaps this year when they're in the dime, 6 defensive backs, and they rush the other 5. You almost never see that. That's always usually maybe it's a unique 4.
Mm-hmm.
You add a DB or you add the linebacker and drop somebody out. But they have dime packages where they rush the other 5 and the 6 DBs are just handle it.
Yeah.
That's what he's telling them. You cover your guy and we're going to rush. Every other player in the formation is going to be chasing the quarterback.
Yeah, and a quarterback is just in trouble. So this week it's going to be Trevor Lawrence. And Trevor Lawrence is on a Trevor Lawrence heater right now. This dude has thrown 12 touchdown passes in his last 4 games.
Well, 5 of those Sunday.
Yeah, against the Jets, and 3 of them were to Travis Etienne.
Yeah.
And Travis Etienne is playing out of his mind. Really, like this is probably the best stretch of football that we have seen in the career of Trevor Lawrence. Now we've seen this at other various points, but now it's like, okay, dude, but you're about to see Denver. Okay, and you are going to, and this is a guy that has had turnover issues before in his career. Like, don't forget, he threw 3 picks in that Arizona game while also throwing 3 touchdowns, but he's had a clean sheet each of the last 3 weeks. Jordan Love didn't have more than 1 interception in a game. He only had 4 on the year coming into last Sunday, and he throws 2. I think this is another game where Trevor Lawrence is going to turn the ball over multiple times just because it just gets so damn hard against this Denver defense.
Well, you don't get your top 2 options very often.
Right.
For all the grief Riley Moss gets in the world, I think most football people will tell you they'd sure like him
right
on their team.
I think he's a really good player.
He's big and physical and aggressive, and when he gets flagged or something happens, or Jacobs makes an amazing catch in the end zone, or somebody else makes an amazing catch, doesn't bug him. He lines up the next play, and that's a rare trait. But that other teams don't have that, so you're almost always down to your third. I mean, look at Jordan Love is one of the most accurate deep throwers in the NFL. He took 1 shot at Pat Surtain to his top option in the middle of the field,
to his everlasting detriment,
and it changed the whole game. So,
yeah.
And that's what makes it difficult. And Lawrence hasn't always reacted well to pressure in his face this year, and Denver gives you more pressure in your face than you get from anybody else.
Again, it's cool that Trevor Lawrence is starting to reach some potential and play some good football, but this Broncos defense is just something different.
Yeah, now if they let him out, if you let him out,
right,
where he can sort of sidestep, and wait, then it's going to be a problem because the talent is in there. You're not the number 1 pick of the draft very often if you're not uber talented.
Jacoby Myers has opened things up
He's
for them
helped
offensively.
Them a little bit in the intermediate and a lot of the crossers and the flash routes and all the things they weren't getting much out of. They're getting a lot more now. So he's got that immediate flash option, the quick win where he can just throw the ball in there and you don't get too deep in their progression.
Yep. Cover Etienne in this game. I know the Broncos have struggled at times with covering running backs.
When they give up a big play, it's often the wheel route because, again, they're so aggressive in man coverage. If everyone isn't on the immediate, that's getting passed off to, player X. If they're not right on that, that's going to be a big play.
All right, coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock, we'll have another keyword for you on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. And then I want to bounce this off of you, Jeff. I've got the 3 teams that in the AFC I think are the worst matchup for Denver in a playoff game because this is the conversation we now need to start having. because this is a team that is, on the precipice of having the 1 seed and nothing but home games in the playoffs here leading up to the Super Bowl. So who is most dangerous for the Broncos? We'll break that down coming up at 5:20. But after this, the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Latest injury updates on Patrick Mahomes, on Micah Parsons, plus the Broncos and their search for other warm bodies at running back. That's all coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show with Jeff Legwold filling in for Andy Lindahl. Our guy Jeff Legwold is filling in for Andy Lindahl. I'm Nate Kreckman. We're talking Broncos as they get set for the Jacksonville Jaguars coming up here this week.
That's how I said it.
Jaguars. Wars.
Here's another one. Another trivia. Work trivia.
Okay.
I covered the first regular season game in Jacksonville.
Who did they play?
The Oilers, who I was covering.
Wow. That's going way back.
1995.
Okay. Who was why am I spacing the running back that Jacksonville had?
Fred Taylor?
Fred Taylor. Yes.
Really good.
He was a really good player.
Really good player.
Had himself a fine NFL career.
Yeah, the remnants of the paint factory that had been next to the stadium, next to the Gator Bowl forever, were still piled in the parking lot where I parked. There you go. Oh, Jacksonville Jaguars. Trivia.
I hope you didn't breathe too many of those fumes in on your way by.
I covered the first regular season game there. So there you have it.
And now you're going to cover a Jags-Broncos game here in 2025 where the Broncos are 12-2 and the number one team according to 2 power rankings. Spring.
The only one you pay attention to.
That's right. The only ones I care about. Let's hit the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. What do you got for us, man?
Man, you just reminded me of when Mark Brunell and the Jags upset John Elway
96
and the Broncos.
The heartbreak.
That's one of my first cognizant memories of NFL football. I was 6 years old.
All right, that hurt. There was no reason to throw that.
It all worked out.
There's no reason to throw that in there. Oh, 6 years old, Maggie.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. There's people younger than me now that make me feel that way. If it makes you feel any better. Hey, modern Jaguars talk. They got a decent little rookie running back, 4th-round pick, Bashal Tootin. He is set to miss time after injuring his finger in Sunday's win over the Jets. He's going to have surgery to repair the injury. He will miss time as a result, but is expected back for the postseason. So no Bashal Tootin for the Jags on Sunday.
So a little bit of good news for Denver. You still obviously have to deal with Travis Etienne, and he is having a very, very good season. Leggy, Liam Cohen and the coaching job that he has done in year one at Jacksonville. Trevor Lawrence has had a very good year, which very similar to what Cohen did with Baker Mayfield a season ago there in Tampa Bay. What is your initial read on Liam Cohen, NFL head coach?
Well, he obviously studied Lawrence and his ability to give him a lot cleaner things to look at. Lawrence just held the ball too much.
Yeah.
Early in his career. And I think Cohen's given him a lot cleaner choices, play to play. He's also considered one of the best at what defensive coaches call layering in play calls. Like the play one in the sequence may not have been called to succeed per se.
Yeah.
It's really to set up play 5 in the sequence.
Okay.
Or I learned something in play 1 I can use in play 4. And he is considered one of the best at that.
All right.
And I think that's helped Lawrence a ton. And they love throwing to the running backs. All you got to do is look at the numbers this year, and they've spent a lot of draft capital and other things on running backs.
ETN is up to 949 rushing yards this year, averaging 4.5 yards per carry, and he had 3 touchdown catches last week. Brian Thomas, the numbers don't necessarily look like they did his rookie year, but it's also just a deeper team. He still had a touchdown catch last week, and Jacoby Myers has been really good since coming over from Vegas. This'll be a fun one coming up here on Sunday afternoon. Spring.
High five. Hey, last night, Monday Night Football, I know the Dolphins had won 4 in a row and got themselves to within a game of 500, but they were eliminated from playoff contention last night, losing in Pittsburgh. Tua Tagovailoa had a decent stat line, threw a costly pick early in the game. He's mid. And today, Mike McDaniel, their head coach, talked to the media. Let's hear this exchange about what the future holds the rest of the season now that they've been eliminated. Will they bench Tua?
Are you considering a quarterback change this week?
Well, I think the quarterback play last night was not good enough. And so for me, everything's on the table.
And who would you consider going to if you make a change?
Well, I think that we're in the process of game planning for the Cincinnati Bengals. So in that process, we're trying to determine who will give us the best chance to win. And I'll probably give you more clarity on that tomorrow, as we are, I think, 14 hours removed from the game.
Jeff, I would say if you do want to give Zach Wilson his first start of the season, you could do a lot worse than the soft landing of the Cincinnati Bengals. This is a good opportunity.
You should lobby for it.
Yeah, exactly. Make a change here this week. Zach Wilson, last year he spends a season here with Denver. He goes to Miami, where he probably has a better opportunity to be able to play kind of a goofy Dolphin season, but they found something in the second half of the year. Now an opportunity perhaps for Wilson to get some starts here down the stretch. As much as Tua has struggled, I would look at it and say, if I'm Mike McDaniel, you know what? I need to gather information and play whoever I can down the stretch here.
Well, the problem is philosophically how you feel about doing all this when Tua's guaranteed $54 million next year. If you cut him like the Broncos did Russell Wilson, you make the Broncos' $85 million cap hit look really cute.
Yeah.
You're up almost to $100 million if you do this. So what, playing him, not playing him, I'm not sure it impacts the equation at all. You're just sort of doing it to finish the season, but you probably just feel like, as a coach, you got to tell the other guys in the locker room that it still matters.
Right.
That how you play still matters no matter what.
Yeah, because McDaniel's got to hold culture together. That's what's so hard about it.
And he's trying to keep his job.
Right, that part of it too.
You got all this working, but the whole play Tua or not, I don't think it has anything to do with Tua. You're making them better, making them work. It doesn't matter. None of it matters.
In terms of the hot seat meter, where do you put McDaniel right now? Where do you think he's at when you talk to people around the league?
With that owner, I think it's always hot.
Yeah.
He definitely is tired of all of the other teams in Florida being better than his, and it doesn't sit well with him.
And, on top of that, Jeff, the cold weather record, it's not a coincidence.
I picked him, I was doing this thing, and I made them a potential upset pick. It was stupid. I should have just looked at weather.com and that's a real thing. You can talk all you want how it doesn't matter and all. Well, you better win one at some point.
Right.
Well, it doesn't matter.
And everybody else in your division are cold weather teams.
Yeah, get with it.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for them, and unlike the Rocky Mountains, the East Coast actually gets cold this year. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Hey, let's hear from Jerry Jones. Haven't heard from him in a hot second.
We haven't.
Wow.
So the Cowboys host the Chargers Sunday morning. You can hear that game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But the day before, if the Eagles, we got our first Saturday games of the year this Saturday.
Can't wait.
If the Eagles beat the Commanders, then the Cowboys are eliminated. The Cowboys have a 1% chance of making the playoffs. So if the Eagles win that game and the Cowboys play the next day, would the Cowboys consider just resting dudes and playing for draft position? Here's Jerry Jones today on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. Our guy RJ Choppy asked him this question. Jerry, what are you going to do?
Well, we'll worry about that circumstance when the time comes, but win is very, very important in the NFL. And a win is important to me. And a win does a lot of positive things. I don't care when it happens. And we owe it to that mirror, and we owe it certainly to our fans that we want to walk out there and be competitive. We will not try for a draft position. We won't be looking at anything like that. We'll be out there playing football, and we'll bring them to play. So that's a long-winded way of saying we'll play football under whatever the circumstances are.
Well, yes, you are contractually obligated by league rules to play football, Jerry. That part of it actually is true. There do have to be, 53 guys in Cowboys uniforms. I suppose 45 on the game day on Sunday. So the Cowboys, they do have their own pick in addition to Green Bay's. They traded their 2027, I believe. But they do have both their own and Green Bay's. Now, the Packers pick is not going to be that great, this does feel like an opportunity where you can help yourself by losing football games. But Leggy, we've been doing radio together for several pretty crappy Broncos seasons, and we've had these kind of conversations down the stretch at the end of the year. And the reality of it is, and this goes to the Mike McDaniel conversation that we just had a moment ago, is like tanking's hard and weird to do in the NFL.
And you're asking people to risk their health for your little draft scenario.
Right.
And put players who may not be, like Chad Brown was saying earlier in the show, if you're playing guys who haven't played in 12 weeks and you're suddenly putting them in a position to go from 5 special team snaps to 65 defensive snaps, and maybe you didn't even practice that way, and this was a game day decision, you're risking people's health in all this. I've never been a big fan of this conversation. I get why fans want better draft picks.
Of course.
And all that, but I see the locker room on Monday and what it looks like and how players are moving. And I just think there's too much physicality involved to just sort of expect 22 guys out there to go out and be fodder for somebody else.
Very much so. And it's like you can say, like, well, you can sit your starters and you can play whatever warm bodies you have available. But the point that you just made is exactly the issue with doing that. So I don't think the Cowboys will tank down the stretch. I think the Cowboys are bad enough to lose on their own. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Speaking of Dallas, last night in Dallas, Patrick Mahomes had his ACL and LCL surgery. Turns out he tore his LCL as well. It wasn't quite the clean ACL tear that we were initially led to believe. So Patrick Mahomes had his surgery last night. Gardner Minshew will start for the Chiefs this Sunday in Tennessee. This was originally an 11.5 point spread. The Chiefs were minus 11.5 road favorites at Tennessee. Now that Minshew is starting, it's down to minus 3.5. That's an 8-point swing.
Well, congratulations to you if you got Tennessee catching 11.5 on the look ahead line right there. I want to mention this this both in terms of Patrick Mahomes and Micah Parsons and coming back from their injuries. Let's start with Mahomes. Tom Brady, after tearing his ACL in 2008, and I know it was week 1, but he started week 1 at the 12-month mark, and he came back, and he was comeback player of the year and made the Pro Bowl in 2009. Micah Parsons, remember the Von Miller ACL? That happened in 2013. Von came back and had 14 sacks in 2014. The player may not feel completely like themselves, but there is a track record of guys, and especially as good as modern medicine is, guys can come back from this injury and kind of pick up their careers right where they were.
Yeah, it's definitely not like now. It's just we talk about the recovery time, not the impact of it.
Yeah.
I mean, Cortland Sutton tore his ACL. He's still
pretty good.
WR1 for the Broncos and having 1,000-yard seasons after that. So football-wise, I don't think it's much of a question anymore. It's more of what's the recovery time of the variety of injury you had. Javonte Williams took almost 2 years for him to look fully back, but that was multiple ligaments. That's why the Mahomes injury, my recollection is that Tom Brady did not have an LCL tear.
The thing about Brady was he did get an infection.
Yes.
From the and so there was a second procedure in there. But again, he practiced 8 months later.
And a quarterback too is you can put a brace on and sort of limit your impact area.
Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady, not exactly, Josh Allen out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of a different game. That is the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We've got your next keyword on an Avalanche ticket Tuesday, your third and final keyword of the day coming up in just a moment. Avalanche and the Kraken tonight with pregame coverage at 7:30. But we'll take a break. When we come back, who in the AFC is a dangerous matchup coming into Denver in the playoffs. I got 3 teams that I circled that I want to bounce off of Jeff Legwold. That's coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio. Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Best team in the NHL hosting Winnipeg on Friday night, and you can be there. You want to text this hour's keyword, which is Coyotes. Coyotes to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. Again, the keyword right now, Coyotes, to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. And if you would like to purchase tickets and get the one-of-a-kind Avalanche Nuggets shooting shirt for City Connection Night, visit coloradoavalanche.com/nuggets. That's a fun website, coloradoavalanche.com/nuggets. Avalanche Ticket Tuesday is powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Your 5 o'clock keyword is Coyotes. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Good luck. So we always like to connect the dots on the theme. It's like a game of connections every day. What was the theme today on our 3 keywords? We had Whalers, Thrashers, and Coyotes.
I know.
What is it?
Non-existent team.
No longer operating NHL teams.
Teams that moved.
Yes.
Yeah. Also true.
The Hartford Whalers, now the Carolina Hurricanes. The Atlanta Thrashers. Wait, who are the Thrashers now? Are they the Jets?
See, that's a good question because I thought the Coyotes were the Coyotes
are the Mammoth.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the Coyotes are the Utah Mammoth now. The Thrashers, what were they?
The Jets moved to Arizona, to Phoenix. That's what it was.
The Jets became the Coyotes, which then became the Mammoth. The Thrashers are now the Winnipeg Jets.
Correct.
Yes. So the Winnipeg Jets have existed in two different forms, a la the Cleveland Browns or the Charlotte Hornets.
They covered an NHL draft in Hartford. A Whalers game. Done a Whalers game, done a Thrashers game, and a Coyotes game. The rink was too small when they originally played.
In Atlanta?
In Phoenix.
Oh.
Rink was small, and the second deck was out over the end of the rink. So it was a weird place.
That's the same thing going on with the Olympic rink right now. It's too small.
Well, and the seats aren't finished. Other than that, it looks like an excellent hockey tournament.
It seems like they're going to do great.
And
Again, your
half
keyword.
The tickets are sold last time I checked, too.
Your keyword is Coyotes.
Coyotes.
Text that to 303-504-0925. Second chance drawing at altitudesportsradio.com/avsticks if you don't win. All right.
It's good to be in Denver right now.
You're
a sports fan.
12-2 Broncos, 19-6 Nuggets. The Avalanche's record, I don't remember off the top of my head.
It's really good.
2 regulation losses the entire season. Beat up on the Preds the other night. They're back at it tonight on the road in Seattle. Berto's got pregame at 7:30, presented by Ramos Law. All right, Leggy, so I wrote down the 3 teams that I would assess and say, I think these are the 3 worst matchups for the Broncos in the AFC.
Okay.
Can you take a wild guess at who I wrote at number 1? Who do you think it is?
Well, I guess I would just give you mine.
Okay, which is?
We're in the AFC, right?
Yeah. Who do you got at number 1?
Josh Allen.
I'm the same way.
Josh Allen. Because he's the closest thing to Elway.
Yep.
Which is he'll drag whatever 11 guys right now. And he's sort of at the peak of his powers right now. I mean, before you could always count on sort of an inaccurate cluster of plays. You don't get those anymore.
No.
And when it's winning time and he basically tells everybody else to get out of the way, you're either coming with me or get off the tracks type thing. He's just, that game the other day was
another example of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got that in him. The other
and
thing,
he really wants to get to a Super. I mean, you're at the point in your career now where you're starting to do the math.
In a year where his 3 biggest quarterbacking rivals in the AFC all may not be in the playoffs. He's well aware of that.
He could well be, and he'll be the alpha standing. Without Mahomes in this mix.
I think
and Lamar, I think Lamar and he are sort of the alphas QB.
I think he's also got a very real shot with a strong finish at still making noise in the MVP conversation this year.
I would think so.
Yeah, I mean Stafford's right now Stafford's the betting favorite at -300. Drake May's at 4-1, and Josh Allen's at 5-1. Jordan Love, I think, is toasted 8-1. By the way, Bo Nix
if I still had my ballot,
yeah,
after all those years, it would be, Stafford and Allen would be
they'd be your top two
I'd be looking at right now. And Jonathan Taylor, I would have had to have in the mix, until we'll see how he finishes.
Giving no love to Drake May?
I just see that he's having a great season. I mean, there's no getting around it. I'm not cheapening anything he's done. I just think the other guys have been.
The reason why I would lean towards May, perhaps.
His metrics are awesome.
His metrics are awesome, and also his surrounding cast is not there yet.
No, I mean that's the Stafford. That's the Stafford.
You can hold that against Stafford that he's got the best play caller.
He's got the best red zone receiver.
He's got Puka. He's got Devontae, Kyron, and the way the quorum has come on with that two-headed monster.
No, that's
they're very
when I
complete.
voted, that was a consideration.
But the reason why. Another huge reason why I'm circling Buffalo and Josh Allen and why that's the worst matchup for Denver, it's James Cook in the run game.
He crushed them the last time.
Yeah, last year in the playoffs.
That wild card game, the rushing.
You saw that.
They had 100 before halftime.
Right. And this is a Denver
defense.
They
had 100 in the first quarter, didn't they? Or 96 in the first quarter?
Oh, they came out and ran it down their throats. And that's, if you want to know how to beat the Broncos, it would be on sustained drives. If you can run the ball consistently, the Broncos don't really give up too many explosives outside of a 40-yard touchdown to Josh Jacobs last week, but they don't really give up explosive runs. But if you can slug them over the head with 5 and 6 yard runs consistently, and Cook is a guy that is built to be able to do that, that's what makes a team like Buffalo really dangerous in the playoffs.
Which is why you'd want them here.
Yeah.
You want them here where you get noise, and Allen has to go silent.
Yep.
You lose some of your edge on offense when you go silent.
Buffalo's defense is not great, but they're zone heavy, and while Bo was outstanding
until Sunday, that was a problem.
Exactly, and maybe Bo Nix has solved something right there. But historically, Bo Nix has struggled against zone. So I got Buffalo circled as the toughest matchup. I don't think it's earth-shattering stuff to say the best player in football is going to be a tough matchup for the Broncos.
No, and it would be, it's Buffalo's toughest matchup too.
Yep.
Frankly, if you're turning it around, looking at it the other way.
Yeah, I think the Broncos are just about the worst matchup for everybody.
Yeah, nobody wants to mess with that defense, especially here.
Number 2 on my list. It's actually a team the Broncos have already beaten this year.
That would be mine. I know where you're going.
Houston.
Yeah. That's exactly where I would pick as number 2 in the AFC.
Houston's defense.
Because they can slug it out. They can.
Yeah.
That's going to be 13-10. You just want to be on the right end of it.
And they don't really give up points.
That's what I mean. Look at the game in Houston.
Right.
Broncos didn't give up a touchdown, and it was all they could do to get out of there.
To get out of there against Davis Mills. And since C.J. Stroud has returned, they've started to find something offensively. Nico Collins had a couple of touchdown catches last week. I know they were playing Arizona, but they have won 6 straight since losing to the Broncos. But, I mean, Leggy, we already saw it in a game that they played this year that C.J. Stroud got knocked out of. That's a tough matchup for Denver.
That's what I mean. They did not surrender a touchdown in that game, and it was all they could do to leave with the win.
Okay, so I got Houston number 2 on my list. At number 3, I actually have one of the only teams that's beaten the Broncos this year, and that's the L.A. Chargers.
Yeah, my number 3 is not in the playoff field right now.
Which is Kansas City?
Baltimore.
Oh, okay.
I think Lamar is always
a bad matchup?
Just for anybody.
Okay.
And he hasn't had his kind of year.
Right.
But playoffs are one day. And, I know his postseason is always under scrutiny, but there's just too much there.
Also, who's their back again? That guy, I'm pretty sure he's on his way to Canton.
He does okay.
Yeah.
But that, and again, they're not even in the playoff field right now, so they don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
But to me, that the off-schedule stuff is what would give a Bronco defense, because you can do everything right and have it go wrong with a guy like that. But I see where you're going to, because
the reason why I wrote down the Chargers is because they are comfortable in the mud with you.
Yeah, they're in fact they expect to go there.
Right.
They want to go there.
Harbaugh and Jesse Minter, they quite frankly want to play that kind of game.
No, they don't want to be messing around with a track meet.
No.
Getting
Omari and Hampton back has been huge for them offensively. Look, the Broncos pass rush would kick the ever-living crap out of Justin Herbert.
Oh, he's getting slaughtered this year. He's the most pressured quarterback. He's the most hit quarterback. I think he's the most sacked quarterback also.
I mean, Leggy, he might not make it to the postseason the way it's going right now, but he's also, week in and week out, that guy is showing us his toughness. There's a reason Harbaugh loves him the way that he does.
And it's funny that was one of the knocks against him coming out. Oh, he doesn't care about football, and is it the most important thing? Well, the guy the guy, that's what I mean. When he puts his helmet on, it seems pretty important to him.
I would say so. New England, I think Drake May is having a great year. I don't think he's got the skill position guys to get consistently
that's a lot
open.
To ask of him.
Yeah.
Your first real playoff thing against defenses that are, and playoff football is it's a
beast.
It's a grind. You don't get to do.
You got to go do it once.
You don't get to do anything you got to do a lot of during the regular. Nobody gives you that.
Exactly.
Anymore. Take your 10 favorite things and 8 of them are off the table. You're not even going to get to them.
I'll say this. I think Sean Payton has a coaching advantage most of the time. Vrabel, I think, is a guy that can match wits with him. I think that matchup is tough, but ultimately the lack of skill position, I just don't think Drake May is going to be able to find anybody open by the time that rush gets home to him.
And you not only would they have to get open, but you're going to have to run things you may not have repped a lot of during the season. You're not going to get your regular good stuff in the playoffs.
Jacksonville, defensively, I think they're really, really good. But I think the Broncos are going to expose them on Sunday. Pittsburgh, get out of here.
That was brutal. I mean, if Miami sat on the ball in the fourth quarter, I couldn't figure out. I've never seen it. I mean, what do we do? Huddling. They taking the play clock down to 2.
Yeah, it was just.
And then they're calling timeouts just before the 2-minute warning. It's like, make up your mind. You're in or you're out here. What are you doing?
Indianapolis is toast. It's the Phillip Rivers thing is fun, but Indianapolis is toast. And yeah, you're right. Lamar Jackson is scary, but again, they're not in
right now.
They're not even in the playoff field as we sit here today. Baltimore's schedule down the stretch.
Think of the Broncos' luck. If Lamar doesn't get in, that's right. No Lamar, no Mahomes, no Burrow.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just unbelievable.
New England on Sunday night this week, they got a road game at Green Bay and then a road game at Pittsburgh. So that is no picnic of a schedule down the stretch here for the Ravens. That team actually did create too big of a hole to be able to crawl out of, even in that lousy division. So those are the 3 teams that I circle. Here's the funny part.
Circled. Yeah.
Those are the 3 teams that I circled are all the 3 wild card teams right now.
Yeah.
None of them are even winning their divisions at the moment. Obviously, Houston can still catch Jacksonville, especially if the Jags lose this week to Denver. And Buffalo's not dead in the AFC East. But the schedule it's pretty kind of New England down the stretch right here. For the Broncos themselves, Leggy, what is their own greatest enemy going forward and getting into playoff football this year? Where could the Broncos stub their toe?
They don't have the offense they've shown when they're at their best. I mean, that's why Sunday was a big deal,
right?
Because it wasn't just that they were productive, but it was composed. Everything was just. The quarterback's footwork was the best it's been. His accuracy was the best it's been. The play sequencing is the best it's been this year. Everything was just how you want it.
Came together beautifully.
Wasn't frantic. They had the early timeout we talked about earlier this week. They had the early timeout where they're running players on and off the field. Bo's a little peeved as he's coming to the sideline. Davis Webb meets him. Before he gets to the sideline, they talk about it. He's all calm when he goes back in, and everything from that point forward, they were right on the money, getting people in, getting people out, plenty of time on the play clock. That's where you're at home too.
Yeah.
So you have every advantage offensively to make your checks and just get him to the offensive line, get him behind, get him lined up so he can work through what he needs to work through. Because when they don't, that's when they are just, it's a slog on offense. And you don't want to waste a home playoff game because you can't get your act together on offense.
The discovery of, we talked a lot with Chad Brown before about under center Bo and the bigger formations that they have generally been playing and more tight ends in the tighter formations. I was watching a film breakdown on this last night, and one of the things that Sean Payton did against Green Bay and against their zone, which, again, historically gives Bo Nix problems, is, and especially like depending on whatever hash mark that they were on, like if they were on the left hash mark, it was tight formations, but then Cortland Sutton lined up far to the right. And if you, by doing that, you essentially force man coverage against a zone, and you force the opposing defense to say, okay, we're either going to go one-on-one man against your best 50-50 catcher in Cortland Sutton out on the outside, which is what you saw on Sutton's touchdown, or if you want to shade a safety over in that direction now, well, you've lost another matchup on the other side of the field. And that really, like, the tight formations that the Broncos are using, well, they're able to essentially game the system and open things up in a one-on-one situation for Cortland Sutton on the outside, which he's generally going to win most of the time. That's a really good wrinkle that they've come up with.
And they were able to do that because Sean broke his own tendency. They flooded, defensive coordinators will call it flooding the boundary.
Mm-hmm.
But when they were on one of the hash marks, he had more receivers to the short side of the field than he almost has any time.
Yeah.
And you can go back, and I have. You can go back and watch 2008 Saints tape, 2012 Saints tape. It's not something he's done a lot of, and he did it Sunday. They've got play after play where there's 3 receivers in the short side of the field. So Cortland, and, 3 of the last 4 games, Cortland's had at least 8 targets. So they are definitely moving the ball his direction.
Well, also, isn't that Sean, again, bending to Bo Nix and say, okay,
these are big things.
Your favorite, one of your favorite easy buttons, and this has been starting with game number 1 of Bo Nix's career, is anytime Cortland Sutton is in one-on-one coverage. Like that's a spot where Bo Nix has no problem being aggressive.
And it's what we were talking about. The weird thing it does is when you start pushing the ball to Cortland, it opens other people up. So suddenly you get Troy Franklin available for 18 yards, 22 yards. You get the intermediate availability of Troy Franklin because you're getting that adjustment. So it just helps everything. But putting more receivers in the short side of the field is a pretty, it's in the weeds a little bit. I get it, but it's a pretty significant wrinkle for Sean Payton because it's not something he's done a ton of over the years.
One of the things that is very clear with Bo Nix is, and this isn't unique to Bo, but give him the throws he likes. Give him good looks at the kind of throws he's comfortable making, and he will make plays for you.
Well, and the wild card in this is, and I think Sean referenced this after the game. He said, you got to remember for 15 years I had the same quarterback.
Right.
And so he's telling us, part of this too, the wild card we don't know because we're not in the meeting. I mean, I've talked to everybody ad nauseum as much as I possibly can, but I'm not in the meeting room. Bo will get better at telling him these things against this specific look.
Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah.
And right now you hear from Bo an awful lot about, what the call they send in, it's my job to execute it. Well, he'll get better at sort of delineating that information to the coaches. He's probably pretty good at it now, but he'll be much better at it 3 years from now, and he's probably better at it now than he was in August.
And the film will always tell the truth, and Sean's going to see that part of it too.
Yeah, no, and that's the other part of it.
It's an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday, guys. Coyotes You got a few more minutes to get in Coyotes.
Get those texts in.
You want to win Avalanche Jets tickets for Friday night. Coyotes. The text number is 303-504-0925. Text Coyotes along with your first and last name, and you're entered to win Avalanche and Jets tickets for Friday night at Ball Arena. You want to be there. Avalanche Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches. We're going to announce our winner from today coming up at 5:55, 13 minutes from now on Altitude Sports Radio. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Did you know you can sign up to bid with Roller Auction at roller.bid/altitude? And if you sign up right there, number one, you get on their email list so you find out when the new auctions are going to open up. But also, number two, you are entered to win catered suite tickets for New Year's Eve, December 31st, Avalanche and the St. Louis Blues at Ball Arena. You want to go to that game? Sign up right now at roller.bid/altitude. Get on the email list, find out when the new auctions are going to open up. You can win Avs tickets, which is sick. Also, guys, you get in and you find out when the new auctions are opening up. Roller Auction, a little shut down for the holidays right now, but the auctions that they've got coming up in the new year are absolutely awesome. They've got a restaurant auction. They've got a brewery auction coming up here. So if you are looking for any of those items, great deals, power tools, electronics, vehicles, heavy equipment, anything you're looking for, go to roller.bid/altitude and get signed up to bid right now. Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Jeff Legwold filling in for Andy today. I am Nate Kreckman, hoping our guy is back.
Get better.
Healthy tomorrow.
Get better.
Broncos will...
We're thinking about you.
...reconvene tomorrow out at the facility in preparation for the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Broncos are 12-2. They have won 11 games in a row. Jeff, you're inside the locker room every single week. There's, there's an evolution over the course of an NFL season, but also when you cover a team that has gone from, a nice 10-win wild card story a year ago to now number one seed in the AFC and about ready to lock this up. What have you noticed being at the facility every single day, talking to these guys every single day, taking the temperature every single day? What have you noticed about the evolution of the sort of confidence, swagger, in addition to now the pressure and tension that comes with being a number one seed?
Yeah, I think they feel prepared for it because in their world, Sean Payton is a certain way publicly. He handles everything a certain way publicly.
Yeah.
In their world, he arrived, even the first season, and put the bar where it was going to be. He did sort of what, all the older school coaches are more apt to do it than some of the newer guys. But like Tomlin does it. They put the bar where it's going to be, and they tell you, if you're not interested in pursuing this and you're not going to be interested in the pressure I'm going to put on you to pursue this, then don't be here. And I think they've assembled a locker room that's sort of signed on for what they're getting so that you don't feel that, oh, this is a big game or that's not how they work through their day. It's like, if it is a big game, they'll say, yeah, it's an important game. But Sean Payton has already told them, yeah, this is a pretty big game, but you're going to play in bigger ones.
Right.
So don't even think about that element of it. So I think he's removed. Now it's a tough gambit if you don't have the locker room to follow through. If you haven't been correct in your draft, in your free agency, they don't have any. I mean, when's the last time you saw somebody griping about carries or catches or playing time, or you don't have any of that going on? When has Cortland Sutton ever said one time after a game when he's been targeted once, I need to get the ball more, or he's on social media saying, you don't see any of that stuff because they've sort of tried to remove that in the roster assembly part of the team. So you don't feel that, oh man, this is a big week type of wave. That it's not there. The 2015 Kubiak was a master at that. You just never felt that this game's so much more important than last week. They just kept the pedal down.
Well, and if you're Sean Payton, like you have to get buy-in to be able to do that. And in some ways, he's kind of literally bought it with how many guys he's paid that are on this team, which what I really do think, and there's, we can write the novel one day on the ways that the Broncos franchise lost its way for the better part of a decade after 2015 until basically this point right now, or really what started when kind of, year number 2 of Sean Payton got going. But the amount of guys that are getting paid on this team is like, if Sean Payton had any concerns about is everybody going to buy into my messaging? There's both guys that are already compensated and a whole lot of other guys that would like to be compensated that are looking around and saying, well, if I do things right here in Denver, I've got a great opportunity to be able to get that next huge contract, which Sean knows that part of the equation as well. You have to have the right players to be able to do it, and it's all come together right now.
And he doesn't make any bones about that either.
He promotes it.
Not a lot of coaches will say that out loud.
Oh, I'm here to get you paid.
Yeah, no, he just tells guys, I want you to get paid.
Yeah.
And if we can't get you paid, I want you to play so good for me that you get paid
elsewhere.
But you got to play good for me while you're here.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I mean. Those older coaches, I think the new generation of coaches aren't as willing to do it. That these older guys just put the bar where it's going to be, and they say, if you don't want to go there, then get out.
Yeah.
And that's why you see all the, Tomlin has never missed the playoffs because he refuses to simply acquiesce to the, this is not our year. They just, it doesn't even enter their brain.
Going to do it again this year.
And it impacts now you got to be good at finding guys who are up for that challenge. And George Payton takes a lot of heat for the Russell Wilson or Andy Gray, all that.
Mm-hmm.
But he finds good football players. Sean Payton knows this. Sean Payton's really good at telling George Payton, these are the kind of guys I want, and George Payton finds them.
Yeah.
Their scouting staff finds them. There's a reason that there are like 5 GMs in the league right now that came out of the Valley. They're good at finding football players, and this is a draft-built team.
Very much so.
When you peel it all away,
mm-hmm.
and draft-built teams have an investment. Those guys feel like, I'm a Bronco.
Yeah.
You don't always get that. I mean, Hufanga has talked about the feeling he has here as a free agent, and it's why guys will want to come. I mean, when this new facility's built and they've won enough now and they have the biggest checkbook in the league, this is a destination point now, and they'll even be able to take their pick even more than they have already to get this team together.
It's a golden age of Broncos football that we are embarking upon here in the Mile High City. And, of course, the Nuggets are awesome. Beat Houston last night, and the Avalanche, best team in the NHL, although insanely only 4 points ahead of the Dallas Stars. So just keep on winning, guys. But you know what? It's not a bad thing to get chased. Here we go. It is time to announce our ticket winner today for a pair of tickets for the Avalanche and the Winnipeg Jets on Friday night. You've been texting in all day long. Our keywords, Whalers, Thrashers, and Coyotes. Mark Springer, who's our ticket winner today?
Chad Dunn.
Chad Dunn. You done did it, Chad. Congratulations. The contest is done. Comma Chad. Well done, Chad Dunn. A lot of duns in there. Hey, if you lost, and all of you except Chad did, because Chad Dunn, you can go to altitudesportsradio.com/AVSTIX, AVSTIX, and that's where our second chance drawing is taking place right now on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. So you can still win even if you lost. altitudesportsradio.com/AVSTIX. That is an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday powered by Matthews Fine Watches. Nuggets Ticket Thursday is coming up on, believe it or not, Thursday of this week. Jeff Legwold, what am I reading this week at ESPN.com?
I got a little Bo Nix thing coming out tomorrow.
I would
in
say
the morning,
that's timely.
Yeah.
Given the game that he
little
just
film
played.
study, little breaking it down.
Okay. I will be reading it. We will be discussing it tomorrow afternoon.
I'll be out at the Broncos.
Yeah.
Doing some stuff.
And who knows, you might be doing more radio with me this week.
Always ready.
That's the great Jeff Legwold, everybody. I am Nate Kreckman for Mark Springer on the other side of the glass. Birdo's Blitz is coming up next, and then the Avalanche and the Kraken in Seattle with pregame at 7:30. Enjoy it. Have a good night, everyone.
Sell. Ed has sold thousands of Colorado homes just like mine. He guarantees your home sold at a mutually agreed upon price or deadline, or he'll sell it for free. Here's Adam in Englewood. I was ready for a bigger place, but needed to sell my townhome first. After being on the market for 90 days with a different agent and no showings, I had lost hope. I hired Ed and his team, and the difference was amazing. In a few weeks, I had multiple offers and ended up selling for more than my original price. This is why Ed is the best. With over 800 5-star Google reviews online, tell Ed and his team DMac sent you. Reach out 720-650-4959. Online, edprather.com. That's Ed, Prather.com.
This holiday,